You can just watch the live stream, I guess.
Listen to all that stupid bullshit again?
Yeah, maybe you figured it out then. You can just watch it like maybe 10 more
You
times.
haven't figured it out yet.
Then you'll see it. No, you haven't figured it out yet.
Figured what out?
That the Earth is not flat.
Not flat. Define that.
It's not like a pizza.
Did somebody say it's like a pizza?
No, what does flat mean then?
So nobody said it's like a pizza. Okay, so thanks for that useless commentary. So it's not like a pizza. Great.
Yes, it's not like a pizza, yes. I'll back that claim out. Yeah.
Well, that's really useful.
Okay, so it doesn't have a curve. What does flat mean?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, good. Then take it as that. Pizza doesn't also doesn't have a curve.
Yeah, neither does a flattened cardboard box, so what?
This one's done. He's just babbling anything at this point just to say words.
What about the cardboard box that a pizza comes in? That's flat too. I don't think anybody's saying, hey guys, the Earth is like a pizza box.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be also kind of stupid. I don't know.
That would be stupid. Just like your
Right.
pizza straw man. Yeah. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
All right, so we've established it's not like a pizza. It's probably not like a pizza box either. Great.
Wait, so obvious it B's profile pic doesn't look like a pizza.
Sicilian, or what are we doing?
You know, the only people who ever bring up pizzas in this conversation are you guys.
Okay.
It's like somebody told you that there's people on the internet claiming it's a pizza, guys. And instead of ever listening to what we actually said, you just went ahead with that.
Did I say that though? Can you look at the stream again, please?
Well, I don't really know why you're attacking the claim that it's a pizza if you don't think that anybody made it.
Well, I never said it was like a pizza, right? I didn't never
Yeah,
said.
I know. You said
said
it's
you guys
not
said it
like
was
a pizza. As if somebody was out here saying it is like a pizza, so I just don't get the point of your critique.
I love how you just talk and talk.
See, he might just be hearing something going on in his head, and then he's just replying to because nobody said anything like that.
Can you please watch the stream? You asked. So
No,
what would you say? It's flat. That's
no,
what
one
you said.
pass is enough. I'm
Then
only
I
going to
said,
listen. I'm only going to listen to this stupid drivel once. Yeah, just one pass for this waffling bullshittery for me. Thanks.
I mean, sometimes it can be interesting going over somebody, going over it with somebody like you, Big Dipper, about how they attained the information to assert that the Earth has a shape to it. But you're just not. You don't seem like you're able to follow, like kind of like simple explanations, and then you'll just deny it, hand wave it, and then jump to the next thing.
No, you didn't deny anything I've ever said in this whole day.
Is that PD?
So I'm saying that doesn't even follow.
is.
Like your words didn't even follow what I just stated. You just copied a couple of them and then said something. It didn't really, follow.
Okay.
I like how you called him Big Dipper.
Just like yours didn't do to mine. So what's? But that's why it's streamed, I guess.
Well, listen, I just came out of the blue and I was like, sometimes, Big Dipper, there can be like some interesting conversations that we have when you follow along and you can maybe concede to something that we could all agree on. Like, hey, this is something that we experience in reality. How do you feel about that? But, as you go through the conversation and with somebody like yourself, and you're just like, no, I don't want to concede to anything that we can all objectively agree on, but I still want to move to my next point that before agreeing and coming to any kind of conclusion on the previous point, it does kind of, it gets some, that's not fun, right? Like, why would that be fun?
No, that's not fun, but that's how you do it, right? How else?
Hey, did you end up watching those reply videos to Professor Dave the other day?
All of them? No, I didn't.
That's a
No,
no.
not
He didn't
all.
watch any of them.
None of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's typically somebody would respond and be like, I watched
Why do
this.
they ask us for stuff?
No, I did.
They don't
Did I
watch
say none
it.
of them? No. I watched some. I told you I didn't watch all of
Which
them. I
one?
didn't watch.
Which reply did you watch?
Yeah, which one did you watch?
Let me look it up again. 1 second.
Just tell us what you learned from the reply.
Yeah, you should be able to
Well,
remember
not
it.
much. It was just like nonsense, basically.
You didn't.
Just-
You didn't watch it then, did you?
Nope,
did
he's
watch
just
it.
looking up something now real quick, gonna skim it and say, I watched
No, I'm
this one
gonna
about
look in
this,
my-
and I said, oh, it's dumb, so I turned it off.
I'm gonna go to my history. Which ones I looked?
Yeah, could you be any more specific, or it was just nonsense? Is that all you got?
Yeah, basically that's all I got.
And the way that you logically determined that it was an irrational point of view was because there was a contradiction in the one thing that he said, which was what again? What was the contradiction in the reply video?
You want me to look it up again?
No, I just want you to be like, this is obviously, if it was nonsense, you made a rational decision. You used logic to determine that what the other guy was saying contained contradictions. So, like,
Yeah, do me a
so
favor.
what was
Watch
it?
the first video, for example.
What was the contradiction?
Well, he was comparing
video was
bowling
that?
balls to the universe in the first video.
Which video was that?
First video of the whole reaction series to Dave. And I don't even want to talk about these videos.
Okay, and
It's just got nothing to do with it.
what did it say?
Let's not. No, I'm not even gonna talk about this. This is so irrelevant to this whole conversation.
Why don't you just say you didn't watch it,
Say,
or you didn't understand it? With one or the other.
or you had to clean your room, or do your chores or whatever. So you didn't have time.
What? No, I told you I watched some.
What?
I didn't say I watched all of it.
Okay, what did it say at the start of the video?
First one was the one with how we look at the stars and they're round, right? Yeah, and he compared them to bowling balls and just cursed the rest of the video. That was the first video of the debunk.
So you watched like 15 seconds.
The whole video is 56 seconds. Yes. I watched all
You
of that.
15 seconds.
No, I watched 56 seconds.
Okay, and what was his argument?
That us looking at something doesn't mean that and it looking like something, we're not the same.
And you said, fuck that.
Yeah, he compared it to bowling balls. The whole
So
universe.
can you agree that looking up at the sky does not determine
Mm-hmm.
the thing
No,
that you're standing on?
definitely not. But
No. Do you agree with that comment?
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Looking up in
totally.
the sky, how does that determine that we are the
Totally.
same as the things in the sky?
Right, totally. Why would we be?
No. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay, cool. So you agree with the rebuttal video then?
Mm-hmm. All of it.
Cool. So why don't you watch the rest then? You might actually
it's
agree with the other
It's kind of long. It's 1 hour 30, bro.
Well, just break it up.
I'd
Watch
rather
10
just
minutes, have a
talk
coffee.
about the stuff I said earlier, which you didn't respond.
Do you watch TikTok?
No, I don't have TikTok.
Okay, good. So you might be able to handle watching an hour video.
But it's the difference between watching an hour, like a good movie, or like 1 hour 30 of bullshit.
It's more interesting than a movie.
Oh,
How did you determine it's bullshit when you didn't watch it?
I'd rather watch the 2 hour 50 video of the rocket going to space.
So you watch that, but you won't watch a video
No,
with
I didn't watch
information
that
in
either,
it.
but I would rather watch it. That's what I just said.
Well, you don't
rather-
get anything out of that either.
Why not? It looks beautiful, at least.
Well, I mean, you
It
can't
looks
differentiate
beautiful.
between the obvious difference in camera angles. You don't know what altitude they even traveled to, so you don't know that geometrically this is even what they
I do
should
know
be
the
showing you on
altitude.
the globe.
You-
Okay, what's the
you-
altitude?
You want a video where it says? Oh, first of all, you can look that up.
No, you just tell me because you said you do know the altitude. So just tell me what it is because you know it.
Yeah, it's like 100,000 something.
It's 100,000 something. It doesn't sound very promising.
Explain to
You
me
and Neil
how the
deGrasse Tyson are
matters.
going to have a talk
Hello?
because he told us that 128,000
Hello?
feet, that stuff
Hello?
is flat because it's 2 millimeters above that beach ball. Yet you're telling us that we're seeing
hello?
this big curve, right? This convexity that he's saying we wouldn't see whatsoever from that altitude. So you and Neil have to talk.
How does it matter how high we are if you see a curvature? Doesn't matter if we.
Well, geometrically, it wouldn't be predicted.
20,000 foot.
We wouldn't expect to see such an exaggerated curve of the horizon at just 128,000 feet or 2 millimeters above that beach ball.
No, I'm not talking in feet. Definitely not feet.
Oh, 100,000 what? The meters? Okay.
Meters.
Okay. So,
Mm-hmm.
all right, so about 300,000 feet.
Probably. Let me look it up again.
Okay.
I don't want to give you false information. One sec.
Why? It's never stopped you before.
There's also a video where it actually says the velocity and the altitude.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Why don't you care about that? Isn't that what?
Because I'm asking about the fucking height, not the velocity.
Yeah, I just told you it shows you the velocity and the height.
Yeah, I don't care about the velocity. Just give me the part I'm asking about.
Okay, so you want to see the video with the height? Okay.
It's numbers on a screen, though. That's all it shows.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Sure.
Well, is that right, or am I wrong?
Yeah, numbers on the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe he made it to 4 or 5 millimeters above the beach ball. Should we start to see a nice big curve from 4 or 5 millimeters?
What exactly made it up there?
No,
definitely not left to right curvature.
What?
That would be impossible.
Yeah, I think Neil would take issue with that too, but you guys got to sort it out. I mean, you're the Globers, so you guys have to get your act together. I can't help you.
What's the issue right now?
Well, you're just fumbling over each other's words and claims.
What did he say? What happened? I thought we were talking about the altitude of this.
Yeah, he said it's flat from the Felix Baumgartner altitude, which is 128,000 feet, and also, again, flat at 60 miles where the Kármán line is supposed to be. And then we got another Glober, planetarium director, saying it's still apparently flat, even from ISS altitude. So I don't know what to make of you guys. We get all these professionals saying all these different claims that you guys on Discord come in and just argue against.
Felix Baumgartner is the guy that jumped from space, right?
It's not space.
No, it's not space.
Or whatever it was.
Just told you what it was. 130,000 feet.
Oh, I got the perfect video. One sec.
So the ISS is 230 miles. They say that you shouldn't see curvature from there.
What?
Yet they show you a video
How come?
of curvature.
Who said you can't see curvature from 230,000 miles?
Planetarium director Paul Larson.
230,000 miles, you say?
250 miles, or whatever the ISS is at.
The ISS is not at 250 miles.
Yeah, 238 or something like that.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Let me verify that claim. 1 second.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
At what? Wait.
Pretty sure it's 230 or something like that.
230. Right. That's 200. That's 200,000 kilometers. Yeah, right. Wait,
What?
no,
What?
No,
it's 230 miles.
Yes.
That 400 something kilometers.
408 kilometers. Okay, yeah, right. And you can't see a curvature. Yet the first picture
that's
is
what he
a curve.
says.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. 1 sec. Let me.
Well, I mean, how big is the ball? So that would be about 3% of the surface you should be seeing at one time from that altitude.
1 second.
Unless it's a much smaller ball, then I guess maybe you're seeing more of the surface. Then you can see a noticeable left to right curve. I don't know. I don't know why you guys go against your own experts, though.
I don't
you're
know
arguing.
who you're even talking about.
You're arguing against yourself. You're amongst yourselves.
No, I never said that. So how am I arguing against myself?
Yeah, but
wait, 1 second. Let me show you this.
People who are globers, the people who are mathematicians and scientists, disagree with what you're arguing. So, are you right, or are they right, or who's right?
Yeah, who are we supposed to go with? Big Drippa on Discord? or the planetarium director? I don't know.
No, no.
I don't know who to trust.
Go rather just watch what I sent. It says the height and everything.
Of what?
Of where the rocket is going.
Well, you said that you knew it, so why do I have to go check for it? You said you already had this knowledge.
I can just tell you.
Then do that.
Okay, it's 255 kilometers at this point. 1 second. And where is?
Okay.
So that's half of the way to the ISS, by the way.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and you can already clearly see in curvature.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, well, that's a problem, isn't it?
Why is it a problem?
You guys not listening?
Oh, you said because that one guy said you can't? Okay.
Many,
I see it going.
many
It's going
guys.
convex. It's going from concave to convex again.
We got this one again, haven't we?
Who? Please. What scene? What time? Oh my god.
21, 29, somewhere around there.
Second stage. Screen on your left-hand side is a view from the first stage. On your right-hand side, is
I don't see it. What do you mean? You want me to draw a line?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, then I can't help you. I just see two convex. Great video, by the way.
information of
Do you ever think the authority would lie to you?
Yes.
Yeah. When do you think they tell the truth? How do you discern? How do you discern when they're lying to you or when they're telling the truth?
Well. Wait 1 sec.
Do you think they would lie to you to for some type of gain or some type of control
Yeah,
or anything like that?
for some type of
Yeah.
gain, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you discern when they're not, and when that you say, okay, this is given to me now. I think they're not lying now, but they're lying on this. How do you differentiate between those two?
Because what authority is doing this over so many years in every single country, every single scientist? What do you mean by authority?
Isn't that more? No, it's not every single scientist. It's got nothing to do with it. Isn't that more scary? That they're actually in it together?
Yeah, that would be scary.
Yeah. Because, like, you know, if you're, let's say, I know you're young, but let's say you had a girlfriend, she was banging your best mate, and you walked in, he had her bent over the couch, yeah? And
Okay, what are you talking about? Okay.
And he goes, "Nah, man, I didn't do it."
Did this happen to you?
Yeah.
Shit. Sorry.
No, man.
Yeah, yo,
Yeah, sounds
you flipped that shit around real fast. Holy shit!
Sounds like a personal experience.
So, right, and then he turns around and he goes, "I didn't do it, man." Right?
Right.
And then you go, "Yeah, you're full of shit."
humanity.
Yeah, you go, "Yeah, you're full of shit, man. You did it." Would you trust that guy again?
Can I know why somebody would lie about this?
No. Just let's go through these
But-
steps. Would you trust? Would you trust that guy?
Okay, keep on going. But you said for gain. What do they gain out of this?
What would you trust that guy?
No, I wouldn't. Obviously not.
You wouldn't.
Well,
all right.
what do
so
you mean trusting?
What
I
have
wouldn't
you?
trust the guy that
What have
makes
you
my girl.
discovered that when you said, I said the government. Do governments lie? Like, you've got an example of the government lying. Would you trust them ever again?
I would be skeptical.
Okay. So why
depends
would
on
you
the
not
no,
trust
I
your
wouldn't. No.
best mate that lied to you, but then
No.
you'd give up and trust the government when they lie to you?
So you're saying every government lies, or because you're
Fucking
from?
oath they do. That's the most retarded question I've ever heard.
They don't
Yeah,
exactly
but
have a good track
every
record.
government lies about the Earth being round.
That's not
Maybe
what
they're
I'm
just
Come
wrong.
on.
Maybe they're just wrong.
You don't need.
Yeah,
that,
all those
not that many
scientists are
people have
definitely
to be
wrong.
involved.
Well, we
What
covered that.
scientists? What
Oh,
science?
what scientists?
Well,
What
we're talking about
science?
Go
Yeah,
science.
name 'em.
alphabetically or chronologically?
Yeah, name them.
Alphabetically.
Start by naming. Start by naming one.
Hawking.
Okay, and what's his
Stephen
proof
Hawking.
of a globe?
Dude,
What's
that
his
was a computer
scientific proof?
program. These guys behind the curtain were making this little speak and spell talk. What's wrong with you? Hey, by the way, I posted a picture. I posted a picture of a rocket blowing up. I caught that a couple of years ago in front of my house. It was in July. So just to show you that rockets don't just always go up, and they sometimes just blow up.
I don't know why you guys.
That's a fault in engineering. That's not a fault in our perception of how the Earth is shaped.
Wasn't Stephen Hawking a mathematician?
Do you know how much of fucking physics is rooted in mathematics?
What science did he do, though?
How much?
What science did Stephen Hawking do?
Yeah, give an experiment.
Yeah.
Start with the hypothesis. Go ahead.
He literally formulated the hypothesis that there are non-rotational black holes in the universe, which was solved by what's his name?
And what was the
Forsyth.
experiment?
It's a scientific hypothesis.
A non-rotating black hole? Yes, I'd consider that a scientific hypothesis.
What's the observed phenomenon?
Of a singularity in space that sucks in all mass or not mass, all matter.
He observed a singularity in space.
He didn't observe shit. He hypothesized it with mathematics.
Oh, so it's not science because the scientific method starts with an observed phenomenon. Well, that was easy. Thanks.
You can observe something with mathematics and not visually observe it, though.
Yeah, that would be mathematics, not science. Good try.
So I don't think you understand what science is.
Yeah. That's cool projection, but you've already exposed that you don't understand what it is. It starts with an observed phenomenon.
Explain to me how that is.
I just did. Do I have to do it again? You're going to junk up the whole stream now? I just did it. It starts with an observed phenomenon. You told us you don't have a natural observed phenomenon. Thanks for coming out.
Explain it in an indoor voice, how it's not scientific.
I think everybody else in the room got it. I don't really need to make a special delivery out of it just for you, do I?
Response to that. It's just everybody else understands it, so what I'm saying.
No, I said no natural phenomenon. Pretty follow. If you don't get it, that's going to be a you problem, man. I'm not going to regurgitate the same thing, the same trivial to comprehend thing that I said over and over and over again for the one bricked guy in the room, It's just not worth it.
Yeah, just fucking mute me, because that's all you fucking losers do. You mute people who have...
Yeah, so now you're talking about mutes and shit. It's really boring, so I'm going to put you on mute.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, you will.
You fucking mute people when they...
Yeah, I mute them when they talk about muting and shit instead of the actual topic.
Actual pussy. You can't have a straightforward...
Yeah, he's still doing it.
That's all you can do.
He sounds really mad right now.
I've never... Yeah, I've never heard anyone... Stephen Hawking was a scientist.
Well, I mean, he couldn't show that he was a scientist. He didn't do an experiment, did he? Let's try again. Maybe he found an experiment that Hawkins did.
Ah, shit.
Did he do any natural science space?
Wait, who are you talking to?
The guy who's in space, I think you. Confused by your own name?
Oh, dude. So what is that your thing? You get proved wrong and then you start slinging insults like a fucking 5-year-old?
So what was the proof that I was wrong? Run me past that again.
Hold on. So am I going to be able to answer, or are you going to mute me midway?
Answer.
Okay, so he already failed. So I was just looking for the proof that I was wrong, and you started talking about something else immediately. Want to try again?
Yeah, go ahead and mute me, you fucking pussy.
So is that the proof I'm wrong?
He lost it. He's done.
No, I'm just
lost the plot.
So maniacal laughter, is that the proof I'm wrong? I don't get it.
I'm obviously wrong because I'm laughing and mad right now. Can't you tell?
Yeah.
He's bricked.
Yeah, that's
Okay, kids. That's the problem here, because I can't get out a coherent argument because you'll just mute me or fucking talk.
You can't get out a coherent argument because you don't have one.
I love how you present yourselves as somebody that has well-reasoned arguments, but if somebody doesn't agree with you or wants to talk over you for a change, you just fucking mute them. That's the most pathetic.
I like how you're talking about this instead of the proof that you brought up a minute ago that you said you had.
I love how you're still talking over me and muting me when you have something to say.
Okay,
Who cares?
Spice, we're going to do this a nice, easy way. You come in here, you bring forth your claim. You then back it with evidence. That's it. It ain't rocket surgery.
Well, you don't perform surgery on rockets, but hey, what do I know? You know.
Oh, God.
Oh, well, you just
Doesn't even get
dramatic. You can come after my grammar and I'm like,
he's bricked.
Yeah, bricked. We can't save you, Space. We tried.
So what's going on? Is this like a social experiment type thing?
Yes, you are a social experiment.
Welcome.
You finally figured out that you're a social experiment.
Do you run the group?
Yes, this is group therapy.
Yes, I'm the group leader today. I have this magic talking stick now.
You're kind of leaning into the whole satirical thing. Just not sure if I should take you seriously or not.
That's what
the Globe
happens when
satire,
you
you take it seriously.
Satirical questions.
This one
Get a
sounds
satirical answer.
Okay, Sean Solo.
Think you live.
The topic
you
of
live in
this
a globe,
server
Sean?
is 24/7 flat Earth. Looking for
server?
globe proof. Now, where do you stand on this subject?
This is not a server. This is a channel.
Okay, no worries.
Ah. What a meaningful critique.
As we
I mean,
were.
there's nothing to
It's a
critique.
permanent channel too, isn't that crazy? With the highest hours on the server possible.
Wow, it's almost like you're a grifter.
Just when you think that you're going to get some globe proof, he starts talking about the difference between a channel and a server. What's your next irrelevant point?
And a grifter.
I can't differentiate the two. I mean, and you don't even believe that there's a flat Earth. You just do this for money and clout.
Okay, any proof of that?
Money.
Can you show me the money that I do this for?
Your attitude.
Be right back. I'm going out to my mailbox to collect my flat Earth check from Heretic.
Clout, yes.
Is it as big as NASA's $90 million a day they get?
Yeah, they sound like grifters. They get paid a lot to tell you that you live on a cartoon ball. Why don't you accuse them of grifting?
No one makes money off the Earth being round.
Well, what about the 90 million or whatever it is, 70 million per day that the NASA folks make?
That's not a thing.
Oh, really? They don't have a budget.
NASA would be in space. whether
NASA
the
sells
Earth is
T-shirts
flat or
to little
round,
kids
no
with
one
rainbows
cares.
on it
No
at
one
Target.
cares.
NASA sells
Target-
T-shirts with rainbows on it at Target. You know that,
So
right?
does Target sell it or does NASA sell it?
Sci-fi Hollywood
Do you
movies
know
don't
anything
exist,
about? Do you have a single stock in the stock market that you own at all?
Yeah, I
you
own a bunch of
This is
them.
not the 24/7 stock channel.
Yeah, so anyway, start with your globe proof. Tell us how you fell for that grift. What did it for you?
And there's nothing to fall for. You just it's just what it is, buddy.
Okay, so how did
Just
you
look-
recognize that?
Just look outside.
How do you
Yeah,
not
so I-
recognize that is the better question.
Okay, so that's a pretty quick deflection that you're going with there. Is that it?
I mean, there's nothing to deflect. You already know that it's round. You're only doing this to
Okay, how do we know that? Tell me how we know it.
You know that.
How?
How?
What do you mean how?
Yeah,
I mean, how do I know that?
Because you're not a fucking caveman.
His
So your brain-
globe.
So you're brain farting the word how. How do you know it's a globe? Walk me through it.
No.
I don't know. I don't need to walk you through it. You need to explain.
I don't think you know how you know it's a globe.
I do know.
I don't think you have any reason to think that it's a globe, actually. It's just a blind belief that you hold.
Before you were born, kid.
A flat earth conspiracy. Okay, is that how you know it's a globe?
I was into this. I pushed the same shit you're pushing now 20 years ago.
What shit?
Oh, the earth is flat and you don't understand why it's not because you were taught
Right,
this.
a really cool story. Don't care about your personal life. Yeah, don't care about your life story at all. So now the bullshit that you're pushing, now is that the earth is a globe. Tell me how you know that to be the case.
I'm not talking to you until you get rid of your mute.
I don't really care. So just tell me how you know that the earth is a globe.
I know that you don't care because you know it.
Okay, that's not about the earth being a globe. Let's try again. How do you know the earth's a globe?
You know it's a globe
How do I know that?
because you're not a dumbass.
Okay, it's just Nadhon.
That's not an argument.
Yeah.
I know you know that you know
Saying
that I
you're
know
not
that
a dumbass is not an ad hom, you fucking
Well,
retard.
to say that it would be, well, it's a character attack either way. To think that it's flat means I'm a dumbass.
Oh wow, like I said, you're not dumb.
Okay, so not dumb, therefore it's a globe. Anyway, it's non sequitur, it doesn't follow. So try again. Something else.
You seem a bit confused. I'll give you a minute.
Yeah, it's confusing. The stupid non-arguments that you guys bring up in here. Also confusing. Yeah, I'm not a dumbass, therefore it must be a globe. It's non sequitur. Go with something else.
Really weird
give us
conversation.
Again, the last guy said the mute, but I mean he's totally right. First of all,
Okay, irrelevant
Give us
mute
some
buttons,
fucking
not the proof.
evidence.
Yeah, go ahead.
you know
Give
it's
us some
round. buddy.
evidence, man.
How do I know it's
How?
round? Do you know the difference between round and flat, even? And how it's not a dichotomy?
Doesn't
The
sound
real
like it.
question, the real questions that should be asked within a group like this are: why are you pretending it's not?
Okay, how do I know it is? I'm asking you again.
Everyone here knows that it is.
How?
Because they are not retarded. If they're smart enough to find
I
it,
don't.
Non sequitur. Try again.
don't.
How do we know?
I would explain it if you quit hitting the mute button.
Well, as soon as you say
ahead.
because you're not retarded, I'm just going to hit the mute button because that
There's
would be a
more that
non
comes
sequitur.
after that.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, then skip that part. We've already heard that non sequitur like 5 or 6 times now. It doesn't get you to your conclusion of the Earth being a sphere. So get to the actual proof. See
You're going to hear it for the rest of your life.
that I'm not retarded. That's great, but it doesn't tell me that the Earth is a globe.
But you already know it's a globe. And
How?
you know why?
How?
Because you've seen it.
Where?
What do you
Describe
mean
what I've
where?
seen.
It
Describe
doesn't
what I've
move.
seen.
It's always here. It's here. It's the globe.
The Earth doesn't move. That's how we know it's a globe.
You're on it, buddy. You observe it from the same place.
I don't observe any globe.
You don't observe the globe?
No, globes have
No.
curved surfaces. I don't observe that.
Did he just say it's here and it's not going anywhere?
Yeah, he said it's not moving, and that's how he knows it's a globe. Your
If
globe is
you're
supposed
on
to
it,
move.
then
You shot yourself in the foot, dude. It's
How
not
about-
moving.
How about this, if I may?
if I shot myself in the foot, why do you need to mute me? Not even
Well,
speaking.
just because you're audio chaos, that's all.
Can I throw something in here? How about
You're
this?
confused. I have a high quality.
Yeah, see, you're talking over somebody else who has something more, useful to add to the conversation than you. So that's why I have to keep muting you.
Yeah, just a quick aside. How about this, Sean? I self-identify as a retard. Can you explain to me how it's a globe, please?
You already
You're
know
up.
how it's. A,
No, because he's a retard. So
Dude, this guy's a broken record. He
I
just keeps
could
saying the exact same thing. You already know how it's a globe.
Wait. Okay, so, yeah, Mick is a self-identified retard. He doesn't know it's a globe because of that. So Sean's going to walk him through it. Go ahead, Sean.
The only
Some of
reason
us
this
need
group
help.
exists is because it's a globe.
Oh my god.
You people are so skillless that you have to make up some random lie about something that's so obvious to just fuck around and get clout and fucking grip.
How is it obvious?
What do you mean? How's it obvious? Have you
I'm
never
retarded.
been anywhere?
I'm retarded, man. I don't know anything.
I've been all kinds of places. It's
Sure,
not
but
all when I travel.
You know it's round.
All right.
I've
Well,
never seen it as a ball.
I need
Can you
one
tell
of
me
you
how
to
you know it
convince
is?
me that you actually believe it's flat, because I don't believe you. I think you think it's round.
I don't see curvature. I don't experience rotation. I don't know that the sky is a giant expanding vacuum. So
Okay,
tell me how you
so
know
the Earth
those
is
things to
flat.
be true.
The Earth is flat.
Tell
Okay,
me how you know those things
I'm
to be
you
true.
now. I'm you now, and the Earth is flat. Is the
You're
Earth
not going to
moving?
get. You're not
Is
going
the
to get
Earth
anywhere with
is
this
the Earth
retard.
still moving throughout space, or is it still? Is the Earth still moving?
Stationary.
It looks still to me, but what do I know?
Is it still or moving?
All right.
You're asking us a question now. You were going to tell him
stationary.
he's a self-identified retard. He can't figure out that the Earth is a globe, so you were going to walk him through it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I'm a retard. I'm a
That's how you
retard.
walk people
I
through
just
things.
go
Maybe you're
outside
new
and
to
it
that.
doesn't seem to be moving, man.
Am
I'm a
I coming
retard.
through
It doesn't
clearly?
seem to
Is
be
my
moving.
$300 microphone not coming through very clear right now?
No,
Why
we're
do you
just
have to
talking
tell
over you because
everyone?
because you're spewing garbage right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Why do you have to
Go
tell
So
everyone
the
you've
Earth is
got a
flat.
$300
The Earth is
microphone?
flat,
What a
and it's
fucking
moving
idiot!
through space. Yes or no?
No, it's not
It
moving through
doesn't move.
space.
It doesn't move.
No.
It sits where? Where does it settle on? Where are we?
Here, just here, where we
Where
are.
we're at right now.
Here. And the Earth doesn't move, right?
No, of course not. You already said that it doesn't move. It was like the first thing you said.
That was a question for you.
No, it doesn't move. Do you experience any movement? Unless there's an earthquake, I guess.
Yeah, actually, you do. Right now, you're experiencing movement.
Wow.
Maybe your senses aren't attuned enough to feel and notice them, but I can.
He
Really?
feels the earth spinning.
You have to hold on. Do you need a seatbelt?
You can actually feel it.
So,
are your helmet straps on too tight, buddy? Are you not getting any
Okay, I
oxygen?
see the whole thing. You guys are just unable. You're just missing senses as human beings.
So listen,
Where do you
listen.
You just said you feel it. Where do you feel
You're
it?
you're a retarded version of humans.
No, answer that. So you just said you feel it.
You
So
guys
where do
can't
you
even
feel it?
feel the light movements of the things around you. Now I
Like
understand
what?
why you're wrong about everything.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what?
You just
I
said
can't
you feel
explain
it.
this. If you're not capable of feeling it, then I can't explain it to you. It's like trying to explain
So
sex to someone that doesn't have a dick.
You're the only person that can't.
They
You're the
love
only person in
talking
here
about
that can
dicks.
feel it. You're the only person that can
Hey,
feel it in here,
what
and
do
we
you mean
want to
they love
know. How
You know,
do
women don't
how
have those, right?
But are any of you women?
Okay, so he wants to talk about anything else other than the evidence for his stupid
Any
claim.
of you women? We're talking.
All right. You want to talk about dicks and women and stuff. So okay, noted. You have no evidence to back your retarded claim that you feel the Earth spinning around. So I don't know if you know this, but there's this stuff called water. Have you heard of it?
I'm drinking it right now.
Cool. So have you seen the surface of that water?
Yeah, it's round as fuck.
Okay, so just a lie.
He's
What do you
an
mean?
idiot.
I'm just wondering why you have to lie to prove that the Earth's a globe. Like, I mean, if it were such a self-evident, obvious fact that it is one, why would you have to support it with a lie?
I'll turn on my camera and show you. You need to kick a few of these dumbasses out of here first.
No chance.
Yeah, we'll start with you then.
I can't show you the proof, buddy. Sorry.
I'll kick you. Well, I mean, come on.
You're not smart enough to know how to do it. That's why you need people to drop out.
I can't turn on my camera unless there's 25 people or less in the room, dumb fuck. I know you probably don't know this because you people never use your
You're
camera.
not smart enough to know how to do that. That's why I like that cap limit, because I can turn my camera on and you can see me.
So I'm going to let you turn on your camera to show us the one body of water that has a convex curve over its surface when it's resting in the whole world.
CGI. Also, while we're at it, forgot to mention, I identify as a masculine presenting transgendered lesbian who happens to be retarded. So, yeah, go on.
Fair play, man. Fair play. I came in the conversation a bit late, didn't I?
Yeah, he's being sarcastic, Turquoise.
Yeah, I know.
Just in case you were going to start asking him questions.
Just be prepared to be fascinated by all the globe evidence that Sean Solo is going to present.
Hello.
His evidence is, you know it's a ball because you're not a dumbass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I am the retard in the room, so he's got to explain it to me.
He is very special. He has very special senses which tell him that Earth is moving.
Yeah, he said if you can't feel it, you're a dumbass.
Oh shit! Is that not vertigo?
That's actually not what I said. It explains why you're a dumbass, though. It's not why. It explains why. You don't have
an ear infection,
which is another
an ear
problem.
infection or something, my dude.
Sorry, what?
You have a migraine or an ear infection, or you have
Are you drinking more than just water?
Do you people always like deflect and use like really shitty middle school comedy when you don't have a way to explain yourself?
You're the one who was talking about dicks, remember?
You also right wingers, or are you like separate from them?
All right. Well, I'm retarded, but
yeah, he got your ass though. He got your ass.
I'm not retarded enough to not be able to identify deflection and projection and stuff. So
that's all you people do.
Sure.
Again, all of you already know the Earth is round. You do this as a game for clout, for grift, for whatever your little brain worms tell you you want. That's the only reason you do it. You know it's fun, but
do you have any proof of that?
You don't need proof of that. You already know that. You've proven it to us. By this room existing and you maintaining it all the time, that's all the proof we need.
Well, why can't you play the game? Let's say it is a game. Why can't you play it and win?
Right now, and I am winning.
No.
So now you're pulling the old Shooter McGavin with the gold jacket, right? When you have to declare victory, right, it's a pretty good sign most of the time that you've actually lost and you're coping. Like, the room will realize it if you happen to have a win, dude. You won't have to declare it for yourself.
It's already been recognized.
By who other than you?
That guy that just said that, the guy I was responding to.
No, he said, why can't you get a win? Why can't you play the game and win?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, why not?
Again, I was playing this game 20 years ago before most of you were born, so...
You're doing better than
probably
let's say Vsauce.
Flat Earth.
What's your story, man?
Who Vsauce is?
Does he think we're all kids?
I was one of the first people on the internet.
Give me three proofs of flat Earth.
I was one of the first.
You were one of the first people on the internet.
But he's been doing this for 20 years, but he doesn't know 3 proofs.
Sure doesn't sound.
3 truths?
Hey, Sean, do you know who Vsauce is?
Title or what?
He won't. He's not even listening, T-Dub.
Sean, do you know who Vsauce is?
Yeah, I know who Vsauce is.
He says he doesn't know that Earth is a spheroid.
Okay, I don't watch that clown.
He became
he's a glober. He's a glober, and he says he doesn't know it, and he can't prove it.
I bet you $100 right now. I bet you $100 in Bitcoin that he knows that it's round, and he has stated such, and you can find that within 2 minutes.
He stated that he doesn't know it, and he can't prove it.
I bet that is not true.
Well, you're
made
wrong.
$100 last week for Bitcoin. Jeez,
Wait a
you've seen the
second.
price.
He called him a clown. Now he wants to bet Bitcoin on it.
I'm saying he's a clown, and I don't watch him, but I also don't believe what you're saying about him.
Well, I'll bet you. I'll bet you.
You people love to conflate everything. It's not related.
Wow.
Bet you 100 pesos.
You can be a clown that I have no interest in and still know that the Earth is round and have stated such. Don't be a dumbass.
If you own Bitcoin, I give you the dunce hat.
I was one of the first people to own Bitcoin also.
Oh, no, wait. 2 claims. He was the first person on the internet, and now he was the first person to own Bitcoin.
I think if you own it right now, you're kind of rich, to be honest. I don't think
Is he Satoshi Nakamoto?
I'll show you how
This
rich I
guy's
am
Satoshi.
on my camera.
I think you've
Bet you
got
were
one
the
of those
first.
superiority complexes. You were the first to do
Not a
everything.
complex if it's
Seems
real.
like it.
Inferiority complex.
First person on the internet, and first person
One
to own
of the.
Bitcoin.
Hey, did you
got
invent the
300
internet with
confirmed
Al
kills as
Gore?
well, Sean?
What?
You got 300 confirmed kills as well.
I think he's actually the best
Yeah, you
truck
could be the first
driver in the
Glober.
US as well. First best truck driver in the US.
According to what kind of truck?
You mentioned
See,
six battles
he
before
wants
Eratosthenes.
to say it, depending on the truck. You're an idiot. How do you measure being
It's almost like some people in this world have a wide variety of skills and have been places and done various things in their life.
Here you go, Sean. Here you go, Sean. I posted it for you, man. It's in the side chat. Can you access the side chat? You watch that
What?
little clip.
Mm.
Little clip of Vsauce.
I
Hear
doesn't
what he
know how
says.
that
Listen to
works.
what he says.
He wasn't the first person on Discord. Don't confuse that.
You can see when I joined Discord, and it was before most people, buddy.
So you know where the side chat is. Click on the video and watch it and tell us what he says.
Watching it. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Why is it a 10-second clip? Why are you people like this?
You people.
Because if it was an hour and a half, you wouldn't watch it.
No, that's not true. I would be more likely to watch it, and I would watch if it was about
Start
2
giving
minutes.
them all the hour and a half clips then to watch.
You know what? I want to see the 2 minutes that came before and after this 10 seconds.
You know, he was one of the first ones to play a YouTube clip. If you didn't know that.
He was the first one with a YouTube account, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, with your superior intellect, you could track down the original.
Don't worry, I'm working on it.
And you still have yet to pull me out of my retardation.
Did you just fucking burp in the mic?
Researchers did measurements and found that Kansas.
Did you?
All right, you lose. Where's my $100?
100 pesos.
Man, all these GIFs where it looks flat, I've seen those GIFs. I made some of those GIFs before you were born, buddy.
He made them now.
Before
That's
I was-
it. I've got to ask this, Tard. How old are you?
Before 1970.
Oh, wow. Turquoise
Before
Dragon.
1974.
Wow, you were on Discord before me. Aren't you special?
I'm sorry, you made a claim. I just had to, just pick that apart a little bit. My
What
dude.
was my claim? What was my claim, buddy?
That you made all the flat Earth gifs in here.
That's
before we were born.
Yeah.
Earth is flat.
I'm just having a laugh, dude.
Why did the Jews make the Earth flat?
Money.
Because it makes the money.
Because they like brisket.
That don't make no damn sense.
I know.
They
so
do
either
it
does
to
your question.
perpetuate the global NASA conspiracy.
Hey, Sean, don't
Question
forget.
made- Your
I'm
question
still-
made no sense, so you get a nonsensical answer. So
I'm still retarded, Sean. Help me.
You got to start by understanding that the Earth is flat, and it's not what you're seeing.
It's not what you're seeing?
Because what you're seeing by the world is like everybody's saying it's a globe, but it's actually flat.
So what do you see?
I say it's shaped as the Star of David.
Okay. Awesome. Can you show us a picture of that?
Another weirdo.
It's called Israel.
Israel shaped like the Star of David?
Six corners of the earth.
All is Israel. We bow down to our Jewish overlords.
Oh my God.
You said it. Man, I thought I was retarded.
Well, you are. You said so.
Yeah, you gotta welcome the degenerates once in a while in here, man.
Yeah, we've got 2 in here at the moment, so.
Yeah.
We need an award for the guy who's done everything first. We got to make him an award.
I think it's called the Bullshit Award.
I just want to know how old he is. That's it.
He keeps on claiming. I think he thinks we're kids.
Well, I mean, can he become the first Glober to find verifiable proof of the globe?
Yeah, good one.
You just know it, right? Just know it. You don't need to provide proof.
Yeah, you just feel the Earth spinning.
Yeah, and you know for sure that he's one of the first people on the internet just by listening to him, right?
You know what? All week, I've been just watching movies and watching TV shows with my girl, and
Bomb.
I realized that a lot of them, so many of them, push the world's round. Like doesn't even have to be like part of the story. Like for instance, the movie Lucy, old movie. She calls her mom. She's like, "Mom, I could feel the gravity. I could feel the earth spinning." It's like, get the fuck out of here, Hollywood. Constant propaganda pushing it, dude. So many TV shows talk about it's part of the earth spinning. Like, what? That didn't even have nothing to do with what the two guys were talking about, but they just throw it in there.
And it's a shame because I like that movie, Lucy, too.
It's a fucking awesome movie. And then they had to throw that bullshit in.
The subliminals, man.
It's the term on the planet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's up so much.
Yep.
Comes up on the news all the time as well. Around the planet.
On the planet. On the globe.
Yeah, like in weather
around
and
the
shit.
planet.
I hate that shit. When they talk about the globe, it's fucked up.
Constantly saying the globe this, the globe that, the global population, constantly around the globe.
Hurricanes,
just like
global politics.
Yeah, everything. It's just all fucking. This is why our system is the way. And then they're like, "Well, why would it be in the books if it? Well, hello, if it's everywhere else, yeah, it's gonna be everywhere."
Yeah, it's even infiltrated. It has even infiltrated the tech world, right? Writing software, there's the term global variables, right? I mean, you just have a machine, right? Just a little flat thing in front of you, or whatever, a virtual server somewhere.
It should be called flat variable.
And you have global variables, i.e., the things that are accessible from everywhere in the system, right? But why would you use the term global when it's just a very subtle thing, and so it's like it's got multiple meanings now because obviously the computer is not a globe; it's just probably not even a real physical thing, right? Well, I mean, yeah, sure, there's a physical computer, but the system that you're working with doesn't necessarily have to be physical, right? Because you can have layered systems within systems, but there's still that term global in there. It's always struck me as odd. I go with it because I have to work, right? But it's just there, It's kind of fun.
Right. It's just one of those things where they just try to slide it anywhere they can to push the model. It's a fallen world. That's what goes down in a fallen world.
Dude, whenever I hear the term globe, I have a tantrum. It pisses me off.
It's ridiculous. I guess it's part of like when you learn that you've been lied to, it pisses you off hearing that lie over and over and over and over again when you know it's a lie. Fucking ridiculous.
At the start of those Universal movies, how it pans out and you see the globe coming in. Say to the kids, "Is that real?" And they go, "No."
That universal globe tide's been there since the 1920s.
Yeah. And then they went up and it looked exactly the same as what the Universal Studios were. Bit
Almost
strange.
to the fucking T.
And then you
color.
realize, oh, that's because it was created by those that are making movies, just like NASA. Everything checks out at the end of the day. Like, oh, okay, now it makes sense.
Well, they say Earth is an oblate spheroid. It's not a sphere, but they're like, well, but you can't tell any difference between an oblate spheroid and a sphere. So, I mean, it works, but I mean, try to find a model of an oblate spheroid. You won't. They don't exist.
A hacky sack. Would that be the same?
Sorry, guys, I thought we were on mute. My bad.
Hacky sack Earth.
I go into the store and say, I want a globe. And they say, oh, here's one, sir. And I say, no, I want one like Neil deGrasse Tyson says. The way he described it. Shape.
Little chubby.
You don't have those, sir.
A little chubbier at the bottom there.
Yeah, it's pear-shaped, right?
Yeah. She'd argue with you, saying, no, the Earth is a sphere. What are you talking about? They argue against each other. They don't
Just
even need to
my
argue
luck,
with them anymore.
I'd end up finding the only salesperson that is a flat earther, and they'd be just outright laughing at me.
Chubbier at the bottom.
Well, Google claims the shape of Earth is constantly changing. If you ask what is the shape of Earth, that's what it says.
Constantly changing due to what? What is it? What's its explanation for that?
It didn't specify, but I think the term was ever-changing Earth shape or something like that.
Wow.
You didn't Google it? You didn't want to know more about it? You just left it on that or something?
Kind of obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, if you
What's kind of obvious?
How the Earth changes shape constantly.
Show us. What's
Human
obvious
interaction.
about it?
Earth is moved constantly. Volcanic actions, earthquakes, water erosion, rain erosion, Earth, fucking wind erosion. Like what the fuck do
Yeah,
you
no,
mean?
but that's pretty insignificant in
The world
comparison
around
to
you.
what you
It's
guys
always
say the whole
changing.
globe is. Yeah.
Come on, man.
So is it a sphere or not?
You
Is
know
that
the
what
meaning.
That's
the
what he
meaning of
put
the word
into Google.
sphere.
Yeah, he said, "What is the Earth's shape?" Yeah, so the
Oh man.
overall shape of an object. So erosion
You gotta
doesn't
be
cut
boring
it from
fast, man.
and stop
Jesus.
it from being a sphere, does it?
that was the weakest global argument I've heard yet. That's terrible.
Erosion? Erosion?
Yeah, erosion makes it
How
not
is that a globe argument?
He's saying weather patterns.
That has nothing to do with proving the Earth is round. I was just stating how it changes. Whether the Earth is flat or round, that would still be the
But does
case.
it
What the fuck?
change
You guys
from
are so
being a
like
sphere?
single cell brained. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Does it change from being a sphere?
No,
If the Earth is flat,
no,
do you
weather
actually believe it's
patterns have
completely
zero
flat, or
effect.
is there going to be fucking juts on it? Is there going to be dips in it? Is there going to be fucking holes? Well, like, what do you think it's perfectly flat like a sheet of paper?
Who said
Or is it
that?
flat like your backyard?
Who said that?
That's how you're acting about the sphere. What do you mean?
Who
Now
said it was
use your logic on your own fucking flat Earth bullshit, and now it sounds
Who said it
stupid
was
as fuck, doesn't
perfectly
it?
flat? Who
Well,
said it
if
was
you
perfectly
retards.
flat?
Man, he's
Who
spiraling.
said it was? Yeah, who said it was perfectly flat like a sheet of paper?
Okay, you're talking about the sphere, right? And you're like, oh, now they're saying it's not perfectly round. It's actually got this and that. So, haha, they must be wrong. Apply that
No,
bullshit
I
logic
said
to your flat Earth.
I didn't say that.
Oh, it's
What I
completely
said
flat.
was
Oh, haha.
Google
Imagine
says
thinking that.
it's constantly changing.
Because it is.
That's what Google
And that would be the
says.
case whether it was round or flat. It would be constantly changing.
The No,
You're not
no,
making a
because the
very good
water's
argument.
always level though.
There's no argument to make. That's just factual.
So,
No,
so
it's
you're
not.
saying the
What's factual
radius
about
of
that?
3959 is an average, like it's constantly changing, but 3959 radius is just an average. I mean, how do they get that if it's constantly changing?
Did it say the size of the Earth is changing, or that the Earth itself is changing?
Hey, listen to this, all right? So, what the question was, right? He put into Google what is the shape of Earth, and the answer that came back was it's always changing. Now, a shape is a sphere. Yeah, that's what they describe the shape of the Earth to be, a sphere. Now, wouldn't it come back as the shape of the Earth is a sphere? Not the shape of the Earth is constantly changing. Is it changing from a sphere to something else?
It can be both. You know that, right?
Think something can't be both.
Yes,
A
a
sphere
sphere
and
can constantly
all
change
right,
its shape and
to
still
be
be
a
a sphere.
and still be a sphere.
Yeah, here we
Yeah.
are, 2024.
Okay,
That's the whole
so
Glover's
point.
just saying it's constantly changing.
well, to be
This has
accurate,
always been the case. It might be new to you guys because you're always new and stupid, but that's nothing new to me.
No, it's always changing because you guys are always changing things to fit your narrative.
No, it's always changing because there's weather, there's fucking human action, there's
is it
environment, there's
weather
real life
changes the
happening
Earth?
around you.
Hang
You might
on.
not know that.
Is it changing from being a sphere? Is it
It doesn't say
changing
that.
from being
Google
a
doesn't
sphere?
say that. Google does not
Is
say
it
that. You
changing
added
from
this
being a
because you're a
sphere?
fucking dipshit. You're a grifter.
well,
It
you know
doesn't
the
say
argument.
Did you
Right?
just say? Did you just say because of
Fucking man.
Google,
Not gonna talk.
we're a
Yeah,
grifter?
this is unreal.
Yeah. You don't know what grifter means. You just heard McQueen say it.
Google is does it
Yeah, you
mean
got
you're a grifter?
An idiot.
Sorry,
You know,
guys,
what,
could I ask?
Right.
Sorry, carry on.
I was just gonna say.
Go ahead.
I mean, let's ask him about how does the water? How does it keep that sphere perfect globe shape from ISS?
He's not here
Hey,
for that.
hey, Pock. Don't worry about him, man.
It's retarded.
I know he's
Oh,
not
I
here for
did
that.
hear.
He's not here for that.
Okay, I
Samuel.
did hear. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, he's
No,
back.
you're
So
right. Hey, Pock, you can talk to Samuel if you want. Samuel, are you there?
Yeah, hello. Wait,
I was gonna ask. Do you believe also that water bulges around this oblate spheroid depending on the terrain underneath it? Because some parts have different magnetic force, I guess, whatever.
It's like a
When they're-
fentanyl user, bro.
like when the ocean bottom floor is like miles and miles and miles flat, like that's even documented.
You are in
But
the
all
weeds.
of a sudden, it still keeps a ball shape. Like, dude, okay, because gravity's pulling it to a center of a ball, so the water's bulging out, but the floor is not. Right? Is that what Glovers believe? Like across the
Yeah,
Pacific?
so that's crazy. Anyway, if if you were to walk in like a straight line, yeah, and then you end up in the same spot,
If
all
you
right.
do what? Repeat what you
Surely
said.
that proves it's round.
Repeat what you just said.
Say that again.
Repeat what you just said.
All right. So if you were to walk in a straight line, all right, and you end up in the same spot, surely that proves it's round. The Earth is round.
How do you walk in a straight line?
How do you walk in a straight line? Well, you walk in a straight line.
Compass.
You use a compass then?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Or what you could do is you could
You get a true north.
hang on.
The compass is true
Yeah.
north, and then there's magnetic north. You follow the true north. of a
How
compass,
many
even if
are
you were
you
flying
there?
through.
How many of you are
It's
there?
just two of us. Just two of us on the phone.
There's three.
If you use true north, there's magnetic north and there's true north. If you do true north
at the
on
star.
one
So you look at a
compass
star
and you steer around it, you will end up where you started.
So how do you do that?
So you go in a circle then, not a straight line?
Well, you probably couldn't do it logistically, but theoretically, you probably could do it.
So now he can't even do it.
Well, okay, now
Yeah, what? I don't
hang
own
on.
a jet.
Hang on. Well, hang on. What if? All right. So over long distances, if you
Is
get
this
walking
going to
in the
be
same
another
direction.
theoretical thing, or are you going to give
No,
us
it's
a real
not. No, it's another
example?
way. It's an easier
Well,
way.
and you don't have a theoretical.
Hang on.
Okay.
It's an easier way to walk in a straight line. All right. So
Yeah.
if you were to take 5 steps in a straight line, okay, 5 steps in a straight line, and then you
Yep.
were to turn to the right 45 degrees, then another 5
Yeah.
steps in a straight line, and then turn
Yeah.
exactly 45 degrees. Overall, you would be walking in one direction constantly, and it wouldn't be over a long distance to where you couldn't account for it to be curved.
Be
He just
walking
walked
around
in
in
a
a.
U.
You
He just
just
made a
walked in a
U-shape.
U. What are you doing?
He just made a
Walked in a
180-degree
U.
turn.
Yeah.
Using your own coordinate system, if you looked at a ball, even in your paradigm, and you
No,
went
no.
around,
Hey,
if you went around the
Pop,
center, but
too complicated for him, man.
yeah, I
He's not
think
going to
so.
get it.
Yeah.
He
Well, so you're
just
saying that
walked.
wouldn't be a
Read the
straight line?
room. Read the room.
He just took. He just. Yeah. He just took 5 steps one way, turned 45 degrees, and then turned
To the
45
right?
degrees again, and in another 5 steps. But what were you doing?
Yeah, in the left.
What were you doing
No,
there?
listen. Hang on. So it would be in the opposite direction. So you would take 5 steps forward, turn 45 degrees to the right, 5 steps
Yeah.
forward, then 45 degrees to the left. So the
What if you
direction change.
What if you accidentally turn 40 degrees, and then your next turn you accidentally turn
Well, the
46
thing is, you would
degrees?
have some sort of
Then
measurement with
you're going to be a little bit
but you would
off,
have,
aren't you?
well, no, but you would have some sort of measurement to make sure that it's exact.
You're going to go in a
Right.
zigzag.
Like a protractor, maybe.
So he went from if you go in a straight line, you end up where you're at. Now it's if you zigzag everywhere, you can come back to where you
Well, yeah,
started.
the reason. Well, hang on. The reason I said zigzag is because you guys said that you can't physically walk in a straight line because it's going to be
Well, you
curved.
can't physically
Because you
walk
guys
in a
don't
straight
agree that
line
you were.
zigzagging either, though.
If you're
Why
keeping
not?
your
Because it's in
latitude,
smaller
you would
increments where
curve.
you can measure. Yeah, but the thing is, it's in smaller increments to where you can measure to keep it straight. Because 5
Right, and then
steps,
you go to, and then at night,
you can.
that night you go to sleep, and then you wake up. Where do you start from there?
Maybe the turn you're talking
So you go
about
to
is
vertical.
every 69 miles you turn 1 degree. Does that make sense to you?
It's way over his head, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't get that, man.
Yeah, it's funny because
So,
even in their own jargon,
hang
they
on.
call it
Oh my
straight
God.
circle. What circle is straight?
What's you on about 1 circle is straight?
Yeah,
Oh,
see, they
God,
don't even
guys.
get that.
They don't get it.
You don't get that the earth is round. Crazy.
Dude,
You know what round is? Do you
you're
get that
sleep
much?
over right now, and you and your friend are talking into one microphone. Give me a break.
What's wrong if 2 people talking to one microphone?
Well, I mean, 2 morons at once is worse than just one.
Yeah, you're like
Oh,
two
we're
kids
morons
having
now.
a sleepover tonight, and this is like making prank phone calls.
We're not making.
I think they said the Earth is round like a quarter, though, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Can I ask what your careers are? What do you guys do for a living?
Who cares?
Irrelevant.
A rocket
Off
designer.
A what designer?
Rockets.
Professional streamer.
NASA engineer.
So you got. Okay, well, I can obviously tell that's Cat because if you were doing rockets, you would be able to rocket into space, and you can see the Earth is round. You wouldn't.
You can prove that it's flat, would you? You can see from weather balloons that it's round. You can
Rockets
see
don't
the
work
Earth
in
from a
a
weather
vacuum.
balloon.
These things.
Rockets
You
don't
don't
work
even
in
need
a
a rocket.
vacuum. Rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Yeah, you're confused. It's the space part that's Cap.
Hang on. Is there
If you were,
proof
if
that
you were a
rockets
rocket
don't work in a
scientist, you would
vacuum?
understand that the space part is Cap and that you can't send a rocket into there because it doesn't exist. And if it did, you wouldn't be able to use a rocket in it anyway.
Well, hang on. Why doesn't it exist?
This is a violation of natural law. You can't have a system of high pressure next to a near perfect vacuum like that.
Well,
Uncontained,
can you
open
tell me
system.
where you find in this natural law?
You say rockets?
Well, I just told
Oh,
you. You know what gas will do in a vacuum chamber, right?
What would it do?
It's going to fill it, right? It's not going to just bundle up into a ball and just chill within that vacuum chamber.
Okay, well, hang on. You forgot that gravity exists.
Oh, what's gravity?
Well, it's gravity. Well, it's an acceleration, isn't it?
Oh, it's just an acceleration, so that's just an effect. Where do you see gas accelerating downward?
It's an attractive force.
Oh, it's an attractive force, so you don't believe in a solar system and you're an Einstein denier.
I do believe in a solar system.
Okay, so then it must not be an attractive force then. Which one is it? Contradicting yourself a whole lot so far.
How am I contradicting myself?
Oh, well, because it's not a force if Einstein's correct and there is actually a solar system in existence. The same one that you think that people send rockets into.
Why can't you have an attractive force in a solar system?
Because according to Einstein, it is not a force.
Where does it say that?
Well, that would be general relativity, where gravity is defined as the bending and warping of space-time. So not an actual pull, i.e. a force.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But it is a resultant of a force.
No, it's not a force. Do you know what a force is?
I do.
What? Nah, you don't know what a force is.
How do you want me to say it?
Well, I mean, you already expose that you don't know what it is. So good enough. Good enough for me.
Force onto them.
You don't know what a force is, kid. So you're just throwing words out that you don't
sure
understand the meaning of. That's why you're confused in this conversation.
Sounds to me like you're the one throwing words out with all this, relativity stuff, which you probably don't even know about.
Well, he's not my priest, he's yours. So yeah, I'm an Einstein denier, but that's okay because I'm not the Glober heliocentrist you are.
Well, anyway, let's go back to the original question where we're talking about walking in a straight line, you end up in the same spot.
Oh yeah, let's just get off of this. So you said gravity. You don't even know what gravity is.
Well, hang on.
So why did you bring it up?
What is gravity to you then?
To me, it's just some bullshit that you say when we show you that gas doesn't do what it must do if you live on what you think you do.
Good point.
It's all it is to me.
Destroys our whole paradigm.
Huh?
This is probably why, like, scientists back in the day, like real scientists, not these pseudo scientists, zealots. This is probably why back then they used to say, "You are stupid if you believe the world's a ball." Way back in the day, in the 1800s, in articles, they used to put it out there on newspapers. Always, there were people arguing and fighting.
They knew in the 1800s. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to make fun of Globers way back then. It just so happened, though, that the propaganda prevailed, and now we live in a world where all this bullshit exists. It's not like this is barely new, and 2015 was the birth of Flat Earth. Like, dude, they've been talking about this fucking since the beginning. But Globers don't know that. They don't look into it.
Wow.
Yeah, you threw your priest Einstein under the bus, so with that, there went your solar system. Because Newtonian gravity, as you described it, mass is attracting, that's not compatible with this idea of there being a solar system in space. That's why you have this new idea. Well, it's over 100 years old now, but from Einstein, which describes it completely differently, not as a force. But anyway, that's all your religious not mine, so you go learn it.
How can you not have gravity and a solar system together then? Explain that.
It's not a force within this conception of the
okay, well, that doesn't explain much. It doesn't explain really the whole thing. Explain to me. Give me proof. Come on.
So you didn't get the memo then, because scientists of today.
No, I want to know. I want you to tell me. Okay, why gravity and the solar system can't coexist together.
I'm telling you because scientists today have had to go back to the drawing board because now that there's this quantum physics, now they're realizing that on the grand scale of the universe that they once believed to be, the whole entire thing collapses in on itself. Because of this so-called fake gravity that they used to believe in, they said everything's, in this certain movement and the certain, orbits. But then when you calculate that way big, then it doesn't make sense no more because it collapsed. It cannot like survive itself. It will
Okay,
collapse in on
here's
itself.
here's where you're wrong. It won't collapse on itself because
You
of
didn't get the memo,
angular
buddy.
velocity.
You
You didn't get the memo, buddy. You didn't
Okay,
get the memo, buddy.
if you look into
Due
it, look
to
at
angular
All right,
velocity,
all right.
it's
I'm gonna just answer his question really quick. Listen, you can't fit certain orbits of
Am I going to get
planets.
interrupted, or can I give you an
You can't
answer?
fit certain orbits of planets in with the solar system idea using Newtonian gravity.
Why is that?
Because it
because you
doesn't
said
match
so?
what we observe. Mercury moves too fast. Doesn't work. Can't square it up with the idea that it's in a heliocentric orbit using
So
Newtonian
you measured how
mathematics.
fast Mercury moves yourself?
What?
Well, so you measured how fast Mercury moves yourself?
No, I haven't. I'm just going with the rhetoric from your side.
And what is Mercury to you?
It's just a light in the
planet?
sky
Like
that
Earth?
wanders.
A liquid metal.
So it's a wandering, it's a wandering star to be exact.
A star. Portishead.
Wandering stars. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the word planet means.
But if you try to fit that in with the conception of the Earth being in a solar system and all the planets being in a solar system going around the sun, and you try to use Newtonian mechanics to describe how that would all work, you will not get Mercury to fit within that paradigm, within that model.
Okay, sure.
So there's a new framework, new geometry from Einstein, right? From Einstein, which alleges a totally different thing. It's in 4D geometry, not 3D Euclidean like Newtonian. And it's the bending and warping of space-time. It's a whole other conception of what gravity is.
And even that, heretic, even that model in today's world with quantum now being a thing, now they realize, wow, shit, even that don't work because the magnetism of going across the universe. Remember they used to think that it was infinitely expanding? Yeah, that's out the gate. They don't even teach that no more. They can't because they're like, that doesn't make sense.
Well, nothing works because there is no.
Exactly. It's all falsehood.
Yeah, poor old Einstein perished unable to rectify unified field theory. Womp womp.
Yeah, so that doesn't work either. So, I mean, I guess the whole thing's kind of shot.
Yeah, but Globers didn't get the memo.
What's this memo? Could you repeat that one more time?
Already said it.
No, but could you repeat it though?
Well, any story of gravity that you go with, it falls apart in some way. That's the memo.
Right.
But surely the fact that the Earth is flat also falls apart as well for you.
Which is why now in today's world, where there's quantum theory now they're trying to figure out how it can work because it doesn't make sense mathematically. They couldn't quantum it. Does that make sense? I don't know the right verbiage for that. They couldn't quantize it. I don't know how you would say it. But because the math didn't work out, it collapses back in on itself. The expansion of the universe and all that dumb bullshit, that's out the window, bro. They're trying to come up with a new idea.
Though, because of the existence of dark matter and dark energy, though.
Here we go with the bullshit.
With the bullshit.
All right, what's dark matter and dark
The most
energy?
bullshit thing I've heard so far is saying the Earth is flat.
What is dark energy and dark matter?
Or it's the opposite of gravity, dark energy, isn't it? And then dark matter is this undetectable extra matter in the universe, I guess.
Undetectable? How'd you detect it?
Also, undetectable. Well, you can't detect it because it's undetectable so far. But
How do you
it's
know
there
it's there?
because it works in the relativity equations, doesn't it?
It works in the maths.
I mean, why are we calling dark energy and dark matter? How do we know they're just not invisible leprechauns?
Essentially, yeah. It's just to
Yeah.
make the
It's just this
concept that the math
extra amount of mass of the universe. Really.
Right. Well, leprechauns.
You can call it whatever you want.
I mean, leprechauns are kind of sweet, so they may fit the bill. You know, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know. So how do we know they're just not dark leprechauns? You know. The thing is, these are variable placeholders that they use to try and fit their models, right? And then they just kind of reify
And models which are
some subsys.
observations of the universe.
The thing is, these are they're observing phenomena. They create a model. They have some variables, some they know, and then they have a handful of unknown ones, and then they explain that away by saying, oh well, there must be this variable and that other variable. They try and quantize that with some other methods, but they haven't empirically detected them. So they go and they run with that. But the problem is, how do we not know that the model just doesn't work to begin with? And they're just filling in the blank with whatever bullshit.
Well, if it didn't work, then the universe wouldn't be here today.
Well, see, that's the claim. That's the claim. And these are the models presented as explanations or descriptions for this.
Only the fact that the universe is here today is
Everyone ought to
proof that
hold on.
they
I'm not
exist.
finished. I'm not finished. Everyone ought to keep in mind that mathematics is not an explanatory tool. Maths describe, but language, verbiage, communication, whatever, explains. So just because you have a mathematical model that describes a phenomena, it's not sufficient to explain why that is the case. So we ought to be critical about the models from time to time, because they might describe a certain phenomena and the patterns kind of fit, but they don't explain things. And especially when you have variables in the model that are unobserved and just kind of like pulled out of the sky, right?
Just chuck it in there,
Can I
It
just
works.
can I take like 10 seconds of your time a moment? 1 second.
I'm just
So,
going
like,
to go through their leprechauns, man. Go ahead.
right. Just how certain do you think science would be? How about this?
Dark energy is a mysterious force in the universe that makes it expand faster. We're not sure why it exists or how it was created.
Right, that's dark energy, okay? Now dark matter. Hear the confidence in science. I'm not really feeling it. Are you?
Dark matter is a type of matter that we can't see or detect directly with telescopes because it doesn't emit or absorb light. We know it exists because of its gravitational effects on visible matter, but we're still figuring out what it's made of.
I'm filled with confidence. How about you guys?
Well, just because you can't detect it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
They said they didn't even know what it was.
Well, they know what it is. They know that the effect it has on it. They just don't know how to detect it.
No, I never tried it.
Like gravity?
In order for the universe to be how it is, it needs to exist. But just because that we can't detect it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's just cap. That's just cap. You know what? The Earth is flat. That's just cap. That's just cap. What is that?
Yep.
I mean, with that logic, why one's not with that kind of thinking. I mean, why can't people just invoke? Oh well, we can't detect or measure God, so therefore, God could have created everything, but we can't measure or detect him. But then, materialists will say, "Oh, you can't detect it, you can't prove it, therefore we shouldn't go with it."
I think that that conversation's maybe a little bit beyond these kids.
It seems to be, because these are double standards that we're skating around right now that some people don't seem to recognize. So there's an impasse.
I think they're like
that they don't know.
14-year-olds.
Some dark energy and dark matter sound ritualistic to me.
Sounds very cultic, if you ask me.
Well, as you're saying, God, that's a completely different thing to start with.
Got a question for you
You
two
can believe
kids.
whatever you want.
Anyway,
got a question for you two kids. Why do you believe you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Do you have any evidence for that?
Well, because a flat Earth would be absolutely retarded.
Well, before I answer that question, do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat? Why do you believe the Earth is flat? You're asking the
We can
exact
swap if you
same.
want. So you go first, and then I'll go second.
Okay, sure. All right. Well,
you
we've got.
make a
So,
claim.
We've got. Hang on.
I'll tell you how it goes. I'll tell you how it goes.
Hang on.
Right?
Hang on.
You make a
Hang on.
You make a claim.
Hang
Don't do that, man.
Hang on.
I'm explaining how this goes. All right. You make a claim, and then you present evidence to support your claim, and then I'll do the same.
Okay. Well, there's a photo that the Earth is round. I would say that's some sort of evidence. And the fact that it makes mathematical, and it's way more believable, it's also physically believable and mathematically believable. But before you question my, I guess, religion, alright, tell me why you believe the Earth is flat then. Because, what, it looks flat.
You didn't do anything, though.
Okay, but
You just
first,
said
let me see
photos from
your opinion. Let me see your religion.
You haven't done anything. I said state a claim and
I
present
don't care
your
what I've done. I don't care what I've done.
But that's how it goes. I
Convince
just
me
asked
that the
you.
Earth is flat. Because
No,
the
I
thing
don't
is,
want.
this
I
chat is
don't want
called
you on
Flat
my
Earth
team.
24/7, not Flat Global.
I don't want.
Okay.
I don't want you onto my team if you can't. If you can't
I'm not
stick
on
to
your
the
team.
rules, right? If you can't stick to the rules. The rules were present a claim, support it with evidence.
So you're not going to present your claim or give evidence.
Did you hear me at
Why
the
is that?
start? I said you go ahead
Well,
and
did
do
you
it,
hear
and
me?
then I'll go ahead and do it.
Okay, so you can't present your claim or evidence. Why is that? Because you don't want to.
Is this kid stupid? Are kids getting dumber and dumber, or am I imagining things?
No, you're not imagining.
It seems to me like you're avoiding wanting to make a claim because you can't provide evidence yourself.
The thing is,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
kid,
avoiding it.
maybe
All right.
I think, kid. I think I'm leaning towards Timbo there. I think you are kind of dumb because I don't even know if you realize that you haven't presented any evidence when that was what was requested. The block, as the precursor to him following through on the committed structure of the conversation, and you don't seem to notice that. But maybe me pointing this out to you will unblock that.
Right. Try convince us why you think the Earth is flat. Give us your idea, your proposition, your evidence. Try it.
Or
Give
Did
us
you
your
not hear?
evidence.
Have you not heard any of what I just said? Because why am I asking that? You didn't hear what they said. Why would I think you heard me? So
The
forget it.
last half an hour, all you've done is argue. You haven't provided any evidence or any theories of anything.
All you've done is said our theory is cap. You quote unquote did say cap yourself.
First of all, I didn't say shit. So don't pin that on me.
You people.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
What it sounds like is you've been on the run this whole time.
I just
we've
chunked
provided. Well, just
On the
say it.
run-
Say it. Go on.
Wait,
Right.
on the
We'll be
run
silent.
what?
There you go. Listen. Go.
I just chimed in for a quick second to try and unblock something between you and Timbo, and or
cool.
you
Whatever.
and some other
Go.
people. So that's all I got, and then hopefully that helps.
All right, so we're going to go back to present your claim. State your claim.
Yeah. Go on. Present your claim.
And we ran through the
I'm
rules.
waiting for your.
I'm
waiting. There are no rules.
Before this conversation started, I said, present a claim and then support it with evidence, and then I'll do the same.
Right. Just all we're saying is try to convert us to flat
That's
Earth.
not why we're here, man. We're not here for that.
That is why we're here.
This is about, dude. This is
Do
not
you
what
not
this
want
is
people
about.
do you not want people to think the Earth is flat?
Or do you want everyone
Not
to
you
think they're
guys.
dumb?
No, we want you to still think that you like space and spend the money on that shit. Otherwise, we'll go broke.
And what money? What money have we spent on that shit?
Space video games.
We're still waiting. We're still waiting for you to give us your theory. This whole time we've been on this discussion. We've waited for you to
It's not what we're
say
here
your
for.
theory, say your idea.
Not what we're here for.
I haven't learned anything. I haven't learned anything about flat Earth at the moment.
That's not what we're here
All you've
for.
done is add possibilities, which.
Well, look, it's unreasonable to listen to me say.
We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting.
Go, kid. My turn.
Go.
It's not unreasonable when you arrive at a room that says 24/7 flat Earth, rather than being titled 24/7 not globe Earth, that somebody presents at least some modicum of a positive case for why they think, why they know, why they postulate the Earth is flat. That's not an unreasonable request. Okay, if you don't, quiet you. I am speaking. Thanks. So it's actually not in good faith to constantly grill people about the globe when they're coming to inquisit about the flat Earth. The flat Earth is new to them, but rest assured, the globe Earth is probably new to them as well. So I'll submit to you, my friend. Hold on. Since you asked, I'll submit to you that the Earth is obviously flat. You experience it as flat, you experience it as stationary. This has been the ubiquitous human experience throughout antiquity. In fact, it's so flat and so stationary that arguments for the globe usually go like this. You experience the Earth as stationary, but the Earth looks flat, but. So I would submit to you that the default position that everyone understands from their youth is that the Earth is obviously flat, and they have to be told and coerced and indoctrinated to believe otherwise.
Yeah,
Am I the only one that can't hear him?
No, he's horrible.
Yeah, no.
Samuel, you need to reconnect, brother. You're broken.
Hello?
You got lost in that dark matter.
So what we're trying to say is that if you were a kid, of course you would think the Earth is a flat surface and stationary. But as you grow old, you kind of just realize that doesn't really make any sense.
What? No,
And
you
it seems
don't.
you guys just haven't
Hold on,
grown up.
friend. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. You don't just spontaneously realize that. You're told that. You're taught that. It's pushed
Which makes
on you.
perfect sense. But why would you switch?
Why would they teach you that?
Yeah.
If it was wrong, why would they teach you that?
Why would they make this fake belief?
What's the significance of them like manipulating you to believe that the Earth is round? Why does they care?
Yeah, dude, have you went through public education in the Western society? Yes or no?
Yeah.
No, Eastern.
Well, okay, but did you learn about, the different eras and the different regimes? The communist era, the Cold War era, the Soviet Union, the push for all of these different battles, right, with political systems and ideologies. You heard about all that, right?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that even like Eastern beliefs were like not like opposed from Western beliefs. No one else. There's more people in the Western civilized world that think the Earth is flat.
Think about it this way: go to all these cultures and look at their structured history, especially in their religion and the foundations of the beginning of their sciences. Okay, you will see that they all believed the Earth was flat. The Earth being a globe is very rare in history for like a societal paradigm or religious paradigm. Even the famous paradigms that you're told of, like the Greeks figured it out thousands of years ago, that was a few people that promoted the idea. The majority of the Greeks didn't believe it. It was like the highbrows, the up cultures. The average person was like, "Oh, that's nonsense."
Gods
and sacrifice.
No, hold on, friend. So you think that belief in a pantheon of gods that affect the material world is an antiquated idea? Is that what you think?
That was a lot of words.
Oh no, just let me rephrase that, okay, for the slow kids. All right, check it out. The idea that there's a pantheon, which means a multitude, of gods, which means supernatural beings, okay, that affect the physical world. So there's a bunch of sentient agents, right, who exist at a higher level than us, who are able to affect our world. Do you think that is an ancient idea that nobody believes anymore? Is that what you think?
No.
Well,
it's
okay.
not as popular.
Yeah, it's not as popular. Not only is religion like dying off, there's not as many religious people.
Nope, not even close. Dude, go to Google. Listen, friend, go to Google right now and look up the distribution of percentage of population by religion, and tell me which is the most group of people on the earth: religious people or not religious people?
Yeah, but it depends what type of religion.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, dude. The point is that they do have these beliefs. But here's the point I was getting to. Okay,
Well,
you heard of evolution. Hold on. It's my point to get to, not yours. Thanks. You have this idea, right? In the metaphysic of the heliocentric model, that there's a cosmogony, which means where the cosmos came from, and a cosmology, which means what they're doing now. Right? And part of that,
religion is declining.
dude.
Research, automation.
Hey, that's great. That's great. What percentage of the earth is religious, dude? That's all you need to know. I don't think you have to be on it. Everybody knows it's a fact that the majority of the world adheres to a religion or claims a religion. Okay, so it's not even a point in contention. Now, I got a point to get to, which I'd like to get to this century.
The percentage of the people in the world who consider themselves religious is 63%. This percentage who consider themselves atheist, this is China, is 11%.
Okay, so the vast majority of people on the earth consider themselves religious, right?
Yeah, but would you agree with the Muslims?
It doesn't matter. Okay?
Yeah, but the thing is, you're grouping different groups of religion.
Okay, listen, it's irrelevant. My point was that they're religious in nature. No, dude, it doesn't matter about the specific religion. My point is that they're religious in nature. Now, you have one option and one option only. You either concede that was my point. Hey, I'm not contending this point. So you either be quiet or I eat you. Those are your options. Do you follow me? Okay. I'm not going to argue that point. That point is a bona fide fact. It's not up for debate. So let's move on to something that might be up for debate. So, you in this worldview, you have the idea of evolution. Not only cosmological evolution, or the universe evolution, but biological evolution. Now, biological evolution has no truth mechanism. It only has a survivable mechanism. So therefore, there's no reason to believe that we've arrived at a situation where our brains are capable of understanding the truth of the universe as it objectively is. What?
Sorry.
Dude, are you trying to interrupt or are you just coughing?
No, carry talking. Carry talking, you stop talking.
All right, perfect. So the point I'm trying to get to is that at the cutting edge of quote-unquote science and cosmological paradigms that involve evolution, biological and mechanical, in the sense of the universe, there's this idea that the underlying particle of the universe, okay, and this is not me saying this is secular researchers who believe in evolution and all that, that the fundamental unit of reality is not matter. It's not the Higgs boson. It's not a quark. It's none of those things. It's actually consciousness itself. So these people have arrived at a paradigm where they believe that there are conscious entities that manifest the physical world, and there's a myriad of them, much like a pantheon. So they're arriving at the same belief, in a sense, as the ancient Greeks, right? But they're arriving at it through quote-unquote alleged science, right? So your claim that this idea has been antiquated into the past is just false, dude. It's actually re-emerging, and they're going to claim that they've proven it through science. So you're behind the times. You're left behind, bro. You're in the past. The future left you behind already.
Future is
Okay. So, what was it you said before about the whole universe not being made of matter and all that stuff? It's none of
In the
it.
background is just having a heart attack, isn't she?
I'll just ignore her. So you're saying the whole universe is just a conscience, basically?
Well, there's two ways to look at it. So you have the retarded way, which is completely against all laws of physics, which is nothing existed, then everything came into being for no reason, And then later on, through mechanistic processes, somehow this nothing that became something organized itself into a machine that was able to have the emergent property of sentience, which sentience itself is not physical. It's metaphysical in nature. So this claim is that nothing created the physical, which then created the metaphysical, which, if you know anything about that string of the sentence, is incoherent. It's nonsense. So transversely, you have sentience, consciousness, agents, spirits, whatever you want to call them, exist, and they manifest matter. They manifest energy. Right?
Am I in the
So
right
that's
sense?
two ways of looking at it. Right. So the moral of the story, dude, is that when you have all these things at play, this idea about why would they lie, quote unquote, you have to know who they are. Okay, I'm going to teach you something right now, friend. Hold on. What is the first rule of power? Just real quick, what's the first rule of power?
First rule of power is energy per time.
No, the first rule of power is be unknown.
Oh, okay.
I guess it.
Okay, so when you ask the question, why would they, T-H-E-Y, why would they lie? You don't even have any clue who they are.
Wait, is there? Well, I asked you that. You said, why would they lie? What, religious people? I asked you, what, religious people? You said, what, the majority of the population is religious. If you Google up how many people are, what percentage of the earth is religious,
Correct, dude.
you get
There you
a
go.
majority of people are religious. But then if you also Google up
Yes.
if the earth is flat, you get the answer, the earth is not flat.
Right, so if the majority of people are religious and the majority of religions in their sacred text posit that the earth is flat, yet there is this idea that the earth is not flat, and that sounds like an attack against the majority of people on the earth. It sounds like a religious hijacking of people's idea of, one, where they came from, two, what they should be doing with themselves, and three, where they're going. Those are the most important questions that people ask.
Where do they teach people that the earth is flat? You said where they come from. Who and where do they teach that the earth is flat? Where did you learn that?
Hey, look, dude, pay attention. Pay attention, dude. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if the majority of modern institutions teach a secular religion known as scientism in regard to the heliocentric model, which, by the way, the heliocentric model is indeed a religion. It bears all the hallmarks of a religion, okay? It's a religion.
What? You're telling me it's a religion to believe that the earth is round?
I'm telling you that heliocentric cosmogony, cosmology, and paradigm is indeed a religious system, yes.
No, I don't think it is.
Can we point out to him that this whole idea that started propagating it came from the church and its archbishops? Like, do you even know that fact?
They won't get that.
Yeah, hang on, wait. If you're saying like the whole science is a religion, right? Okay, and whereas what?
No, wrong. Stop. No.
Science isn't a religion.
Science is a particular field. But you can edify science into a religion. But what we have today that informs the quote unquote mainstream paradigm is not true science, my friend. It is pseudoscience masquerading as science. Yep. It's a bunch of lies, it's a bunch of conjecture, it's a bunch of mental guessing and claims about origins, claims about destiny, all kinds of metaphysical and philosophical claims that haven't been validated by any empirically validated experiment. It's not science, friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What you've been presented as science isn't science. It's in the guise of science, so they can slip their religious worldview into your brain.
My brain's just full of alcohol.
Why would they say that though? Why?
Dude,
why would they
I don't know why people listen, friend. Have you not taken world history or anything about the nature of humanity throughout history and how power people control their people? They teach them that there's kings and serfs and different classes of humans, And all of these paradigms of control and power so that the few elite can live on the upper echelons of, greatness while everyone else serves them. Have you not paid attention to human history?
If a powerful person in the elite wants you to believe the Earth is round, what advantage does that give them?
Control.
Control, dude. Keep in mind, I posited. Fair enough. But keep in mind, I posited the idea that there are metaphysical entities that are greater than us, that have wills of their own, goals of their own, and designs of their own. So in that view, whether you believe it or not, in that view, it's perfectly rational to believe that if humans would lie about the nature and structure of reality to deceive others, then metaphysical beings would lie on an even greater level, and they would have greater motives. So it's not incoherent. Just hold on. It's not... Dude, I'm just going to finish with this before I answer that question. It's not incoherent. It's not incoherent in the view I laid out that these entities would have motives. Now you say, what? What motives are they? Okay, go ahead and say it.
What motives are they?
Okay, so the reason why people lie is summed up in a song. And it goes like this. Money, power, sex, fame. That's the game. That's the game. Money, power, sex, fame. That's the game. That's the game. Dude, you're missing a key point here, friend, that it doesn't matter what their motives are. Do you understand? It doesn't matter.
Money, sex, fame, and then the Earth is flat. What the fuck?
No, who said that, dude? I just coined for you a famous song that explains why people are motivated to do the things they do, and that's selfish pleasure, dude.
Yeah, here's the
Whether that pleasure, hold on, whether that pleasure is physical, whether that pleasure is emotional, whether that pleasure is a power trip. Okay,
what fucking pleasure are you getting from the Earth being flat? I don't get it.
Dude. Well, think about it this way, friend. What if follow me down this hypothetical, okay? It's the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it. So I'm expecting you to entertain my idea, okay?
Well, okay. I'm entertaining your idea.
Okay, what if there were agents that were metaphysical in nature and had designs on us because we have a certain value to us, right? In the eyes of the one who made us. This is just purely hypothetical now. What if they hate the one who made us, and the one who made us for himself, to love us and to be loved by us, and they're interfering with that, and we are actually living in a matrix designed with information where we're living in a prison of ideas. And these entities, whether they're human, whether they're metaphysical, whether they're any sort of creature or agent, they enjoy kicking the game, right? They enjoy spiting the quote-unquote creator, for lack of a better term, right? What if that's their entire motive, is that they hate God, quote-unquote, and they want to get back at him by screwing over the thing he loves the most?
You enjoy giving the Earth leeway. So you're kind of rebelling against this agent that gets off at like convincing the people that the Earth is round.
Yeah. Listen, friend. I want to submit to you. Friend. I want to submit to you that you do not actually believe that is unreasonable. You have witnessed in your lifetime sentient agents, right? Manipulate.
I have witnessed agents.
Have you not witnessed that? Have you not witnessed a sentient agent cause harm, manipulate, seek their own pleasure at the expense of others?
It's just like a spiritual being.
Dude, an agent is a sentient that can make a decision and act on it. So I'm leaning against the ladder right now. I'm an agent. The ladder is not. Okay?
Okay. You lost me.
So for lack of a better term, let's just call them persons. Let's just call them persons, right? Whether human or not, they're persons. Right? They have a mind, they have a will, they have motives, they have agendas, they have an internal experience. Right. So listen, friend. Listen, I'll be fair. Let's move on to some material facts. Because why they lied is highly relevant. Because I've demonstrated to you in spades that there's a myriad of motives that we all understand are possible as motives. So it's beat like a dead horse that it is.
Wait, so your point is?
The point was, you said, why would they be lying about it? And I gave you ample reasons.
Why would they be lying about it?
Why would the government be lying?
You gave me ample reasons. Your reasons are an agent that gets off on having like this
Oh
power.
my goodness, dude. Hey, listen, dude. Listen, I'm going to be very clear with you on how stupid you are and how much of an imagination you lack, dude. You're criticizing
I don't
me
even know what
for my
agent is.
reason.
What are you on about?
You're criticizing me for my reason when my reason is fully a good reason, bro.
Your reason is an agent is getting off from the idea that they have more power.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Friends? I'm going to do... Hey, don't you speak. I want someone else to speak who's a third party. I want to submit to the floor. Just not you. Don't answer. I want someone else to answer as a fresh set of ears. Okay? Because we want them to chime in so we get a third party's view. So I want to submit to the floor that the idea that a person would intentionally screw other people over by manipulating the truth for their own selfish pleasure has been experienced by the majority of us in this room. Yes or no?
I would venture to say yes, and there's
1000% yes.
Yeah, and it's statistically quantified that what do they call it? Maybe 2 to 5% of the sampled population in these studies are categorically psychopathic, right? And that's that's the terminology used to define some of these characteristics that in question here. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that there might be some that are not even willing to participate in these statistical in these sorts of studies that might be venturing to do the same, right? So that's just that's a surface level analysis, if you want to call it that, of exactly what we're talking about. So it doesn't seem reasonable to me that there's stuff going on that we don't know about.
Bingo. And I want to add to that before anyone else speaks is you guys may have heard of game theory, and I don't mean video game theory. And there's a very good proponent of game theory that talks about why would people lie, and he flips it on its head, and he goes, a person in power, like true power, it's not the question of why would they lie. It's why would they ever tell the truth. It's in their best interest that nobody who has less power than them has more knowledge power than them either, because knowledge is power in a way. So it behooves people in power to keep the people that they're subjugating with the least amount of power possible, which also includes intellectual power, truth power, knowledge power. There's absolutely no reason why powerful entities, right, who have malicious intent would ever tell you the truth unless it explicitly serves their personal interest. They have every reason to lie. They have every reason to lie day in and day out and to make 99.9% of what they say a lie. They have no reason to tell you the truth. Now, that being said, my friends, we're talking about why would they lie, but why don't we talk about what they lied about? Well, what they lied about is that the Earth is a giant ball flying through space, and that it has a big curvature of water wrapped around it. But when you go to water and you measure the sucker, it's flat. And since 70% of the Earth is covered in water, ergo, the Earth can't possibly be a sphere. And if the Earth's territory that we know of is 197 million square miles, the variance from the lowest point to the highest point above sea level being 13 miles, right, divided by 197 million square miles, that describes a surface that is very, 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 very flat. Just as we've all experienced it since we were kids. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past. And I yield the floor to somebody else's question.
Well, you laid it down there, AI. Good job.
Yeah, that was very well said. I mean, on that side of all of it, we can get to the matter of it, like the physical explanations to these globers that obviously don't know the stories, they don't know the claims, they don't know, why we say the things we say. But I don't know. Maybe we got to run them through it for the billionth time. I don't know. Maybe that'll help them.
Well, if you guys go with that, you're going to sound, for lack of a better term, batshit crazy to most of the world.
Wait a minute, Scott Mackey, are you saying that it's batshit crazy to think that powerful men get together, right, and they consolidate their wealth and their power by working on their own interest and pursuing their own interest? And even in the ancient Roman times, it was illegal to educate your slave. You think that that sounds crazy to you? If that sounds crazy to you, you might be a crazy person.
Or brainwashed.
Well, I'm just telling you, start talking about entities that aren't human or not possibly not human, and that they have interests to get us away from the God to just fuck with
You
God's
mean like
creation.
aliens?
That's going to sound batshit crazy to
How
most
often
people. I'm
does
just
NASA
telling you.
No,
You don't have to believe me.
Hold on. Before anyone goes on, I presented some facts and some statistics that the majority of people in the world, right, have religious connotations in their life, and they would have a propensity to believe in spiritual agents in the battle of good and evil that are playing humans as chess pieces in that battle. So you're just factually wrong, Mr. Scott.
He's a denier.
Okay,
Of
look,
reality.
Mr. Scott, I respect your worldview, but your worldview is a niche worldview. Okay, the idea that gods don't exist and that supernatural spiritual entities don't exist, that is the minority. Okay? Period. And not only that, before you arrived, I explained how people in physics, people in evolutionary biology, people in evolutionary cosmology and cosmogony are coming to the realization that matter is not the fundamental particle or substance of the reality. It's actually conscious agents, and that conscious agents exist eternally, extant from matter, and matter and energy states are subordinate to conscious agents. That's not me, Scott. That's physicists and evolutionary biologists who, by the way, don't believe in specific theism. But they do believe in supernatural agents. They believe in, like, demigods or a pantheon, so to speak. You know, because some agents are more powerful than others. For whatever reason, maybe they existed longer, who knows. And some of them even go so far as to posit the idea known as monism, which is not only is consciousness the base reality, but we're all part of the same consciousness, you know, similar to the New Age idea. Right? So again, those are people who have arrived at their conclusions by studying evolution, quote unquote, cosmogony, cosmology, heliocentrism, Big Bangs, Einstein, all these things, and they've arrived at the conclusion that it's an absolute fact, scientifically validated in their opinion, that consciousness is primacy over matter. That it didn't happen that matter eventually became conscious. It's that conscious agents manifest matter. Okay, I didn't give them those ideas. They didn't get that idea from the Bible. They got that idea from their experiments and their data.
I like how Globers like to hand wave or just turn a blind eye to the fact that you're so spot on, AI. Like everybody believed in these entities. Everybody believed it back then, and it's in a majority still till today. As you're saying, most people do believe in an
No, they
entity.
don't. No, not like he was describing.
Okay, one more time. The majority of the world identifies as religious. Their religions that they adhere to identify that spiritual agents exist that are not corporeal or physical. They're metaphysical and supernatural in essence, and they can manifest in the physical world. That's the majority of religions, dude, and the majority of people in the world adhere to those religions. So it's actually the truth that the majority of the people agree with my position that I just laid out. Now, it's not true that the majority of people agree with the secondary position, which I said these sciencey wincy dudes came to. That's a little bit different because in the one view, not don't get me wrong, there are ideas like Hinduism and other things where matter and spirituality are like in a continuum, or that matter is just an illusion of the mind, etc. But either way, they believe in spiritual entities. Okay, and that's the majority of people on the earth, dude. That's just the facts. There's no denying it.
And the powers that be have forced this heliocentric model on the masses. It's not even heliocentrical anymore. That's changed. They've had to rewrite that script because there was falsehoods and all kinds of things that didn't add up. So they had to change that. But yeah, the powers that be are pushing us, obviously. And then we go do observations and we go look at things and you see things 10 miles away. And then the powers that be just somewhere, somebody said refraction. Somewhere, someone invoked that and then threw math in the mix. Even though it's still hand waving reality and observations, you're not supposed to see something over the side of the hill. Oh, all of a sudden we can. That's fucking magical. Ridiculous claims.
The most magical thing about that, my friend, is that any observation that's made can be excused with that premise. So you show somebody something, 500 miles away. Oh, wonkily donkily light. You show someone something 1,000 miles away. Wonkily donkily light. You show someone something 1,200 miles away in infrared. Oh, refraction. Oh, wait a minute, friend. I thought you said refraction before, and infrared is supposed to refract less. So that means that if you look at infrared, you should be able to see less far instead of more far. And then they're like, wonkily donkily light. It's the same answer every time. It's always wonkily donkily light. To the rescue.
And
You
people
said it
like
right.
Scott
You
have
said
to
it
believe
sounds
that.
like an excuse, right? Because that's what these Globers do. They put copium in their pipe and they smoke it and come up with an excuse for everything that we observe in reality that goes against their theories, their postulations.
They always return back to sticks and shadows and
So what's
photos.
this everything you have? So far, I've been here like 3 years, not in this site, and all I've heard is one thing: Black Swan. Period. That's the end of it. What else do you have?
What? You think that, dude, do you think the Black Swan is the only argument?
Wow. Unbelievable.
What's another one? I've been asking for 3 or 4 months on this channel. What's another one?
Let's see. Lasers. There's one. So there's at least two.
Measuring
That's just a
plasticity.
different version of Black Swan. It's the same thing. Same principle. Same principle. It's Black Swan.
Measuring planicity when it's supposed to be curving.
Well,
There's another one.
But I'll answer the question. Lasers are Black Swan with lasers
Direct level
instead of
flight.
oil rigs. It's the same thing, though.
Saying that buildings are diverging because they're built plumb level square on a ball, yet they aren't diverging. There's another one. Must we go on to fucking knock you out right now? Buildings are diverging from one another.
And how did you measure they weren't diverging?
The Earth is flat.
Because they actually use the equipment correctly, Scott. Because
How did you measure it?
Because when you use equipment correctly, you're not going to have diverging buildings and poles and measurements. You're not going to get that.
You notice you're not answering my question.
I'm telling you, that's the answer. How? That's how. Because when you use it correctly, Scott. Because when you use it correctly, Scott, you're not going to get diverging buildings and poles and sticks. You're not going to get that.
Why not?
Because you're using it correctly. When you use it correctly, you're going to see that everything that's been built on the earth has been plumb level square according to the median sea level. Right? You have this sea level. Where does that come from? Why would they come from that? Why would they say that? Because everything's built according to that. And then when you start to build and build and build more and more and more, yeah, there's topography changes on the Earth. Obviously, there's some highs, there's some lows, but even still, it's going across. Now, when you get on water, that's as flat as can be. Of course, you have winds that change, and there's tides, and there's waves, yada yada yada. But at a body of rest, right, of water, it's always going to find itself to be what? What is it, Scott?
Curved.
Can you-
Curved.
Oh my God! You're bricked.
A drop of water is curved, bro. One drop of water is curved.
Now pour the rest of the bucket out.
Yeah,
Watch
but
it go
one
all
drop is
over your
curved.
floor. Watch it go all over your floor. Fill
That's
up water.
Yeah, but
retarded.
you're saying
You're
we'll
all
find
off in the
find its
weeds about a
level.
drop of water, aren't you?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not.
if it's possible for a drop of water to be curved, why is it not possible for a whole body of water to be curved?
Oh my gosh! If you're at that level of this, then you got a lot more to go, buddy.
I'm still waiting for you, Apocryphon, to tell me how you measured the buildings were not divergent at 1 degree per 69 miles.
Because they're not.
Oh, great. Good measurement there.
Yeah,
Because they're not.
they did it. Yeah, South
Excellent.
America, the research group in South America already proved it, bro. They already did the studies, bro.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, they already did the study. They already
Did they prove your magical Lord of the Rings ice wall as well, or not?
No, why would they have to prove Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings is a fictional story. What are you talking about?
So your ice wall, your magical ice wall.
Wait a second. That's a U.S. military term, ice wall. That's not a flat Earth term.
Yeah, we're not the ones that took the photos from high altitude, positions as the planes were flying into the continent and realized the ice shelf. That if you were to Google right now, it's going to tell you that Antarctica is what the highest
elevation.
Elevation. Thank you.
So you're disregarding all scientific evidence that's ever been done in the field, and you're going to that one article.
You said this earlier. What scientific evidence?
I mean, there's countless scientific evidence.
Start with anything.
The
Just
shadows
give us
of
one.
objects.
That's science. That sounds more like geometry to me than like a scientific experiment. Shadows, you say, huh? Bricked that quickly? My God, all I had to do was ask you what your scientific proof
I mean,
is.
there's countless evidences. There's countless evidences.
Well, then why can't you even provide one?
I mean, the whole study.
Is that what you
of
mean
the
by
universe-
countless? You can't count them because there are no evidences to count?
Bro, how are you still on here after about 3 hours and you're still rambling with your
So
sophistry?
imagine talking about that instead of the countless
Are you not,
evidences
bro? How many
you're
energy drinks are you on right now?
Yeah, so talk about that instead of this countless evidence that you can't even count. I've been on here for countless hours. You probably can't count those either. Is 3 the right count? I don't know. Maybe he can't count to 3. Maybe that's why he thinks the evidence is countless.
Definitely
Can't
bullied
even
in high
count.
school. You were definitely bullied in high school, weren't you, buddy?
He doesn't have enough fingers.
Well, I didn't hear any.
I mean, I gave you one earlier about the stars spinning in different directions.
Yeah, you just didn't understand what was going on.
So the stars move then. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is you flat earthers. All you do is just wave things off. Yeah, nah, don't worry about that. We're just going to keep believing in nonsense. Let's just wave that off.
No. That's Globers looking up to explain what's down. That's what Globers do.
Yeah, so it
They
sounds
say-
like you got confused by turning around and looking at the stars and the apparent direction of the motion. Now, therefore, the Earth is a globe.
How
It
do
doesn't really follow.
you even explain things like seasons on a flat Earth? It's crazy.
Now you're just going.
How do you explain seasons on a flat Earth?
So I guess you're giving up on the apparent star rotation claim.
How do you, bro? You can't
That
even
was
debunk
quick.
it. You just answer my question with another question.
Well,
That's what you
no,
done
because
last
if
time.
this is what you're going to do every single time you bring something up, is just
I'd
scattergun to
rather
the
not
very
go down that
next
route
thing,
because you
right?
obviously can't answer.
Then I'm not going to bother entertaining any of it because you're clearly just going to waste my time. You're not going to let us address any one thing you bring up. As soon as we start to, you're just going to spiral off of that to the next thing that's not really like a coherent conversation.
Heretic, can I take a stab at it to explain how seasons can work on our Earth? Can I take a stab at it?
They
Is that
can't
fair?
work.
Well, I mean, it's just indulging his lunacy.
Well,
They
just
can't
to
work.
educate
And
him. He
Heretic,
might
why
not
are you so
know. He might
emotional?
not
Did your
know.
dad beat you as a child or
No,
Well,
something? Why
we
are you
can
so
do
his
that.
emotional?
scientific evidence, right? Let's get his scientific evidence because it's countless. So it shouldn't
Yeah.
be
I'll
a
give you my
problem just
scientific
providing one.
evidence right now. Heretic's mum is a whore, and she loves cocking her ass.
Oh, here we go. Wow, is that? I mean, is that how low
He
IQ
can
you
only
are?
say that because he's on the internet. In real life, he'd get beat up.
You sound like Walter White Jr., bro.
You sound like a little bitch.
That's original.
Let's not lower down to where
It
he's
wasn't
brought
meant
us.
to be original. It's facts, bro. It's just facts.
I gave you an analogy earlier. I said if you go into a building and the ceiling's the same and the floor's flat, you'd all see the same thing. And Heretic tried telling me that no, you'd see different things somehow. Like,
That
what the
building
fuck?
was
What sort of
100.
logic is that?
If that building was 100 feet by, or sorry, 100 miles by 100 miles, I wouldn't be able to see from one end of it to the
It's
other.
just
So
an
no, I wouldn't see
analogy.
the whole
Steve.
ceiling.
If the ceiling is about
You ever been in a warehouse?
50
You know why they got lights everywhere? They got lights everywhere because one light
No,
isn't going to light
it's
up
a
the entire.
dome-shaped ceiling. I said a dome-shaped ceiling. You'd all see the same thing.
A
Depends how big it
donut-shaped
is.
ceiling.
Yes, on a flat
Yeah,
floor.
it depends on how big it is, man. 100 miles is still 100 miles, dude.
Any
You're
size
not
you
going to
like,
see.
any size you like, you all see the same ceiling.
I'll write a message on a ceiling in a 100-mile building and go 100 miles away from it and never see that message on that ceiling because I'm 100 miles away from it.
Exactly.
Any size I want, I'll take a 6,000 by 6,000 mile building. How about that? I can see straight across from one end of that thing to the other. I can see the entire ceiling from any vantage point.
No,
I wouldn't think so.
What? I've just thought about something. What happens if I'm at California and I go in a straight line towards Russia? Where am I gonna end up? Am I gonna end up in Russia or am I gonna hit an ice wall?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head in the first place, Heretic.
If I'm at East,
Yeah.
if I'm at West,
Is
if
that
I'm at
the
West
direction the
USA,
plane is
if I'm
supposed
at
to
West
fly?
USA and I
Is
keep
that
going west,
the direction it's supposed to fly? I guess it's a straight line. I doubt that it's a straight line, though.
he could
that's the whole point there.
He could actually prove this in his
It's a
own
dumb
backyard.
question.
He could
How is
actually
that a dumb
prove
question? Your
entertain
whole
it.
fucking roadview's dumb.
You could actually prove this in your own backyard.
Because we know where we go to when we head west, you fucking moron.
Exactly. You end up
And we
where you
know where we
started.
go to when we head west, and that's because we've already traveled these routes. No other
You
reason.
end up where you started, though. That's the point. How would you end up where you started on
Well,
a flat Earth?
that's an assertion
That's an assertion.
that you haven't demonstrated to be true.
It's demonstrated to
You
be
go
true
to
empirically. 100%.
Yeah, we know that. You think if you walk in a line in infinity, you'll walk around the globe and come back to the other side. But you haven't proved the globe, so that's just an assertion.
We could prove that on a planet Earth. We could definitely prove that on planet Earth. You could prove that in your
circle around
backyard.
my house. It doesn't make it a globe. Fuck.
Exactly. Yeah, go out your back door and then go around your house.
That's why
and
it's
then
a
end
dumb
up where you
question.
started.
I have a question for Young Buck.
We travel known routes. We made maps from distances we traveled.
I have a quick question for Young
We
Buck.
never needed a globe to travel. Just
As
the
far as
stars and distance and time.
As far as I have come to understand, circumnavigation of the Earth east to west has been done. Is there a noted or documented, I should say, event of circumnavigation of the Earth from north to south, back around, getting back to where you started? If you have that, could you provide that, please?
Of course it's been done. Of course that's been done.
They did
Come
a
on,
thing
man.
called one.
Okay, so
What do you mean? What do you mean? Even if
He
you look
said
at
north
Columbus,
to south.
Yeah, he
not
doesn't know.
around one pole and then around the other, but around the entire thing.
Yeah,
Generally,
Mike.
it's
It'd be very interesting to know because maybe we can file a claim for these people who actually did it against them to the government for having gone to the Antarctic and disturbed all the penguins.
Yeah, Mike. What happened is it's called one more orbit, and if you
We
map
should
it,
sue them. That's brilliant.
when you look
Okay,
at it, it doesn't. It's not an actual circumnavigation. They
They just
basically go
went down and came up.
Yeah, they came back up. Yeah, they.
Yeah, Crit. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
with you.
aware.
They
I'm
just
aware.
went around the one
I'm
that's
aware.
polar. They just went around the North Pole and down to the south, and then around it and back up. They didn't
Have you ever?
go all the way around the Earth
It's like they
like
played
circumnavigate would imply.
How do you know
Yeah.
that?
Because I read the articles, that's how I know it. I
They
looked at
played
the route. They show
that someone
they
else wrote?
show the route. They show the route in the article about it, and 90% of them, Globers posted them, and they said, "Do you read that?" And it shows the path, and it's just a circle around the poles. They don't actually go on the opposite side of the globe.
So is
It's like,
Antarctica real?
like they played that game like in high school in gym class or
I
something
was
like that.
just gonna
Are you
say
deaf,
this.
kid? You can Google their path.
It's
You
like that.
Google it'll show you their route.
It's like that game in high school. It's like that game in high school where, in gym class, you start on one side of the wall of the room,
Oh
you
my
run to the
God.
other one, you touch the wall,
Bro,
and you
let's
come
be
back.
honest. The Earth
Dude,
is fucking round, bro. Stop with that flat Earth shit. Grow the
I
fuck
was
up. You're a
legit.
grown
I
ass
was
man.
leg- I was
Stop having
legit.
schizophrenic, bitch.
Hey, Lucky, nice to meet you.
Hey Mick, I was just thinking that. Like,
Schizophrenia
I was
has
gonna say,
nothing
I
to
was
do
actually
with.
gonna say, have you ever done
What a
basketball
fucking
drills
idiot.
where you go from one
Yeah.
end to the other and come back? Like,
There you
that's
go.
technically what
Okay,
they
what's
did.
your
Like,
what's your flat Earth model? Do you have two balls just rotating around the flat disc, or what? How does it work?
Models are escapism. We're talking about reality.
Wait.
You don't even have a model or any calculations or
Hold on,
anything
dude.
at all.
Wait,
Can
is
we respond to
Antarctica
it?
real? Is that real?
First off, yes. Now I want to address his. Does it circle around a flat disc? Nobody presented to you a
The sun and
model
the
of the flat
moon,
Earth.
the sun and the moon, do they circle on top of the flat
Listen,
disc?
kid, it's Friday night. We're not going to waste it. Listen, you interrupt people. We'll just ban you, okay? So you can either try to go point for point, or like Heretic said, you're a waste of time.
Man, hurry up and answer the question.
Excuse me?
Why are there no real pictures of Antarctica from space?
Shut up,
There is real
moron.
pictures from Antarctica. There is real pictures of it. You can look at them.
Fucking kids, man.
I guess they got
Your
pictures of
parents must be real proud, kids.
Wait, so are you a flat earther or what are you?
Look,
I'm an
don't think
empiricist
it's a
who
disc
lives in
floating in
reality.
space.
So you believe it's a disc floating in space?
Flat
Are we
Earth-
surrounded by an ice wall or not? Is that just a
No,
conspiracy?
I said we do not believe it's a disc floating in space. Do not. We do not believe that. That's all I'm saying.
that's that
Anything else,
malinformation
you're
that gets
just
pushed.
yeah. That's flat Earth society, and those dudes are just like controlled opposition or something. They say dumbass shit. Go ask
Disinformation for
them
people
about
like
their model
Globers.
if you believe in the disc.
For the most
You
part,
were going to go to the ice wall, right?
I don't know what the fuck we're on at the end of the day. Sooner or later, we'll know the truth
That's
when we
obvious.
are dead. When we are dead. So just waste your energy arguing about this shit.
Well, how about this? Well, how about this?
This isn't
There-
entertaining to you. You can always leave the
Oh,
VC.
he left. He left. He said that and he mic dropped. He said that and he mic dropped. He bounced.
I guess I'd rather him say that than other things, just dumb as hell. Whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
You mean
fuck
like-
it.
you mean
I
like
hate
the Earth is
long
flat?
goodbyes.
That's pretty dumb.
Sometimes the trash takes itself out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Flat Earth Friday. We're gonna run this shit. What's up, my peeps?
I've got one question
Oh,
for you.
that's
and I
right.
just want
It,
to think
it is. What's up, Battle Mod? I forgot it was Friday. Thanks.
Flat Earthers, I've got a simple question for you, and I just want a simple answer. Okay.
They'll interrupt you.
On the
They'll-
flat
yeah,
Earth
see, they'll interrupt you.
one
I haven't
more.
even answered the question. I haven't even asked the
Yeah.
question. On a flat Earth model,
You haven't
how
let
do
nobody.
any such being? Bro, how many
You
stems?
see what they do. The flat tards will always interrupt you. You can't even get a question in. You can't even
Oh my
respond.
goodness! All right,
You know, that's too.
Just
He's
chill
on
out.
his
Listen,
own.
it's two
Stop
Globers
talking.
talking.
Thanks.
Just mute
Right.
your mic.
Yeah, those are
Then when we go to
Globers.
explain ourselves, then we get banned from the room for 2 days, and we have to come back and do this all over
All
again.
right,
So.
all right. We're bored of you. All right, listen. The guy who is asking the question, everyone yield the floor to him till he's done. When he's done, he will say, "Okay, go ahead and answer." Then Battle Mod will reply. Anyone else who interjects, I'm banning. Follow?
Okay.
Yeah, those two
No,
dudes
go
are.
fuck yourself. How about that?
Okay, hold on, friend. Just stop for a
clear
second.
little
Hold on.
Use that powerful
So
click. Do it, you
So
little
your idea is you'd rather just have chaos where people talk to each other? That's your
I would
idea?
much rather you be a pussy and kick me. That's what I would much rather you do. So go ahead.
Oh, he just banned.
All right, there we go. Problem solved. All right.
Go ahead,
So
RJ.
who was that? Hold on.
AI is RJ. Go ahead.
All right, well, hold on, man.
Okay, my question is very simple.
Okay, go. Hold on, friend. Wait for everyone to stop talking. The floor is yours.
Holy
Go
shit,
ahead.
bro. Okay, how on a flat Earth, right? How the hell do you explain night and day? It's a very simple question. What's the answer?
Yeah, I know. We were just giving everybody the opportunity to answer. The simple answer is atmospheric extinction of light. So light may be infinite in space, but it's not in the atmosphere. So eventually it scatters and refracts to the point of extinction.
Why can't we
Also
see the-
absorption.
Why can't we see the sun during the day? I mean, during the night.
Atmospheric extinction is the extinction of light. So
That's just nonsense, though. That's complete esoteric nonsense.
it's not esoteric nonsense. It's modern
Because we can
mainstream
watch the
science,
sunset.
man.
We can literally watch the sunset around the dome. We don't
Around
watch
the
the sun.
dome.
When we watch the sun, it don't go into the distance and slowly get smaller and smaller until a minute dot, and you can't see it.
Well, why would it?
It goes underneath the horizon.
Listen, nobody said it fades out to a dot.
Well, that's what
Moves
would
out
happen.
a distance to the point of extinction. No, listen, that's what you say would happen, but
well, of course it would
why
happen.
would it happen? How the hell do you know it would happen that way on a flat Earth? This is what always puzzles me.
Because on a flat Earth, the sun would be going into the ground, into the core of the Earth. Unless it's spherical, then it'd be going
No,
around
it
it,
wouldn't.
wouldn't it?
It just keep getting further and further away from you, putting more and more atmosphere in between you and it until it becomes extinct from scattering and absorption in the atmosphere. So I don't know what you're on about.
So when you see a sunset, right, your assumption is it's just going into the distance.
Does it
it's not
actually
going-
set?
No, it's
I'd say
a
just
metaphor.
going
It
into the
doesn't set, it's a metaphor.
Say once there's enough atmosphere in between you and it becomes extinct. That's what I said.
Well, that's
You
a
know what,
ridiculous
Batman?
answer.
And that's
At least he
mainstream.
doesn't- At least he's
It's
not thinking
mainstream
the sun is
science.
like 400 times the size of the Earth, like in the heliocentric model, like we'd all get incinerated, or at least he's not going down that line of questioning.
What?
Well,
You
you
don't think
can
the
die
sun's the
from
same size, do
overexposure
you?
to the sun,
No.
but no.
It's very simple. All you need to do is use your brain. I mean, a 5-year-old can think about this. If the world was flat, the sun would be going into the
You know,
distance,
you're
and it
not
would
the
not be
first
going
one
under
to
the.
come in here, right? Listen, you know you're not
Well,
the
answer
first
the
person to
question.
come in
You're
here
talking nonsense.
with any of this. Listen, I did
And you
answer
don't
it. If
find
it's
it,
not
and you still don't
satisfactory
answer.
to you, then just say that. Don't take this
I already said
position
that.
like you've won something. You
I
haven't
have
won
one something.
anything. You're just
I just
unwilling
rebuked
to
the whole
accept that as
worldview.
an
Just
explanation.
rebuked the whole worldview, buddy. You've been debunked.
Christ. I get you
You've
don't
been
even
debunked.
you don't
Hey,
shut up.
Hey, it's fine.
If you have to declare it, it's probably not true. You're just making shit up.
Okay.
I don't hear anybody cheering for your victory.
The fact that he doesn't understand how the sun works in the sky and how light Just as you very well said, Michael, how the way the light just takes itself away from you. Like, he doesn't get it. He can't grasp it because he's stuck. He's bricked in the globe model. So he thinks that the sun
Wait,
is
wait, wait.
going down into the earth.
I've got a question. I've got a question. If the sun is rotating around the flat disk, how does it light up the moon and not light up the surface of the earth?
What
But it lights up
flat
the moon?
disc, man? Well, listen, we already covered that. We don't believe it's a flat disc, so
Well,
that doesn't
I don't
apply to
really
us.
care, to be honest. A flat plane, I don't care about your model because it's just false. It's fairy tales.
Well, then quit straw manning me with your model. Listen, you believe you debunked it based on all these straw man models you got. Good for you.
Do you think the
Good for
moon
you, buddy.
is a... All right, okay, listen. Do you think the
When you
moon is
actually
a
get a
giant lamp?
brain, come back.
Bro, who's got a brain? Look at your fucking
Did I
Discord
say?
photo. Looks like an old washed up man.
Well, listen. I don't put words in people's mouth. Did I tell you the moon was a giant lamp? You fucking idiot kid. Why would you say some dumb shit like that? You think it makes you sound cool? Or intelligent? Which one? Christ.
All right, friend, your question has been answered. Whether you like the answer or not is highly irrelevant. So yield the floor to the next person who wants to ask a question. Otherwise, ask a new question and see if anyone wants to answer.
I think
kicked him out.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, I kicked him out. It's
Oh.
time for a new douchebag.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Well, at least they get to hate you guys for it now. And
Did
not
you just
me.
self-proclaim
I'm cool
to be a
with
douchebag? That was funny.
Mick's the
That was
resident douchebag. Was it Mick who said that?
No, it was Junkin Emperor. Maybe that's no, it's Junkin Emperor.
Is that Cooper
No, that was
Knight?
me.
I said I'm the resident retard.
Yeah, all right.
Today, maybe.
No, you said I kicked the douchebag out, and he was like, "It's okay, I'm here." Oh, you're the new douchebag. Okay, good. We got a new douchebag, people.
Also the self-proclaimed resident masculine transgender lesbian. Don't forget that one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
feel free.
Flat Earth Friday, right?
I guess that makes me the resident boomer.
No, I just consider you the resident Michigander takes no shit and gives no fucks, you know? Just to be honest. I wouldn't judge it by your age, man.
That's a beautiful way to describe my state. Thank you.
You're
we
so
don't give a
welcome. If nothing else, I'm trying to be more tactful in here, man. Trying.
Up here, they pass executive orders. They say you're going to do this, and Michiganders say, or what? What you going to do?
Pretty
if
much,
you don't?
man. Pretty much.
Yeah, you guys been through enough, that's for sure.
We took her to court and took away our governor, her authority to give executive orders. We didn't even get violent. We was
Oh,
smarter.
praise God. Yeah, I've been out of the loop from all that for like a year, but praise God for that.
So does any Glober have any
Yeah,
proof tonight? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was accurate in my analysis, Battle Mod. I mean nothing but respect, you know.
Get it, Larry. You can get in there. Come on, bro.
Larry's back. Good to see you too, Larry. Shit.
Who is that?
Didn't know you played video games till last night. I'm like, all right.
That's Sydney. Come on. Ask your question, Larry. Tell them what we want. We want evidence. We want your assertion. Then we want you to back it up with evidence.
State your claim and then provide your evidence. As Crit left to say, show and tell.
Yep, show then tell. Not tell and never show.
All right.
That's how we roll.
Speaking of
Show and tell.
Speaking of special things going on, does everyone know it's Ladder Safety Awareness Month?
No way. I
Holy,
can't.
holy shit.
Fuck
Now,
ladders,
you may
man.
say, what does that have to do with the flat Earth? Well, it's very simple. They have this thing called the cosmic distance ladder, right? And you got to make sure that that is safe, because if your cosmic distance ladder is off, then your cosmogony and your cosmology is off, and then your whole paradigm comes crashing down, and you break your shin bones. And then you have to go to the hospital and get fined by OSHA.
You get some pain meds.
AI, do they use the 4-3 AI? Do they use the 4-3?
So we all know that the cosmic distance ladder is essentially rooted at its foundation in the alleged size of the Earth, right? And with Huygens' little trip down south to witness the transit of Venus, on the assumption that Venus was the same size as the Earth, to then get a quote-unquote angular size to actual size, reverse engineer from the size of the Sun to get 1 AU, which is 1 astronomical distance unit, to which the whole shebang is based on.
Oh, I misspoke. I meant the 4-1. I misspoke. Do they use the 4-1 rule?
Kind of.
For
It's
those that don't
ratios. It's based on ratios of size. So yeah, 4-to-1.
For those that don't know, it's for every 4 feet you go up, your ladder should be 1 foot away from the wall. So just saying, that's the ratio.
Yeah, otherwise it's highly uncomfortable and unsafe.
Yeah, safe is key. It's about being safe.
Yes.
I'll climb your ladder. You can set a ladder for me, son.
I'll make sure you're safe, Mike. I'll make
climbed a
sure.
few.
I got you, Bubba. I got you.
So that being said, since this whole paradigm requires the cosmic distance ladder to have its first rung, which is the size of the Earth, right? If we're already assuming Venus is the same size as the Earth, then we'd need to know what size Venus is, right? Why would you just say, okay, I choose Venus? I need one that's the same size as the Earth, so I'll just choose Venus. How about it? Why not choose a different one?
You know what I choose?
Ratio.
I choose Pikachu.
I know.
I choose you.
I think.
Oh, so you're into Electric Universe. I got you.
E equals MC.
Right. No, that's because Pikachu is an electric type Pokemon. And if that's the basis of his cosmic distance ladder.
You know, it's funny. I misspoke because I was thinking about the 4-3-5 rule, and then I fucked it all up. But the 4-3-5 rule is a whole nother rule.
That's
Globers probably don't even know that rule.
That's pretty funny. I didn't know that. I thought it was like some sort of mouse or something or rabbit.
Yeah, the 4-3-5 rule. If you don't know that, then you've never built anything.
Crit had a ladder so close to the fucking house, you'd be climbing straight up.
Oh, I know the 3-4-5 rule, which is just a rule for triangles.
Ain't getting no fucking. Don't carry no bundle.
It's the way. So like when you're building something, and you know the 4-3-5 rule will give you a 90. That's the whole point of it. You'll know that your shit is right based off that 4-3-5 rule. It's just a little trick in the trade to check your own work. But the 4-1 rule is the ladder rule, which is AI is talking about ladders earlier. I do that, but I got the two fucking mixed up, so I misspoke. I've been drinking. I ain't gonna lie. I've been drinking a little bit, so I got a little mixed up.
Anyway, you people usually refer to it as the 3-4-5 rule instead of the 4-3-5 rule.
Man.
No,
so
it's 4-3-5.
maybe when
What do you mean by you people?
It's quite literally
Hold on.
3-4-5 rule.
What do you mean by you people?
It's always been taught in school as a 3-4-5 rule. Not
Yeah, but okay, that's fair. But on the job site, I guess we just say it different. As an iron worker, I guess we just have a different lingo than the schools. I guess I'm sorry, but we just say 4-3-5 rule. So you're right. It's the same thing though. By the way, 3-4-5 just depends. As long as you're putting the numbers in the right place, you're gonna be okay. But it's just the way you say.
Are you a union steel worker?
Yes, sir. International workers. Yes, sir.
Hoorah. Hoorah.
Yeah, I'm like as those that know, I have been injured since 2022, but I'm still got my card. I still got my journeyman card. I'm still a member. Still pay the dues.
It's worth it.
Yeah. Once I get all fixed and everything, I'll go back. But that's probably like not going to be till next year. So I'll be out. I've been out of the game since 2022. The last project I was on that I love to talk to Scott about, because Scott says that you haven't built anything big enough or long enough. That fool, we built 2.5 miles. That's still not enough, by the way, for Scott. He doesn't believe that. It's crazy.
Well, technically, Scott doesn't believe that straight edges can be reliably straight. So I think it doesn't matter how long you make it by his standards.
Or it doesn't matter somehow.
I don't know, dude. If water's level, then I should never be able to take a water level and look down at something that should be above the water level.
Wait,
based
what?
on
Based on simple math crit.
What do you mean you
Based
should be able to
on-
look down to it? What do you mean?
If I lined up a camera,
Yeah, that's gonna
and have
need
both
like
ends
a
of the water
visual
level?
representation.
Don't worry, I got you, Chief. I'll just go dig in the other server.
All right, bye.
Chief. I'm not a chief. I'm the chieftain's son.
I think you're a squaw.
But thanks for noticing. No, that's your mom.
Got him.
The joke's already been
Wait a
said.
minute.
we
Wait
can
a minute.
also
You're trying
call
to say that the hypotenuse would never recede at a lower angle than the water level?
No,
Something
that's
like that,
clearly
yeah.
not what I said.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what you said. You just don't realize it
Oh
yet.
yeah, sure. On a flat
that's what you
plane,
explained.
yeah, on a flat plane, an object that should be above the horizontal should never appear below the horizontal.
You should know me.
I'll rephrase.
Well then you don't understand how perspective works.
Okay, can you demonstrate how like perspective
Can
can
we
show
get the
something above
visual?
you than appearing below you?
Can you understand how a light pole that's 20 feet in the air
Hey.
can look lower than the car as it's driving away from you miles away? No, you
Sure.
can't, huh?
So
No, you
how
can't.
does the railroad track?
Can
when
I
do the
get that
railroad
link,
tracks cross
Brody?
across each other?
They don't.
Like,
Can I get that
No,
link?
don't. I agree. Yeah, I gotta find that picture. Give me a little while.
Cool,
I'll
man.
ask
You
for 'em.
called me chief and everything. I thought you'd have it right away. Come on, man. Get with the program, player.
I look at. I already just
For
fully
the
debunked what
game.
you said using a light
I
pole
don't
that's
think
20
you
feet in the
did.
air.
It's 20 feet in the air, and it's appearing below
and
a car that's right in front of you.
Yes. You don't know
Yeah,
how that
okay.
works?
Yeah,
That's
so
called
you're
perspective.
looking. So hold on.
Right. So
Yeah,
you
so
just
hold on.
you
An
just literally
object
just got proved
that
wrong.
is so hold on. An object that is above the camera, obstructing another object that is above the camera. You're fucking retarded, dude. What I'm asking for is if you have like a midline where the camera is like actually pointing out straight, can you show any way where the object appears genuinely below the midline?
Yes, because the farther you
Can
go
you
away
demonstrate
from
that for
that
me?
okay,
Demonstrate it.
yeah,
Demonstrate it.
Yeah, right here. Look it. Check it out. I actually have a video for idiots like you that
Okay, do it.
I recorded in
Do
the
it.
backyard. I'm
Do
going
it.
to. Hold on.
Do
Let me
it.
find it.
Come on. Hurry.
Hold on. I gotta pull it up. Albums, favorites. Yeah, I saved as a favorite because idiots like you want to say some dumbass shit like that. I have 3,000 photos. Hold on, I have 3,000 photos to look
I'm
through. Give me a
waiting.
second. Hold on. Give me a second. It's going to be just for you, by the way. Just for you.
Good. Because
You're
I'll map out what I'm saying.
while I'm looking for it, let me explain what you're going to see. You're going to see something that is dropping optically lower as it goes away from you. Okay, so the further I pull this, the lower it gets in the view. Okay, so give me a second. I think this is it. Is that it? No, that's not it. Hold on, I'll find it.
Okay.
I literally did it just for people like you that don't understand the concept. Here you go.
Oh, I
I'm gonna
understand
post it.
perspective 100%, dude.
Okay, if you do, then please watch the video. It's loading. It's loading. Give it a second. Now the pan gets lower optically though. It's an optical thing though. It's getting lower the further away it gets. Now, if I had a
This isn't what
patio,
I'm talking about though.
okay, so So it is though, but
No,
you're
it's
saying it's
not.
not. Now, if I had a
Isn't
patio
what I'm
that
talking
was
about. Not what I'm talking about, Chief. But try again. We all understand that when you point the camera up, you can make like objects go below the midline because it's not traversing the field of view. It's going below the midline of your view. But we're talking about if you have the camera pointed perfectly straight.
Who the fuck we?
What?
You said we.
Oh yeah, I'll rephrase. If somebody were to point the camera directly forward,
Who did that?
I'm waiting on the guy to. I'm waiting on them to give me the pictures.
Me.
We.
Oh, you talk about his fat rolls. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it's a spirit.
You guys, yes, friends. So, do you guys know how to do a salute? A military salute?
Yeah.
All right. So, take your hand, put it on your head. Now, turn it horizontal, right in front of your eyes, so that you have a below and above. So, for example, I'm going to pick an object above my hand, which is a light fixture. So I think what he's trying to say, since he doesn't have a graphic to represent it, is that since that light fixture is shown above my hand in my field of view, that as it recedes away from me in the distance, it will never appear below my hand.
No. So what I'm doing
No?
right here, I'm building you
Okay.
something. Don't worry.
That's pretty much what you said, dude. How can an object above you appear below the level line?
Oh yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I said, is it not?
Yeah.
Or was I mistaken?
Let's take a look. If I have an object getting ever further away, and that dark green line is perfectly horizontal, when would that object ever appear to have a negative angle to my field of view?
Check the logarithm, bro. I know who you are.
Check the logarithm.
You don't remember that's what you said?
Oh yeah, when you guys try to like give me that like half-assed Excel
We
spreadsheet.
know who you are. We know who you are.
Yeah, I know who you are too. You the guys that tried to give me that half-assed Excel spreadsheet, and I laughed
No,
at it
blame the
because
logarithm.
what? Yeah, so
Well,
we can agree that the
that doesn't
angle of
really.
view is getting lower, but at what point would the angle ever go negative? The key answer is it wouldn't.
The angle of what? The angle of your line of sight or the angle of the arrival of the light? Which one?
The angle of your line of sight to the object.
Oh, so you're claiming that we always see things exactly in the angle of line of sight to the object in physical geometry? Is that your claim?
No.
Good. I hope not. But by releasing that claim, you now have no claim, because the correct answer would be the angle of the arrival of the light. So it is possible that you can perceive an object below the midline of your vision simply by the light arriving at a different angle. And according to your own worldview, you believe that light arrives at different angles.
Cool. Do you believe that light appears at different angles?
It doesn't matter, dude. The point is that in your worldview,
AI Overlord, can you answer the question?
that's fine. Listen, friend, listen.
Answer yes or no.
You have a worldview. I critiqued your position and your worldview and demonstrated its incoherency. That's all I have to do. I don't have to do anything more than that.
Where's the incoherency in it? I'm just asking you a yes or no question. Can you answer that, or just be a dishonest fuckwit as usual?
All right, what was the question?
Do you believe that light can come in at different angles? Or can be
Dude.
shifted at different angles?
I believe you're fat.
Of course, light can arrive at you at a different angle than the angle directly to the line of sight of the object. No freaking duh, dude.
Okay, cool.
Could be reflected. It could be redirected. It could be all kinds of things.
So never should I hear you bring up laser like laser sights and laser measurements for evidence of.
Oh my, dude. Whether you realize it or not, you're just shooting your own claim in the foot, dude.
Not really.
Yeah. Yes. Your claim is that if this was the case, this object would never appear below the midline of my vision, and then you agree that there's a mechanism which you believe in that could shift an object in your field of view, and then you deny it simultaneously.
Or I sacrifice a little bit of a claim in order to prevent you from bringing up laser tests, which I believe is a bigger L for you.
He's sacrificing his claims now.
No, it's just sacrificing a pawn in order to take a bishop.
Oh shit, that was priceless.
Yeah, it's just
Right. So what you're basically doing is saying that neither of us can have a queen. Neither of us can have optical, acquired imagery to prove any geometric locations. You don't need optics?
No.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So what's your arguments that don't rely on optics that have to do with this, subject matter?
Whenever we take like actual ground positions.
We again.
Yeah, we. I've taken a fucking what's
The fuck you did?
odometer on my car. I've mapped out the.
Oh man, who cares, dude?
From Texas to Florida.
I'll tell you.
Or not.
All right, dude. We'll be gracious. Listen, who cares? We'll be gracious to you, and assume that in the we is just a general, and we won't parse you about it because it's kind of pointless.
He's
All right, go
breaking into French randomly.
French.
It's a we as means a yes. He's saying yes.
It's just a colloquial term, crit. I'm sorry that you're over like critical.
Yes. Listen, friends. Somebody already interjected and said how it's going to go. We don't need a third wheel coming in and derailing.
Maybe.
So go ahead, homeboy, and continue on.
Go. Yeah. So whenever you take ground positions of, let's say, a celestial body, right, and you actually can measure the distance. And they reflect quite heavily in realm.
Stop talking. You lost your right to speak. Sorry. Until I say this one thing. I said that doesn't rely on optics. And now you're saying a sighting to a star, which is relying exactly on seeing the thing and its location and assuming where it is physically. So you failed. So can you please go to a category that doesn't rely on visually acquired information or optically acquired information to make the claims about the geometry, please?
Sure. We can bring in gyro compasses if you want to go down that route.
Well, hey, to be fair, at least that's not in the optical category.
Also, we can just look at like a simple like the 1 in 60 rule that pilots use.
Okay, cool. Another one that's not optical.
Yeah. So just all these other rules that can't be like demonstratable on a flat plane. But we could talk. I love talking about the 1 in 60 rule that pilots use, and like the inability for flat earthers to ever.
Why?
Oh, on a plane. So the airplanes don't fly on a plane?
Airplanes seem to have a route mapped out for a globe, and have like
No, that's not
navigational
answering.
skill, and have navigational.
Yeah, my goodness, dude.
Tools
Not an answer.
used. Yeah.
Before you go on, friend, we're not going to make the argument, okay, unless you want to get your ass torn to.
Okay.
That airplanes are called airplanes because they fly over a plane. That is not why they're called airplanes. That is retarded. The reason why they're called airplanes is because their wings are a plane, and the plane of the bottom of the wing relative to the arc on the top of the wing creates differential pressure. That's why they're named airplanes. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth whatsoever. Thank you.
But do they not navigate on a map, as a plane?
That's fine. If you want to argue that, that's fine. I just don't want to hear airplanes are called airplanes because they fly over a plane. That's just
they're certainly not called air globes or
coma. Dude, I know, but who cares? They're called aeroplanes because that's about the nature of the wing, which is the thing that provides the lift. That's the whole reason why they're named what they're named. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, so the 1 in 60 rule is demonstratable easily on a globe, but I can't make it work at all on a flat plane.
Okay, but there's at least one homeboy in here that doesn't know what you're talking about. Maybe BattleMod doesn't know. He's never heard it before. Maybe he wants to comment, but he needs you to explain it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Who, me? Oh, you need me to explain it? Yeah. So
go ahead. Explain.
Yeah, the 1 in 60 rule is a plane navigational. It's a rule of thumb that pilots use for navigating. It's saying that if you are 1 degree off in your heading, after 60 nautical miles of travel, you will be 1 nautical mile off in that direction that you were off. And it's scalable infinitely. In the sense that if you're 50 degrees off in your heading, if you travel 60 nautical miles, you'll be 50 nautical miles off in your heading. Which is not demonstratable on a flat plane in the slightest. Because triangles on a flat plane don't have that relationship.
What is for the 360 degrees required for nautical miles?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm so confused with what you're trying to ask, Chief.
360 degrees, yeah, those angles exist.
I agree, 360 degrees
So
does
you just
exist.
need a circle, not a sphere, for a nautical mile.
Okay, can you
It's based
map
on
out?
360 degrees.
Can you
That's 1
demonstrate?
degree. I already gave an image. Yeah, it's in the text. It's 1 degree. It's on nautical miles.
1
And it's
degree.
laid out in azimuth.
Cool. So can you show that?
360
Okay,
degrees.
cool. Can you show that being like 60 and it like 1 degree being 2 feet? Or whatever your measurement tool is? Because you can show
That's
it at
just
one
the
point.
angle of the
Yeah, I agree. You could show one demonstration of a triangle with it working. The issue is having a second one where it does the same thing. So can you show me a 60? Like I don't
Well,
know what
you could
units you're
just put
using
it
there.
adjacent. We could put the second one adjacent to the one that's already there.
Okay, can you just demonstrate to me a
And
triangle?
it would equal. And we
Okay,
could
can
keep
you?
on doing it in
Okay,
360 degrees and it would
not
add
gonna
up
work,
to all
Chief.
the degrees in a nautical mile.
Not gonna work, Chief.
Why? I hear you saying it, but
hmm
I really can't understand why.
Because it's not from the center of the triangle that you're doing that with, or the circle that you're doing that with. Also, when you start stacking the triangles like you're trying to do there, you're gonna have an arch back at some point, and not just a solid up and down distance. So when it starts arching back, you're not
Oh,
maintaining
so
the.
you're
You're not
saying we
stacking the
couldn't
true height.
center it on the circle?
No, what well, yeah, kind of, because the height isn't going to stack up like perfectly vertical. It's going to start actually angling back, so the true height is not going to be stacking up. So again, can you demonstrate to me in that little image that you have there, the cute little image, a
It's about
60 foot?
heading,
Hold on.
not height, right?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's about heading left and right.
Yeah, so height doesn't matter. Just heading.
Well, I am
So
purely okay.
it becomes
Cool.
a
The
run
heading.
line
Okay.
of a sort.
Okay, well, again, when I'm referring to this image, I'm referring to that 1 foot or 1 inch or one unit height that you're demonstrating with that triangle. That way we're all looking at the same side of the triangle that you posted. But can you demonstrate to me side by side with that one that has the exact same width of 60, having a height of 2, and having 2 degrees on that angle there? Because that's what the rule would show. I'll wait.
All right, put yourself on mute and wait.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can you put this in a visualization? And
On a
see,
flat
show
plane? No, I
me
can't.
where
Okay, cool. I'll just bring up the triangle calculator. It's no problem.
if I could finish. No, I want to see it demonstrated on the globe. You say you could do that. You said you couldn't do that, but you're having problems doing it on a flat plane,
Here, let
which
me
is easily done with 360 degrees in azimuth ceiling.
on a flat plane, negatory Ghost Rider.
It's based on nautical miles. Yeah, we can project
Okay,
that
cool. So
onto
let's
a
get
flat
let's get a
frame.
triangle calculator.
We
out
have
here.
we have transformations. We can transform from coordinate system to coordinate system. It's simple.
Cool. Let's get a triangle calculator out. I'll find an easy one we can all use together.
No, I want the demonstration of it on a globe. You said you could do that. You could make it work on a globe. Can we see a visualization of that?
Yeah, I
That
can
way
try.
we can see the bridge where it wouldn't work in 2 dimensions.
Yeah. Well, all I have to do is show that it wouldn't work in like 2 dimensions. And then we can start go on to the harder part of showing it working in 3 dimensions.
Yeah,
But if
but
I can just nip
over
this
a
in the
flat
bud right
plane, you
now,
wouldn't map it in 2 dimensions. You'd give it a height ceiling also, so it'd be in
a height
360
ceiling.
degrees with an azimuth ceiling.
Why would I
Yes,
give
a
it a
height
height
ceiling.
ceiling?
How
And
far
why would it
up?
be
Height.
360?
I don't know. You're the one that mentioned 60
If
to
anything,
accommodate
you
the
would.
nautical
If
miles,
anything, you would like
360
cap it at
degrees.
180 because then you just start over on the other side.
So can you show it on a globe or no?
Can I show it on a globe? Well, no, I'm just trying to show that it won't work on a flat plane. Easy peasy, dude. Give me like 4 seconds. I gotta finish this up.
It's actually based on a circle.
No, Chief, it's not.
I got a link.
So let's take a look here. If I set A to 1 nautical mile and I set B to, let's say,
Okay.
60. Yep, that matches up 60 to 1, but what if we change that to 2? Oh. What if we change this to 3? Oh, see, like at this rule, it don't even work, Chief. If you're 2 degrees off, uh-oh, let me change this. That's 60. Ooh, let me play around with
Like
this
he's
one.
trying to disprove the flat Earth, dude. I thought we were all.
I don't want that one to be 60. That's why it's not working. I want this one to be 60. Oh. Now what happens when we're 10 nautical miles off? Oh, 10 degrees off. We're already half a nautical mile off. Well, that don't match up with reality. Oh, and if you're 20 degrees off,
Yeah,
guess
you're
what?
just
You're almost
flapping
2 nautical miles off.
How about you just shut up and show the
All right.
presentation?
No problem. I got you.
I think you're actually confused on how the 1 in 60 works, but I post a link. Now, Wiki isn't a good source, but it's a good place to start. You can get citations within the Wiki article, but Wiki itself isn't a citation. And it tells you what it's based on.
Yeah,
The
I
1
know
in
what it's based
60
on.
rule. 60 not a mile. It's a circle of 60 nautical miles, but okay. A circle of 60 nautical miles in radius has a circumference of 2 times 60 times pi equals 376. But it's all based on a circle of 60 nautical miles. You're saying somehow this circle doesn't work in 2 dimensions. That's where I'm lost.
Mm-hmm.
But you're just going to an angle calculator
Mm-hmm.
and calculating
Which is what we
angles.
should use.
What you should do is build your premise and show a visualization of what you're talking about on a sphere.
Or I could just show like it not working on a flat plane.
Yeah, but the globe is in contention, so
Well, by disproving
Well,
the flat
the thing
plane,
is,
therefore it proves
you
both.
haven't done either. You haven't done either.
Okay, so hold off, Chief.
You're
No
just
problem.
talking into
Here
your
is it
mind.
working on like 1 mile or 1 nautical
I'm
mile
not
or like
Chief.
1 degree.
Yo,
And then
Chief.
here, and then here is it not working at 20
It's
degrees.
Michael. That's just a triangle and a bunch of numbers. So
Yeah, it's a
this is
triangle,
supposed to
kinda like
prove
what you're
something
forming.
to somebody who doesn't understand the system, and you're supposed to explain the system and
You
how
don't
it's
understand triangles?
only works on a globe.
You don't
I
understand
understand
triangles?
triangles. I don't
Clearly
understand
not.
they only work on a fucking globe. You're a moron.
Clearly they don't.
Can you not build it? Can you not explain it? That would really
Yeah,
lead
so the
one to
rule
believe
Yo,
you don't
Chief.
understand it.
So clear. What I'm showing
You
here
just
is the
heard
lack
it,
of
and
linear
you heard somebody
relationship.
said it debunks
What
a
I
flat
am
Earth, so you
showing,
just repeat it.
no, what I am showing here between these 2 degrees is the lack
Is it
of
just me, guys?
is the lack of
Total.
linear relationship between the distance off and the angle off. However, the rule states that there is a linear relationship between distance off and angle off. Now, when I show you on a flat plane, which is what we can easily use
The
triangles to
rule is
show,
just an approximation anyway, but listen, you're just
What's on-
showing triangles and numbers that people don't understand the relationship of how they would be off on a globe versus a flat Earth. If you can't get this,
yeah. So
then there must
on
be
a
a
flat plane, the
communication
globe
gap here.
on a flat plane, these numbers would be way off from the rule. It
I don't.
it has a huge margin of error compared to what the 1 in 60 rule said or claims to have as a margin of error.
Keep talking about a flat.
Well, when you learn to better present your assertion, I guess, come back. Because I'm still lost to it.
I know you're kind of lost. It's okay.
He's a flat earther, man.
It's all based. Well, here's the thing. It's all based on a 60 nautical mile circle, and it's just an approximation. It's not an absolution. So you can't say it'd absolutely be off because you're just approximating.
Well, it also gives a margin of error to how close you will be. So you have your approximation with the margin of error, so somewhere within there. And if you can demonstrate on a flat plane how it's way outside of that margin of error, then what's up with that, Chief?
I don't see the demonstration of this on a globe and how the angle relationship equals the degree off. So I just see this and hear your premise. I see the triangle of the numbers, but I have no way of even trying to piece the two together, how it's a navigational coordinate system. Where's the coordinate system?
Okay, so the rule on a globe for the globe navigation system is 60 degrees per one.
That's not what I asked,
60.
son.
Oh, here, so listen. It's 60 nautical miles per 1 degree.
Yeah, I know.
And so if
and
you
it
are
equals
1
out to
degree
be a
off,
circle.
if you are one, no, it doesn't like map out to be a circle with this rule.
With nautical miles, it does, son. It
No.
does. Yeah, it's a full circle.
I mean, yeah, if you like apply like a circle to a sphere by like tracing around a sphere and then like taking the derivative there, then yeah, that's what we'd be talking about.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
You just
kinda like
literally
what
just said what he just said. He told you that it's going to be the same concept over a planar Earth,
But
bro.
it's not
Because if
on the
you're
same
because look
concept.
if
Not
you're
the same
look if
concept.
look yes it is though because if
Okay.
you were in your if you were in a football field and you put a pole in the center at the 50-yard line and you were going to make a circle around the center of that pole, that means if you were to now this is now you obviously the math would like be way smaller but that's 60 miles for 1 degree. I thought it was 69 miles by the way, but maybe it's 60 miles.
60
If you
nautical miles.
okay, if you were to go 60 nautical miles and then you have to turn 1 degree to the right if you were going west or to the left if you're going east, that's because you're keeping a circle. Now, if you're on that football field and you're walking around the center of that pole that you put the 50-yard line, then every step that you take, you have to turn a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. And before you know it, you're back into your original position because you made a circle around that
So,
center point. Why
let's
don't you
say
get that?
because applying a compass to a flat surface is not the same as applying a compass to a sphere. And I really wish that you could like actually comprehend that.
So you're saying that they don't fly in a great circle. That's what you're saying.
No, what
Because
I'm
they do.
purely saying is like using like this circle applying to a flat plane, it cannot work out, and it demonstrably does not work out.
Okay,
As I demonstrated with those
why
two
is that?
images there.
Why is that? Why is
Because the
that?
relationship between angles and distance on a flat plane is not the same relationship as angles and distance on a sphere.
It is the same though.
No, it's not.
Even in your own paradigm, somebody that's flying a plane is going to have to angle themselves a little bit to the right if they're going west, or a little bit to the left if they're going east, because they're keeping the great circle. What don't you understand that, bro? Like, look at a globe in your paradigm. Look at a globe, and if you saw the lines of latitude,
turn it off.
they are curving. What? Oh my god! But they do though. You say that, but they do.
Whatever. He's assuming
Hold on. Whenever I am drawing, if I were to like hold any like a marker perfectly still, and I just spin a globe that is
You got
touching that
measurement-
marker, is that marker having to shift at all, or is it stationary in its path?
Okay, but
Bro,
if you're
man, I don't
looking
care
at
if you want to fucking disprove my fucking flat Earth, man. Like I told you, man. Fucking, we're here.
Or like if I were to put a marker at the equator, and the marker just stays perfectly still, and I keep the sphere perfectly still, other
you're
than just
still gonna
spinning
bank.
which-
You're still gonna bank. You're still
Which
gonna
way
bank.
is it banking?
You're still gonna bank because
Which way
you
is it
have to.
banking?
Even in your own paradigm, you're
Is
still
it
gonna have
banking to the left or to the right at the equator?
It depends what direction you're going.
If I'm on the equator, if I'm going east, which way am I banking? If I'm
You're
maintaining
gonna
that
go. You're gonna go to the left. You're gonna go left.
I'm already headed
Every
left.
every
I'm
every
heading
so
straight. Hold on, I'm
every
heading
so
straight, dude.
okay exactly. And to keep that circle, it's gonna have to go left.
Okay, hold on. I don't
you
remember having to like angle my marker to the left whenever I'm tracing the equator on a globe.
Okay, so you're gonna relate what you did in your bedroom according to what pilots have to do when they're
Can you
flying. Are you
demonstrate
kidding me, bro?
pilots like banking to the left?
Yes, actually, matter of fact, Radwin, I don't know what name you're under today because he always changes names. He has a video of a pilot constantly shifting and banking to keep that fucking latitude according to its position. So if I'm traveling on the 179th fucking latitude, right, and then I'm gonna go around this what you think is a globe, then that plane is constantly going to have to bank
Can you
either
show me
left or
that?
right. Yeah, he has it. Hold on,
I'll
is
wait
he
for
here?
it.
Radwin, you here? Oh, he might have dipped
Or
out.
could he be banking for another reason, like wind or like turbulence?
Oh, you can throw in whatever you want to, Bubba. But the fact is that they have to do that. Also, ships do that too. By the way, ships also do that.
I
Ships.
imagine that ships deal with currents too.
If you look, dude, you can try to throw in this sideball fucking explanation, but still, the fact remains: if they're keeping a fucking latitude, they have to bank because they're going around in a circle. If you can't grasp that, I can't help
they're
you.
going in a circle?
Yes.
Okay, so are the stars going in a circle?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you can demonstrate 3 points, like using like one celestial body, like in 3 ground positions on a single day to like make a triangle.
Isn't that how they do their navigation? They take 3 points, right? They
3
take
points
3
of a
points,
specific celestial body over the
and
course of
and
the
they
day.
take and in those 3 points, in their calculations alone. Actually, I have a photo for this. Hold on, let me post it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to teach you something. Give me a second. Let me look for it. I should have it.
Okay.
Let me find it.
Are you going to bring up the one where they have to apply the Haversine formula on a flat plane in order to actually get their true position?
Let me bring it up, and you tell me if that's what it is.
Yeah, because that would be what it is if you show me. If you show me like the flat representation where they have the 3 triangles, I'm going to ask you to demonstrate to me, like, firstly, how you can have a linear relationship on like a flat plane between angles and distance, which you can't show me. I already know that for a fact. Then I'm going to ask you to demonstrate or explain to me why the need for the Haversine whenever they're applying these maps, which is going back and forth between a sphere and a flat plane, specifically going from a flat map to
all
your actual reality.
all your math is based here. Let me post this real quick. Just
So
real
you
quick.
got 2 layers you got to get
Hopefully,
through first.
hopefully that helps you. First of all, there's
Okay,
one.
cool. So first
But
of all, can you demonstrate
let's
to
show the
me?
3 though. Let's show the 3 though.
Okay.
Hold on, I have it somewhere. I'm sure I do. Let me look for it. But the fact remains is that using the math itself, if you're creating triangles, it's not gonna be curving away from you, bro. I'm sorry what religion you believe in, but it's not gonna change the fact that you're having to use triangles to coordinate that position to begin
So
with.
this thing right here, right? These 3 quote unquote triangles.
Oh, but you show with the ball though. But you show with the
Yeah.
ball though. Okay,
Yeah.
let me
That's
show
what
you
we
the
live
same
on.
thing. Let me show you the same thing, but the way they actually do it, because that's
Okay.
reality. Let me show
Yeah,
you the same thing. Hold on.
I can demonstrate to you a guy applying it to a sphere, like a globe, like actually drawing compass on globe and getting his exact position using this method. Can you demonstrate that working on a map?
By the way, they never get an exact position. They're always off,
No,
and
they're
that makes
not. They
sense.
get it. They get
No,
an exact position.
they are off. They're
Yeah,
always,
they're
dude,
off by a few. They're off by a couple seconds. I agree.
Hey, dude. And the reason why is because
They're within a
obviously,
couple 100 seconds or 100 feet, I should
obviously,
say.
hold on, bro. The reason why they're off is because obviously there is.
How far are they off?
Oh my gosh, bro. Here you go.
You say they're
Here you go.
off. I agree. They're off a little bit. They're off by a few 100 feet sometimes.
Okay, so the reason why they're off is because you're looking at something in the sky which isn't actually its real position, because we're looking through a medium that can make it look different. Now if
I
you
agree.
don't
They have
if
corrections for refraction.
exactly. So with that being said, everything that you just said gets thrown out the argument,
What's the rate
because
of
you can.
refraction for something that is 90 degrees?
Oh my gosh, bro. Okay. Again, okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna post this funny picture right here, and you tell me
What is the
what's
rate
the
of
rate of.
refraction and the
I'll
need for
tell you what.
correction for refraction for something
Hold
at
on.
90 degrees?
Hold on. I'm gonna post a picture for you. You tell me the rate of refraction that would be needed for this to even be reality. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. Give me a second. Dude, I have way too many photos, by the way. Way too many photos. I've been dealing with you guys for so long. I just
Yeah.
save so much crap.
So again, what is the rate of refraction? Or what is the rate of
Here,
refraction for
look
90
at.
degrees to a
Hey,
medium
look
change?
at how much refraction is needed for this photo I just posted. You tell me.
No clue. I don't know where the
Here's
observer
another one.
is.
Here's another one. How much refraction is needed to represent how a guy's fucking head is not on his fucking body? You
Is
tell
that
me,
90
Bubba.
degrees to a medium?
You tell me. You tell me.
Clearly, it's not 90 degrees to a medium
Oh,
change.
so you don't understand how refraction works then?
I
Got
do
it.
understand how refraction works.
That's
That's
a
why I'm asking
photoshopped
you.
image,
That's
sir.
why. Hold on. That's why again I'm asking.
AI.
Well, hold on. That's again why I'm asking you for what is the rate of refraction for light going 90 degrees to a medium change. And I know you know the answer, or else you wouldn't be like
Well, it
being such a
depends on the
religious
ambient
coward about it.
conditions.
It depends on everything having to do with
The
what's
medium.
optically. Now here's
Yeah,
what's
so
beautiful.
typically,
Here's
an
It depends
intelligent
on the
person or an
isotropic
honest person.
medium and the rate of refraction. The
And
angle
so
of
the correct
incidence.
answer would be 0 rate of refraction if it's going 90 degrees to a medium change.
so when you're in a boat and you're looking directly above you, you're saying there's zero refraction. It's right above me. Okay,
No, that's
but when
considered zero atmosphere,
yeah. Okay, now with that
not
being
zero
said, when you take your other 2 points, are you having to deal with refraction? Yes or no?
No.
But they won't be at
Oh my
zenith.
God.
Hold
Because
on, they
if
won't
you
be
actually
at
listen,
zenith.
because
So
hold
you're
on,
listening.
oh my Christ,
You're
because
looking
I
at an
specifically
angle
said take
through
one
more
specific
layers of
celestial.
atmosphere.
Can you
You
fucking
need
shut
3
up?
though.
The Earth is
No,
flat.
you need 3, and you
Okay,
are a
does that
bit
have anything
redundant,
to
sir.
does that have
And
anything to do with what
annoying.
I'm trying to talk about? Or did I say in the original premise of my statement that you take 3 ground positions of a single
Straight up
celestial
isn't zero
and then you
refraction.
fucking ignore me, you fucking overtalk me again, dude.
Listen, don't talk to me like I'm your child, bitch. That's not gonna work out good.
Don't act like a 4-year-old and over.
You heard me, punk. You want to be treated like a man, act like one.
Dude, you went over this with Alpha for like an hour, man. And fucking, you didn't get it.
I know Alpha didn't get it then. He probably won't get it this time around.
What do you mean he did?
Dude, he said we could form a triangle with sides 60, 60, and 120.
Not, dude.
He did.
Didn't, man.
He did. He quite literally did. But I'll see what I'll see
So
what
I have a question.
Show us
Why
that
do
trying
we
to show.
entertain this kid?
Looks like, dude.
Do what?
Why do we entertain this kid?
Oh, stay
inside, man.
Yeah, but like I was trying to say, I specifically said you.
Yeah, go moose out on that motherfucker.
Yo, dude, it's crazy how
Moving.
lost these kids are, bro. Crazy how lost they are.
You got muted.
Wait, is anyone here a flat earther?
No, we're all Globers. What's up?
There's quite a few, and
Oh, they're
the floor is
they're flat
open.
earthers.
Yeah, we're all
The floor
Globers,
is
dude.
We're
I'm
all
for a flat
Globers.
earth question.
Let's come up with some globe evidence together.
Let him ask his question, guys. So maybe
Yeah.
we'll get something better than the last guy. Come on.
Sound good.
Go ahead, dude. You got the floor.
Yep.
Why is the earth round?
What?
Isn't that what flat earthers
Why isn't the earth round?
round like a circle or round like a ball?
Yeah.
Round like your mom's titties, just answer.
Oh, well.
Whoa, that dude left as soon as he said that, man.
Got banned probably.
He got that good one in and dipped.
I don't mind the mama jokes, guys. You know me. I'm jovial. That wasn't even an original one, but okay.
G, man. You're next
Anybody
Triple OG,
else?
what can I say?
Yeah, Matt, I hear you. Thank you, Matt. I'm just, it's just little shit.
You're pretty built for your age, I gotta say.
Thank you. I work hard.
Strong ass man.
Can we at least get one Glober in here that actually wants to learn something, not just reinforce their fucking falsehood? Like, can we get one that actually?
What are they gonna learn?
I'd say keep praying. Maybe your prayer will be answered. But they call me a religious zealot, so I don't want to bring that in there.
To learn that flat is an adjective.
Or that nautical miles are broken up in 360 degrees, and that's how you get 1 degree. It's a circle. You just take the radius. You just take the radius and break it up in 360 degrees. You're gonna have 1 nautical degree.
I like some of that.
And that's just the radius of a circle. Centered on R, a 1 sphere. Not a 3 sphere, not a ball, just a circle.
Matt Nuclear doesn't think that a radius is a straight line, right, Matt?
Keep preaching, man. Keeps getting better and better every single time.
I haven't heard one person say amen, but okay.
That radius, boy, that radius be getting them, man.
As your prophets tell us.
Praise be the globe. Praise be the globe.
Praise be the prophets of the radius.
Praise be the globe, dude. Dude, I honestly should make one. I've been making those little AI cartoons. Next one I'm gonna make is gonna be someone preaching to a globe. Some cartoon character preaching to a globe, dude. I have to do it.
Oh, wow.
I have to do it. Just like Donald Trump said, man, I'm the chosen one. Someone has to do it, right?
You believe
I'm
in
the chosen
Trump?
one, man. I had to do it. In Trump, we believe, man. That's who I pray to.
Personally, I think Americans will be free again when they take their own responsibility for what needs to be done. But that's just my opinion. You keep looking for a ruler, you're going to keep finding one.
Yeah, baby. Keep preaching. You keep preaching over and over again. Keep preaching.
Well, that's true on any earth. I would want man to be free.
And to be free from all sorts of government.
No, just free to search for life, love, liberty, and happiness. What's life if you can't be happy? Fuck.
Ain't much of a life.
Life is meant to be lived and enjoyed. The system we live in, all people don't get to enjoy life. Not to the fullest.
Unfortunately, you're right.
If you started from there, you know, any man, any average man can go outside and look around and say, this isn't the way we were meant to live. Pay their taxes 6 times on the dollar. Get your income tax. Then you got to pay for the shit you own. Tax your property, tax your car, tax your insurance, tax your wedding, tax your wife, tax your kids.
Inheritance tax, school tax, county tax, city tax.
But I mean,
There's
hey, the government got to
coconut
make their money
shrimp,
somehow, baby.
and there's garlic
Gotta make
shrimp.
We got carbon
Yeah,
tax.
and there's
Someone got to
yeah,
get
they're
paid, baby.
We'll go Sam Kinison. They're fucking you with the carbon tax. They're fucking with you with the gas tax, the petroleum tax, import-export tax.
But why not have no government then?
What'd you...
Why not live somewhere where there's no government, no infrastructure?
Well, that just leaves
There's
it
people that
open
live
for
like
people
that.
to come in and take over.
Exactly.
Well, there
so you
are.
gotta
If you
have a
can
government.
police-
You gotta pay taxes. You gotta defend the military, baby.
Listen, son, you're not country. I give you credit for trying, but you ain't country.
I'm country, man.
You too mean to folks. I reckon you're not hanging out in a small town. You don't love
All
your
praise be the globe. All praise be to the globe, baby.
He keeps one up in me, damn it.
Love when you guys say stuff like that. You people pray to the globe.
Well, your prophet of our,
You
peace
guys
be
are funny
upon him.
people.
He said, praise the globe.
All
What
praise be
was
to the
your
globe.
prophet's name? Aristotle, peace be upon him. Copernicus, the Most High, peace be upon him. Those Jesuits that
Look at that
brought
just
you the
posted in the chat,
primordial
man.
Adam, peace be upon those Jesuits. And they also took an oath to kill all you bastards slow with poison or knife, it doesn't matter, in secret or in open. If you don't believe in their God, you're a heretic and you should die. That's a Jesuit oath.
Yeah, that Jesuit oath is pretty serious. I don't say, there's like a large group of people that they're all evil, but if you're willing to take like an oath like that, like every single one of you motherfuckers is evil.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a, average man think when you read an oath like that, doesn't it, Larry? You're over here worried about your kid's 16th birthday, and then you read this oath, and you're like, holy shit, better get my kid an AK for her 16th.
Don't steal any of my images, man. In the chat there, those beautiful images of someone praying to the globe. Don't use them for your own memes now. Don't use them for your memes. Using it for my memes.
I hope the Jesuits don't have control of the economics that power our food system. Oh wait, they do.
Oh, they do. You didn't hear about Bill Gates buying all that farmland in America, huh?
All praise be to the globe, baby.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because technically it did come from the religious, zealots who actually pushed it. So I guess it checks out. It's funny because like 5 of the top freaking globers, way back in the day that pushed the heliocentric model were all fucking religious. And then you have globers saying, I'm not religious. But their granddaddies are religious though.
Damn, baby. I don't know what to say about that one. Baby.
Well, hey, if you look into it, hey, learn something today. You're gonna find out that those 5 characters were all about the globe model, and they all came from religion, bro. So it's a religious entity, bro.
Preach, man. I mean, honestly, dude,
Did anybody buy a Mega Millions tonight, bro? It's $607 million tonight. Anybody buy one? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Before or after taxes?
Well, after taxes, you're gonna get like 200 million because they fuck you. But yeah, it's 607 million tonight. I don't know if any of y'all got a ticket tonight, but
There's lottery tax and the casino tax and gambling tax.
there's all kinds of taxes. I think off of
Give me taxes,
607,
baby.
you're probably gonna get like 270 or 280 million off of 607. And it's like, what happens to that money? Schools ain't getting that money, even though that's supposed to be it.
Well,
But
we send
whatever.
foreign country aid. It's cool, right? We're just gonna. We need a little more too. I use that as a royal. We need your money. We got to save those people we're fighting.
Right.
I mean,
with $200 million, I can sue the government for my taxes.
I mean, how are we going to go to war
probably
with
win.
these people if we don't fund it? You know, they're poor and we got to get rich, so we're going to pay for their side of the war, and you're going to pay for yours. Well, you're paying for them both, but hey, we're going to end up with all the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Then we're,
Keep preaching, baby.
then we're going to tax our ass for cleanup when we're done.
Yeah, when we rebuild them after we bomb the fuck out of them. Yeah, exactly.
And we're going to put one of our banks over there, and they'll be fucked just like you.
Right.
All
Do
hell
you
the
remember that?
president.
Do you remember that video? This isn't Flat Earth, but do you remember that video of like major corporations that got together, like Motorola and like Verizon and Coca-Cola and Dish Network and DirecTV? All these corporations got together and had a huge meeting in this fucking banquet, hotel, and they were talking about how after the invasion of Iraq, it will allow all of them to introduce their products into the region. You ever see that video? Yeah, most people haven't, by the way. If you ever
That's
look
the
into it,
purest
though,
form
you'll
of
see it.
flattery, bro. I got a better one. Compare myself to Mr. Clean.
Off old man.
It looks like you, actually.
Yeah.
To be honest, I do kind of
No,
looks
they
like you.
got a bunch of fucking wrinkles. I'm not wrinkled. He looks like a
No,
fucking
that guy looks
gypsy.
just like it, baby. Just like it, Bubba.
You must be on a 1989 device. You got a Windows 3.1? Motherfucker ain't got no graphics.
Hey, man, it just give me what it give me, baby. AI's just giving me what it give me, baby. That's
Hey, oh
all.
my God, veins in his cheeks and his neck. Shit, that guy's beast.
Giving me what it's giving me, baby. What can I do about that?
Hey, just real quick, Bees Nut. Is Bees Nut in the voice chat or is he just in the text chat? Because Bees Nut has this idea that internet is only because it's a globe, even though he or she might not realize that, like, the majority of communications is ran through cables run on the ground. Has nothing to do with the sky. Bees Nut. I don't know
Yeah,
if you're
fiber
hearing that.
optic cables under the ocean, North Atlantic and Southern Pacific cable systems. Yup, that's what the World Wide
Yeah.
Web was born on. I'm older
Right.
than Google, motherfucker.
Yeah, so am I. Hey, check it out. Hey, it's funny. What's funny is my dad used to say Gmail before Google existed, because he would say he got Gmail, meaning God mail, and he used to say Gmail way back in the day, even before Google was existed. It's really funny story. But Bees is not in the voice chat, so he didn't hear me. He's in text chat, just fuming over there, I
Your
guess.
father should have trademarked that.
Seriously. Hey, seriously though, he always say like,
You ever
I
heard
got some
that gospel
Gmail.
song? Jesus is on the main line.
Oh yeah, tell him what you want. Yeah, that's some old times. That's some old times right there.
Oh yeah, it's old gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Them holy roller churches where people fall down and talk in tongues.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I want to say about like maybe 4 years ago, there was this one dude that said churches don't teach flat Earth, I'm like, dude, there's like
Ooh.
there's multiple churches that do that. And then he's like, prove it. I posted like 4 different churches. He was like, that's only 4. I'm like, dude, you said they don't exist. I proved that they do exist. Like, why do they always move the goalposts? Always. They always do that. It's funny. Because there are preachers that teach.
Why are there a lot of Christians? Why are there a lot of Christians who don't believe that the Earth is flat?
Because
Well,
they're
most
indoctrinated.
Christians believe in the globe. Does that mean that you guys have like a religious belief? Ah, I got you there.
Ooh, got him.
Well, the
Yo,
Jesuits.
Apocryphon, we're calling it moving the globe post now.
Nice. I like that. I can
All
roll with
praise
that.
be to the globe, baby.
That's funny. Moving the globe post. Oh, dude, that's a good
Hey,
one.
Jerry, I got something for you, baby. Check this out. Boom, baby. Doesn't get worse than that. Matt to his Professor Daddy Dave. Ooh, doesn't get better than this, man. Professor Dave is who I pray to, guys. I bow down on my knees.
Is that
and pray
who
to
you're
Professor Dave every
saying?
single night.
Praise be upon academic Dave.
Wow.
Academic Professor Dave, baby.
Are you
to
talking
him.
about Dave, not the professor that posts some dumbass bullshit YouTubes?
Hey, Farina, baby.
Yeah, that
Hey,
guy.
Farina.
Oh wow.
All praise
That
be to
guy,
Dave, baby.
dude. Hey,
I love Dave, man.
I'll tell you what though.
Fruit speaker.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. He has a face that you just want to punch. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You know what he's got in the back? You know what
Wait,
he's
hold
got
on.
in the backpack?
Let me just think about it for a second. Does he have a face you want to punch?
He's got.
I swear to God. You just want to punch
in
him.
that
Who
backpack.
does have a face that you want to punch though? Listen. You know who does have a face you really want to punch? That dude that
Most
you know the dude that it had like 4.9 million views. That dude that he debated with, the flat earther guy that was also named Dave. You know that dude he debated with?
Oh, you're talking about Flat Earth Dave?
Dave
Yeah, Flat
Murphy?
Earth Dave.
Dave Weiss.
The one that
that little
destroyed
weasel.
Oh, Dave Weiss.
So the guy that Dave got destroyed by. You know Dave destroyed that dude.
I
bro.
know, Dave. I interviewed Dave. I know Dave. I interviewed him. Yeah, I know who Dave is. But look at it. Dave Wise destroyed Professor, not a Professor Dave, but it was
okay, dude.
but
I'm
it
gonna
was
be
the
honest, bro.
arrogance.
I get
Hold
if you
on.
think the Earth is flat, bro, but you know for a fact Dave ate that ass up, bro. Don't even.
No.
Hey,
You
tongue punch
look,
his
no,
fart box, huh?
Professor Dave like that.
Tongue punch.
That's
Tongue
fucked
punch.
up.
In that
Yo,
video,
there were so many funny moments, bro. Like that one funny moment where he was like, Dave said something and he was like, oh. And Dave like kept mocking him because he didn't know what the fuck to respond to, dude. Dave destroyed.
Did you guys ever?
Just like Dave said, bro. He threw up jargon to confuse people. That's all Dave West does, bro.
Not a Professor Dave just through arrogance. That doesn't win a debate. Just because you're an arrogant prick, it doesn't make you fucking superior.
Did you guys ever?
I know,
watch
but you know what's funny?
that,
People did criticize Dave for that, and he
Hey,
reacted in
let
the
that
comments. He
third
was
guy
like,
get in there.
Yeah, did you guys ever?
Just
Dave
bullshit.
Whoa!
Did
Hold
you-
on. Let the other guy talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna throw in there. Have you guys ever seen that? It was like a response video from someone who was doing just like a neutral position, like a debate analysis or a logic analysis on
logical fallacy.
Exactly, and I forget what the number was, but it was like basically record breaking. It was basically record breaking. It was basically record breaking as to how many logical fallacies not a Professor Dave was using in that entire thing. You know, and that was it. Those were his only tools basically in the entire thing. And it gets some good laughs, and everyone gives him credence because he must be super smart because look how witty he is.
Yeah, I seen that video.
It was absolutely atrocious.
Right?
It was absolutely atrocious. There's nothing of any substance to that when you really break it down. And if you do watch it, you got to admit there's something wrong with that guy. If all he can do is throw shit at Dave Weiss instead of actually talking about and debating the topic at hand, it's pathetic.
He said why he does it in that debate. He said flat Earth is an insult to humanity, so he's going to fight fire with fire. He's going to insult them back. I got a clip of it from there. from that too.
Well, how many
There's
times
also
Go ahead.
like in that video too. He also just says, "Hey, the Earth looks flat. You don't see the curve of the Earth from the Earth."
Well, think about how many times we've caught, globe earthers saying that, we're going to use logical fallacies
See,
against
look
the
at
flat earthers.
here's a clip right here. He basically now Professor Dave explains in detail why he acts this way, and it's not his fault. It's Dave Weiss's fault. It's always this idea they're never responsible for what they do. They're very childlike in their mentality. They're not, they don't say, "Hey, I'm doing this because these are the reasons why I'm doing it." He says right here, "I'm going to insult you because you insult science." That's it.
Yeah, you're right. He literally said that.
There's a
Yeah.
clip right there. Yeah, you can watch it. There's 18 seconds, 16 seconds.
Makes 100% sense to me, right? Of course.
But
That's ad hominem, bro. How does that make sense? That's a logical
Exactly, dude.
fallacy. To
I know,
attack
I'm
the
kidding.
person rather than the argument? Come on, bro.
Of course, I'm kidding. I should
Well,
have
no,
said.
you're not kidding. Because
I
you
should
said
have
that
said.
Dave, cleaned the dude's ass up or something. I don't know what you said, but
No. Forgive me if I misspoke or whatever. No, my statement was about how pathetic it was for not Professor Dave to be speaking the way he was. I probably used the term Dave, a couple times.
I agree.
No,
I agree.
and I was being rhetorical when I said it makes 100% sense. I should have said it makes negative 100%.
But check it out. The whole debate, Dave Weiss was pointing out things that are going against the mainstream pseudoscience that's been preached upon everybody. Meanwhile, Professor Dave is just reifying, that bias of reifying the fact, quote, not fact, of it being a ball, and not a Professor Dave couldn't handle that Dave Weiss was destroying his argument, so he related to an arrogance to where he's now attacking Dave Weiss personally. That's exactly what happened in that debate.
Yeah, look at this clip. Yeah, this clip here. Now that Professor Dave proves the flat Earth. 5 seconds. He tells them, "Do you not understand that the curvature of the Earth is not detectable at the surface of the Earth?"
Exactly. He literally destroyed his own argument. So the debate should have ended there. It should have, because he said, "Do you understand that the curvature of the Earth cannot be detectable?" Boom, done. Okay, well then why are we talking now?
So how is it an insult to science when your observation matches a flat Earth observation?
Exactly.
It's because
These guys,
he's got
bro.
an agenda-driven bullshit. He thinks for some reason the heliocentric model proves atheism. He's uneducated. Is what
I
the
think
problem
a good
is.
question to be asked at that point would be, well, wait, if we can't detect curvature of the Earth from the surface, then how did anyone figure out it was curved to begin with?
Exactly.
They did it.
Dude, it's really funny though. Like when you think about it, a lot of these YouTubers that are very highly praised, not a Professor Dave and the Mark Keegan or whatever his name is, the McToons, the Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, all these guys are just repeating, they regurgitate the bullshit that we all learned during school, by the way, but they're not understanding that the whole argument is about you are wrong and we have disproved your position, but they still continue to argue it. It's weird, bro. It's like a fucking cult for them.
I would love to see any and or all of these guys in here up against the likes of Mickey.
Oh, they won't come. They won't come. They won't want to know why. Matter of fact, they they say themselves, stay away from 24/7 flat Earth because it's toxic. They say that in their own streams, and the reason why they're telling their audience to stay away, because if their audience came, then they would learn some truths. That's the reality of it. Like they're not gonna. They want to like veer people away from this position because we can destroy the globe, and they don't want people to come here to hear the truth.
I never understood why people just throw the term toxic at anything that they find, that's unsettling or whatever, and they're unable to identify the fact that, if something is unsettling, like if you're dealing with someone that, they present something that goes against what you're saying, it might have some validity to it, and they feel uncomfortable, they conflate that discomfort with, oh, it must be not good, hence the term toxic, because it makes me feel uncomfortable, right? This is something that I've noticed a lot lately. It's people conflate discomfort with badness, when in fact discomfort is more often than not, at least in my experience lately, the precursor to growth. So it's like it's very sad that people get that muddled together, and it can be difficult from time to time to be able to identify that. But the tendency is to just lean towards discomfort is not good in this day and age, it seems, right? So I don't know. It's kind of a shame.
Yo, I got a question for the flat earthers.
Go for it.
Like, what is the main reason the governments all over the world is trying to hide the fact that the Earth is flat when it's flat?
Control, right? You don't want your slaves to be educated. In fact, you want them to be the opposite of educated. You want them to not even believe in their own senses when they tell you that the Earth goes around the sun, but you observe the sun, moon, and stars making a revolution once every 24 hours. They don't want you to even believe your own eyes. So you have to understand that it's all about control. Mind control, body control, in that order.
Voltaire said it best, that if you can get someone to...
why wouldn't they spend all the money?
Voltaire said it best, and better than anyone can say it here. If they can get you to believe in absurdities, they'll get you to commit atrocity and not even care about doing it.
When
just a hum,
this
just a
globe Earth kind of movement started?
You don't think about that. Just a So why would if America?
I think about it all the time. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I just want to know why
now you know why. They want you to believe something absurd, so you just commit atrocity and not even care about it. Why are you bombing third world countries for preventive wars of aggression? Because there's a globe.
Do you have any proof for the claim you just made, or is it like
what's the claim? What's the claim I made?
The other guy, man.
Which guy?
You need me to claim that governments want to control your mind? Government.
No, I believe that too. But I'm asking basically, why should they not invest their money in something?
Okay, dude, he's just spazzing out. If you're gonna ask a question, at least pretend like you're listening. You're not even trying to pretend, for fuck's sake.
Come on, Apothecon. Why would the sociopaths lie to us?
Yeah, APOC, you got some good stuff on this. Guess you went AFK. So, Zerg, do you know who Edgar Mitchell is?
I mean, I agree with you, though. I'm not saying...
Okay, Zerg, do you know who Edgar Mitchell is?
No, I do not know.
Okay. Do you know any of the Apollo astronauts? Can you name one of them?
Probably, like the Apollo guy was named... This was a mission, I think. This was like a mission. Armstrong. I know Armstrong.
What's his first name?
Neil Armstrong.
Okay, so just one. You just know one of them. I guess that's better. Most of you guys don't know any of them. You don't know the year, don't know how many missions it was.
I agree with you. I mean, something is fishy, for sure.
Okay, well, there you go.
I mean, I agree with the first statement as well, but what I don't see is, why should they, when does this, movement start? When did people start to believe that the Earth was a globe? Which year was it?
16.
There are two different incarnations of this. One created by the Greeks, and another one created by the Catholic Church 500 years ago. So it depends on which time period you're talking about.
Okay, so you're basically saying the Catholic, like the Christian Church, is basically trying to implant a certain illusion in our brain to not see the world for what it is.
Yes, the Roman Church.
Or the Roman Church, yeah. And they planned world domination 400 or 600, or probably a few thousand years back. And it's like the same family that still controls the world, or families, or tribe. Is this what you're saying?
Nope, I just said the church.
Just the church. And can you name like organization? You have some names for me? I can look up.
Knights of Malta, Knights of Columbus. What do you mean like that?
I mean like names. Like organizations, for instance.
Jesuits,
The
Knights of
Jesuits.
Malta,
That's a good one.
Knights of Columbus.
Okay.
There's Masons, the so-called Illuminati. I mean, the
Yes.
octopus has many tentacles, right? And many
Yes,
suction
yes.
cups, right?
Is there any insider like proof of the Earth being flat? Is there like ever been an insider who came out? No insiders?
We just have observations that are proof.
Yeah, you don't need someone
Measurements.
else. You don't need someone else, right? You don't need a lab coat, right? You don't need a doctor. You don't need a mathematician. You go outside, large body of water at rest, and you make some long distance observations. You look at the math that the globe Earth proponents give us. 8 inches per mile squared. So if you got 10 miles, there should be 66.6 feet of hidden objects, like under the curve, right? Because you've heard all your life boats disappear over the horizon, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, when we observe that outside, we don't see that. It's missing.
Interesting.
It's missing. That's why we call it a black swan.
So you guys basically believe that the science that actually gets teach to certain students that this is like false science. It's like science that's
Science falsely so called.
Yeah.
so it's like made up science.
Right, because
It's
real
pseudoscience.
Yeah, pseudoscience.
Sorry.
It's all right, brother. You're good. Real science, you can do yourself, and you can repeat it, and you can test it, and you can falsify it, according to Karl Popper. Without the
Yes.
ability to falsify something, it can't be considered science. So when you go and look for the curvature outside, don't look for it on your TV, right? Because that's not going to work. We're talking about reality outside. You know, the earth that the earthworms live in, dirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outside, you go check that.
Interesting. Yeah, of course. I myself can prove that the Earth is a globe. That's basically impossible.
You
so
can or
why
you
does
can't? Sorry.
why does the flat earthers, or let me say the globus, for instance, when they hold a debate, why does it seem that the flat earthers can prove their claims, like only to a certain to a certain point?
What do you mean by that? Can't prove a claim. What do you mean by that?
I mean, I watched some debates. Maybe they biased from the start. It could be, of course, you know. I don't know. I don't know that. But it seems like that the professors who actually study, like for instance, the shape of the Earth, tend to actually be globus. So they part of a conspiracy, or they use the pseudoscience. So what is going on with that?
Yeah, there's also, you know, professors and stuff that tell us that we should get in the boxing ring and take the jab in our arm, right? And
Yeah,
right
that's
crosses and straight punches, if you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, that's right. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah,
right.
you have to be wary of listening to people just because they have a lab coat, right? It's like when you
Yeah, that's
learn
right.
about the priest and the children that go all the way back to the first case being reported, you know, 300 something AD, right? It's like you can't trust someone just because they're wearing a robe.
Well,
I
I will say
100% I agree. I mean, I'm not jabbed as well. I take no vaccines. I'm against.
I will hold on. Don't say that word. But I will say this: like, not trying to champion somebody, but there's a certain particular person in the community that goes up against, professors and people with credentials, and he himself has these individuals agreeing and at least conceding to these things that he presents to them. And who I'm talking about is Whitsitt, or Austin. If I don't know how you know him, but he has debated and talked with these particular individuals with the credentials, with the backing, with the career, accolades, and they themselves, when he presents this argument, he makes them think. And if you're
Perfect. You
trying
have a video for me?
go to his website, go to his YouTube. He has many videos of it. I don't know one
Post like a
specifically.
link or a name in the side chat.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know one specifically, but just browse through his YouTube, and he has many situations, and at least many interviews with one or this one or that one, and he has like demolished the
Yeah.
argument. I'm just
I
saying,
mean, like I'm really new to this topic, But
okay, well, I'll tell you what.
What he's telling you
when
is
I
you
watch,
got to
like,
watch some debates.
Right.
I mean, if I watch these 24/7 live streams of the Earth, it seems pretty fake. I'll be honest. I mean, it doesn't even make sense when they're over Germany, and the whole cloud structure is different.
Well, if you're
So,
German,
yeah.
you should definitely know that people lie all the fucking time.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they do.
bro.
I mean,
Yeah,
Germany is actually the founder of all these secret societies you actually name. So,
Once they lie, and we
there you go.
science it, and we know they lie.
Yeah. I posted the link to his YouTube. BattleMod Mike, he posted another link. Like, just go check it out, and you're gonna listen to somebody in the community that is actually like he can articulate everything about the discussion. And a lot of people, by the way, they hand wave, dismiss him, they hate him, they ad hoc him. And the reason why is because
I just give you his whole channel.
I'm binging your shows, and it's awesome. Probably stupid. Interesting. Really interesting. So the moon landing's also fake, yeah?
I don't know
Yes.
how would you prove it's real?
I mean, what I find funny that there was like only one moon landing.
Well, so the thing with the moon landing is that they say that you can go to a rock in the sky, but to get there, you have to go through a vacuum, and that vacuum violates the second law of thermodynamics. So you can't get to that place. It's just impossible. There's no discussion about whether you actually land on the moon. To get there is a violation of natural law.
And by the way, that's in their own paradigm. Like that's in their own within their own paradigm, because we, like, collectively, and I'm sorry if I'm speaking for everybody, but I am, like, we understand that is not something that can exist in our reality because of the violations. But in their own paradigm, you believe that you're traveling outside of the the constructs of physics and
Here's
natural
one for
law.
you.
Like that doesn't even make sense.
How long we been saying that, bro? You know, NASA actually wrote an article extending the atmosphere to outside the moon, past the moon.
Yep, they just changed it about 6 years ago or 4 years ago.
That's in direct response to flat earthers. And there's
Exactly.
a vacuum in between you and the moon, and now NASA says no, the moon's actually in Earth's atmosphere.
Exactly. They had to change it up because they understood that what they were presenting was inaccurate. So all of a sudden they said, scientists now have, concluded that the atmosphere goes beyond it.
So that answered the question of traveling through a vacuum and passing through the Van Allen belt, because the Van Allen belt is believed to be outside of the atmosphere.
But then my next question would be, like a rocket from Tesla and everything like that, like the launching of rocket. Is it fake or hitting? Are they hitting like a dome? What is happening with the rocket?
It's called low Earth orbit.
We just know that I'm not going to give them a full orbit. You see a rocket launch, you watch it go till it disappears. Past that, I don't know, and really you don't either if you were standing there watching it with me. From that point on to a certain point, we can only take what they tell us about the life and trajectory of the rocket.
Because they always switch to CGI once it reaches a certain altitude. Now, ironically, these launches take place over open seas that people don't record these things over them. That's
Yeah, and
that's very interesting to me. Like that's a red flag. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's red flags that you gotta fucking logically thinking. Like, wait, why is this even the way it is? So if they're saying this launch took place and it flew over the ocean, that we don't see where those things end up being at the end of the day because they switched to CGI. And then apparently there's this thing called the Bermuda Triangle where apparently there's this like graveyard of
everything
rockets.
disappears.
Exactly.
Hey,
I don't know, man.
Rayleigh Criterion posted the NASA article about Earth. Surprise, it's in the atmosphere. The moon is in the atmosphere.
Oh,
They learned it without going back to the moon,
This is
right?
crazy.
Yeah,
And this is like the official site of NASA, or what is this?
Yes. They
It's a NASA article. Yeah, it's from NASA.
They themselves. It was how long ago was that? That was years ago. How long ago?
2019. 5
Okay,
years.
so in 2019, I remember seeing it on the news. They were like, "Oh, we have now discovered that the moon may be closer than we thought it was, or our atmosphere goes further out than we thought it originally did." The reason why they did that because the whole science of it would not it doesn't comport.
That and because the astronauts got asked about the Van Allen belt also during the interviews, you know. And they said, well, it didn't harm us. And so NASA said, hey, if we just place the atmosphere out past the moon, then the Van Allen belt is further than that because we know it's outside of the atmosphere. So, and how they know that, we don't know. So,
yeah,
even though they didn't go back to the moon when they made that declaration.
Right.
I have another question. I mean, over the year there should be a lot of like, let me say, false edited clips and everything like that. Like, does that exist? Like false like rockets start and stuff like
There's all kinds of stuff, especially with the ISS. If you look into the ISS stuff, but the thing is, you can't go to YouTube and type it in and find it, right? You have to come to us to find it because the governments have heavily censored the stuff that we're putting out there. And you can even find a video of them asking, what was it, YouTube or Google, what are we going to do about these flat Earth people? So that's why every time you type in flat Earth in the YouTube, the article on top of the YouTube video is from Wikipedia saying that flat Earth is an archaic ideology, right? So, but when you think about it, Eratosthenes lived before Christ. So what was it, like 300 something BC? That's when Eratosthenes was talking about the Earth being a globe. So the whole globe Earth thing is also archaic. But they're not going to tell you that.
Exactly.
Boy
Good
older
point.
than Jesus.
Good point, Larry. Good point.
Yeah, I always like that point too.
Eratosthenes, blessed be his name. And they say that it's been scientifically disproven, even though, you know, it's a geometric question, right? But they love to rub the word science all over everything because that's an easy way to brainwash somebody.
Exactly. Because wanna know why? Because when you say science, you say, oh, that means they proved, or maybe not say proved because they're like, no,
Somebody
science
proved
doesn't
it
prove
all.
nothing.
No,
But-
you're
but-
right.
But now the new
He's got a buzz, bro.
But the new thing though is like, but science doesn't prove anything. That gives them the wiggle room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, science proved it all, but science doesn't prove anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think any of the globe earthers are trying to get on that Wikipedia article and change it and say, wait a minute, science doesn't prove anything. They leave that article just the way it is.
Exactly. Because they can't.
No, it's crazy. I actually watched some rocket launches, and they actually don't even show how they go into space.
Exactly.
Which, like,
Now
what
you're
the fuck?
Now you're getting it. But by the way, they always cut to CGI. Always. 100%.
We're gonna need more money in our budget next year, though, if we're gonna meet our plans. NASA, baby, yeah, space is the future, final frontier.
NASA's a black hole money pit.
Well, what do you think is like the like how does the, let me say, then the real shape work? Like, is there a dome? Like, what is happening? Like, what is happening?
All we know for sure is that there's containment because we got gas under pressure, and after that, there's lots of theories, and you know the Bible says one thing, but we can't prove any of that.
That reminds me. I took some photos today of. Check this out. I'm gonna post them right now. I took some photos today of let me post them, of clouds that are flat, okay? All the way around. They're flat. I'm gonna post them right now. And I was like, dude, that's pretty cool because it shows kind of like where that pressure containment is. Like there is a fucking like a pressing down, if you will, in the sky. You can see it with the clouds because they're almost like like look at all the the photos I posted. Look at how they're all
What
flat.
the fuck? You
Look at
got
all
like normal clouds over there in America. In Germany, we don't even got like normal clouds anymore.
Sorry.
Once they took the clouds.
Now, for real, I post some pictures from Germany. I made some videos and everything like that. We don't have normal clouds anymore. I didn't know the last
Yeah,
time we
there's
had
like
normal clouds.
20 new different types of cloud formations since I was a child. I know
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
talking about.
I
Yeah, so
agree.
if you want to know about the dome, all you have to do is ask a globe earther about Marconi and his transmission from the UK to Australia with line of sight technology. So what they're going to do is they're going to invoke something they call the ionosphere. And I just ask them after that, is that what you kids are calling the dome these days? Because they're saying they're bouncing radio signals off of something. Something? What do you mean something? Well, they say it's ionized gas. You think there isn't ionized gas? Like, everywhere you go? There's always going to be, like, lightning strikes and all sorts of things.
Yeah,
Because the
certain
nature
amount.
of the nature of the universe is going to be, electro, dynamic. It's always. But they say that they're bouncing radio signals off of something up there. Ask them about over the horizon radar technology.
I'm just saying, if you look at the photos I posted, which I saw today driving back from my doctor's appointment, I was like, holy shit, that looks pretty cool. Because you can see that all the clouds are kind of like skimming across because they're flat. All the clouds are on the bottom of them are flat. And obviously they're like that can be that level of this pressure that's pushing down upon us, that layer, if you will. And that reminded me of a fucking coker. A coker, when I worked at the refinery as an iron worker, and we learned about cokers, and cokers will establish this,
Tell them what a
gradient.
coker is, bro.
It's something that creates. So, for instance, like let's say over in that direction in Long Beach, there's a coker. So what they're doing, they're producing a product, and then when they add heat to it, it's like a big, huge silo, like a big missile-looking thing, right? But really fat, though, really wide. So, like, what happens is when they heat up the bottom of this element, whatever it is, material or whatever it is, fucking, I guess, element. So as the heat is introduced, there's a byproduct, and it will raise higher, and then there's another introduced heat, and then that will create a byproduct. So like in a coker, you can like you can create like 5 different byproducts, and they sell them like in petroleum or whatever, like whatever those things are. Like there's different ones, but
It's a tempered process.
Right.
Separate chemical separation through heat gradient.
Yeah. Exactly. So, but the point is that it separates, and then there's a layer, and that layer pressure gradient is built upon. But here's the kicker,
a temperature gradient. Yeah,
exactly.
That pressure gradient starts with a temperature gradient.
Exactly. So, but here's the kicker, though.
The density is, relative to the temperature.
Exactly. So that dense element that they're heating up is going to obviously be lower, and when they heat up, and then a byproduct goes higher, and then that byproduct goes higher. But the key point, though, is that it's contained. You cannot have these different gradients without a container. Yeah, layers without a
what it
container.
is it's a separation of elements. Like the clouds
right.
are pure water suspended in the atmosphere.
Right. Yeah, until they rain back down to us. It's a beautiful system. God is very, very
So
talented.
with these clouds, for instance, I sent you a picture. This is of a video I took. I can't send you the video because it's like on my phone. I made a screenshot. It's
more like what I see.
We always got these, like we got normal clouds, but there's always a layer above. Always.
Yeah, we call that lake effect. I live by the Great Lakes. I'm surrounded by Great Lakes, so Yeah, mine looks like yours. I'll have 3 or 4 layers of clouds.
Okay.
Plus, we got a bunch of manufacturing plants, so I'm sure the lake and Detroit, Michigan, you know. We got a
Yeah,
lot
this
of
is kind of weird, man. I was like, what the fuck is going on here, man?
You know what's funny though? Like when I remember sitting in my RSO class to get my credentials to go upon the refinery, and the whole time as they were explaining the coker, dude, all I can think about was fucking the flat Earth in the Discord fucking arena, bro. I swear to God. Like I was like, dude, this is why we have how we like. This is reality right here. Like, and they are literally building. They've built and constructed something that literally is like an example of. And matter of fact, the professor. I know I've said this before. I think even in this server, the teacher himself said the way the coker like creates these layers is the same. Like he applied it to the same principle as Earth. This is why we have different layers in Earth. He literally said that.
Listen, for a pressure differential to exist, you need a temperature differential, and that's all there is to it.
Exactly. And key, Michael, key is containment. That's the key. You cannot have it without containment.
Yeah. But if you have it all at one ideal temperature, then it'll be all one ideal pressure. But that doesn't exist in reality.
Exactly.
Heat transfer.
Okay, guys, I have another question. I don't know if you only talk about flat Earth, but what is like another topic they try to change?
No other topic.
Only flat Earth?
You betcha.
No, it's just a flat Earth, everybody.
Yeah, not sure where you're trying to direct it to, but it's we only talk about the world we live in, bro.
We can talk about.
I mean, what I don't get is like why you even like. I mean, you can't. It's impossible to prove, you know.
No, it's not. I told you, you got to go outside. There's large bodies of water at rest. You look for long distance observation, so you're looking for objects. So what I did is I went to North Beach, Corpus Christi. I saw Ingleside on the Bay at 10 miles away with the water up to my armpits. Now we're talking about beach houses and street lights. So for 3 days and 3 nights on the 4th of July, right, when it's the hottest and it's going to have the most amount of refraction. Well, it gets a little hotter in August, but I digress. When it's going to have the most amount of refraction, hotter than the 4th of July, right? You've heard that before. So that's one of those things to where I was seeing beach houses, not 6-story skyscrapers, because in Corpus Christi, when you're on North Beach, the city's behind you. When you're looking out towards Mustang Island, which is where Ingleside on the Bay is next to, you shouldn't be able to see that. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so it's not like what they told you that you can't prove it one way or the other.
Because like the Earth's like in this kind of 10-mile radius.
Well, the radius is 3,959 miles. So with the Earth that size, 3,959 miles. So with the Earth that size, the horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So when I saw those buildings during the day and the street lamps at night, it's over. There's no excuse. I mean, you can make an excuse and say this, that, or the other thing, but the Earth, the size they give us, being a sphere, is debunkable. And I'm no super genius. I'm just a regular guy, working class.
Yes. I mean, I was not even talking about that. I was like, how do we want to actually, like, how do we want to say this to the average human being that walks on the street? Like, if you say the Earth is flat, he looks at you like you're crazy.
First, you got to meet them on common ground. It's always a good place to start, right down to flat Earth.
Yeah, if you're talking to a normie, you can usually start out with JFK, being that I'm from Dallas, or you could talk about 9/11, right? And most people would agree that something funny happened on those 2 days.
Yes. I mean, in Germany, you can not change your gender one time a year.
Cares about that?
Oh wow, wow.
No, you can't. You can do it in name only.
What?
Your agenda? What do you mean by that?
His gender.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
you can change
your gender.
What?
You can change your gender one time per year now in Germany.
No, you can't.
Why?
You can't
You're
change
bringing
it.
that. You're bringing that up.
No matter
Why?
what you do, go ahead.
I'm
No, I mean, of course you can, but like legally you can now.
So you can change your chromosomes? Is that what he's saying?
I never heard of that
Dang old-
before.
Dang old tranny goes in the car, dang old, like, you know what I mean? Don't drink the trans fluid.
I was just about to say it. Somebody's been drinking too much Bud Light.
Oh wow.
Touche. Once a fucking year, damn. At what age, can I ask? What age am I available to do the 1 year?
Starting at 1 year old, because you know by then.
Yeah, actually, if you identify as it and your doctor tells you that's right, you can change your gender even if you're under 40
Okay,
or
dude, you
so.
got anything else to say on the topic, or are you done?
No, bro, I'm done.
Okay, see you later.
That is kind of fucked up, though, isn't it? What is the world coming to? I did not picture all this 20 years ago. I didn't see it coming.
Nobody did.
That's because they didn't have the drugs in the school like they do now.
Ooh.
Right. No, he's right. It was all top secret research. Probably part of that, German war machine.
So what else we
Like
got
Bayer.
for Globers in here? We got Bub. Does Bub speak? Is he a speaker?
I like to do that too, Larry. Start with certain conspiracies, see how much faith they have in their government.
Okay, what's your other question, Zuge?
Yeah, so basically what I was thinking about right now is, I mean, obviously there are like probably over hundreds of institutions worldwide which probably promote the idea of a globe, and thousands of workers. Are they all in on it, or are they like actively research under the pseudoscience? Like, what is the premise there?
You don't have to be in on it. You just have to believe in what you were told. So, are you
Okay.
familiar with anchor bias, sunk cost bias? Right?
No, you can teach
So,
me.
your bias is if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you're probably going to be a Wahhabi Salafist Muslim. But if you're born in Iran,
Yes.
you're probably going to be a Sunni, right?
Yes.
Probably,
So-
yeah.
So, if you were born on Earth, you probably saw a globe on the TV, right?
Yes.
So that indoctrination is very strong. When you're born, you put the
Yes.
baby in the crib, in the baby's little bed, and the sun,
Like
moon,
your
and stars
teacher
are
says
circling
it,
overhead.
he says it. Yes.
The mobile over the baby's head that plays the music and has the sun, moon, and stars. The programming starts right there. That's one of the first things that they see. And then they turn on the TV and the cartoons, and everything's about the globe, whether it's Sesame Street or Lilo and Stitch. Whatever they watch on TV, it's about the globe. And then they go to school, and what do they learn about? Well, they learn about things that are true. So what they do is they mix the truth with the lies, and that's the best way to kill a rat, right? You mix poison with food, 95% food, 5% poison.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Okay.
bias.
Yes, I can follow.
There's
you.
also sunk cost bias, right? So if you put 20 years into your life, right? You go to government school, and then you go to Jesuit school, or what we call the universities, right? And what they teach you, you go into debt, $100,000. So you don't want to think that you paid all that money, or you're going to pay all that money back, and you're going to pay way more back than $100,000, especially in America. And they taught you the wrong thing. So you think that you know everything that there is to know about the subject, and the ego wants to protect your identity, right? So if you identify with the globe and someone attacks the globe, that's like attacking your very identity.
Yes, I can follow. Yes, I believe that as well.
So it's a very long.
Astrophysicist.
Yeah, I'm an astrophysicist. I'm a doctor,
I got
sir.
250,000 in debt for it, and I'll tell you the
Right.
Earth is a globe.
Right.
Gotta
Okay,
be.
cool, nice, interesting.
Or I just wasted my education and my
So
money.
they're like basically you. Not much people who actually know the truth and try to manipulate
Right.
the
And ask
population.
anybody in the U.S. military about how the spending works. They have to spend more money to get more funding. So would they ever come out as a lie and get blackballed? Like that movie Ben Stein, where he talked with what's his name, and they basically said that if you go against the theory of evolution, they'll blackball you and they won't let you be a professor anymore. They'll take away your credentials, and instead of being a doctor, you'll just be a regular guy.
Mm-hmm. It's the same with like the
Jordan
globe
Peterson,
and flat Earth.
right? Didn't they take away Jordan? Aren't they trying to take away Jordan Peterson's psychology degree? Is anybody more qualified? His license, excuse me. So that's his license to do business, I'm
Oh,
assuming?
for real? They
Yeah,
use
exactly.
license?
Thank you.
They also did it to Peter Duesberg. He said that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, and they cut all his funding.
Fred Singer, he went against global warming. He was the leading cosmetologist or weatherologist, and then all of a sudden he wasn't even a scientist anymore.
Yeah, so there's consequences if you're a pilot. You come out and say, do you think the Earth is flat? They're going to make you take a psychiatric evaluation, not let you fly the plane anymore because you could be a danger to society.
Economic. Was that a fourth choice? Economic reasoning or anchor? And think about it. If you were scamming the whole world, the more people you let know about it, the less money you get to keep. You got to pay him now. You got to worry about him not snitching. You might have to pay somebody to go whack him, because let's face it, man. We're talking about amounts that can run nations, amounts of money, trillions. You know.
And think about this. If they could, I'm sorry, bro, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and imagine if they were the bankers. That's it. So the money itself, they own it.
If they could get to Julian Assange, who is a journalist, and in the Western world, journalism is supposed to be the number one most protected occupation other than preachers. If they could get to him, then they could get to anybody for anything. I mean, didn't they take the president's head off in Dallas, Texas?
Everybody's got a price. What's yours? That's the only question left. Can't tell me you don't have a price if I'm the guy that prints the money. I'll find your price.
Everybody, I think just almost everybody has a price. Like, I'll give you an example of someone who I think never had a price, and that was Ron Paul.
If you won't accept money, then they'll try to hurt you otherwise.
Well, or your family, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, they love to smear the reputation. I mean, if you look at some of the scientists who are slightly going against the mainstream narrative, like Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, I mean, go to his Wikipedia, and first thing you're going to see is that he's like a pseudoscientist or something. But then you look at his college education, and you're like, holy shit, like this guy is a scientist of scientists. Like this guy is like highly educated. How are they going to say that he's a pseudoscientist? Who wrote that Wikipedia article? Was it a scientist? Or just some schmuck on the internet, right?
Yeah, Wikipedia's got to be like one of the most biased websites I've ever seen.
Almost want to pronounce it like Wikipedia. L'chaim.
Hey, I've got banned from editing that stuff, you know. They don't let me do that no more. On one account.
Yeah, it's pretty evident to me that if you just do a little bit of research into science, that you can believe whatever you want, right? But if you really dig deep and you really start looking at the things that the scientists are saying, you can start piecing things together, right? So one scientist might say, I see the emperor's ankles, and another one says, I can see his shoulders, another one says, I can see his nipples, but no one scientist is going to publish a paper saying the emperor has no clothes. But if you look up the cosmological constant crisis, also known as cosmology in crisis, you can see that the cosmology that you're given, the lambda-CDM model, it's falling apart right now. And that's why they're going and looking for modified Newtonian dynamics, or MOND, trying to find a gravity that actually fits the observations. So they do tell the truth sometimes. You just have to be able to read between the lines. And we can post you lots of stuff showing you where the scientists tell the truth.
Hello? Hello? Hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. Earth is round.
You got any evidence for that?
I'll just go to Google and type in.
Oh, you're a Google Earther, huh?
Yeah, I use Google. I'm pretty crazy, right?
Do you do any thinking for
It's wild.
yourself, or do you just let Google do the thinking for you? Are you a little automaton robodroid? Google says the Earth is round. The Earth is
If you
round.
make that argument, you
Earth
can
is
just. Oh, that's cool. You can just make that argument
Earth is
about
round.
anything else then.
Fuck,
You'd
the
be like,
Earth is
oh.
round.
I know, but then if you're a skeptic of that, then.
Are you a skeptic? Tell me one thing about
just
the
don't believe
heliocentric
anything,
model.
right?
Tell me one thing that you're skeptical about the heliocentric model.
He said if
So
we
do
don't
you
believe
so
that.
do you believe that like history is real? That's photos too, like
To a degree,
it's documented
yes.
by photos and.
Do we believe
personal
that
accounts.
history is 100% accurate?
Just because you
That's
weren't there in that time
another
period, you
question.
think.
Bro,
So-
it's a red
No,
herring.
we can. You're
If your only argument is, oh,
you're
you haven't been to space, you haven't seen it, you go to Google. Like you
no.
can say that about like any historical event.
No. So we only have historical events from so many views and so many opinions. So as those people portray it, that's how we see it, and that's how we understand it. It's
Okay.
none of what
Well,
you're
most people
talking.
portray the Earth as round.
And it's not because we can't go there. It's because you can't prove you've been there.
But you can say that about anything, dude. That's what I just said.
Well,
Can't
listen,
prove that
you-
any
you
historical
can,
event
but
has
if you
happened.
say
dude.
space is real, then the
You
burden
weren't
of
there,
proof
man.
is yours. Is this
Well,
your
well-
response for having a burden?
Well, by
Just
your own
prove it's
logic,
real.
well,
Yeah.
by your own logic,
Just
the moon
prove
didn't
it's
happen
real?
then. Well, by
Yeah,
your
just
own
prove
logic,
it's
the
real.
moon,
It's
by
your
his own
assertion.
logic,
Just prove it's real. Okay, nice man.
by,
Good argument. It's just
by,
a really weak argument, dude. That's why people
Wait,
don't take
hold
you
on.
guys seriously.
If I
wait,
if I
wait,
go
hold
to
on.
Google, what will I get? An image. How do I verify that image is real and actual in reality?
That's what
Or
I'm saying,
should I
dude. You're
even
just,
worry
you're just
about
repeating
that?
yourself.
Or should
You
I?
can say that
No,
about anything that's happened ever in the history of mankind. You
that's
weren't
not
there,
even
dude.
logical thinking. No, it's not. A lot of things we can go to the place, we can verify it, we can redo the image. There's many ways of verification. You're wanting to dance around verification.
Well, by
That's
his
cool,
own
though.
logic, you can't
That's
prove
all
that the
you
moon landed.
have.
Oh, my
Hey,
God.
bro, hold on. By his
Sure
own
ain't got no
logic,
milk.
Oh shit, dude. You must be really fucking bored, man.
by his
I
own
don't hate the
logic,
flat earthers, but just like,
Listen.
dude, if your only argument is like, oh, you look
Well,
at
that's
images,
not
you
our
look at
only
Google, it's like,
argument, but it's just a retort to one stupid comment, which
wait,
was
Mike,
rhetorical
so where's the
anyway.
evidence that the Earth is flat? So if your argument is there's no evidence it's round, you haven't been there. Where's your evidence that it's flat? Like why?
I haven't been where.
Why do you think
Mike,
that this is like?
I haven't been
Where's your
where.
evidence, bro?
What
wait,
are you
Mike,
talking
Mike,
about?
Where's your
Michael,
evidence?
Michael, hold on. Wait, hold on, Michael,
Oh, I
Michael,
want to
hold
know
on.
where his evidence is, bro.
Wait,
It's not an
wait,
attack. I
wait.
just
No,
he
hold
thinks
on,
it's
hold on,
flat.
hold on. But hold on,
Listen,
though, Michael.
I'll tell you.
But wait. Hold on,
Hold
Michael.
on, bro. I can answer that. I walk out my door every day. I observe Earth to be flat and local, but I never see it as a sphere. And so you're the one that has the extreme claim. The Earth is a sphere, but we can't
Michael,
observe it as a sphere. There's no evidence it's a sphere. And yeah, we can't leave this reference frame to look back at it, but that's no reason to laugh all the logic. You know, it's logical progression.
Wait, hold on,
You
Michael.
observe a flat local Earth, and if you want to go from that to a sphere, you're going to need an extraordinary proof to back up that extraordinary claim.
But Michael, by his own logic, then you cannot prove that the moon landing was real by his own logic. And with
No,
that
he's
being
just
said,
saying we deny it because we wasn't there, and that's not the truth.
I know. But and again,
Then that's
by
your
his own
argument.
logic,
That's not
wait,
my
wait.
argument. That's yours.
No,
You're saying you
No,
go
that's
to Google.
your comment. That's
You
your
look at
comment.
images. Oh, you think
Hey,
it's
buddy.
real? You weren't there. You can say
Buddy,
that about
buddy.
anything that's ever happened.
I
man.
never said that. Only you said that. You weren't there. You
So
said it and
whoever else,
repeated
you're
it
the
multiple
other
times.
flat Earth guy said that.
But
Are
hold
you
on though.
high?
By your
You
own
agree with
logic,
him though, right?
dude.
Yeah,
come on, bro.
You're
Let
exactly.
me talk.
Is that
Let me
is
finish.
that a
No, but you
question
can
or
take
a
this any
statement?
way you want. It's you sound exactly like what I
Is it
what
a
I thought a flat
question
earther would
or a
sound like.
statement?
Oh, well, let me finish my statement.
Listen,
By
I
your
don't know how you heard me because Apocryphon's got a buzz and he just keeps on going in there,
my
man.
bad.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
with the
bro.
bad mic and you're
Please.
high. Yeah, you're a flat earther, bro. It's okay.
Is that all
Okay.
you
Hey,
got?
what was the other guy gonna say?
By your own logic, you cannot prove that we landed on the moon. By your own logic, because we weren't there. And with your own logic, if landing on the moon proves your heliocentric model, then it negates your argument to begin with. By your own logic, like logically speaking, if we weren't there to witness it, right? So then you yourself are saying you cannot do that. And I'm agreeing with you. But yet you would want to introduce this falsehood that we did do it. But by your own logic, you negate yourself. Do you understand that? Yes or no? Do you understand that?
Nah, I think he's as confused as I was when he kept interrupting me.
Are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't even. Were you talking to me
See?
just then? I thought you were screaming at the other guy.
He ain't talking to me.
I'm talking to you, bro. I'm talking to you, the globe earther that said that you weren't there,
milkman.
so you can't prove it.
Listen, he's the milkman,
That's
bro.
what the other guy said, not me. He was saying, "Oh, you go to Google, that's your evidence." Yeah, obviously, I haven't been to space, but
So do you
we
actually
can
have any
we
evidence?
can safely assume.
So do you actually have any evidence?
Do I have evidence? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Have I been to space?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You made a claim. Do you have
don't
any
know,
evidence for it?
I just said, man, it's. And
No, Google it
documented
ain't
by
evidence, bro. Might want to
basically
try
every
that again.
fucking-
Maybe use
Google
Chat
isn't
GPT
evidence?
this time. It's not a source.
I mean, that's the only like thing you guys have. Do you have anything else?
Google it is not
Oh,
evidence.
you
That
use Google
statement
Images.
is
Yeah, you can.
not
You
evidence.
don't have to use Google,
hold
man. You
on.
can look in any fucking textbook. You can speak to any fucking.
Okay, use it and find the
What
evidence.
heretic?
Any person in any high
Yeah,
position.
what he's saying
fucking-
is bring something that actually requires a rebuttal and not dumb shit, and maybe we'll do something. That's
Well, the
what
only
he's saying.
argument you have is, oh, you look at images.
You don't need an
That's all
argument,
you
dude.
have.
You haven't brought anything.
Talk to anyone, man. I don't know.
We don't need an
There's
argument.
plenty of evidence, dude. There's people that have actually been to fucking space, dude.
See, it's you that doesn't have the argument. Just
Well,
general.
what flat
blanket
earther has gone to
comment.
space, though? Is there a flat earther that's ever been to space?
Nobody ever has.
Everybody-
It doesn't exist.
Everybody that's been
fuck
up
I'm in
into
space
right now. Everybody.
The reason no
You-
flat earthers have ever been to space because you guys are fucking retards. The only arguments you guys have is like, oh, well,
It's
you
'cause
haven't been to
nobody's
space.
been
You
there,
haven't been to
fuckhead.
space.
So
So
what's your-
every fucking person
Listen.
has to personally go to space. And even if they did, you wouldn't believe them because you didn't fucking go yourself.
So what's your proof?
So-
What's your proof?
So
Hey,
it's like
buddy,
it's just this
not even
like
our argument.
constant fucking
That's just some
retarded
dumb
circle.
shit that you keep repeating. That doesn't have an argument. Listen, stop interrupting, dude. You don't have an argument. You're not saying anything. You're just making blanket, generalized comments. Be specific about something, and we'll cover it if you're capable of that.
what's your proof other than somebody else did it that you believe personally that's the globe? Let's start there.
I didn't hear him make a claim other than claims about individuals and character.
Well, that's what I'm
He-
trying to say.
He
Like,
started out with saying it's a globe.
yeah, exactly. So
Google
what's your
told him
proof
so.
that's the globe? What's your proof, buddy? Other than somebody saying this is what happened, even though we know that technically they can say whatever they want to and can convince the masses. What do you know be outside of that for like 100% you're sure that it's the globe? Go ahead. I'll shut up.
I hope he gave up. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't
Sounds like you
him.
did. It sounds like you did.
Who's got the beep shit? We gonna find you and we gonna ban you.
Run and tell that.
Yeah, run and tell that. We got years of experience in this.
It's amazing to me that these guys keep jumping in and they try to talk to us like we are not, educated to the argument. It's really funny.
If we could get a constructed, coherent conversation going, then it would lead somewhere. But when it's just
These guys
all
are
over and back,
these guys are
then
playing
it doesn't
checkers
work
and we're
out.
on chess, bro. They're playing
Right,
checkers and we're
Larry.
playing chess.
So it reminds me of that one episode. What was it, Fresh and Fit, when some female made a claim on that show, and she was like, "Just Google it. Just Google it."
Just Google the falsehood. It will prove you right.
That's a problem. See, Google giving out too many degrees nowadays. Too many people think they're professors, but they got Google.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they're not very good at making sure they're getting accurate information. So they don't know what an accredited source is.
Because they counted them to
They
be
talk about
wise.
peer review, bro, but they come with non-accredited sources.
Because
Does that make sense?
Because they account themselves wise, they were proven to be fools. That's the whole scripture right there. You guys, they think they know something, but they're just fools, believing the lies.
I like
And
the
here
way
we
you
are.
approach that, Hank.
What's up?
The kid we got going earlier, that was eloquent. Broke it down to how each individual could be vested in a different way into their belief system. Mick, that's it. Dude right above Newt. Get him. He got the beeper. We
Mick's a
found
flat
you,
earth.
buddy.
Mick's a flat earther, but he keeps like throwing some weird ass sounds.
Well, he got some cross wires in his headset. His cat been chewing on his shit. American.
What's going on? I heard my name.
Got that janky Dollar General shit.
What's
The
up,
cat chewed
Carnivore?
on it.
Carnivore, get off your mic.
It
Come
is.
back.
It is Friday.
Oh, is it Julia? I think Julia might be. No, I don't know. Julius, I think that was your mic that kept getting that weird ass spiking in audio. You got muted, so maybe that helped it. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Carnivore, you gonna come off unmute? Let's talk, brother. How you been? Long time no see.
Carnivore's a chat skank. He doesn't talk.
No, he's a good guy, man. He's a Glober, but he's a good guy. Though. He has some falsehoods, but it's
He's
okay.
a chat skank here, bro. But yeah, I kick it with him too. I hear you.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Whoa, Who is that?
I know. Look, fuck you and your beef, motherfucker.
That pierced the fuck out of my
It's
ears, man.
Welge, all the way at the bottom. Welge,
Imagine it.
WELJ. That's the cuck.
Imagine if you was out in public and the motherfucker just keep beeping you like that. Wouldn't you just punch him?
He keeps
That'd be
piercing
the
my
least.
ears. Sounds like
I would.
he kind of sounds like these NASA transmissions. Ain't
I
gonna lie.
always got
Everything's
bail
nominal.
money. Don't fuck with me. Don't come to Michigan with that shit.
I think he's on Discord from
We
space.
keep bail money. Michigander always got a couple hundred hidden for bail.
I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be back.
But in Michigan, we also have mutual combat, so I might not need bail, and it's a stand my ground state too. So if I can establish that,
you got to
if I
stand your
can
ground.
establish, like, officer, he swung at me, he wanted to fight. It was mutual combat because I wanted to kick his ass.
Who was that?
The Globers
That's
trying
their-
desperately to make an argument for the Globe.
Look, yeah, that's the new globe proof, bro. That's what.
Pure nonsense.
That's the latest globe proof. Where it's an update.
That's the latest globe proof.
It's like Gem Pandas called a class. It's class time at Gem Pandas for their Flat Earth Tactic of the Week training.
You know what's funny? Every now and then I get tagged like 10 times from guys from Gem Panda server. Hey, come over here, Pocketphone. Get over here. Like let's talk. Let's talk. I'm like, they must be desperate for like somebody to like voucher upon. You know what I mean? Like they're looking for someone to just like eat up. They always do that.
Vulture?
Though. They always
You mean
they're
vulture?
vultures. Yeah, they're vultures. Yeah. They try to always get me over there. Like, hey, come over here.
Those are the type of dudes that get caught whacking off on their own damn live stream.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've been in the community for a while, so guys that get caught jacking off on their own live stream, I don't really put any faith in their opinion.
Who was that?
Dude, I think we're under attack. They're trying to use like
I
quiet
don't know.
weapons against
I didn't even see what that was. It's so smooth.
quiet weapons for quiet wars.
Yeah, whoever it was, they left the channel after that sound.
Yeah, it pierced the fuck out of my ears.
You can listen to the live stream and it'll show up there.
All right, yeah, I have my fucking Apple AirPods, and it fucking like pierced the fuck out of my ears like a dog whistle.
Yeah, that's their intention. It's an actual. It's their meaning. Intent is very harmful.
Hey, Heretic,
These
are
are
you here?
evil people. These are evil Satanist demon worshippers, and they openly are. I have no
There is such thing
religiosity
as
towards it, but
acoustic
they are evil people.
You're right, bro. You're right. Demonic entities, bro. Hey, Heretic, you here? I don't know if he's just
acoustic
muted.
warfare.
He might just be muted away.
Oh, I'm not here right now.
Okay. I was just saying, like,
Get the cattle prod out, man. It's Friday night.
exactly. Are you witnessing this, Heretic? That's what I was saying.
Actually, not really. To be
Okay.
honest, I just started tuning back in.
All right, now yeah, someone's fucking with the fucking audio. I just want to be a mod so I can mute these motherfuckers. I don't even abuse my mod power. Just waiting for you to make me a mod, Heretic.
No, he means the ones that are doing the loud noises.
Yeah, these fucking douchebags.
sound
that are fucking-
trolls?
Yeah. Well, that jump in and do some dumb shit.
Acoustic warfare.
Mm-hmm.
I can explode your eardrums with the right tone.
Hit that brown note.
You'd be deaf for the rest of your life.
Wouldn't put it past some of them.
I wouldn't either. You know, that's how they win. You'll never hear the argument again, and somehow they won. That's science.
Yeah, but you believe in flat Earth, so no one cares.
What's your proof about a globe
No,
Earth, buddy?
actually, people do care. Just you don't care.
Yeah, what's your proof of a globe? Let's start there. What's your proof? Make your claim and then present your evidence. Go ahead. Show and tell.
About
He already did. I think that was it. He
Thermal
blew his load
thermal
already.
vents.
Let's give him a chance.
Okay, yeah, this guy's gonna keep talking. So GG.
Huh? Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. What is it?
What do you mean? Go ahead. That guy just wouldn't shut the fuck up. So how am I supposed to?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got to take your route now because that was it.
So what's your claim?
So the fact that you couldn't stop talking means that you can keep talking. I'm confused.
Hey, so what's your claim, buddy? What's your claim?
Yeah, but you guys aren't educated enough to talk.
We can't hear your claim, man.
I just asked you, what's your claim, buddy?
It's my claim.
Yeah, what's your claim? What do you claim?
My claim about what?
Oh my God, he's talking about we're not educated.
Yeah.
He already lost track of what shit he couldn't keep track of the shit he was talking.
That's cool. It's cool, kids. Just mute me whenever you're not comfortable. My claim about what?
Bro, make a claim.
Let me say it again.
I meant that literally. Yeah, kid.
Okay. So let me say it again. I'll say it real slow.
Like 3 or 4 more times. I think that makes you sound smarter.
Here, just let this dude make his claim. Take a breath for a minute, bro. You got a good buzz. Just give this dude the floor. He's super sensitive. Come on, dude. Make your claim. Come on. We cleared the floor for you.
A drop of water.
Oh no! You guys misunderstood me. I'm fucking looking for a different subreddit, and I found it. So I don't care about you guys. Bye.
So you don't have a claim? You don't have a
That's
claim?
what the floor is yours, Apocrypha. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
Did he find that
let me talk real quick.
masturbation for small penises subreddit he wanted?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on though. So
two guys down there that went.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your claim that you want to present for it being a globe?
He ain't
Go
got
ahead.
one.
He's gone. He bounced out.
He's
He
scared.
went on Reddit.
That was
He
easy.
said he's still got time to change his gender this year.
He must be from Germany.
I had to. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize.
Well, it ain't just limited to Germany. It's
Remember from earlier? Yeah.
Yeah. That's from earlier. So, any Globers have claims that the Earth is a globe, ball, spheroid, oblate, spheroid, pear shape, pear shape, whatever the fuck you want to call it? Anybody? You want to bring it out?
State your claim and then back it with evidence. That's how we roll here. Just
That's
make
right.
your claim and then back it with evidence.
Anybody want to step up? The floor is yours.
Play the Jeopardy music.
All right. Nobody. Got it. Okay. Maybe they're here to learn. Okay, with that being said, maybe they're here to learn. So let's teach them. Where do we start?
I defer to Hank.
There we go. Get it, Larry?
Yeah.
What's up, Larry?
First,
You always
yeah,
got
first-
some wise words.
Yeah, I appreciate that. First, you got to remember to believe nothing that you hear and only half of what you see, especially if it's on TV. So all the bullshit you saw on TV about tractor beams and Star Wars and the Force, it's all just TV, right? Like I'm playing a video game right now. I don't think like any of this stuff is real except for maybe like guns, right? But everything else on this video game is just made up for entertainment. And the globe Earth is like Santa Claus for adults.
There you go. Do any Globers object? No, I guess they don't. They don't have the balls, or they don't have the evidence. I don't know. Maybe both.
Does that muted guy have anything to say?
Well, we don't know.
What happened to Matt Nuclear? Is he still here? He was in the chat talking about I'm muted. He wanted to talk. Is Matt Nuclear still here?
He always drags it just way off the topic. That dude just talks about dumb shit.
I'm not looking at my phone, so I can't see who's here.
So, that being said, how many of you Glovers play chess and want a flat earth ass whooping on chess.com?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm
Come
talking
see
about.
about.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Come
Hey,
see
hey,
about
Mike.
me.
Hey, Mike.
What's up,
Hey, yo,
Deacon?
Mikey. Hey, did you check the price of Bitcoin yet? God damn.
Yeah, it's moving, ain't
It is moving. It is moving.
It's moving. It's just moving. It's gonna hit an all-time high soon, my guy.
It is. So you don't want a chess whipping on chess.com? Is that what you're saying?
Man, fuck chess guy. I'm all about the
It's
money,
Friday night. I'll
man.
even live stream whooping your ass. Come on, Glovers. What's up?
Nice. I will too, by the way. I'll
I'm
play
one of
some
them,
chess.
soon to be
Yo,
masters.
bottom up. Your internet connection is not gonna handle the streaming, so I don't know why you said that.
I got a hotspot, bro.
Doesn't matter. Your
Yeah,
internet's so shit. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You're still garbage internet.
Well, right now I'm booting some data for the week. The shit for the quarter. It'll be done here in a minute. I'm about 45.
Damn. See, that's how slow it is. Shit.
It's a lot of data.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, my internet is a gigabit, right? So I can push that shit in like a second.
Oh well, I run the company network
That's
here
slow?
too, so I'm bringing all my
1
database up
gigabit is not slow, my friend.
for my network.
My brother just signed up for 3 gigabit.
Oh, just okay. Yeah, I know the 6 just came out too. Who cares? Why are you gonna spend so much money for nothing?
I don't know. It sounds enticing to me.
No, I'm talking to this other guy, but it's okay.
I'm just pulling your chain.
I'm happy with 40 megabits per second, man. I'm thrilled.
I hear you. I got
Somebody
country
lives out in the
internet.
boonies.
Hell
That's
yeah.
me.
All right. Hey, bro, you got to catch up over there, bro.
Thanks for noticing, Hank.
We're on that. But
Yo, is Gemsy here? Yo, Gemsy, are you there?
That's small town internet for you, you know. I bet if I was in Detroit, I'd get that good internet, that good shit. You know?
Oh yeah, you get the best internet there, guy. You got the best
are you
internet in Detroit.
but are you using fiber or copper? Because technically, I think copper has been proven to transmit at a higher speed than fiber, which is really weird if you think about it.
That's
Fiber
wrong.
was
That's
no,
completely
Mine comes
wrong.
through my cable right now.
That's completely wrong.
Hold on,
The fuck are you on again?
hold on.
No, don't speak out your ass. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You always say stupid shit.
Look, guys, it's about flat Earth. Come on, let's not
Wait,
do
listen.
Well, this is actually fiber optic cables are laid through the fucking flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
and
I'm
the way
hip
they're
on
laid out prove that it's flat. That's one. And why it's fiber, not copper? Well, because fiber pushes information faster, better,
Okay.
and everything else.
But
And the fuck I'm a copper.
hold
Get
on.
out of here.
Let me correct you.
You're not gonna correct me. No, I corrected you. The fuck out of here.
Let me correct you.
No, I corrected
Hold
you.
on. Hey, buddy.
Fucking,
Listen.
you're the biggest Dunning Kruger in here, my guy. Who the fuck are you gonna correct?
Hey, listen. Fiber has a cap, you dumb fuck. Fiber has a cap
No,
on
it
their own
doesn't.
system. Yes, it does.
No,
On
it
their own
does. No, it
system.
doesn't.
Dude,
No, it doesn't. Who said? Who said?
Hear me out.
Who said? Who said? Who said?
I'm gonna tell you right
Who said
now.
it? Who said it?
I'm gonna tell you right
I
now.
don't need. Who I'm gonna tell you right now. Tell me the fucking name right now, idiot.
Verizon said.
Dumbass, you're stupid.
Okay, so here's my story.
You're stupid. I don't need your story. I used to work for Bell fucking Canada, the biggest telecommunications company in the fucking country. You're gonna fucking tell me some shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Let me tell you.
You're the biggest Dunning Kruger in the fucking world.
Let me tell you something, you dumbass. Fiber optics is capped. Okay, fiber optics is capped because they have a certain bandwidth that they will allow their customers. Now, I remember when fiber optics was very, very fast. but they got outdone by copper only because there was companies that expanded the bandwidth. Are you going to disagree with me? I'm just saying, like, from facts.
100%. 100% I disagree with you, you fucking moron.
Okay. So
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about, bro.
No, you don't.
Okay,
No, you don't.
once upon a time, and it continues to today. Once upon a time, fiber optics fucking trumped copper. Okay,
You're fucking stupid. No, never. Never did.
It never did.
Never did.
Fiber optics never trumped copper. Are you saying that?
Never.
Oh wait. Listen to what I'm saying. Fiber optics never trumped copper, and you're saying it never did?
Never. I don't know the fuck you getting this dumb shit.
Wait. So then your argument is that fiber's faster than copper, but you're saying
It's always been.
What, dude? Are you drunk right now? Listen,
No, I think you are, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Listen. Fiber optics trumped copper. Yes or no?
Show me one copper line that can do a gigabit. Show me one.
Dude, copper
Show me
can do
one.
100. Dude, copper
Okay.
can do. Dude,
Okay.
copper.
Show me one. Show me one.
Okay,
Show me
honestly,
one.
guys,
Wait.
nobody gives a shit. Can we
This
take
guy's
it back to
retarded.
flat Earth?
No.
Apocryphon, let me tell you one thing, Apocryphon. Electrical engineering is what I graduated, right? Well, you're a fucking high school dropout. Don't even fucking argue with me, you dumb fuck.
Come on, Glad.
You're stupid as fuck.
We're not here to
This
listen
guy
to
a
two
bandwidth.
flat
This guy.
earthers argue over fucking internet connections. Come on.
But
Let's
here's my
take it
point,
back
though.
to the topic.
Hold on. Wait. Before we go back to the topic, let me just say this.
Let's go back to flat Earth. Fuck fiber optics, fuck copper, and fuck you too in your fucking argument.
Just hold on,
I'm trying to be nice about this. It's Friday night. I'm too old for this shit. Back to the fucking topic.
Fiber is faster, though. I'm just saying.
Mute these motherfuckers. Nobody want to listen to that shit. But seriously, thank you guys. You guys just need to cool out. And I'm going to defer to Larry once again for those wise words of wisdom.
Some shit just ain't worth arguing over. Like, I think that if we just stand on our common ground, when we've come to a disagreement, just say, okay, we're going to couch that, never talk about it again, agree to disagree. And if they bring it up again, be like, what, are you trying to like start shit again? Like we agreed to disagree about this shit and remain on the common ground. And understand that we're always being situationally divided, like 7 ways to Sunday, black, white, rich, poor, left, right, Christian, Catholic, Star Trek, Star Wars.
And that's why I always defer to Larry. You're out there. They tell you in their damn motto for America, united you'd stand. Can't nobody ever divided you all.
We need some people in here to thinks that I'm an idiot because, it's going to go to my head if Michael keeps on saying defer to Larry.
Yo, free my dogs.
Trying to get you in there. At least you take it back to the topic.
Yeah, so back to the Earth. Is there any Globers in here that got exclusive evidence for the globe, axial rotation, gas pressure without a container, or any sort of evidence for gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? Man, remember how fervent they used to be about gravity? What? You don't believe in grav? I guess I cured them of that shit. Talk about the crisis in cosmology if y'all don't watch out now. Where the Globers at? They scared? Who's this Julius guy? Does he need to be unmuted or is he trash?
Yeah, I'll mute him.
I don't think.
He's usually in here just listening, but I thought it was him making a noise before, so I muted him. But I'll unmute him.
Thanks, bro. Hey, Julius.
Yeah, he's hot micing.
Oh, okay. Is that what you call that noise? Hot micing?
Oh, he's gooning.
No Globers? Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to defend that shit either. Because your shit's weak. Yeah, I'm talking about gravity. Your shit's weak.
It's pretty strong.
Gravity is a strong force? You got any evidence for that?
It's the reason you're sitting down.
I bet you I could find all kinds of evidence that gravity's weak.
Nah.
You don't think so? So are you going to say that you're wrong if I provide you evidence that gravity is weak?
Nah.
So you're a dishonorable man then?
Yeah.
Let me know how that works out for you in the long run. You bring dishonor to your whole family line until you get to the point to where you and I are related, and then my honor protects them. I feel sorry for you Globers. Your cosmology's in crisis, but you're too afraid to look it up. You guys will say that you Google the Earth, the globe all day long, but you won't Google cosmology in crisis. Like, that's how scared you are. Imagine being so scared that you couldn't listen to your own scientists telling you that cosmology is in crisis. It's the biggest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science, according to Michio Kaku. And then you come in here saying that gravity is a strong force.
Dude, you're a yapper, huh?
Well, at least I'm providing stuff I can back up what I'm saying. Like, you got nothing, bro. Did you learn that your cosmology is in crisis yet? Or are you too afraid to Google? You getting educated right now about the crisis in cosmology, or do you need help? You want me to do it for you? Are you inept?
Schizo.
Are you a schizo?
You.
You got any evidence of that? Or is
You
it
right
just
now,
personal
talking to the
attack?
voices.
You sound a little yellow belly to me, bro. I'm just going to be honest. You sound like you're terrified of what I have to say. I'll go ahead and post a Harvard link for you. Space.com. Give you a few things to look at. Just want you to know that, you know, the whole cosmology that you learned in school falling apart. Sorry about your bad luck. There's the first link. Look, to the guy who thinks I'm a schizo, can you read? I know you can't search, but can you read? We have to use our imagination. So, to the guy who's handing out medical diagnosis, even though he's not a doctor, can you mic up? Are you there?
Schizo Maxon.
He's scared.
This guy sounds autistic or something.
Who's that?
The guy that you're trying to talk to who keeps humming and yelling out random shit. You sound coherent to me. Don't know why he's insulting you.
Well, let me just help this guy out. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum. And this density should have large gravitational effects. However, these effects, which effects the sentence before tells you, right? Context is key. Large gravitational effects. That's what we're talking about. Gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. There is generally no accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. So this is the vacuum catastrophe. Sorry, guys. No gravitational effects. So the discrepancy between theory, what theory would that be? Well, it could be the quantum field theory, which is the theory where they try to reconcile the quantum mechanics with Einstein's theory of relativity. But it's not working. So this right here shows you that gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, and it doesn't work at the galactic level. There's a huge discrepancy when they try to, consolidate and make a theory for everything. So that's why M theory, also known as string theory, failed miserably, because when you try to make gravity work everywhere, it just doesn't work. And that's why there's cosmological constant crisis, and that cosmological constant comes from Einstein's equation for gravity. So your gravity is dismissed. Shit's weak.
Prove it.
You want me to keep citing sources? Because I can. I'll cite them all day long. There's no shortage of paper. In that Harvard link, it says there's no shortage of papers written about this. So do you want me to just spam the chat with all these different scientists? Especially the string theorists. Oh man, they call you guys out the worst because they tried to make it work and it doesn't work. And what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? I know that's what you're going to ask, right? Because you guys always do, because you never understand what I'm talking about. How are Spaceballs made again? Oh, that's right, gravity. So if gravity doesn't work, then you don't have Spaceballs.
Spaceballs, eh?
Yeah, globes.
Oh, yeah. Hmm. It's always the cause of that which is up for speculation, isn't it? Like, which they try and insert the storyline to, which therefore then it's almost like the atomic universe in a way. They just scale it up infinitely and tell the story just the same.
Well, the atom is just a theory, right? The atomic model.
Yeah, right. The same thing. No, like the whole atom structure of it looks nothing like it does. It's just all hypothetical and with electrons orbiting around the nuclei and this and that, Same kind of theory. It's an electric universe. Basically positive and negative, male, female. It's the fundamentals of reality, right? However that works. Up and down, whatever you want to call gravity. Density, buoyancy, up and down.
There's battle mods showing Globers beating the shit out of their computers. Alright, so I did space.com. I guess I could continue. How about Scientific American? Wonder what they have to say. The cosmological constant in physics, most embarrassing problem. Huh, their most embarrassing problem. I wonder what they're talking about.
Are we doing space news or what? What's going on?
Well, I'm a little bit different from some flat earthers. I like to destroy space for them and the globe at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit different.
That's why we like you, Larry.
Appreciate that.
Remember back in the day we used to get Dave to do the NASA news back on the back in the day. That was essentially the same thing, right? Pointing and laughing at the stories and assumptions.
Einstein's biggest blunder. I wonder what they could be talking about. Oh, there you go. There's some news about Einstein's biggest blunder, according to himself. I wonder what that blunder could be. Could it be his constant? All right, I'll go ahead and read this real fast. The more matter there is, the stronger pull of gravity, the more space will curve, making it likely that the current expansion will halt and the universe will be closed, i.e. will collapse back down on itself. This is the big crunch theory. If there is not enough matter, the pull of gravity will gradually weaken as galaxies move further and further apart. The universe will be open, will expand forever, with essential no end. Scientists believe that the universe was flat. The border between open and closed expansion would slow down indefinitely without recollapsing. Just as physicists were getting comfortable with this idea, the story took an unexpected turn in 1988. Two separate teams of physicists measured a change in the expansion rate using distant supernova as mileposts. When Hubble made his 1929 measure, the farthest redshift galaxies were roughly 6 million light years away. If the expansion were slowing down under the influence of gravity, supernova in the most distant should be appear brighter and closer than their redshift would suggest. Instead, a high redshift, the most distant supernovas are dimmer. The expansion of the universe is speeding up. 'Cause your shit's weak. I tried to tell you. Globers don't know how to listen. Gravity's weak. It's a testament to
Say it
Einstein.
again.
Shit's weak. It's a testament to Einstein's genius that even his blunders prove to be significant. That's some copium right there, bro.
Yeah. Biggest leaps and biggest falls, biggest fails. I mean, when you take the biggest leap, you do risk the biggest failure.
Oh my god, I've had enough of this fucking character. My bad, guys. I'm sorry if I got out of character. This fucking dude. We
Yo,
have
shut the fuck up.
we
Shut
have
the fuck
Spectrum.
up, first of all.
Come on, guys. We didn't unmute you for this. We knew you guys would act like men and get over it, so we just had faith in you. Come on. We love you. It's cool.
You guys
Water
want me to
under the
continue?
bridge and all that. Yes, please.
Okay, it's a testament to Einstein's genius that even his blunders are proven to be significant. Lambda implied that the existence of the repulsion from gravity, as such things appear to be the driving force behind the cosmic acceleration, it's called dark energy. The dark matter gives rise to gravity that holds the universe together, and the dark energy is the counterforce pushing the universe apart. So that's why 96% of their model is made up of dark energy and dark matter. It's because when they observe, the actual heavens, the cosmos, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't match their theories. That's why they got to come up with all this stuff. And that's where you get this discrepancy of 10 to the 120th, right? Because if you're off by this much, you have to make shit up. So if dark matter doesn't exist, then that debunks gravity, because dark matter is what's giving the galaxy the gravitational pull to hold the galaxy together. So I wonder what Professor Krupa says about this. Shit's about to fall apart.
And they all think dropping a mic proves gravity.
They watch too much TV.
No, that's not. The problem is they don't know TV from reality, Hank. We watch TV too, right? We know the difference between reality and programming. I think.
All right, there's Professor Krupa talking about how dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So those of you who don't know, that means like 99.99999% certainty that it's debunked. So that's why in this interview he's talking about modified Newtonian dynamics and not taking Einsteinian gravity seriously. So Milgromian gravity is what he's promoting. And I don't know if I believe in that shit or not. I haven't done that much research into it, but I'm just showing you that you guys are in the middle of a paradigm shift and you're running late. You don't know because you don't keep up. So your model's in crisis. The Kuhn cycle is wrapping up the lambda-CDM model. So all those times you guys asked us for a model, you guys don't have a model your fucking self. But you're too ignorant to know it. Are there no Globers in here? Nobody wants to defend their gravity and say that it's a strong force? Or maybe the universe isn't expanding at all, and the universe is just a concept. Just because you see different colored wavelength light doesn't mean that it's expanding. And Hubble was choosing this purely on a philosophical point, not a scientific one, because the alternative terrified him. That's what scientists do. They're like afraid of things, right? Oh wait, scientists aren't supposed to do that. Like they're supposed to just follow the data and the evidence wherever it goes. But the horror of a geocentric Earth sends them into panic and crisis. And guys, I'm sorry the experts, are saying this. I'm sorry that I have to report it and be the one to tell you. Don't shoot the messenger. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
What was that? That's Battle Mod posting somebody beating their computers up again.
Hey, Battle Mod, you there, buddy? I came here to fucking tell you, Larry, how you doing, buddy? Hey, man, did you look at the
know
price
who
of
that is, don't you?
tapioca? Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, that guy's
Who?
Arwen. It's
Who?
Arwen. Hey,
Arwen
thanks for
who?
calming down, Vlad.
I'm always calm. I don't know. I get muted because the shit I
You
say is a
two
little
should
too
just
harsh.
get together and box, but don't do it in BC.
Buddy, I'll fucking destroy him.
Coffee or
If I
something.
you know
No,
exactly what's gonna happen.
let's
I'll
not.
fucking Arwen.
I'm
Who the
just
fuck
saying,
is
keep
Arwen? I
all
don't
that
care about Arwen.
personal.
He's a wood elf.
Listen,
He said,
this guy
I know
fucking
I'm
talks
not
shit all
gay,
the
I
time.
did the science, Larry. Do you remember that shit? Couldn't believe he said it. I was like, what? He said, yeah, you want to know? I said, fuck no, I don't want to know.
Man, you know what? All I gotta say is, man, Battle Mod, man, I hope you fucking listen to me, man. Remember, like a fucking year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm like, Battle Mod, man. You're like the richest guy I know, man. I need you to
Yeah,
become a
these
little
guys
richer.
here don't like the crypto.
It's you personally could have just went and all you had to do Was take some cash that you have lying
Flat
around
Earth,
that you're not
bro.
doing with things.
Flat
I listen. The Earth is 100% flat. Economy runs on a flat Earth. That's the thing. The reason why we're having these crazy economical crises is because it's on a flat Earth. Oh, there he is. There he is. His name is Blackbeards. Blackbeards. You guys saw him? Blackbeards. Blackbeards. He's like a fucking dark tag.
And that shit's going fast. Bit of a joke, ain't it?
It's not
think
gonna stop.
Blackbeard, the butt hurtedness is strong with this one. Somebody ought
Man,
to send
if
that dude some
listen,
preparation
listen,
H.
listen, Battle Mod, listen, Battle Mod. If all else goes good, man, I promise you, I will be driving that fucking Duramax 1500 HG. I promise you, guy. And then fucking the higher it goes, the brand newer it's gonna be, man. Fucking A.
Cool.
Well, I hope so, bro, man. Fuck me, man.
Are you
I
gonna
mean,
be
like
like
it's.
Larry Silverstein? Pull it, pull it.
That's funny. Listen, yeah, I was thinking the only reason I get that is it's a tool of necessity. So, you know, it's the only reason we get the HD, because we're doing work that requires you to haul a big load, you know.
Well, listen.
Otherwise, it just have a nice off-road, nice four-wheel drive, and be straight. You know.
But it's a Duramax, my guy. It's a
I know.
diesel, which is fucking amazing. It can last forever.
Yeah, I know, but
Not if you get the
you're
DEF
driving on a
engines.
flat Earth.
If you get just a regular
Right.
engine, it'll be a
No,
million
no.
mile engine.
Well, yeah, the LS3 is okay too, but I'm talking about like the Duramax. I'm hearing is way better than LS3. Plus the Duramax, like just the way the diesel is, like you can gas up your diesel truck and drive it for a week and it'll be fine, you know. Like regular use, like diesel
My
doesn't run out as
Duramax
much
got
as.
a LS6, bro.
Oh, don't you see now you're starting. Now I'm getting jealous again, motherfucker, man. Always with your fucking. I got this. I got that. I got this, man.
Duramax, but that's
The
just my truck,
LS6.
not all the.
Oh,
The
oh, but
company
it's
owns a few. We run
fuck
diesel.
me. Well, yeah, the best, bro. Diesel's the best. It's better for cost
I mean,
efficiency.
I'm hauling a fifth wheel, so you know.
That's a wicked truck. The fucking LS6. I can only imagine what the fuck that is. Oh man. But the way it's looking like, yo, with all these major investors going in now, like it's becoming a mainstream thing, right? And with the whole fucking spiel there, the ETFs that came out, like they let the ETFs happen for Bitcoin, and it's just over now. It's like it's becoming a mainstream investment thing. It's like gold, right? Thank fucking God. And here's the crazy part. Here I'm gonna tie flat Earth into this one, right? It's the year of the dragon, right? And if you go look into and it's the 2024, right? So that numerically roots to 8, which is the money making number. Hot dog. There's some crazy shit happening. It's all lining up, you know. If you did it right, you should be making money this year. This year is a big year, money making year for a lot of people.
So Hank, where'd you go? How'd you stumble onto this cosmological constant, brother?
I think it was the Principal movie. That's where that clip from Michio Kaku comes from, with a crisis in cosmology. And I watched that back in like 2015, 2016. And I just started, using some of that. And instead of taking the flat Earth position, which was in its infancy, we didn't really understand what was going on in the beginning about refraction. Sometimes you could see too far, and sometimes you couldn't. So I just took the geocentric position. And I started arguing with Mr. Syngenis' work, and nobody could really argue against it. If all motion is relative, then who the fuck are you to say that it's not? And if you are saying that it's not, as a glober, well, you're going against Einstein. Because it's his theory of relativity, not theory of gravity. So, it's one of those things to where if you're arguing with a straw man earther, right?
programmed us to embrace what's to come. So if a movie comes out called Civil War, they're just embracing us to what's going to come. Because it will. Because right now, the climate of our condition of this country, it's really like tensions are so high, it's going to come to a civil war. Because, like, guess what?
So this is a politics discord, is what you're saying?
Yeah, you're right. Let's talk about 24/7.
No, it's we're talking about flat Earth, not nonsensical conspiracy theories.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go back. Any Globers here want to talk about globe Earth? You're right. Let's diverge from that because it's not going to get us nowhere.
Exactly.
Any Globers want to talk about the Earth being a particular shape?
Any evidence for curvature? Exclusive evidence?
Right. Other than NASA,
Yeah, but there is evidence
photos.
for that. So.
Other than NASA sends me photos.
Yeah, actually, I have evidence for the curvature.
What's that?
Yeah, if you stand on the beach, you would see the ship disappear bottom to top.
How far out? How far out does the boat go?
Couple of kilometers.
I'm sorry. How far?
You would start seeing it in couple of kilometers.
Couple of kilometers. So you're saying
Okay.
the Earth has a geometric horizon, then an Earth curve caused horizon, right?
No, this is what the idiots say, man.
Oh, you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
Forgive me for not recognizing that.
Yeah, my bad. We're
sorry.
Globers. We're asking Globers. What's your proof of a globe Earth? My bad. Any
Thermal
here?
vents.
No. All right.
Thermal vents.
Thermal vents in the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, the things that the heat, the things in the bottom of the ocean to keep certain things alive. Yeah.
So that proves the shape of the Earth somehow for you.
It definitely proves that it's a sphere that produces a core that produces heat to thermal vents. Yeah.
So, so how does a
talking
core?
about selfish, bro? Sorry, bro.
Yeah, that was jumping to conclusions if I've ever heard of any. You know, like.
Wow, that's cool because we weren't talking to you. Let's whoever was talking, keep talking, please.
So because the fact that there are these thermal, little, not little, they're actually
Not
really,
little,
really big.
actually big.
They're actually really, really big. Yeah, I know. I correct myself. They're really, really big because these Earth formations that releases heat that makes you believe in the Earth mantle. Okay, with that being said, do you agree with today's science that they said that the center of the mantle or Earth core has reversed and is going in the opposite direction? Do you agree with that?
No, dude, no, I'm sorry. I gotta stop
What
you.
does it have to do with anything?
That's not a good question to ask. That's a bullshit question to ask. Quick question in regards to the surface of the Earth. In regards to flat Earth, I have a question in regards to flat Earth for you. So, in regards to flat Earth, if the Earth was flat, would it be impossible for there to be vents on the bottom of the ocean? Yes or no?
Yes.
How?
Wait, hold on. I wasn't asking you, Larry. I was asking the other guy, the Glober.
Sorry about that.
You were asking the Glober.
Yeah, because
you. So I'll ask the question again. Listen carefully. If the Earth was flat, would it be impossible for there to be vents at the bottom of the ocean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Why? Explain.
Well, because the Earth's core provides heat for those vents. So where would the heat be coming from if the Earth's core didn't exist?
Why not the heat?
Well, it's very, very simple. It's isn't it obvious? I mean, there just simply wouldn't be any core, but nonetheless a heat source below the surface of the Earth, nonetheless.
But
isn't that obvious?
there are organisms we've discovered that have existed off those vents alone. So how do you disprove that?
I'm not disproving that. I'm not in contention with that. Why do you even think I'm in contention with that?
Because the way you're talking. mostly.
Why?
No,
Why?
I
does it?
fully acknowledge the fact that there are organisms like, white crabs and tube worms, etc., that live around heat vents down below the surface of the ocean. Yes, I acknowledge their existence. Yes.
Okay.
And another
And
thing, like, how is it, like, just like answer me, Space. How is it possible in your head that the only explanation is the core of the globe Earth? Nothing else. It can't be anything else whatsoever. Like, are you that limited?
Well, that's why I was.
okay, so my question is, what else could provide a heat source for thermal vents to spew superheated oxygen from the Earth's core, otherwise than vents that came from the Earth's core? Like,
Okay.
First of all,
what else? What else would facilitate the possibility of having thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean?
okay, so first of all, you're invoking that it has to be from a spherical central point, but why can't you grasp that? Imagine a football field, and there's these heat vents below the football field that are releasing this heat because there's a
Well, because
planar.
the thermal vents underneath the ocean were not invented by humans like they would be for fucking astroturf fields on human
How
sports
far down is
fields.
it until the core?
How far down is a thermal vent in the ocean? I'd have to Google
No,
that.
no. How far is it until the core?
I'd still have to Google it, but I'm guessing you're going to call bullshit on my claim because I don't know off the top of my head, right?
About
No,
12,000
no.
feet below. About
You know how
12,000 feet
far
below.
we've been down into the ground?
I don't know. What's the Mariana Trench depth?
Sorry, about
I think you guys are
12,000
asking the
miles.
wrong questions. Like, you
What
should
is
be
the
asking the
Mariana
dudes. Like,
Trench? What is the Mariana Trench depth?
12
Nobody knows off the top of their head. Nobody.
It's not
miles.
It's not 12,000 miles because 12,000 miles would represent your core, would you not?
It's about 8 miles.
Below the surface of the crust, I guess. Off the top of my head, I do not know.
Okay,
But if you know off the top of your head, yeah, I guess, right?
okay, yeah, because technically, if you have a 25,000 circumference, of a ball Earth, then technically to the center of it, what would it be that? What would that be to you mathematically? How deep would that be?
You want
12,000
me to
miles, right?
calculate the mathematical distance of the Earth's crust until it reaches the core? Or are you going to stop talking and let me speak?
I'm sorry, Apocryphon. I gotta
No, you're not. You're not going to. You're not going
going
to.
anywhere.
So you're not
Yeah,
going
this
to
isn't
stop
going
talking and
anywhere,
let me
dude.
speak.
This isn't going anywhere. This is not
It's
going
not
anywhere. Let's
going
go to the surface
anywhere
of the Earth.
because you won't. You literally have diarrhea of the.
Yeah, you can't drill down. It's not like you gotta drill in your backyard, dude. You're just talking about shit you can't do.
So he
talk about drilling in my backyard as though I can't like bring up layers of the Earth's crust that have existed too. Like if
We're
you
talking
drill
about
deep enough in
empirical
your,
stuff here.
if you
No,
drill
understand. Hold on, buddy. Listen, we're trying
empirically,
to.
if you drill,
Yeah, empirically, as in you can do it yourself. Like, you can't drill 3,959 miles down to demonstrate that there's a core to the globe Earth. Like, we gotta measure it on the surface.
You can
The point
drive.
is, it's only been 8 miles.
The problem is for your argument is that you can drill down 200 feet in your own backyard and discover the stuff that disproves your arguments completely.
Yeah,
Like,
but
you
dude,
guys
we're
are
not
so-
talking. We're not. That's not what we're in contention about. We're in
you're not.
contention.
Okay. So yeah, you're not
Dude,
trying to argue that
dude,
stuff you can perform in your backyard is possible.
Dude,
You're just trying to argue that whatever you say is right because you have other fucking guys here to jerk you off and convince you that it's
chill.
Okay,
Let's just leave him on mute for a while. Let's just leave him on mute. Let him cool off. I don't know. Does he need to cool off?
Okay, so the distance to the core of the Earth that you believe in is 4,000 miles. Yet we've only dug down 8,000 miles. How do you prove
8 miles, bro.
8
Not
miles.
8,000
That was the
miles.
point.
I'm sorry.
That was the only point.
I might have misspoke. The core of the Earth to your paradigm is 4,000 miles, but we've only gone 8 miles. So how do you make up for the 3,000 9,200 miles. Is that right? I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm kind of weird right now. How do you make it for that? The
Use your
3,200
imagination.
miles.
I think he's gone.
He might have, maybe.
He's a coward, man. He just ran.
I'm just
They
saying,
run
like
from the truth.
that's retarded. That's stupid to say that the Earth's core is generating this heat. Because, by the way, the reason why I brung up the core to where, because scientists have concluded that it's actually stopped spinning and is now reversing. So I was trying to go down that road, like just to fucking point out the fucking bullshit of it, but whatever. It is what it is.
Well, yeah, well, hold on, Apocryphon. I got to point something out to you about that. Why you shouldn't say that? Because you're just saying, oh, like they say some baseless claim that there's a core of the Earth and that it's spinning one way, and then they're saying another baseless claim that it's spinning the other way. It's like, what my question is to you is, what point that's important are you trying to make to them? Because as far as I can tell, you're just repeating one baseless claim that some glober in a high place made, and then another one, and it's like, what's the purpose of that? Is my question to you. I don't see
is this your first time in this sub? Because that's how you usually go. They just make baseless accusations about.
I want them to understand that in the laws of physics, if you have a ball spinning and the center of it like literally goes reverse, then technically our days should and would be longer, and our year of 365 would not be 365. It would be bigger, because technically, like if you really look at it, because of that reverse spin, it would slow down this ball spinning in their paradigm, and it would negate the fact that they believe that it's going to circle around the sun at a certain speed and rotation, and that's the whole point. It literally fucking throws their fucking paradigm out.
there. Can I stop you right there? Like, I hear what you're saying. I can follow what you're thinking. But again, I don't think this is a good argument to make to anyone. Like, what I'm trying to say is, if I was 24 years old or 23 years old and I still believed in the globe and I was walking down the street and you said that to me, I would think you're an idiot and that flat earthers are idiots. And that what you said made no sense. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't, like, it wouldn't, what I'm trying to say is, it wouldn't turn me, dude. It wouldn't turn me. But something I do want to point out to you, which is valid, which will get to some people, you know, depending on their level of critical thinking and how far they're willing to go, which is to simply point out something else, which is that, you know, they say in the heliocentric model that the Earth is rotating at some point in time 900 miles per hour, sometime they say 1,000 miles per hour, whatever. They say that a patch of dirt in Panama at the equator is moving at 1,000 miles per hour as the Earth spins. And at the same time, they say that the Earth itself is orbiting the sun at 660,600 miles per hour, you know, around the sun. And so a point you can make to Globers is that, you know, with these two different directions and two different speeds, these two different vectors, a patch of dirt on the surface of the Earth in Panama would be increasing in speed and decreasing in speed by more than 1,000 miles per hour over a 24-hour period of time. You know, something like this would make it so trees are unable to grow. You know, maybe, you know, it'd be hard for ground to stay level. You know, or you know, basically earthquakes would be happening constantly. You know, like the ground wouldn't be still and wouldn't seem still.
Or you could say that you would be able to verify the motion.
So you just point this out to me.
Sorry, you're breaking up. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
Okay. Yeah, you could say to the Glober that if this was possible and there's a ring laser gyroscope or an interferometer that can detect the axial rotation, then it would ipso facto have to detect the revolution of the Earth around the sun once every 365 days. It doesn't, so the whole model doesn't work.
Well, we can do that.
You can detect the motion of the Earth around the sun?
Yes.
Okay, if I provide you a article from NASA.gov that says that they assume that the Earth goes around the sun, will you recant?
That the Earth goes around the sun?
If I provide you with an article from NASA that says that they assume that the Earth is going around the sun, will you recant? Because if NASA assumes it, if they can't prove it, well, you certainly can't prove it either, right?
But the sun has different phases that we can observe.
Bro, it's a simple question. If I provide you a link from NASA that says that they're assuming the Earth is rotating around the sun, then you have to recant, because even in your own paradigm, bro, if all motion is relative,
That's pants on head retarded, because we know the Earth is rotating around the sun. We don't think
okay,
it is.
you just made a claim. Go ahead and back it up.
We can observe different
Towards
aspects of
orbit,
the
by the way.
sun at different dimensions.
Okay, well, go ahead and back it up. You can't just say something like you made an argument, back it up with some substance, provide a link or something. Show us the science or how you determine that all
You
motion.
can't.
Hold on, bro.
You
Relax.
can't. You can't. So you want me to? Do you want me to provide a picture of the sun at this current? So I'm guessing what it was today, the 2nd of March, 2024. You want me to provide a picture of the sun and how it's different from what it was in
Bro, do you
April of
think that's going to
2021?
prove that relative motion doesn't exist, and in fact it's the Earth going around the sun, and motion is not relative? You think a picture of the sun is going to prove that? Because that's what you're arguing right now. You're picturing that Einstein was
Yes,
incorrect.
because the Earth rotates around the sun. How is Einstein incorrect in inferring that the Earth rotates around the sun? Explain that to me.
Bro, he said that all motion is relative. Do you not know about general relativity?
Go ahead.
General relativity?
Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Go ahead. Explain to me general relativity. I'm waiting.
Okay. All motion is relative in general relativity.
Okay.
Meaning that you can't tell if the sun's going around the Earth or if the Earth is going around the sun. And his theory.
Well, except we can, because there are different aspects of the sun we can look for. Just like different phases of the moon, if you're familiar with that. That's it's something we can.
So you're talking about taking a
Okay.
picture of the sun.
So the sun doesn't have different faces of the moon, or it doesn't have different faces like the moon does. That's what you're telling me.
Hey, Space. I'm not trying to be
There's
rude.
not different
You
ways we
ask
can
him.
tell that different points of the
Space.
sun are facing us with regard to different points in time we've measured what the sun's doing, right?
Hey,
Is what you're
Space.
telling
You
me.
asked Larry to explain to you while he was trying to explain to you. You keep cutting him off, bro. So please.
Okay, then why are you talking?
He's pointing out that
Oh,
you're
why
being
not?
rude.
You're being fucking
Okay,
rude.
then why can't he stand up for himself? Why are you talking?
Because I don't really care about that kind of stuff.
Okay, but yet here you are in a flat Earth Discord fucking talking.
No, I don't
so
care
you
if
obviously do care.
Listen, bro.
You obviously, you obviously do care. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
I'm just going to
Come
mute you
on.
for a second because you can't govern yourself. You're obviously drunk or something. I don't care if you interrupt me. That's what I was saying. I was saying I don't care if you're not capable of governing yourself so that you're going to act like an imbecile on the internet and you interrupt me. That's what I was saying. People are funny. Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Wait, don't do it. Even though I said do it, don't do it.
Relativity doesn't work for rotation.
What was that? Speak up.
I want to say relativity doesn't work for rotation.
Who does relativity work for then?
But explain how. Answer the other guy's question. What was his question?
Well, he was claiming that you could take a picture of the sun and look at the moon phases, and that proves that the Earth goes around the sun.
No, the very last thing. You seem to be making the argument that whether the Earth goes around the sun or the sun goes around the Earth, it like wouldn't there would be no distinction because of relativity, right? Is that your argument?
Well, that's Einstein's argument, bro. That's Einstein's
Do you accept
argument.
that argument?
Well, no, I don't accept Einstein's argument at all, but if you guys accept it, then you have to accept it. You can't just say, well, all motion is relative, but we're going to teach the children that the Earth goes around the sun, even though that goes against what we're saying. Right? You can't
No,
do
because
both of those things.
the rotation of which one's rotating specifically makes a difference, right? Like the idea that relative motion is there's no distinction. That's like only on one dimension, I think.
Only on one dimension. So you're telling me that all motion is relative is limited to one dimension. What dimension would that be?
The velocities the velocities that are the component of velocity that is along the distance to each other. Does that make sense?
No, bro. A dimension is X, Y, Z or TikTok. Which one? Not the app, the time. Right? Is it X, Y, Z? Right? That's 3 dimensions. But you believe in a fourth magical dimension.
No, you're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is that you can have a vector it would have 3 components, right?
Oh, fuck, my
but
bad.
not necessarily all the components are the same. Right?
Just 3.
I'll give you an example. You can have 2 spaceships that are moving away from each other, and you can have spaceships that are moving closer to each other, and you could have a spaceship that is,
Moving up
in
and
2
down
directions at
from
once.
each other.
Wait, correction.
Right.
You can't have any of those scenarios because there's no spaceships because there's no space. There's
Okay,
no
whatever.
vacuum of space.
Okay, they can be, pucks in your infinite.
You got 2 airplanes flying in opposite directions.
But the point is that the equations for space dilation, it only takes it only works in one dimension. The velocity makes the assumption that they're moving, away from each other, and the other dimensions, the components that are perpendicular. That's what I wanted to say. I haven't seen equations for that, right? And it makes sense because the perpendicular velocity, that'd be, it wouldn't matter, right?
So let me get this straight.
Whatever.
Let me get this straight. You're saying that all motion is not relative.
No. What I'm saying is that there's a particular difference in rotation, right?
What's the difference?
Like you
Because
can't. Well, if there was something in orbit that was really far away, the distance that it would travel would be the circumference, and that would be really, really big. So therefore, we know that that's not the case, right?
no, you don't think you know anything. Listen to me, bro. Listen real carefully. If all motion
you can test it, right?
listen, bro, listen. If all motion is relative, then you can't tell whether the Earth's going around the sun or the sun is going around the Earth because you're inside that system. You would need a separate reference frame outside of the Earth to be able to view it from, to be able to tell which one is which. Nobody can go
We can
to outer space.
measure.
Bro, can you please
We can
not
measure
interrupt?
the acceleration of rotating bodies.
Can you please not interrupt? Please. If all motion is relative, you can't tell which one is which. Because there's other things too, not just relativity, but there's the I forget what it's called. Not the Lorentz contraction, but the other thing where if it were Earth going around the sun, you would have the same effects as the sun going around the Earth. What is that? Not Lorentz. I'm having a brain fart.
Would you agree that a spinning body has a centripetal acceleration, right? 'Cause the
Yes.
way that we measure the the velocity difference would be through acceleration, right? So if we can see the thing that's spinning really far away, and like the right hand side of that is moving away, and the left hand side is moving closer, and we can make that distinction, right? Then we would know that it's spinning.
I think I remembered it now. I think it's called Mach's principle. Mach's principle. Yeah, that's it. Because of Mach's principle and Einstein's, this is your own paradigm, bro. I'm not talking about flat Earth stuff right now. This is your guys' stuff.
Please explain to me the contradiction.
Yeah, because if all motion is relative, and according to Mach's principle, all the forces would be the same if the Earth was spinning or if the universe was spinning around the Earth, you can't say for certain which one is which. And that's why NASA says that they assume that the Earth is going around the sun. Why would NASA say that? And I'm looking for that quote, by the way.
Well, I mean, it seems that you're saying that NASA would say that there's no distinction. So show me that. And I would say that, you know, we can measure, you know, rotational acceleration.
Okay. You can measure
Centripetal
rotational
acceleration,
acceleration, but how do you know that the Earth is going around the sun and the sun's going around the Earth? Imagine this: you're in deep space, you're on a merry-go-round looking up, and I'm in a merry-go-round looking down. But we're in space; there is no up or down, right? So you're looking at me, I'm looking at you, and there's a slight, barely rotation. If there's nothing around except for us, how do we know which one of us is spinning or if both of us are spinning? We know there's detectable motion, but how would you figure it out? Go ahead, I'll wait.
We measure the centripetal acceleration.
Bro.
So if something's spinning,
did you not understand Mach's
if a figure
principle?
is spinning, I mean, you're saying that like, oh, it's completely identical, right? But you're not demonstrating that.
Dude, it's Mach's principle. The forces would be the same if the Earth was spinning or if the universe is spinning. Did you not know about Mach's principle?
You're saying that we can't measure centripetal acceleration, and I'm saying that's absolutely
Okay,
false.
if you think you can measure
So
it,
here's
show
the
me the
answer.
evidence.
I mean, we have lifted off of the Earth, and we've noticed the Earth spinning underneath us, right?
Show me.
Show you videos of the Earth spinning.
I can show you.
I mean, we
videos
have,
of
and you say it's all
Bigfoot.
fake, right?
I can show you
But,
like
you know, just
videos
engage
of Bigfoot.
in the you know, for argument's sake, right? Because
what video? Post it. Take a look. It got real quiet.
Definitely want to see
I
that
wanted to look
video.
at
I've
the
been
real
waiting
one.
for that one.
But this is interesting that you believe that they're distinct or they're indistinct, right? That's and so my answer to you is like, well, what about centripetal acceleration, right? Like, we can devise an experiment to measure that.
Okay, centripetal acceleration. How do I measure that?
The same way you measure any other acceleration, you just do it in multiple places, right?
Is that
And then
Nixon
on the
Morrison?
left-hand side.
Michelson Morley.
My bad, I'm drunk.
It sounds like you're just saying words, Larry. What about Mickelson Morley?
He said Michelson Morley. Michelson Morley. I was
It's
correcting him.
Michelson. Yeah, you're right. It's Michelson Morley.
I mean, whichever
All
one
right, I
is the
found it.
correct way to say it, we should
I
say it
found
that
it.
way. Right?
Okay. So this is NASA.gov. You may have heard of it. Astronomers derive distance to the nearest stars closer than about 100 light years by a method called stellar parallax. This method that relies on no assumptions other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. Sucks to be you, bro. Sucks to be you.
We do make assumptions on the on our world model that we've already established, right? Like, where's the contradiction? Right?
You make assumptions? I thought you said it was like settled science, like we knew.
Yeah, we settled this because the science is settled. We assume.
Gotcha,
but where's the contradiction? No, I don't think you do.
You just said the science is settled.
Science is never settled.
Write that down, bro.
I mean,
make a T-shirt.
Some parts of it are, and some parts are not, right? Like,
some parts of science are settled, like a religion.
That's why the sun is now
No.
93 million miles away, because science is
It
not
means that
settled.
there's a consensus.
Right.
There's
I'm
no,
looking
there's
for
two
something
places
that's
where,
gonna
where
fuck up
scientists
your
have serious
day.
arguments with each other, and there's other places where they don't, right?
All right, here it comes. You ready?
Yes, I'm waiting for evidence of the contradiction.
Right here. It would do that with it. All right, I'm loading it again. All right, here it goes. Right there. What do you think about that link? You said that they can prove, right? Because you obviously can't prove it. But it turns out that even NASA can't prove it because they said they assume.
No, they have an understanding of the distance of the Earth to the Sun, right? And so then they take the picture at two different spots, right? And then they can calculate, other distances, right? And
You
so you're
said
saying, okay,
prove it.
well, if that's fake, then like these other calculations will be wrong, right? But you haven't actually demonstrated that, right?
I'll read it again. Maybe you're having a little trouble understanding. This
Please, like, tell
method
me
that relies
exactly.
on, hold on, bro. This method that relies on no assumption other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. NASA is assuming that the Earth orbits around the sun.
Yeah,
You
okay, so
understand?
prove to me. That's your gotcha. You got to show me that the Earth doesn't revolve around the sun.
You want me to provide evidence for a negative claim? You're the one claiming that this happens when everybody on Earth witnesses the sun, moon, and
We have
stars.
evidence that the
Hold
Earth
on,
revolves
bro.
around the
Quit
sun. You just don't
interrupting.
accept
Bro,
it.
could you not interrupt? Are you drinking or something?
You're interrupting me.
Really? The middle of my sentence is interrupting the beginning of yours. Is that what you're going with? And science is settled? So, like I was saying, this phenomenon of the Earth going around the sun is something that you have to provide evidence for. It's your claim because everybody witnesses the sun, moon, and stars making a revolution, a circuit, once every 24 hours. They see the sun rise in the east and set in the west. You're claiming that your house is moving right now, bro. I'm claiming that it's standing still. Can you provide evidence that your house is moving?
Yes.
Technically, you're not even claiming it. You're just simply observing it. It's not moving.
Remember, the sun used to be 3 million miles away. By the way, once upon a time.
That's a non sequitur.
Yeah.
So is there any evidence, ring laser gyroscope or anything that you can provide evidence that the Earth is in
Yeah,
motion?
that's evidence, right?
Right, so
I
except for
told
the
you
ring
about
laser
the.
gyroscope doesn't show that the Earth is moving. Michelson Morley.
I mean, you can explain to me why, but
Because when they tried to
let's
detect the
say
motion of the Earth in the late 1800s, they couldn't detect it.
No detection. That's why Einstein said there's no evidence of it rotating. That was Einstein himself said that. So hello.
Well, he said that it was impossible. He didn't say that there was no evidence. He said that because of
So
relativity,
then why do
it's
you claim
impossible.
it? If it's impossible, why do you
so
claim
Larry, can I talk to Larry for a second, please?
Sorry.
So I did do a little research into what you said last time, and
What did I say
it was
last time?
actually you told me about Michael Morley before, right? I wish you would have linked me. I googled it myself. I was able to find it. I think because it was Lorenz lensing, right?
Lorentz contraction.
Lorentz
No,
contraction.
it was Mach's principle is what I brought up tonight. If you're talking about us talking
Mach's
about
principle.
yeah, Mach's
Can you write
principle.
it down for me, please?
Sure, I'll
In the
post your
side
link.
chat.
Post your link. Will the Wikipedia be enough for you to do your own research? I mean, surely you're not
Yeah,
going to believe what's on Wikipedia. You're going to do your own independent research, and not just believe what's on Wikipedia, right?
I mean, tell me where the experiments are. Tell me your alternate interpretation of the experiments that people have been doing, right?
Yeah, Michelson-Morley so-called experiment. They were attempting to detect the motion of the Earth, and it was a failure. Ares' failure. He also tried to detect the motion of the Earth.
But
That was
wasn't
also
the way they were doing it is by assuming that there's a luminous ether that you can measure a different speed of light at different points in time, right?
Yeah, they were assuming that the light is going to travel at different speeds. So what they said is that the lights were traveling at different speeds. It only looked like they didn't because the whole reference frame was shrinking. And it just happened to shrink the same amount that it needed to for it to look like it was in phase, but the light should have been out of phase. So this is really interesting because this is one more of those ad hoc continuums where when it doesn't match, the theory that you have, you just get a new observation, right? So yeah, this is the Lorentz contraction.
I mean,
hold on, bro. I'm still talking.
Okay.
So when you globe earthers admit that you believe in gravity, you have to admit that the reference frame is shrinking, and the reason they couldn't measure it is because the entire Earth and universe was shrinking at the same time. But it only shrank one of the wavelengths, not the other, right? The whole universe, except for the other wavelength, didn't shrink. It stayed the same size, while the whole universe, including the first wavelength, did shrink. How does that make sense in your head, bro? Explain that to me.
I mean, I'm not following anything of what you're saying. You're saying there's two wavelengths that shrink in the experiment.
Okay, it's not an experiment. It's an observation. It's Michelson-Morley. They made interferometer, right? What we call ring laser gyroscope. And when they split the light in two and they were spinning it, it should have had two different wavelengths because the light was traveling in two different directions. They're trying to measure the Earth going around the sun, the motion of the Earth. It was a failure. And what they said is that the whole reference frame of the universe shrank like a rubber ruler, and they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth because of that. So if the whole universe shrank one entire reference frame, then both wavelengths that are supposedly out of phase would have shrank out of phase together. So it doesn't make sense from the get-go, but that's what you have to believe.
How does a reference frame shrink? Like, what are you talking about?
Dude, ask Einstein, bro. I don't know. That's his claim.
All right, I will. Anyway, the consensus today is that the speed of light is constant, right? Like you're familiar with that, right?
That's actually not true. Rupert Sheldrake spoke about this in his book, Set Science Free. He talked about how the constants aren't constant and they're fudging the numbers. And the guy who he was talking to, the guy who he was talking to said that he doesn't like the word fudge. What do they call it? Something interlocking. I forget what he called it, but it was a really funny word for fudge because they just select the speeds of light that they want and they average it out and they ignore the ones that they don't, and the speed of light has changed over time.
Well, his question was
speed
the
of light.
consensus.
I thought the speed of light was affected by gravity.
So his question was, is the consensus that the speed of light is C, a constant?
But what does a consensus mean? Does it mean that everybody believes in it?
It means generally accepted.
Okay, well, 200 years ago, it was generally accepted that if the former president had fluid in his lungs, that we should bleed him out. And what before that? Before that, a guy said, "Wash your hands when you dig in the dead bodies and you go to deliver babies." And they locked him up in an insane asylum and beat him until he got an infection and died from germs. That's the guy who came up with the germ theory. That was the consensus of the day, that you should not wash your hands after digging in the body of a dead motherfucker and then going to deliver a baby. Even though he provided evidence, hey, these midwives over here have a really high success rate. What would the scientific thing to do? I don't know, test that theory? But no, he died in an insane asylum after getting his ass beat in there, and he could have cured himself with distilled wine, also known as brandy. but they wouldn't let him, right? Because he was locked up. Because he was crazy. Because he said, "Wash your hands." So take that consensus and shove it right up your ass, dude.
Okay,
I'm not making an argument of appeal to authority. You know,
I mean,
it's kind of being tongue in cheek.
but where we were sitting at, like, there is a consensus, and then there's like one paper that says something else.
One paper?
I mean, we can look at it. Like Larry, if you want me specifically to like look at this very interesting experimental data that says that suggests that the speed of light is not constant, I'll take a look at it.
I thought it was guessed based on the response time, and they used the laser and the bounce back, right? They just multiply that by 2. I thought that was how they measured it.
I think there's like a spinning apparatus when they measure the speed of light too, right?
Isn't it like I remember watching some device.
Someone's
for-
snoring, man.
Who is that?
No, it's this Russian guy at the bottom.
Oh, it's the second to the bottom.
Guys, I have a question when you're ready to answer.
Speed of light.
Give me
Oh,
just
the
a second.
timing delay of a
I
light
yield.
pulse from a laser and LED reflected from a mirror. Oh, so it is how I said it was. It's like they literally just take the response time and multiply it by 2. That's how they calculate it, implying that light doesn't slow down by more than what is it like?
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
I think there are probably other ways to infer it, like based off the wavelength, like single pass ways to infer it, like based off the wavelength.
I guess you could use 2 sensors, like you'd use one to send and then one to receive, but then you'd be at the mercy of like the electrical signal.
Yeah, and then you open yourself up to criticisms, like the light travel faster at one on one distance and then slower at one other, because you have like a 2 reflection system.
And I found it. It's called intellectual phase locking. That's how they fudge speed of light. So I posted it there. It should have a timestamp of 26 minutes. You might need to go back a few minutes to hear the beginning of the conversation. Intellectual phase locking. So they tied the speed of light to the meter, and he said, "Well, how we're going to know that it changed?" And he made a smug face and said, "No, you're not, because we've tied the speed of light to the meter. So if the speed of light changes, the meter will change." So they defined it in a way that when the speed of light does change, you won't be able to tell. That's science, right? You know what we call science?
The
Yeah,
meter
there you go.
wasn't always defined by the speed of light.
Right, it changed recently, what, in the 1970s, right?
I
Yeah,
thought
so
the
back
first
then there was
speed that was
constant.
given was an estimate, and the new one was like with more accurate measurements or instrumentation. If I recall.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it
funny
used to
about
be 1/4 of the circumference. Right?
Sorry, first of all. What's funny about like the speed of light is there are other like what are they called, like non-bosonic like particles that that seem to propagate at that same speed, like we call it the speed of light, but so the way I understand it is it's like now generally accepted that it's the speed of the universe, like it's the speed of causation, because anything that's not affected by like the Higgs field, like is said to travel at that speed. So like it's not selective to the light. It's not selective to like photons. Like anything that's not affected by the Higgs field, they say should travel at that speed. Not that that like enters into this debate, but it's interesting, I think.
Well, anyway, in the book, Rupert Sheldrake is exposing the scientific dogma, and he explains how that these constants aren't really constants at all, and he debunks 10 constants, including gravity.
He debunks gravity.
As a constant.
Oh,
The gravitational
okay.
constant.
Well, the calculation when I'm reading the paper from 83 is it's meters divided by seconds of travel. So it's distance divided by time, so like your constant wouldn't be based off meter, it would be the other way around.
The meter would be based off the constant.
Sorry, your meter wouldn't be based off the constant. Your constant would be based off the meter in this case. Like,
So if it
for example,
changes,
1 meter
you won't
divided
know.
by your speed would give you the your constant for your speed of light.
So if the speed of light ever changed, then your meter would change.
No, it's the other way around.
Well, I'm just going what Rupert Sheldrake said, and I posted the video. You can watch it yourself.
What was this video? Sorry.
I posted it in the side chat.
Oh, okay. Let's get this thing on Discord. What's the timestamp?
If we didn't have it on there,
it's like the third
You
post
can-
back.
26 minutes.
You can include timestamps in your URL when you post it. You know that, right?
I know. I just didn't grab it. I apologize.
Right.
I just didn't click the button.
So we just do this for the class. So if we pull up this watch together, right?
We go ahead and remedy that real fast. Delete.
So I click this video and
Fix
then 26 minutes.
Yeah, you might need to go back a little bit, but that's the conversation.
Okay. Can you go to the activity real quick? I'll give you the host thing. Just pull it up.
We fixed the speed of light by definition in 1972. He said it might still vary, and he leaned back, looking very smug, and said, well, if it did, you'd never find out because we've defined the meter in terms of the speed of light. So the units would vary with it. I said, okay, well, you fixed that one. What about the gravitational constant? It's been varying wildly.
What do we think contributes to
1.3%.
to the variability?
1 second. Okay, so the meter definition has been changed to the speed of light since 2019. I was looking at an older paper. That's why I wasn't getting the same thing that you were getting.
If the speed of light is variable, like what do we think affects the variability?
Isn't it gravity? Like, because speed of light, light can warp in a gravitational field.
Oh, so the speed is constant, but it
varies.
Well, we don't actually know the speed.
Well,
Hello, Mike.
so
Mike
it
check.
travels extra distance.
Mike check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mike check.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
They verified the speed of light based upon the moons of Jupiter. That's how they verified it. Do you not understand?
Can you cite your source for that, Apocryphon? I never heard that before.
Yeah,
No,
they did. Hold on. I will.
That was one of the first experiments to quote unquote verify the speed of light. It was when the Galilean moons moved behind Jupiter and then emerged from Jupiter. There was like an expectation of when it would happen, and sorry, I'll let Apocryphon continue that. But
I posted in chat. That's how they verified the speed of light, and it's bullshit, by the way, because if they use a moon for Jupiter to verify the speed of light,
You
that's
didn't post
fucking
it.
retarded.
You didn't post
I
it.
did. Oh shit.
Yeah.
they were off by a good margin. But what it did demonstrate. No, they were off. It wasn't that, because it was done in the 1600s. It was wrong, but what it established was that the speed of light, that light traveled at a speed. It wasn't instant. So before that, they thought that light was instant, and what it established, as far as they can tell, that it did have a speed.
My bad. I guess there was a delay, but I posted it. That is how they apparently came up with the speed of light based upon a moon over Jupiter, which is bullshit, by the way. It's retarded. If you really, really think about it, go ahead, look into it. I posted it twice, accidentally, because my fucking, I guess there was a delay or whatever. But I don't know, though. Like, you guys are like on some dumb shit. To be honest, speed of light.
I'm
Get
just
out of here.
curious. No, man. I'm just reading this meter thing. Like, why did they redefine it? Like in 2019, what was the point of redefining a meter?
I would ask you that. Why would they redefine it? That's my point to you. Why, if they had like this evidence, concrete evidence of this is how we do it, and then they redefined it, like, what does that tell you? Obviously they were wrong. And I would even go out to say that they were still wrong because they're just making false claims of
Looks
what
like some
this was that.
looks like some intellectual phase locking going on.
So like you have like things like a meter or you have like a kilogram. That's all based off of like some set object, like a real object, right? Like
Well, a mil was supposed to be the measurement of a raindrop. Like it was supposed
and
to be like
that sounds so bullshit, you know? Like I'm not saying that you're bullshit, but like a raindrop, like that's so. It's like a.
and then a meter was supposed to be 1,000 times that.
Yeah, and how do you define something based off of another thing that is so variable? Like, so they've redefined it so they have something accurate to base it off. So the kilogram is it's based off of like it's like a silicone.
No, it's based off of water.
Well, okay, so that's a scientific definition. But
well,
like
it's a liter of water would be a kilo.
yeah, but they have to base that off of like an object. Like so right now, like so there's I think it's in France. Like you can like there's YouTube videos of it. Like Mark Roper like did a YouTube video of it. So there is like an actual object, like it is a physical object that the world considers the standard of a kilogram. It's like the roundest object in the world. It's like a silicone ball, and
Okay, and what?
well, that's the standard that everything is based off of.
Well,
Okay,
no.
and what?
But why would they base it off a moon of Jupiter? Why? Why would they base it off of Jupiter's moon?
I'm just waiting for the next one, man. Keep going.
What? Okay, so like it's kind
Bullshit.
of like, well, I mean, like it's a little bit bullshit, like because we don't like so the kilogram.
Thank you for conceding. Thank you for conceding because it is bullshit. Now, if you want to like,
I'm not champ.
No, hold on.
It's all right. We just try to. I mean, I know it's late. I'm sorry I interjected, Apocryphon. Just wanted to be like a little bit more succinct, a little bit.
Right. I hear you. But if you
Yeah,
want
the
to,
conversation kind of went all over the place.
if you want to inject that the speed of light is based upon XYZ, but then why are you guys standing behind that when it makes zero sense? The speed of light is based off of Moon and Jupiter. What the fuck? That makes zero sense.
I'm not championing any of these. I'm just saying like what is the
And good to see you again, Cortigo. So, what are you championing then? Please make a tactful, maybe point, please, for all of us.
I'm only attempting to be descriptive. Like
Well, you're kind of not making any sort of descriptive book I would read. No offense, and I respect you. So keep going.
all I'm trying to say is there is an object that the kilogram is based off of. Like it's there. Like it's a physical object. It's guarded.
Okay. That's on Earth. That's on Earth. Okay. So guess what? Your kilogram measurement is on Earth. Why does that have to represent the speed of light? That makes zero sense, brother. I'm sorry,
I
but
missed this. What does weight have to do with speed in this case?
I didn't say
One and the same thing myself.
Well, okay, so we were talking about the meter, and I was talking about that we have physical representations, so the meter, how do we define the meter? And there is literally like an object, like a physical object that we say is a meter, and it tries to be the ground.
Tries to be.
I know the secret behind it. Has to do with water.
No, it has to do with the speed of light. You guys are
Let's
way
do
off
silicone
topic.
balls,
We're talking
bro.
about how the meter
I know,
is
I tried,
designed
Larry.
based
I
on the
tried.
speed of light.
I'm
You're
not
good.
saying this is the best way to do it. I'm just saying this is the way that they do it. Like I don't do it. I'm
No,
just saying
you're
like that's
wrong,
the way.
bro. Cite your source.
I mean,
Yeah,
I can
that's
Google
not
like,
the way.
like
That's not the way
yeah.
to do it. No, that's not the way to do it though. Like what you're trying to imply, it's not the way they do it. Like you're
I
not even
agree. I
understanding.
agree.
You're
I
okay.
agree. I agree that it's not the
So it's
best way to do
based
it.
on the speed of light.
The best way to do it would be to try to figure out like mathematical like to not involve a physical object. I'm just saying that is the way that they do it. I don't do it, but that's the way
Okay.
that they do it.
Shocking.
Okay. So if they try to push a falsehood, why do you believe them? Because obviously that makes
Wait,
zero sense in
who?
reality.
I never said I believe them.
Okay, well, I mean, you kind of do though. If you're in your paradigm, you have to believe them because that's what they're telling you. So, with
No,
that being said,
Well,
why would okay? With that being said, maybe you're more closer to the side of they're calling bullshit, right? Because
I
you're
do call
realizing you're
bullshit.
okay. That's a good thing because now you're realizing why we call bullshit because that makes no fucking sense on the way they're doing it. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah,
What is it you guys
I'm
do or
sitting
don't
here.
believe?
I'm sitting here with binoculars,
Does
watching
anybody know what they do or don't believe?
the
Get out of here,
float.
Scott. Get out of here, Scott. You're fucking a wrench in the gears over here. Get the fuck out of here. He's
I'm sitting.
getting it. He's
I'm sitting.
understanding it. He's now
I'm sitting.
seeing how it's bullshit, and Scott wants to fucking throw a wrench into it to stop him from not understanding that it's bullshit. Get the fuck
No,
out
no,
of
no,
here, Scott.
no. I'm with you. Like I'm sitting here with my binoculars, and I'm watching them do it. I'm watching it on my Yahoo News feed, and I see it. Like I'm not one of them. I'm just reading the news. I'm like the anchor. I'm not like the government like fucking
Okay.
reporter. I'm the
Okay.
anchor.
I don't really
Telling
know
you
or
what I
care
see.
who you are, but I would highly suggest you listen to Apocryphon here because you're not making a lick of sense to any of us.
Can I,
Thank
guys?
you.
Can I ask a
I
question?
am listening to Apocryphon. Like you
Guys,
just
I've
see.
been sitting here for 20 minutes. Can I ask
But you're
one
not making any
question?
sense.
Yeah,
Go
we're
ahead. Go ahead.
Can I
Ask
ask a
your
question?
Yes, please ask your question.
Okay, I was because I just is there an explanation for spy satellites? Because I've heard different theories
Yeah.
about if the
What the
dome
fuck
is
was that?
real.
Can somebody
Yeah.
not ask
Yeah.
that? No.
Yeah. Yeah. Spy satellites are based upon helium balloons. Go ahead. Next.
Why
They're
don't they
based
shoot them
upon.
down?
Thank you.
You don't ask me why they don't. I'm just saying. You asked me a question. I answered you. They're based upon helium balloons with these mechanical constructs attached to them, and that's a spy satellite.
Like the
Congratulations,
one, like
Warrior.
the
Let
Chinese
me
one?
get in. Yeah, the Chinese one is a good example. Yeah, just
Yeah.
Google
But we shot that
Chinese.
down. I'm just
Okay.
saying that
Okay,
there's
okay.
reasons why they
Who
don't use
cares if it
balloons
got shot
anymore.
down? They do still use balloons. It was what, a couple years ago at max? Okay, listen. We're gonna get back on topic. Does anybody have any evidence of the curvature of the Earth exclusive to the Earth, or axial rotation, or gas pressure without a container, or can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating density or buoyancy? Thanks.
Thank you. Good shit. Good shit, Larry.
When you say
God damn.
demonstrate, like I don't have a thing for demonstrating gravity. When you say demonstrate gravity, do you mean like proving something falls, or like what do you mean?
No, of course things fall, right? But if you drop a beach ball in a pool, what happens? Does it fall to the bottom of the pool?
No, it'll float because it's got air inside of it.
Right, but
That's
what happens if I
bouncy.
let the air out of the pool? I'm sorry, what happens if I let the air out of the ball or water out of the pool? What happens then?
Well, if you let the water out of the pool, the ball would hit the bottom of the pool. If you let the
Right.
air out of the ball, then depending on like what type of material it is, it'll either float or sink.
Right, demonstrating empirically and falsifiably, scientifically, that the medium is what causes the object to go down based on its relative density to the object. So I'm asking you,
Yeah.
can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density in the same way that I can demonstrate buoyancy and density is what causes objects to rise or fall?
What about a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, you manipulated the medium right? So of course, anything you put in that medium is going to be the densest object in that medium, and it's going to go down. That proves my theory.
Okay, sorry. I mean, like, what about the vacuum of space? Like, obviously, you have interference via a star.
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Because you're claiming that there's a vacuum right next to the Earth's atmosphere, and that's a violation of entropy laws. You can't violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Out of curiosity, is your argument here that, you know, like, I can't prove it, or that no one can prove it? Because, like, I don't have enough knowledge, like, about this to prove you wrong
Here's
or right.
the thing. Unlike the other guy, I believe science is never settled, right? So I'm claiming I have a cause of gas pressure causing, or specific gravity being the real thing. I'm open to you providing any other evidence at any time in any experiment that shows otherwise. So right now, I'm claiming you cannot have gas pressure without a container, because the very definition of gas pressure is the force that the particles exert against the walls of its container. So if you're claiming you have a vacuum of outer space, in reality, I would need you to demonstrate a vacuum without a container, because we all know nature abhors a vacuum. So your claim goes against the laws of nature, specifically the second laws of thermodynamics. Right? Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Make a claim.
Okay, don't make a claim. That's fine. But let me give you an example. If you have a propane tank and you got 250 psi in that tank, would you be able to have the 250 psi without the container? No, it'd be 14.7 or slightly less than that, depending on where you are on the Earth.
Would you count gravity as a container?
If you could demonstrate it, well, I'll tell you what. We'll get a propane tank with a nozzle facing up, and we'll open the tank with 250 psi in the container, and we'll see if gravity contains it. Oh wait, it won't do that, right? Or if you think gravity is a container, could you go to the propane store and only buy propane and not the propane accessory, so you're not bringing a tank with you, and bring it home and cook a steak for your mother on Mother's Day? With gravity as your container for the propane?
I mean, okay, so if we're ignoring our immediate worldview of, like, obviously, like, the propane goes into the air and it becomes so, like, I guess, diluted that it's useless to us, right? Like, does the propane disappear from the atmosphere, or does the propane sit in the atmosphere, or where does the propane go?
It's going to fuck off until it reaches equilibrium. So it's going to spew out until it reaches 14.7 psi or slightly less, depending on your altitude above sea level.
Okay. And then does it just sit there, or, like, what happens? Like,
Yeah, I mean, eventually it would disperse, right? Eventually it would disperse. But it's going to disperse until it reaches equilibrium, right? Then once it reaches equilibrium, after maybe 24 or 48 hours, I don't know exactly how long, I never tested it, then eventually all the propane will be out.
Pro hyper man, have you got a typewriter, dude?
Bro, it's my mic. I have really bad gain on it.
Just mute up, my dude.
And I love Sydney,
and
bro. She's so sassy.
no, just a little bit
It's late.
succinct. Trying to be succinct in here, man.
By the way, I'm not satisfied with the weather balloon, helium balloon.
I didn't hear a word of that. I don't really care what you said, but where's the argument, man?
I can give you the argument.
Well, I highly suggest that you do, please.
Why would they spend all this money developing all these spy planes?
I'm not a psychoanalyst, bro. Not my question.
It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't matter to any of us here.
Wait, can I ask, like, questions about this worldview? Because I'm curious, like, which flat Earth model you follow. Like, it's not a.
Is there a hard dome? That's my
like,
question, man.
No. I just want to know, like,
Disgusting perv. Hey, somebody else entertain him. Anyway, what was that? What was that proof of globe? Yeah? What was that?
No, I want to ask this. What?
Hold on.
What
I got to address Scott. He's chat skanking me. So
thank you.
He said nice straw man you have there, right? And I don't know how I straw man anybody. Scott Mackey.
I can't believe you guys vote, man. That's fucking crazy.
I don't vote, bro.
I don't anymore. Thanks.
I can't believe you do vote. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, take care of you? Anyway, Scott Mackey, what straw man did I do?
Hey, Scott Mackey. Oh my God, you're still here. Wow. I'll let him go first. Larry, you go.
He's always here. He's always here. He's
Oh, it's
he's
so fucking
ranting
funny.
his
Are you
gears.
still worshiping to the other Larry? What's going on, man? What's going on today?
Right?
Scott
What's
Mackey
going
is
on
just doing
today,
his
Cut?
job. He's just following orders.
No, fuck it. Scott Mackey, you fucking clown.
I'll give you the
Nope,
floor, Stephen.
nothing.
You
All
hardly
right.
ever talk. He ain't gonna answer my strawman question.
I'll answer it. As soon as everybody shuts up long enough for me to, I'll be glad to answer it.
Oh, explain the propane tank. Go ahead, please, by all means.
He's committed.
Nobody's
I'll
ever.
give him. He's really committed. I'll give him that.
He's getting
I'm
paid,
not gonna be able
obviously.
to
But
answer.
do you have an explanation of how I strawman somebody in here?
Yeah, nobody's ever claimed that high and low pressures can be in close proximity to each other.
Is the vacuum of
That's a
space
straw
next to
man.
Earth?
No, it's not next to any high pressure.
14.7
There's a
psi.
constant gradient going all the way up out into outer space of lower and lower and lower and lower pressure, and it can be that way because of the video I also tagged you on. You can watch
Right.
it.
So you're saying gravity contains it. So does gravity contain the gas pressure inside of a propane tank? Because that's an actual experiment, right? That's what you
No.
would consider an experiment. No,
No.
it's not an experiment. So
No,
we're not testing your little hypothesis that gravity can
it's
be the
not testing my
container?
hypothesis at all. No,
Oh, why not?
because it's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that the Earth will hold the atmosphere in.
How?
By,
Is it
Based
hold
on
this
what?
by pulling down on all the gas particles.
And
Every
that's
last one of
not
them.
synonymous with a propane tank with a nozzle facing up towards the sky. And when you open it, testing to see if gravity is strong enough to hold the gas pressure down inside the
Escapes it.
container, and gas is attracting gas, right? Because mass is attracting mass, and gas is a mass. But your little theory doesn't work out with that little experiment because
Nope.
you know that you
That's
can't
not
make
my
a snake.
theory.
Be quiet, I'm not done.
That's the
You
straw
know,
man.
you're claiming gravity is the container. I'm saying demonstrate it in your like outer space, bro. That's circular logic. That's the very thing that you're trying to prove.
Yep.
No, it's the very thing we're trying to explain because we already know what's happening.
Oh, so it's settled science, right, Scott?
It is, yes.
Oh my God, you guys.
The Earth is a globe. That is settled.
Oh, they
You're
said
fucking
settled
full of
science,
shit.
guy. That's like a married bachelor. Do you believe in married bachelors too? How about a woman
Do
who's
I
trying to
have to prove
pregnant?
you wrong again?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Like last
You got the
night.
mic.
Scott, you're full of
So
shit.
there's all kinds of settled science.
Oh, you mean the
And
consensus?
it's interesting, Larry, that you actually used the consensus earlier to demonstrate that the previous consensus was horrible for the way they treated that guy.
What
And then
Yeah.
you
So,
said for
so
anybody who
consensus
accepts
now is in your
consensus,
favor.
although you just accepted consensus of germ theory of disease,
Bro, I don't
to,
accept germ
to
theory.
tell this other person to shove it up his ass. Which
I
is
don't accept
ironic.
germ theory, bro. Do you think I was wearing a mask and washing my hands? Or did I just do business as
So
usual?
why did
Bro,
you?
I didn't miss one day of work in the past 3 or 4 years when that whole thing happened. So if you think I'm like afraid of germs, you're retarded.
Yep.
Boy.
Fuck the consensus, bro.
Fuck the consensus. I went to work and I fed my family because that's what men do.
And so when you said how they
Word.
treated that previous doctor who said wash their hands after you touch the dead people, you seemed a little angry at the doctors who threw him in the insane asylum. Would I
Yeah, they killed him,
misunderstand
bro.
that?
That's called
Yeah, no.
murder. Right? Isn't
But
that what murder is?
did you assume that the guy they killed was actually right?
About
Yeah, he
germ theory?
was. No, he was. He
He was
was.
right about washing your hands, but does that mean that everything that anyone ever says about germ theory is automatically correct?
Well, is it correct that we wash
Yes
our
or no?
hands between touching dead people?
Yes, that's written in the Bible, bro. Of course I believe that. But
Thank
does that
you.
mean that
Samson even did that too.
yeah, it
on
looks
the
like
carcass.
science finally
in the
caught up a
Bible.
couple hundred years ago with something that's been written in the Bible for over a couple thousand years.
Exactly.
And also, it says in the Bible that the life is in the blood. So if they wouldn't have drained all George Washington's blood,
Exactly.
he
Word.
wouldn't have died.
And then they figure that fucking knowledge out way later than the scriptures themselves. They realize that the life is in the blood way later than the scriptures.
Hank.
Yeah, it even
Yeah,
talks about
word.
springs under the ocean, right? It's underwater springs under the ocean in the Bible. We didn't know about that
Exactly.
until recently.
Exactly.
This
Right.
underwater springs thing you're talking about.
But
What does
these
it say?
Oh my
atheists,
shit.
these
Anyway,
atheist
the
demons
Apocryphon,
don't
I
want
would
to
tone
believe
it
that.
down a little bit, but yeah, we can.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Am,
that was
am I a
weird.
demon apocryphon?
Well, we can get away from the Bible. I apologize, but I like to stick to the
It's
science
cool.
as much as
It's
possible.
wonderfully exciting for me too, but yeah.
Yeah, let's
Wait,
get back to
I'm
gases
curious.
let's get back to gases and whoever said there could be radical transitions in
Oh
gas
my
pressure.
God, Scott Mackey, you're back again. Crazy.
So Larry,
Crazy.
He's doing overtime.
so
He's doing
Larry,
overtime.
Oh, it's so funny. I hope your
who in
wife
the
is
globe
happy.
world ever said there
Oh
could be
my
radical
God.
transitions of gas pressure?
Oh my God, you're so funny. How is that like many straight lines going into a curve going for you in that PDF? How's that going? How is that going, my friend? Probably nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Larry, what do you think?
I'm not the only one here. You can ask anybody.
Okay.
Scott, you have
Does anybody want to assert that you can find a glober
No,
anywhere who said you can have radical transitions in gas pressure?
not
do
at
you
all
believe
with
that?
you. Never with you,
Scott,
Scott.
Scott,
And
do you
that
believe
gravity
that?
will suffice, and the gravity will suffice to cause radical transitions in gas pressure.
Scott, do you believe that wholeheartedly?
Do I believe what?
What you just said. Do you believe that?
That there are no radical transitions in gas pressure? Yes.
Wow. So if you take the laws of gas pressure and it now you want to put yourself in space, does it not contradict itself? Yes or no?
I have no idea what you said, so I can't answer.
I'll say it one more time. If
I
you
know what you said. You
believe,
said if you have the laws of gas and you put yourself in space, does it contradict it? I heard that. I have no idea what it means. What
okay,
laws of gas?
okay. So let me say it one more time for the slow people, the retarded people in the
Okay.
back of the bus on the short bus. If you believe that
the blacks
these
or-
laws, if you believe that these laws are
Which
negating
laws?
themselves, why do you believe that?
Which laws?
Of gas pressure.
What's the law of gas pressure?
Are you kidding me right now? Do you
I
not
never
know
had
that?
that. I never had that in my physics class.
Wow, really?
Really?
Oh wow. So you don't
What's a
understand
law
how
of gas pressure?
so you don't understand that gas pressure can remain has to have a container? You don't know that?
It does not. You're
Really?
incorrect. Yes,
Why?
really.
How? How and why?
All you need something to do is change the direction of the particles, and they'll push on each other
Based upon what?
based upon the kinetic theory of gas.
Okay, is there a container involved, Scott?
No, doesn't have to be. No.
Really? So how do you
All
get
you
that
need is
pressure?
something to change the direction
Okay,
of the particles.
okay. What is pressure, Scott? What is pressure?
Particles hitting each other and creating a average velocity.
Based upon what?
Nothing. It's just particles in motion.
Based upon what, Scott?
Nothing. Based upon
So they are not. So,
nothing.
okay,
Particles in motion.
Scott, can you have pressure without a container to measure it? Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
How?
As long as you have something changing the direction of the particles towards each other.
What's going to change the direction, Scott?
Gravity.
Or a container?
Can you
Gravity.
back up
Yeah,
that claim?
a container could do it.
So is
But
gravity your container,
a container
Scott?
can also do it.
Scott,
can do it in two
is
ways.
gravity
One is
okay?
gravity,
Scott,
the other
okay,
is a
Scott,
container.
is gravity your container?
No, it's not a container. No, some people call it a container, but that's silly.
Wow, you literally just debunked yourself. Congratulations.
I didn't debunk anything.
Well done, Apoc. Well done.
You literally just fucking debunked yourself, you dumbass.
Tell me how I debunk myself then.
Because you said
This last 5 minutes. Oh my God, Scott Mackey. Really?
because
Wow.
you just said
Why did the
you
skip
just
tickle the
said
loudest?
you just said
Go ahead.
that the gas particles are going to have a direction, and then all of a sudden you can measure the pressure of them based upon their containment. So based upon how
I
they're
didn't say anything
hitting the
about containment.
walls. based upon the way they're hitting the walls of their
Been saying
containment.
about a wall.
I'm telling you, it's
Dude,
going to be
God,
because
Mac, shut the fuck up for a second while he talks, please.
this is how they do
I'm
it.
saying what I'm saying. You're saying it wrong. What do you want me to do?
This is the
You
dude.
said something about theodolites wrong earlier. Jesus, just listen to him.
So gas is going to bounce off a container, and the way they excite themselves within the container is going to register a fucking pressure. Now, if you believe that gravity is your containment to
I
give
don't.
these gas particles a measurement, just admit to that. Yes or no?
I don't believe it's container. So your assertion, your
fuck.
stipulation is false.
God.
You're fucking
God.
bricked. You're bricked. You're bricked.
Yeah.
No, he's Mackied. I don't even know what
Better
to
being
call it.
stupid.
Yeah, that's no. That's a good that's a great term. He's Mackied. I love it. You're Mackied right now. You're Mackied. You're
Wait,
No,
can I ask one
nothing else
question
would
just to
describe
clarify
that.
something? Can I just ask one clarification question?
Sure.
What's the difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure?
It would
Oh my
be
shit.
equivalent. It'd be equivalent. Because you can't have one without the other. And technically, you cannot have a container that's going to give you a measurement. So you have to have a container. What don't you guys fucking... Let me revert back to a coker. A coker is going to give you a pressure gradient based upon, by the way, a temperature. The temperature what's going to define that fucking gas pressure gradient. A temperature is going to define that. Now, if you want to deny that, then you're a fucking science denier because that has what we have observed and experiment with, and that's how we know that this is a measurement to that pressure containment. So if somebody wants to come in, oh no, you're not the container. No, you gravity's the container. No, fuckers, that's not the fucking same thing. You're all lost. You're lost in your fucking bias. You're lost.
You're wrong.
There you go. You're lost.
That doesn't answer what I asked, though.
Yeah.
What'd you ask?
What is
I
the
asked
atmos?
I
What'd
asked
you
what the
ask?
difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure is.
It's the same thing. I literally answered that. You told me that I'd answer that, but I did
How's
answer
it the
that.
same thing?
You cannot have one without the other. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
No, I'd love you to explain how you can have one of it. I missed
Okay.
the start of this conversation.
Oh
'cause I'm
my
confused.
goodness.
let me
All right.
explain.
Apocryphon, yeah, sure. Sorry, I want to interject again. Yeah, please repeat for this guy, apparently. Mackie's friend. Mackie likes to call in his homies, so this will
I
be
actually don't know
interesting.
who this guy is, I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know,
Sure,
maybe.
sure.
It's so funny how Sydney likes to play mean
do me a
girl,
favor.
though, thinking she's
do me a
effective
favor.
at something.
No, you're a fucking
Weird.
gang ass fucking
It's
faggot.
weird.
Sorry. No.
It's
Sorry.
weird.
Sorry to say the F word.
Child, grow up.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Grow the
Okay.
fuck
Do me a
up.
favor. Okay. Do me a favor. Say that again. About the gas pressure and atmospheric. Say that again. Atmospheric pressure and gas pressure. Say that again, please.
I was asking, like, what is the difference between those two things? And,
Okay,
like, if
okay,
it's
okay.
the same, how are they the same as well?
Okay, okay. So hear me out. Hear me out. So hear me out. Is the atmosphere a gas? Yes or no?
I actually have no clue.
Wow. Okay. Well, we could start. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So let me share with you. The atmosphere is filled with gases. Would you agree? Yes or no?
I mean, as far as I'm aware, it's like, what, hydrogen, helium, and some other shit.
Okay. Is that gases? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Your question was, what's the difference between the atmosphere, which is gas, and a gas? So, do you realize how you're fucking flawed?
No, I'm saying pressure.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So, a pressure of these gases in the entirety of it is going to create a gradient. Would you agree? Yes or no?
correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have a physics degree, but doesn't gas get more like dense in pressure, like the further
But
down
you just
towards
said
the center?
gases are in the atmosphere. Yes or no?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. With that
Don't
being
you breathe
said,
gas?
we can at least conclude that the atmosphere is a gas. So these gases differentials are adherent to this basic understanding that the atmosphere is made of gases. So the same principle is allowed to make you understand, if you're not following along, that there will be a pressure gradient to these elements above us. Yes or no?
Okay.
Okay, then you answered your own question. Thank you.
Okay, you don't have to be aggressive, mate.
I'm sorry. My apologies. But I'm just trying to just educate you. And now that you're educated, where do you stand?
I guess in this case, the atmospheric pressure not be a gas pressure.
No, it's the same though, because the atmospheric is gases. So
You
you're
don't
separating
understand
them.
conjectures in English. You don't
You're
understand conjectures in English.
You're separating them, but they're the same. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes. If what you said is true, then would that not be correct?
It would be correct because they're the same. So, with that being said, there is a pressure gradient on these gases, aka the atmosphere. And this is why we're trying to tell you that in this fucking pressure that's being created by this pressure gradient, this is why we're telling you that this is why we can say wholeheartedly that this is why we understand the earth to be the way it is. It doesn't have to be a ball. Matter of fact, it's not a ball. It's just the fact that these pressure gradients are pressed upon. Matter of fact, I posted pictures earlier of the clouds. I don't know if you saw that or not, but in the text chat, and you can see that gradient, by the way, the gradient of the clouds that are above this pressure on the earth, on the surface of it. Doesn't make it a ball. It's not proof for a globe. It just shows you that there is something that's pressing upon us. And the clouds, and I think I posted like 7 or 8 pictures, but it shows you every bottom of that cloud is flat. The reason why it's flat, no different than if you put like a leaf in water. Obviously, you're looking at all the bottoms of the leaves because those leaves are resting upon the water. And that
Wait, where's
water
this
is.
image, sorry?
I posted earlier. I mean,
is it in the same channel that we're in right now? I've just scrolled
okay.
up and
No,
it's through photos of clouds.
I'll do you one. I'll do you one better, brother. I'll do you one better. Let me repost all of them. How about that? Is that good? Is
Yeah,
that
that's
cool?
fine, mate.
Okay, that's cool. Here you go. I just posted them right now. They're loading. Give it a second. You're gonna see that the clouds are like flat. Every single cloud, and we're talking about like miles of clouds. And I took the picture of it. You're gonna see that all of them are flat on the surface of the bottom, and that represents this gradient that you're talking about. And every flat earther will agree to that. They're like, yes, there is a fucking like elevation to where the pressure on the earth is fucking observable. You can see it through these clouds that I posted. You can see it. It's going to show you how they're. Now, guess what? The caveat is that you cannot have this without a container, because the container is what's going to fucking justify its fucking layer. Like, I want you to do me a favor. Go Google what is the coker in a refinery, and it's going to show you how the coker will have a different gradient within itself, because elements that are heavier are going to be lower, and as it fucking with heat, with a temperature, it will change, and the lower gradient, right, the lower elements when heated up, as they rise, will create another layer, and then another layer, and then another layer, and that's called byproducts. Okay, that's how we make money in the refineries. Because these cokers, which by the way, the caveat, it's enclosed. It's a metal fucking containment. But Globers don't want to hear that. They don't like that. They don't want to hear that. It's funny. But it's reality though. It's reality.
Which flat Earth model do you believe in, by the way?
I don't care about models, bro. We're not about models here. Because by the way,
No, I'm
we
just
have never
wondering, like-
measured. We have never measured the entirety of the world. Now, if you think that flat earthers have a model, then you're already coming in with this disposition that is way off. Because we
I mean,
technically
I didn't
have
make
no
an
model.
assumption about which one you're using. I was just wondering, like, how do you view different countries? What happens if you go in a straight line? What's above us? Like, what's below us, etc.
Oh my god! I wish there was a mod to mute this guy. But
So
anyways,
mute
what
me,
are you saying?
not to mute the other guy. Oh.
What were you saying?
Like, I just want to know, like, what do you think happens if you go straight up, like, in perpetuity, or if you go sideways or like dig down? Like, what will happen?
In regards to what?
In regards to, like, where would you be? Like, if I dig straight down, like, I don't know, like 100,000 miles, for example, which in the ball model, I would just wind up on the other side of the Earth.
Oh, in
and
the
then
earth?
outside.
In the earth?
Like, yeah, in a flat model.
Okay.
like if I move-
Well, first of all, we've never gone that far down to the earth. We've only gone like 8 miles deep. So, say it again.
So if you dig downwards, or you, let's say, pick a direction, like let's say you go north, and then you keep traveling north, right? What will eventually happen? Or if you get in, like, I don't know, let's say, like, obviously a helicopter can't go that high, but let's pretend the helicopter won't break, yeah? What would happen if you went super high up into the sky? Would you eventually go into space, or would you just, like, hit, like, a flat, like, surface, or what happens?
Well, hold on. That's your misconception of reality because you have a bias that there's this space that exists, and
Okay,
that's kind of the point.
Okay, fix that for me. What happens if we go really far upwards, or, like, out north or something?
We don't know. Oh, if you go north, yeah, you end up in Canada, the North Pole.
It depends
maybe
where
in
you are.
Siberia or Russia.
Right. It depends where you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so, like, if you keep going north, like, past these places, what's there?
Well, I guess you could end up in like Africa or Australia, but you wouldn't be going north after a point.
Okay, so if I'm in
Eventually,
Australia
you'd be
now and I
going
go
south.
north, what's north of me?
Like the air, what is it, the Asian continent?
Okay, so if I go
Right.
north of Asia, what's north of them?
Siberia?
So if I go north of Siberia, what's north of them?
You're gonna hit the North Pole.
Americas? The North Pole?
No,
would be
hold
America.
on. You're eventually gonna hit the North Pole. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
Okay, so I'll agree with you on that. If I go north of the North Pole, like he said, I'll hit Australia, right?
No, you
would
can't
be
go
south.
north of the North Pole. There is no.
No, the North Pole's the North. Like that's it.
After you-
Now, hold on though. No, but hold on. But now going further, if you went, can we mute him? If you went beyond the North Pole in Europe, let's say you're in Canada, okay? Let's say you're in Canada and you travel north to the North Pole. Guess what? Eventually, you will be traveling south because now you're going to way from that center position. By the way, technically,
Right.
nobody goes over the North Pole. By the way, which is really weird. It's a red flag to me.
We've
I
actually
don't know.
flown over it.
Yes,
but it's
people
like
do go over
bit
the
of
North
flat
Pole,
paths.
Apocryphon.
No, I know, but it's kind of like weird because people like they believe that if you went further than that, you're still gonna be going north. No, you're now going south because you had a center point, and you don't understand how you're gonna be south. You're literally gonna be
Right.
traveling south away from the North Pole. Does that make sense to you? Like a magnet speaker, right? Have you ever had a speaker like for music? A
A
speaker?
ring magnet?
Do you understand that a speaker magnet, like the center would be north and every direction away from that fucking speaker magnet would be south? Do you understand that?
Okay, so let's remove the magnet, right, and pretend that you walk perfectly straight, and pretend you can walk on water. Where would you eventually go? Would you fall off? Would you wrap
Well, you're gonna hit
around?
the ice wall. No, hold on. You're gonna hit the ice wall eventually, because you're in the south.
What's beyond the ice wall?
We don't know. That's the whole point, brother. Because we cannot travel beyond the 60th parallel. I wish we can. I really wish we can. Because it's
It's a treaty,
forbidden
bro.
at this point. On a governmental level, it's forbidden. Do you disagree or no?
What's this treaty called? Like, I'm not being a dick. I'm just curious.
Antarctic Treaty.
And what is because like for the Antarctic Treaty was a division of land, right? And then like there'll be no wars, there'll be no weapons, there'll be nothing out of an Antarctic. Yeah.
Although we have military presence, by the way. Like I mean, that's a whole nother argument.
Okay, you have like battleships and stuff sitting off the. But ignoring that, right? Like, what happens if you've actually travelled to Antarctica? Because like I could go to the Scott base for the New Zealand Arctic.
Someone in
base,
Australia did it when they started going south. Big ass battle cruiser type ship. I don't even know what class or whatever, but they came and turned them around.
Okay, so I can actually pay to go to Scott Base, Antarctica, as a tourist, right? Like, because I'm a New Zealand
Yeah,
citizen.
but can you take sleds and dogs and freely travel?
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, you're allowed to go off base. They just tell you that if you go missing, they can't find you. Like, you're
If the
perfectly
place is
welcome
a frozen
to go
desert,
explore.
are you going to go off base if you're not allowed to have dogs or
Thank you,
fuel?
Jerry.
Are you not allowed dogs?
No.
Why would you go to that point, bro? When we're telling you that this is not something that's even viable for us.
Because I'm just curious what you're saying is substantiated in that case of like you're not allowed anything.
Okay, so if we live in a world as we do that tells you you cannot travel to this point freely, by the way, you have to have a tourist, you have to get permission, you have to get all these fucking, permits. Why do you want to invoke this really, really weird position for yourself that all of a sudden we should be able to? Why do you do that?
He's
Why?
just curious, bro.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You're curious. So when we tell you, like, curiously speaking, we tell you that that's not a reality. What do you say about that? Does that not raise a red flag for you that we
I mean,
can't do
curiously
that?
speaking, I'm just gonna ask why that is. When you say no dogs allowed, apparently it was a treaty to do with disease.
Okay, so guess what? If there was a treaty that has all these fucking conditions, does that not raise a red flag in your own brain? I'm just critically thinking, bro. Like, fuck all the bullshit. You yourself, why would they adhere to all these rules and applications to where you cannot freely discover the self positions that you want to say that we can travel to?
Are we allowed to take snowmobiles? Because I know I can go get a tourist visa and I can go right now.
No, we can't. That's not something you can do. Now,
Yeah, I don't think you're
if,
allowed to have heavy fuel past a certain
no,
latitude.
right? You can't do that. So
And you
the
got to
reason,
take food with you, and you got to take your poop with you.
right?
So you can't leave anything behind.
You cannot do what you think you can do per the treaty. Do you understand that? Yes or no? I'm looking for yes or no right now.
Say that again. Sorry, my internet dropped out.
Okay, so everything that you think we should or be able to, does that not raise a red flag that we cannot do that? Yes or no?
I mean, I looked up the snowmobile thing. You're apparently allowed them when you go on your tourist trips.
Yeah, exactly. Tourist trips. And what does that give you? There's a certain amount of fuel. So you cannot like just travel further than what
Okay,
you're fucking.
okay. I don't know about as you as an American, right? But like with the passport I hold, I'm actually allowed to go to Scott Base. So I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that as a Yank, but like physically someone from where I'm from can go there and they can take a snowmobile. I'm not sure what is there though.
Okay, if you have a cap of how much fuel you can take with you, how
Is there
far
a
do you
cap?
think? Yes, there is. How far do you think you can actually go with the cap?
Snowmobile? I don't know, like 30 miles or something. Actually, like I don't actually know. How far does a snowmobile travel? Never seen snow in my life.
Okay,
By the way, it's that never changed or challenged. It's the only tweet that's the same till now, and it's
Didn't
getting
the
strong.
Didn't the Russians break it quite recently?
No, actually, the Indians they have enough. I think all the.
That was propaganda. That was propaganda. There was propaganda saying that Russians would break it, but they didn't. They didn't, though. That was propaganda. That was all propaganda, bro.
Yo, I got a question. I got a question though. Why do the current world leaders don't fake another moon landing or something special?
They're doing already. The Chinese they're doing. You didn't see them on the.
China's doing it. India's doing it. They're all doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, look at the Indian moon landing. It's a trip. It looks like 1990s Nintendo graphics.
Right. So all these governments. Okay. All these governments are trying to push a fucking narrative, and dumb fucks are actually believing them. But the people that look at it and say, "Oh, that's fucking bullshit," are standing aside saying that makes no fucking sense. And by the way, by their own fucking, graphics and fucking CGI, whatever, we can see that they're fucking lying. Oh, by the way, last week we landed a fucking a moon fucking lander. That's bullshit, bro. That was last week. And also it tilted on the side and blah blah blah, bullshit. Like, dude, come on, man. And they sent back photos. I saw the photos. They sent back photos from the moon. I
I love
saw
how
them.
you explain away the math like it's bullshit. That's kind of funny.
The math is bullshit. I'll tell you why. Because they're accounting it to a globe Earth.
That's why. Okay.
Want to know why? Because
So not a
guess
good
what?
explanation, just an explanation.
No, not at all. It's not a good explanation. I'll tell you why. Because according to you guys, that fucking changes.
Yeah, I'm not on the flat Earth side, so don't worry, kid.
Dude, it's not about flat Earth or globe Earth at this point. You cannot.
This is
land on the
literally a
moon.
flat Earth Discord. What are you talking about?
No. I'm telling you, it's not an argument based upon flat Earth or globe Earth. The fact is, you cannot land on the moon, and they're fucking.
You can though.
Really.
Yeah,
Where's
it's
the
a
evidence?
tangible surface you can land on.
Where's the evidence at?
The fact that we've
flying
landed
the
on
moon?
it before.
Wait a minute. What do you mean we? Like you and who else?
Oh, that's their favorite argument too. Yo, you landed on the moon. Oh, is that what it is?
Well, I mean, you're claiming it.
Oh, did you get some moon rocks and bring it back to Earth for fucking scientific analysis?
And
Did
then
you do
passed
that?
it out like it was petrified wood,
this is
right?
This is so
That was
pants on head retarded.
That
Like
was
what
a
the fuck?
studio, bro. That was
Well,
a
I mean,
studio,
you're
bro.
the one that's trusting something you saw on TV and then
That
calling
was
us
all
retarded.
studio.
Oh, okay, yeah. I
That
haven't
was all
seen moon rocks in person. I'm just
Hey,
trusting
Greg.
something I've seen on TV. Yeah.
You mean
Oh,
petrified wood,
Landing. What is this Indian moon landing? What the fuck?
right?
Yeah, it's all
Yo,
studio,
what is
bro.
this?
It's all
Well,
studio.
North Korea said they walked on the sun at night.
Yeah, but you're dumb enough to believe that kind of thing. So
No,
why is that
we're
not
the
surprising?
skeptical ones. You're the ones that
You believe the
what
Earth
you
is
see on
flat.
TV.
Why are you not dumb enough to
Bro,
believe
you
that if you
all
believe the Earth is
experience
flat?
it as flat and stationary. You don't see a curvature outside, do you?
There's no curvature, bro. It's not a
But
ball,
it's
bro.
observable. So
Where?
yeah, you do.
How's it observable?
Okay. Hold on, Larry.
Oh, okay. So you haven't heard the sticks and shadows method, huh?
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
sticks like a caveman.
Oh yeah. Simple mathematics can't possibly prove an advanced
Well, that's not
mathematical
exclusive.
theorem, can they?
Listen,
Oh
bro.
no,
That's
yeah.
not
Sticks and shadows can't prove that shit.
Listen, bro, just relax.
Hey,
That's
yo,
not
Packerfon,
exclusive
shut the
evidence.
fuck
Just
up.
relax. There's like 30 of you guys jerking themselves off right now. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you so butthurt, bro? Just let me make my
That's
argument
probably what
without
it
you
is. I'm
interrupting.
actually butthurt. Yeah.
If you could
Hey,
just
How'd you nail me down so
give me just
frequently,
a second.
Freud? Holy shit. I'm actually butthurt.
If
How'd
you
you
could
know?
just let me talk for a second. bro.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
you talk
exclusive.
about stupid
You're
shit, so why would I let
interrupting.
you talk? Why don't you just mute me like the sub usually does?
I don't want to mute you. Why can't you govern yourself like
But
a
you're
man?
going to, because that's how you
No,
guys
I'm not.
operate.
Why
So.
can't you govern yourself like a man instead of acting like a child?
all right.
You
Go ahead and disprove
petulant
what I said,
child.
Larry. Go ahead and
Okay,
disprove
thank
what
you.
I said, Larry.
Yeah, if you can be quiet, I will.
I
It's
will.
not exclusive evidence for a globe, the whole Eratosthenes thing, because if you have a close and local sun, you will get the same results if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, except
It's
we
not
can measure how
exclusive
far the
evidence.
sun away is, or how far away the sun is, so we know exactly
How
where
do
it
you
is
do
in
that?
relation to Earth.
How do you
It's
do that?
5 million miles away. It's 5 million miles away. 5 million miles away.
No, it's not apocryphon. That's incorrect.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
okay. How far
15
away
miles.
is the sun
I'm
then?
sorry. It's 15 million miles. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It's 33 miles. I'm sorry. It's 45 million. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. It's 52 miles.
Yo,
I'm sorry.
Apocryphon, shut the fuck up.
Then we
Tired of
get
listening
to
to your bullshit, you fucking alcoholic.
We don't know.
Guess what? Everything I
Fucking
said.
moron. Yo, can somebody mute this Apocryphon guy? He's fucking annoying as fuck, ruin the conversation.
Everything
All
I
day he's been
said.
fucking jabbering about dumb shit.
Everything I said.
He doesn't know
was
what the fuck he's talking about half the
told you.
fucking time, too. And you guys
Science
will just let
told
him
you.
fucking talk. It's crazy.
I think he's
Science
a
told you.
You
mod.
guys fucking stupid.
Why do you need
He's not,
somebody to
he's
mute
not
him?
a
Why don't you
fucking
just
mod.
turn the volume down on the person?
Science
He's
told
gonna
you.
fucking annoy everybody,
We
bro.
don't
He's gonna
do
ruin
that
the
here.
conversation.
Yeah, but if you turn the volume down, he's not going to annoy anybody.
We
The
don't
sun
do
So
that
you
is
did
here.
that. That's why you
93
don't hear him. I
million
get it.
miles away.
Science
I
told
actually
you.
haven't turned him down yet, so
Hold
whatever.
on.
No, you like his
Okay.
annoying fucking voice.
That's
Okay.
probably what it is. Yeah, good
Okay, look at
hypothesis.
it. Science told you that it's 3 million miles, then it's 5 million miles, then
Wait,
it's 15 million miles, then it's
wait.
33 million miles, then it's 54 million miles, then it's 93 million miles. All of a sudden,
Was
what
this
don't you guys
like
fucking understand?
was this
What?
like first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade? Like when did they tell us this?
Oh, you don't know the facts.
No, I do know the facts.
You don't know
So
history.
it is a stable number, 93
It's
million
changed over
miles.
time.
Really? Okay,
Apocryphon, it didn't say it very right, didn't say it very concise, but he is correct. It has changed over time.
Yeah,
So what is it?
I believe that
Approximately.
100%. I believe that 100%. Science gets
Within a
better.
millionth of a mile, what is the distance from the sun to the Earth?
The
We
more
don't
we
know.
do it, the better we get.
Doesn't that
Not an answer.
change
What
like
is it?
every day?
What's the distance?
Nobody can measure it, bro. It's only calculated. Nobody knows.
Okay,
They just
well,
believe.
you can actually can measure it, but
Once
okay.
upon a time.
How do you measure it?
Once upon a time.
Oh, how
Is-
do you? How
is it-
indeed?
How do you measure it?
Is it necessary that we can't measure it?
Fucking measure it,
Well,
bro.
I mean, if you know something, you know it through firsthand primary knowledge. You
Wait,
don't
no,
know
we're not.
something because of a calculation.
Hey,
Can you
hey,
calculate a
listen.
girl's weight by looking at her? No, because if she gained weight after high school and one girl was athletic while the other girl was a computer nerd,
Okay,
they
but if
look
one
the
girl
same.
was so fat she was the center of the solar system, you'd be able to measure that. Fucking
You
idiot.
got-
Jesus Christ.
That bitch got orbit.
Okay,
But-
That bitch is so fat she got orbit, bro. You're fucking making a stupid ass argument right now.
Hold on.
No, it's
Hold on,
actually
hold
a
on.
good argument
Hold on.
because you
It's
can't
actually
calculate
fucking
someone's weight.
retarded, but you don't understand that because you believe in flat.
Well, I get that that's always going to be your answer to everything that I say.
Well,
but
that's the only answer
can you
to
attack
anything
the
you say, but
argument
go
with
ahead,
any
yeah.
specificity?
Hang on, Larry. Like,
You're talking about fat girls, and we're talking about the
No, we're
the
talking about
fucking location of the
calculations.
sun in relation
Talking
to the
about
Earth, and you're talking about
calculations.
fat girls. You're fucking retarded, bro.
Bro, if you can't understand the concept, it's a simple concept. If a girl
Yeah,
has
I love how you
a
can't
large amount
understand
of
the
muscle,
concept of the difference
bro, why do
between
you
a
have to
fucking
interrupt every
combusting
time,
star
you
in the solar system
intelligent
as opposed
child?
to a fat girl on Earth.
Bro, can
That's
you
fucking
not talk
hilarious.
over me?
Larry, is it possible to measure the orbit?
You
Hey,
can
hey,
observe.
Space. Larry was
path.
actually telling you the difference between what a measurement is and what a calculation is. Just because you're too stupid to understand his simple way of dumbing it down for you doesn't make him intellectually dishonest. It makes you a moron.
I'll agree to all of that, other than the moron. Like, 100%. Like, Larry, like,
Go
is
ahead,
it
bro.
possible to measure the orbit? Like, is it
Well, you can track
conceivably.
it through the stars, right? You can track the orbit, right? And the thing about it is that if you're talking about measuring the distance to something, you can't measure the cosmos, right? You can't science the cosmos. We're talking about
100%.
heavenly bodies. So at best, we can make observations and calculations.
And so we can build like science tools. And okay, so
No science, right? Because you can't science the cosmos.
well, we can't science
You can
in.
build mathematical tools, right?
I'm down with that.
Yeah. Okay. Continue.
All right, so we've never done it before, I don't think. Okay, so we say that the solar system is a plane for the most part, like Uranus, like kind of, and Pluto.
Except for
going-
Pluto. Yeah. Go ahead.
What if we shot a rocket just like straight up against the plane, like 90 degrees? Would that instrument be able to like look back at the Earth and all the other planets and just like see rotation?
Well, rotation. You're assuming that the Earth is rotating. Are you talking about the heavenly bodies?
Oh yeah. When I say rotation, I fucked up. Like the orbit. Like so if
Yeah,
it were
there's going to be motion of the heavenly bodies, and I would assume that if you could hypothetically send a rocket ship into outer space, that it would be able to see it. But this is all very hypothetical. You know, there's really no point in arguing what I think would happen because there's no way to like prove it.
yeah, I'm
And
not
you're talking
arguing.
about you're talking about a vacuum too, by the way. So
100%. And
Yeah.
and like so we have
So it's
like
kind of like
hot-
how many angels could dance on the head of a needle. You know what I mean?
so we have like a bunch of like probes chilling on Mars. Like there's like 4 teams. And when I say Mars, like I'm doing it in air quotes because like who knows? Like some of them look back.
We've
and
also seen, you know, stuff in an island that looks a lot like Mars with a rover on it on, what was it, Google Earth, I think?
Have you seen the new AI shit? By the way, like off topic, I'll send you some YouTube shit of what AI can do now. It's fucking scary.
Yeah, I've been watching it. Yeah, the deep fakes and all that stuff. Jordan Peterson doing Rap God by Eminem. Yeah.
The world is different tomorrow. Like
Yeah, you're not going to be able to tell truth from fiction pretty soon.
like I'm a lawyer and
Oh, I hate lawyers. I wish you would have told me that. You're not
Yeah,
a
what?
court lawyer, are you?
I'm a family attorney. So
You're
like
a divorce court lawyer?
but
Oh, no, mate, no.
but I don't go to trial. I don't go to trial. I just do research. Like I'm a low level one. I just
What,
graduated.
You a secretary?
A glorified secretary. I just graduated. I just graduated in May.
We're
Are you
under
at least pretty?
occupation.
You wear
We're
do you wear a short skirt, or like how does this work for you?
We're under occupation by bar members, bro.
I like. I don't want to call it a short skirt. I like athletic shorts.
Moving on. I wish you wouldn't have told me that you're a family divorce court lawyer, but
But
guess there's nothing I can do about that.
I have ethics. Like I do have ethics.
You do now. You just got started.
You're right. I will honestly say I don't care about money. I just care about maintaining my job.
So you care about money?
I don't care about money. I care about paying my bills, paying back my student loan.
So you care about money?
I care about paying back my student loan. That's
Well, enough about lawyer.
okay.
Let's get back to there. Look, here's the thing. What we're doing here is we're trying to reform, you know, what we're calling science. Like you call it, like anything that's philosophical, you might call it science. We're saying, wait a minute, there has to be like a line in the sand where if it doesn't go through the scientific method, then it's not science. All of cosmology, anthropology, paleontology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, none of that is natural science, meaning that there's no valid, viable hypothesis that you can test in any of those fields. They're all philosophy, which is
So
the study of the natural world. but it's not natural science. In the same way that all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans. Some of them are Canadians, some of them are Mexicans, some of them are New Yorkers. Right?
So the bar is set too low, and so it seems to me that this is a philosophical problem with science.
It is.
I agree.
Karl Popper knew the truth. If you look up his work,
I agree with all of that. So the contention isn't just straight up the Earth is flat. The contention is that science isn't as robust as it needs to be, and people are bamboozled by it. Like they're told science is science, and that is the truth. But truth needs more than what is currently offered.
right. So I agree with the second part of what you said, but the first part it is about the Earth, because the thing is that you don't need a lawyer, a lab coat scientist, or a politician, or a rocket scientist to see the shape of the Earth. You just go outside at a beach when the water's at rest,
No, I don't have
nice,
fucking armor
calm,
here.
clear
No,
day, and you make some observations and see how far you can see. And then you do a little bit of math with the numbers that the globe proponents have given us, and then you falsify the Earth. And then you'll see why the anti-flat earthers, they come on here and they say, well, the reason that it looks flat is because of refraction. You'll find out that's why they say that.
But make sure you leave out half the math we provide and only use half of it. That way you can prove your point.
Well, what Scott Mackey is trying to say is that he can say there's always refraction. So no matter what, observations we make, he can just say, well, refraction, which is like, an excuse. That's what it really is. So when the Earth presents itself as flat and motionless, refraction, relative motion, infinite reference frames. Trust the science.
And
The settled science, right, Scott Mackey?
I'm with the flat earthers on that. Like when people say settled science, that's fucking laughable.
That's what Scott Mackey said earlier. That's why I posted that meme that I posted earlier.
Yeah.
Or Scott Mackey.
He was dogging on me too. Like in the chat when I was muted. Like he said I had nothing to say. No, there is no such thing as settled science. That is the basis of science, is that nothing is settled. We can always contest.
You can always question it.
Any proposition. When people say laws of this or laws of nature, fuck that. Like we will always test them. They can always be tested.
And the thing about laws is that they always come back with the same results. But theories are different. Once you test them, then you're going to have the results, and you should always get the same results. But laws, like the laws of thermodynamics, like conservation of energy and matter, that's not going to change. But I posted this for Scott Mackey because I don't think he gets it. It says, quote, I would rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned, Richard Feynman. But according to Scott Mackey, you can't question the globe because it's settled.
I never said that.
You didn't say the globe is settled science?
It is.
Then you can't question it if it's settled.
No, you can question it, then you look for the
Why
answers.
would you question it if it's settled, though?
There's no such thing as settled science.
Yeah, it's like a married bachelor. You either
Who
have a
the fuck
contract
made
with
you
a
the
woman or you
determiner of what
don't.
settled science is or not? Jeez. Of course there's settled science. We know that DNA makes up all life. It's settled.
It hurts me to my core to hear.
I don't give a fuck that it hurts you.
A person that I
Hopefully a better
agree
lawyer
with
than
in
your
your general
philosopher of
principles
science.
that there is a such thing as settled science.
That's not my fault you don't understand it. You should have took better courses.
I
as
do
an
though.
undergrad. Are you telling me we haven't determined that DNA is the base of all life?
The base of earthen life. Yes.
No, of all life.
No, not all life.
DNA.
No, I disagree with you. It is the basis of earthen life. And also, it's not just DNA. There are...
Don't go off on a tangent. This is what you do all the time. Is it settled science or not?
What do I do? No, it's not settled science. RNA is a viable pathway for life. Like you can't just say
Oh my
DNA.
god, you're such a fucking idiot. Never mind. Go ahead.
I'm an idiot. I'm an
Well,
idiot.
the
Okay.
thing is, what
Yes,
Scott
you
Mackey
are.
is saying is that he's claiming that all life comes from DNA. But he's saying if somebody ever came up with an experiment to question that idea and the experiment actually showed results and falsified that, he wouldn't look at it because it's been,
Exactly the opposite of what I said.
Okay, so you're saying that you would be open to something being changed, so it's not
Yes,
settled.
but that one, but that one is not going to be changed
How do you know what the future can hold, bro? That's the thing. Information.
because
You
we're
don't
adults
change
and we've been around. Is that me or you breaking up?
It's me. I'm checking on my cat. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Isn't like every single living thing on Earth like from the TCGA like DNA fucking model?
As far as I know.
Like we're like carbon-based life forms, aren't we?
Yeah.
So it's like if there's non-carbon-based life form, wouldn't that mean that that'd be non-TCGA? So in theory, like as long as we're sure that everything is carbon-based, then that's going to be like settled.
I don't know.
Would that? I mean, you said it was like, did you say it was settled science? Because I walked away for like 2 minutes and came back.
Yeah, that everything alive right now has DNA in it.
Yeah, I mean that'd be settled science on Earth, like
Yeah.
potentially on some
Yeah.
over like faraway planet, then like
Yeah,
maybe
but
not.
that was the only
Like,
question, right? Whether every life,
Yeah.
because at one time we didn't know about DNA. Then someone discovered DNA, and we realized it was in everything. Settled.
No, Scott, you made a mistake.
It's in everything.
You said like ever, like all. Like you have to restrict it to Earth. Like I agree with you. Like I do agree with you. I am on your fucking side. But when you
Then what's the argument?
when you limit it to saying like life can only be restricted to like DNA.
Never said that.
Okay, if you didn't, then I apologize. Like it seemed like you were saying that life can only happen.
Nope. I said that all life has DNA.
All all
yeah,
life.
all
has
life that we
DNA.
know of has DNA.
Oh, okay, that's true. So, but you're saying all earthen life, right?
Of course.
Okay, fair.
All we know.
Fair enough. It is all we know. But if we were to dig into Europa, like if we had some drill, we could dig into it, and we found something else. We found something swimming in Europa. Would you expect DNA?
I have no idea. No, I would expect. I won't know what to expect.
I would expect something other than DNA.
Yeah,
Right.
I have
Depends
no
on the
idea what the possibilities of life are.
Wouldn't that depend on the biochemistry?
It would 100% depend on the biochemistry, but it would be very surprising to me if it had DNA. Right?
Yeah, I don't know what's required for abiogenesis, and I have no idea what's required after that in order for life to replicate itself.
I 100% agree with you.
So I've never had a biology course in my life, so I don't have a freaking clue.
Am I still an idiot?
Look, nobody's disagreeing that life has DNA inside of it.
Okay.
What
And it's
life on
right?
Earth. Life on Earth
But,
has
but,
DNA.
but the question was, is that settled? I say it's settled. We know DNA exists. Whereas one time we didn't know what DNA was, then a scientist figured it out, and now we know it's there, we know it's everywhere, and that will never change.
But
you don't know that. How can you claim something about the future? It's like
No,
saying
I'm not
America
talking
will
about the
never
future.
go
I'm
to civil
talking,
war.
no. What we know now about DNA, the current life right now, it will always have had DNA.
No. So RNA is the precursor to DNA. Like we talk about life. Like
How is this different from what I said?
because like viruses like aren't classified as life, right?
I know.
Like
Yeah, but they have DNA, mate.
Because they don't
Even
have
cellular
DNA.
organisms have DNA. We
Let's
haven't
try
seen
to
a
avoid.
single.
Sorry, guys. I apologize
But
so
this is-
much.
this-
we can't really
this
talk
is-
about. We can't really talk about medical stuff.
Fine, but this is a side question. The question is there settled science? Yes, there's all kinds of settled science. I just brought up DNA as one example.
Well,
we didn't need to go
settled-
into the weeds of it. The shape of the Earth at one time wasn't known, but now it is. It's settled. The heliocentric universe at one time wasn't known. It's now settled. No
No,
one's
it's not
ever
settled.
going back on the
It's acentric.
heliocentric universe, on the heliocentric solar
Yes,
system.
they are. You're in the wrong
Nobody's
paradigm,
ever
bro.
going back on
Listen,
that, man.
if I could just finish.
Okay.
Nobody thinks the sun is the center of the galaxy or the center of the universe.
I
people
messed
that
up. We're not
say-
universe, solar system.
Okay. So nobody actually thinks that. So, and it's really important to understand that we're not saying that evidence doesn't appear to be real. Like the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, right? But if the scientists would have stopped there and said it's settled science, you could pump as much vitamin C inside of a body as you want to. If there's no selenium in the body, it's not going to be bioavailable. So you can't absorb it. It's like you can drink a gallon of water a day, but if you don't have any salt, you're going to die of dehydration. Do you know why? Because the science is never settled. We're always looking for more information.
Yes.
When new information comes across, we don't say, this is settled science. I'm drinking a gallon of water a day. Why am I dying from dehydration?
So do you think do you think that pointing out places where the science is not yet settled says anything about the science that is settled?
What settled science, bro?
I just
it's an
gave you a whole
oxymoron.
bunch of them.
No, bro.
I
Science is
just
never
want to be
settled.
contrarian. I want to be contrarian about the idea of settled science. Like it's lazy. Like
It's not.
okay, so there are principles. Like I will say that there are principles and we can build on them. But it is unscientific to just like call something settled science. Like we don't always have to show our work to get around this. Like you don't have to start at square one. But to say something is settled, like a settled science, it just seems lazy.
Well, talk to all the scientists who thinks that stuff gets settled all the time.
I think they would agree with me.
I don't. I know them, and they don't.
You know them, Jake?
I don't know all of them, but I know several scientists who don't agree with you.
Paul and Phil.
Do you know any scientists? Just out of curiosity, any practicing scientists? Anybody got their PhD or something in a scientific field? Just go talk
I
to
know.
them. See what they
I know
think.
people in computing. I know people in engineering. I don't think that counts though.
I'll talk to Steve.
Well, I think the Richard Feynman quote says it perfectly, right? That it's okay to have a question that you can't answer, but to have an answer that you can't question. I mean, that sounds like the Catholic Church, right? Like if you go
No, no.
against what, hold on, bro. If you go
All right,
against
sorry.
what the Catholic Church says, you'll be excommunicated and or worse. You could be, executed, right? That's the difference between science and religion. When it comes to religion, Jesus is always the Messiah, Muhammad is always the prophet, and Abraham is always the progenitor of those three.
What's a progenitor?
That was beautiful, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate
A
that.
beautiful way of like presenting the three Abrahamic.
Right. Yeah. I appreciate
Well, I'm
that.
dumb. Sorry. Just a quick last. What's a
Progenitor
progenitor?
means the Father Abraham's the father of the three Abrahamic religions.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's settled. That's never going to change for Judaism. Muhammad is never going to not be the prophet of Islam, and Jesus is never going to not be the scientist. I'm so sorry. Never going to. Yeshua will always be the Messiah in Christianity. So that's the difference between Christianity and science. When it comes to science, any new information that comes along, it's not a religion. You just take the new data, and if it goes against your theory, rather than coming up with 96% of the universe being dark matter and dark energy, you just throw out that theory and get a new theory that does fit the observations and the science.
If it doesn't work, you throw it out. If it doesn't
Right.
work, you throw it out.
Yeah, exactly. If your car won't start and your starter's bad, you can rebuild the starter, but it's probably a lot easier and quicker just to replace the starter.
Well, in science, like you can just start over. Like you just have to start over. Like we were wrong about this theory. You just start over. You can take bad info and glean things from it. Like there's bad info that you can still glean information from, but you're not going to write your PhD off of bad info. Like you have to have good info. You have to start from a solid basis.
Wait, what about chemistry?
I am so bad at chemistry. Chemistry is a fucking
Like, I might be retarded, but like, would chemistry, like, wouldn't that never change? 'Cause it's like,
Well, the thing is that there are things that we can prove with science, like biochemistry. I was talking about vitamin C earlier, right?
Well, there you go.
So it's proven, but it's not settled. Because remember what I said about vitamin
No,
C?
proven is settled. It's the same thing.
No. Bro, settled
Yeah.
means, listen, settled means that heat is the only cause that can cause water to boil. That's settled science. Is that true?
It's not settled. No, that's not true because it's not settled. Nobody would ever say it's the only thing.
Why? Because they did more experiments and got more tests, and when they created partially evacuated volumes, these vacuums proved that it's not only heat that causes water to boil, it's also low gas pressure. Because the science
neat.
was not settled.
I don't think anybody ever said it was.
Wait, so if water is in a vacuum, does that just actually turn to like gas?
Yeah,
it would.
Phase changes, yeah.
When water is in a vacuum, yeah, it will go to gas. So when we talk about settled science and all this shit, like that's not to say that we're ignorant of the things that we have been shown. Like Newtonian laws are what we learn in undergraduate studies. We learn the properties of the electromagnetic forces. Like we do learn these things. We do learn. But on principle, to say something is settled science, like that just it's like pulling a rib from me. Like it just seems wrong.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, there's probably a lot of people that still think that Newtonian gravity is correct. And I got 3, quotes here from Professor Shankar that, he's basically saying that it's the nail in the coffin. We're going to shoot it down. This is the end of Newtonian physics. And, when I post this, I'm sure you're going to be like, wait a minute, like the double slit experiment, that's a really old experiment. We've done that for close to 100 years. And they taught us Newtonian in school, like they taught us the wrong thing on purpose. This is the problem with settled science, right? Because we know now that, Newtonian physics, it's over for that.
When was Newtonian physics proven wrong?
Well, no, but
It's right there. I posted it in the chat with a double slit experiment.
So
sorry, what year was that?
Newtonian.
I'm gonna look it up.
So the idea is that Newtonian physics has flaw, like a flaw, right? Like it's not discredited. Like it can still predict the movement of gravitational bodies, right?
No, it was superseded.
Well, okay, so it was superseded by Einstein, but it was used for 300 years.
1909.
And it was accurate, right? Like it was superseded, but it's not wrong in like the truest form.
Yeah, it was the rhetoric of the time. So the current explanation for things, but then that superseded was the explanation that they had more explanations to why they could see things happening in a galactic scale versus it just being on a local scale.
What's up, by the way, Veritas?
What up, Cortico?
Hey.
Yeah, and it was it's interesting because I know Scott's qualm with this is that he doesn't want to be an open-minded person, even though he doesn't believe that the Earth is a flat stationary plane. Like to him, it's very paramount that you don't agree to disagree with the fact that science is a settled science. You have to come at a vantage point where everything is explained by the Earth being a globe, and so it's a very closed-minded position.
You know what I like?
So I don't know. If you can, you know what I mean, Cortico. Like there's those who will say, "Let's just be open about this." Who knows? For coming from the globe position, I don't know. I just
So Miggy, are you open to the possibility of a globe?
no. The part about what I'm saying is
you aren't, are you?
From what they're saying, from the rhetoric, from your position, it should be more of a be open-minded. I don't think that's
100%.
your stance, right? I don't think that's
100%.
your stance. So that's all I'm saying. The
You know-
only thing I'm saying is that
You know what, Veritas?
Yeah.
The only thing that I have contention with is that I feel like English is your second language, but you have a better mastery of it than I do, and it's my first language.
Yeah, I do speak 2 languages, but the problem is, I think, it's the way we present things, or how to articulate the thing that we're trying. because in our minds we probably have like the idea of what we're thinking about, but then when it comes out of our mouth, it's like we're stumbling to get the point across. And it's not no fault to us. It's just like perhaps it's maybe not, we haven't been versed in, because there's a lot of people who are very intelligible. It's just when they speak, it just doesn't sound like what's happening in their mind. You know, they're not conveying the words
Right.
aren't coming out right. It's not, yeah, it's just it's communication. That's all it is.
So
But
a month ago, you asked me 3 questions.
Mhm.
My first time in the channel with some homies. Like I'm a little bit more versed. Like can you give me those 3 questions again, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first question is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? So I always leave it open to that. Any time in history, as in the drop over the distance. So I mean, the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of things that people say because they pull from different sources, right? Like to say someone's measured the curvature, they'll say Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, Galileo back when viewing
Yeah, they'll
the sky.
refer to like these historical
Mhm.
people that did these really weird measurements that were always off.
They're off, or
they were
they're using
they're-
they're based in like trigonometry and that so it's
well, I
this
mean, is that a problem that it's based in trigonometry? Like
well
trigonometry can do a lot of things.
no, I agree. Mathematics is a language that can be able to be interpreted by the person, but like what I would say is because of that, math is a language. Either we're speaking the same language, or you think that I'm saying something I'm not, and which that causes the communication error. So either because
I agree.
okay, for
I agree.
for the sake of saying that in this arena, people that talk about trigonometry, there's actually a communication error when we say we're going to measure the height of a mountain. I'm bringing up something Scott said the other day, right? So the height of a mountain. Scott would assume that people already know that he's talking about the Earth working over a curved surface. But when we talk about trigonometry and triangles and such, we're looking at the angles as it is through the lens of trigonometry on what a triangle actually, how it operates in mathematics. So we're not going to think about like the bottom part of the triangle being curved, the adjacent. We're not going to say that the adjacent is curved in this instance. But
You can't in trigonometry.
right,
It cannot be curved.
So if we're speaking just purely on those bases, we have to be talking the same language. If you think that I'm saying that the triangle, the adjacent of the triangle is curved, then I think we're speaking 2 different languages, right? You think
Yeah.
I'm saying the same thing, but I'm not. So this is the case for spherical trigonometry, right? And
So-
people who are using it to then say that, well, we're going to use this specific math to then talk about what the Earth is doing as far as like the consequent of it being geometric shape. And so this is the issue, right? We're speaking 2 different types of trigonometry. You're saying spherical trig. I'm saying no. I'm just talking about a normal, your standard triangle.
Yeah.
And
So
so
we're talking about like SOHCAHTOA, and right here we're talking about TOA, the tangent over the axis. Like
Well, I mean, yeah,
it cannot be curved. Like that's just like a brute fact. Like trigonometry means nothing if there's a curvature. Like it just
we're just
cannot
talking about
be.
math here. We're not and how we're figuring out angles and such, right? 90 degrees to the vertical, and most of these properties of what we're saying are pretty basic to understand. They're not very complicated, but they become that when
They are complicated, by the way. Like, I don't want to.
no.
Okay.
What I mean is
I
like
don't want
the
to
rudimentary.
like demean.
The rudimentary understanding of them, not like how we apply them in the space of this arena. So if we're saying how it applies to our physical reality, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is just based on the principles of math, it's pretty rudimentary. You're not going to say that a triangle is not what we all understand it to be, right? We can all
Yeah,
present that.
I just want like there's a bunch of people in this channel like maybe they didn't get to trigonometry, and like they are not stupid. We are not saying that they are stupid. Trigonometry is an advanced mathematical subject. Takes work, and I think that everyone in here, from what I've heard, is capable of understanding it with the right instruction. It's not to say that
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna use triangles and visuals, and we're gonna use because visuals are kind of an important piece of the information when you're presenting, right? So a lot of the work happens over a visual. So a lot of the conveying of the communication, like let's say you have something in your mind you want to convey over, math gets worked out on a visual. People see what you mean.
100%.
And that's the part where we can agree disagree, because either physical reality will represent itself the way you're depicting it in your visual, right? People can say, "Whoa, that's not what we see. That's not what's going on." But yet in the visual form, you can say, "Look, this is what I mean by when I say triangle, and I'm going to draw it out for you. 3 straight lines. And so you are then representing that in something everybody can see, and you kind of eliminate the confusion of what you mean by then using the visual. And I think
and a triangle is a metaphysical object that we just kind of like present to reality. Like it's not real, but like we make it real by describing it.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. So that's a great way. I'm glad that you actually attributed that to understanding. So it's not in and of itself physical, but it can be when you say that you're measuring these 3 points that can give us those right angles, right? So
we insert it into reality.
Right. And one of the things I think it's important is that, are we working over the specific field of the Earth that we're going to say is exactly representing this plane of trigonometry? So if we're saying the surface itself has a planar function, right? If we're saying it's sitting on top of this plane of existence that we can use trigonometry pretty well. Like if we're saying the triangle actually depicts our reality in a way that we can say, I can measure these known distances and get the angle, or excuse me, the angle where I don't know, figured out by measuring these other 2 angles, right? So you're going to be able to know from known angles to how to figure out the other one. But so
right,
this is what I'm saying. This is how we apply it. So if that function operates differently than how we're describing it, let's say in this case, the adjacent is curving. If you're saying that angle the triangle has an adjacent that's curved, so you're going to say that the angles don't meet up to 90 degrees. There's an issue there. You can't continue forward, and the person that would say that is the case will then have to represent how they're going to say that the surface from the part of the triangle that would be the adjacent, the surface would then be curving. How does that exist in that form if we're not representing that in physical reality? To say, like, just for an example, right? You have 2 distances. You have your position and the target distance, and those 2 distances.
You say, okay, so there's the opposite, which is like perpendicular to you, and there's the adjacent, which is along the, what is it called, the long distance.
Yeah, the plane. You could say the plane, but I mean, just for because in the reference of saying the plane, you could, if you're describing it to be curving, the surface curving, then you would say the plane would still fit. If you're saying the plane is
well, the plane is the floor, right?
Yeah. So basically, just saying that if it's curving,
you're talking about the floor.
Yeah, the surface, right? So the surface from your position to the target would then be the bottom part of that triangle. So if we're saying, and we're all agreeing that it either is or is not curving, that needs to be understood to say that, okay, well, that part of the triangle will then be making up the angles that we need to complete this triangle. Either it is a triangle or it's not a triangle.
And I think we always right? We always have to assume that it is a plane, the floor.
Right.
Like
on the fact,
it is a straight line. It is
Yeah,
a straight
yeah,
line
you're right.
all the
On
time.
the fact that you're saying that that's how we're using this function, I would agree with you. But to say that it is actually curving, like there's no doubt. Like because we're just doing, these angles. But if we're saying that the angles, oh, excuse me, the adjacent is curved,
Who is
there
that?
needs.
They've been doing that. They've been doing that all night.
His name is blurred. So if there's a moderator here, just mute him when he comes in here. I saw him. I'll catch him I'll try to catch him if he comes in again.
All right. Thank you, Veritas.
Yeah, I mean, so the argument here lies within the devil's in the details, right? So if you don't agree that what we're using here is exactly represented in our physical reality, then we're talking two different languages. You're saying one thing
Right.
and meaning another, and I'm
Right.
saying one thing and meaning what I'm meaning. So, you know what I mean? Like, I can tell you that the plane of existence would represent itself as is to work itself as triangles would work perfectly on a planar surface. And you would say that's not the case. And so there we have a disagreement. So that's, you know what I mean? So then
Yeah.
it becomes a fact of like, then who's told you that the adjacent would be curving? Is there something that we have to work out to figure that out? Now, if you're saying that we can only do it in math form and not go out and physically identify whether or not the plane itself is existing the way you say it is, curving at that specific drop rate, because that was my question at the very beginning. So
Yeah,
if you
I
say
think
that it, yeah, go
I
ahead.
think I think we do have to do it in math form. I think these are complicated things that require computers, like things smarter than ourselves. By the way, are you? So we have an eclipse in a month. Are you in the pathway?
I am.
Oh, the Great American Eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I think
literally coming to my town.
So
I
it
do.
goes
I do
through.
believe so.
It goes through.
Oh yeah, daddy.
Yeah, Daddy. It goes through Texas, up through the Northeast. And it's a direct line path. Like, by the way, if anyone is in any way like interested in that, get your goggles now. Get your sightseeing.
I got welding glasses.
Are you in the path of totality, Larry?
I am.
Excellent.
So if you're wanting to be in the path of totality, get
I
your
also
shit
have
now.
an S22 Ultra, which has
Yeah,
got
yeah,
all
yeah,
of those.
What is that?
S22 is a Samsung phone that has a 100 zoom on it. It's 10 optical, I think, and the rest is digital. But I can take pictures of the moon, and they turn out pretty good. So if I were to tape those welding glasses to my phone, I could literally live stream it when it happens.
So, and the current
Get your
the,
shit now. Get your shit now.
the
Told you,
current
already got it.
the current understanding of that is that for those guys in here who would say that it is the moon. So as it approaches the light of the sun, do you think any of the features distinguishing itself as a moon would then distinguish itself at the current time of the moon's crossing over the sun? So if
Only
that's
the
the
apparent
case,
size.
yeah, I would say this. If that's the case, I would challenge you guys to notice any features of the moon to then display themselves at that point or of crossing. So as soon as you start seeing that, according to the rhetoric, that it is the moon, then identify any of the features that the moon displays when it's when it's lit, to say that it
Alpha,
actually is. So I'm just saying I would challenge you guys to say if you
no, no,
say
no.
that it is a moon. So
Alpha, you've done a lot of work. Like, as a brother, could you give me that argument again? Like, about the moon. Like, like, tell me about the moon. Argue for it. Argue against it. What's the point you're trying to make?
So according to what current rhetoric we have of the mainstream, they would tell us that the moon is okay. So the lunar and the solar eclipse happen because the syzygy of the alignment of the Earth, Moon, and Sun happens to then coincide
Wait.
with the Earth or the Moon.
You lost me already. The synergy between the Earth and the
Syzygy.
moon.
Yeah, the syzygy. So it's
I don't know what
basically
that
just
is.
it's just a fancy word for alignment. So the alignment of the sun, moon, and the Earth. So if
So
you have
the sun, moon, and the earth in a system aligned.
yeah, so like you have the sun and the Earth getting in the way of the moon, that would cause a lunar eclipse. But if you
Okay.
have the moon getting in the way of the sun, then it's a solar eclipse. So
You know,
basically,
and I did not understand how we defined lunar and like a sun eclipse until like 2 days ago. It is the thing that is being eclipsed that you define it by. So the sun is being eclipsed. That means it is a solar eclipse. It is the thing that is being eclipsed, the moon,
right.
and therefore it is a
Lunar
lunar eclipse.
Yeah, and
So
the alignment.
I didn't
yeah,
understand that until recently.
Yeah, the alignment is important, right? So if the bodies align themselves in such a way that you have something covering the light source, then you have the shadow that's being cast upon the respective body. So you
Body.
have like the moon covering the sun, which causes the shadow of the moon to be cast upon the earth. So in this
Right.
case, right, the Great American Eclipse will happen to be that this eclipse is going to demonstrate that syzygy is happening. The alignment of
You
the
say syzygy again.
syzygy. Yep.
Syzygy, I'll spell it in the chat for you, man.
Appreciate it, Heretic.
Is that okay? So syzygy is explained in the chat.
Well, he's dropping it right now, but yeah, it's just a fancy word for like everything aligning itself to where you have a perfect alignment to where you're gonna have something cover something else, like blocking the light of the sun. So then now you have.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
By the way, Heretic, you're one of my favorite flurf. Like shout out.
He's top flurfing here, by the way.
No.
He's
He's
top G.
He's one of my favorites. Like the dude fucking knows his shit. Like he absolutely knows his shit. He's one of my favorites. Shout out. I like him.
Yeah, he's made. Listen, the room here, he's kind of kept it to where it has a specific flow to it. So, he's a top G. So, much respect to the
And
Big H.
Veritas, you're a close number 2.
Yeah, man. I'm
Yeah,
good with
I want
I'm
to
good
say
with that.
I want to say that even though I have a different idea on modification, I do got to say that I do enjoy a tight ship. A tight run ship makes it possible for deep
Hell yeah.
conversations.
Of course,
Hell
Instead
yeah.
of dealing with shallow interrupters who can't really get past the first or second sentence and come up with some original thoughts, we allow the deeper folks to come in here, the deeper minded folks, and have conversations because of the tightly run ship. So even though I'm not exactly like Heretic in my moderation style, I definitely appreciate his moderation style.
Well, I do believe that's the reason why we have the range of people that are in here, so that we all
And-
have our different styles. So
And
yeah.
Veritas and Heretic, like shout out, like from Glober, like you guys are perfect. You guys props
Well, we
to
just
you.
want to make sure that the integrity of the room doesn't get lost with.
No, I mean there are
It doesn't
no.
divulge into like anarchy with people just.
There are some people that shouldn't be mods. There are some over moderators. Like I will not lie, but like you guys are great.
If I may, just to back court to go up as well. Like I haven't been here too long, but mate, Larry, Heretic, Alpha, man, Alpha. This is the most chill I've ever fucking heard you.
Well, I'm not dealing with.
That's awesome.
I'm not dealing with knuckleheads, man. Yeah, well, that night's not
Oh,
over
yeah,
yet.
Cortigo, I think you're probably a Globey, mate, by the sounds of you, but you're cool as fuck as well, man. And I'll tell you what, if every Globey was like you, this is how chill.
Well, who else is another? Right, I know we're a little
You know
off
what?
topic, but you know who else is another?
I'm not
cool
even
guy?
a Glober. I'm not even a Glober. I'm an info seeker. Like
Yeah, he's a seeker.
I just
Just to be clear, I was not using that as a pejorative at all. I was simply saying that, mate, the way that you conduct yourself
Yes, sir.
the way that you are is excellent, man. To be perfectly honest, it's so refreshing. Honestly, so absolutely, that's what I was saying, man. I was giving you props, kudos.
All I want is information. Like I have zero motivation to like prove some fucking person wrong. Like I don't care about that. Like this is the internet. Like I don't give a fuck about that. Like who wins? Who wins? Like
You, sir. You, the
even if
audience.
you do win,
You
even
are
if-
the winner, sir.
all I want is
Fun-
information. All I want is truth. I'm a truth seeker.
Fun doesn't motivate you though.
It is fun. It is fun.
It is fun dunking on these Glovers.
I'm not
Cordigo,
good at
let's
it
not
though,
kid,
Heretic.
let's not kid ourselves, man. It is pretty much fun, and when you can have
No, this channel is fun to me. Like I don't know whether I'm winning or dying. Like you guys are fun all the time. Like Heretic, you're my boy. Like we fucking never talk, but like you fucking champion this server. Like you're kind of like the fucking like the man of the server. Like
he's the Chad of this channel. So well, him and
he is the Chad. He is the Chad.
Nothing
But,
intentional to it, just formed.
All right. What can we do to spice this up? Well, like
So when you were talking earlier about the triangle, and you said that the adjacent needs
Oh,
to
yeah,
be
trig.
straight in a
We're gonna talk
triangle,
about
and
trig?
on the globe that the adjacent has to be assumed to be straight. It's an assumption in order to form the triangle.
Why don't we
isn't that true in both models? It's an assumption.
Why don't we do a
that
little
the
bit
adjacent
better?
has to be straight. It's not anything to do with the surface in either model, is it?
Yeah, well, in the case of the globe, yeah, there's two. Listen, there's two people that argue that. Like, I know of two globers that would say two different things. So either the triangle rests on top of the curved surface, or the triangle is the curved surface. I've heard both. I don't know about you, but I've heard people argue for both. I've heard.
By the way,
how does that apply to the flat model? How does that apply to that?
Oh shit! Go ahead.
It's literally.
I don't know who's going first, Cordigo or Elderbear. One of you.
All I want to say
How does it
is
apply to the
it is
flat model?
It is literally my birthday. By the way, like it just happened 2 hours ago. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday!
I just want
Happy
y'all
birthday, buddy!
I just want y'all to celebrate with me. March 2nd. It's the same day as Dr. Seuss. I'm not just like bullshitting you. But we'll hear more about.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Cordico. Happy birthday, man. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking, I'm 39.
I just turned 38. And
Hey, fuck, man! So you're an 86 baby. I'm 85. You're 86.
I am 86. Do you still remember?
Well, happy birthday, buddy.
Do you still remember being young?
Yeah, especially when you start.
Yeah, I do.
He's the one that taught me voluntary.
I still remember
my first memory. In answer to your question, mate, my first memory personally, my first memory was when I drowned at 9 months old. But yeah, I remember.
Bad one. What I was going to say is like.
No, it was good. No, it was good. It's good because I got revived, and I remember waking up. That's my memory. Like,
that's such an Australian fucking thing to say. Is like that's not a knife. That's a knife.
Just real quick. I don't, Skinny. I don't know if it's me, but you're coming in hot, bro. When you're speaking, I mean, you're turned up to volume like 10 or whatever. Like,
sorry, mate. I was going to say happy birthday. Just happy birthday. Sorry, happy birthday.
Hold on. I just want to
you.
say, like, I don't mind. Like, I mean, but you're at volume 10, bro. Like, I don't know if anybody else hears you that loud.
Never.
I mean, I could turn you down, but I'm just saying for the rest of everybody, they're hearing audio.
Even if you turn it down, it's distorted.
He's always in final fat mode.
Loud, dude. Like,
let
really
me
loud.
finalize it. Let me finalize it. Like, thank you, everybody in this community. You guys are fucking beautiful. Like, I don't care. I don't care if we have disagreement, like what the fuck does a disagreement mean? Like it just means that we want to talk about it. Like we're in the same family of people that want to talk about the shape of the earth, the nature of reality.
Yeah,
Like
that's cool. But I think Elder Bear wanted to come in with something, Cortigo. So we gotta give some elbow room to people that want to.
hell
So,
yeah, hell yeah.
appreciate you, man. Yeah, but thank you, for.
I'm gonna
bouncing that.
pee. I'm gonna silence myself.
TMI,
but I'm listening.
TMI.
Not in that order.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Elder Bear.
How the adjacent is described with the globe and how it's used. Well, how is that used in the flat inverted commas model?
You're scratchy, man. I could hear you what you said, but you're really scratchy. I don't know if it's your location or what.
I'm out.
but-
I'm out in the nature.
All right, well that's fine. I heard your question, but is
Okay.
it to a flat Earth, conversation, or is it to a person who thinks the Earth is a globe? I don't know if you want to.
No, I'm just wondering that what it seems to me is that the adjacent is an assumption in both cases.
Okay.
You have to, in order for that to be straight, to form a triangle. It's an assumption both on the globe and on the flat Earth model. I was just looking for clarification about that.
Same shit, different day.
That's fine. Listen, yeah, he
That's
had a
it.
question.
You're talking
Hey,
about
hold on,
geometry,
Elder Bear.
Skinny.
Let me just.
Skinny's always, hang on. Skinny's always jumping over me.
I know.
I don't know what this problem is.
Let me just
He's
clarify
on
for the
Spinal
room.
Tap 11.
Elder Bear just he basically put a question to the room. If anybody wants to answer, that's fine. But he's asking the question on both flat or globe, the adjacent on a triangle, assumed to be either creating the 90-degree a right angle triangle is an assumption over the surface. Does everybody hear what he's saying, or you guys confused?
I'd
This is
say
a
it's
question.
based off how we observe it, right? How do we observe it? Pretty flat.
In neither cases is it the surface, though.
I
Right. Just from a matter of like geometry, it is a flat like the adjacent it is a flat plane. Like, but that has nothing to do with
Right,
the
to be straight for a triangle.
Yeah, that
that's like a
has
loaded
nothing to
question.
do with the contour of the Earth. The Earth can still be
No, in
curved.
both cases.
The Earth can still be curved, and there be an adjacent angle.
Yeah, but he's
But
basically stating,
straight, you could
are we
measure
talking?
some elevation change.
Yeah, are we talking about this surface being curving or not curving due to the fact that we're talking about triangles or trigonometry working over the surface? It's a question
It was just
that he's
about
asking.
the assumption of the triangle itself. It's conceptual, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, we're not talking about an actual triangle existing in reality. We're talking about measuring from 2 point. Well, actually, the 2 points on the surface of the Earth. I would say it this way: if you guys are saying that you're going to work a function of math over the surface of the Earth, how can you best describe what you're saying with math? Is it possible to describe it with math or not?
Well, it's just that's how I hear it described as. Because that adjacent in a geometrical sense means that the Earth is level, horizontal, and flat too. When it's only an assumption, that line is only an assumption, a conceptual idea. Has nothing to do with the surface.
I feel like we're throwing layup. We're throwing layup. Like these flat earthers.
It's about getting a deeper understanding. That's all.
No, but these guys do. These guys do this every day. They do it every day, every night. They live and breathe these equations. And,
You say the adjacent is a real thing, and that because it's straight, that is the surface.
the adjacent is the real thing.
So think about it in a function of like saying that the triangle working itself over a surface, right? And I think this is what he's saying. Is it an actual way to describe the surface? The triangle, the bottom part, the adjacent, that one either it's on working itself off the surface to say that the surface itself is not curving, or it is using that using the concept.
Yeah, so
you're gonna use, go ahead. Go ahead, Skinny.
Sorry, Alpha. I was just going to say. So what Elder Bear's saying is the same shit that he says every single time. So he asks you, "How is it measured flat?" And then you give him examples of how it's measured flat, and he comes back and says that's not measured flat. Now he's actually being really, really polite here. With kudos to Elder Bear, I was just giving you props, mate. I was just actually giving you
You've got personal beef. To sit down.
Alright,
That's
I
the
was
problem
literally
with you.
just
You're
giving
such a loud voice. You come in here.
Alright,
He
let's not
admits he
divulge.
doesn't know anything.
Yeah,
We've
let's-
got a
let's-
civil
talk over
war.
Yeah,
We've got a
let's
civil
and,
war.
I'm trying to
You
I'm
can't
trying
be
to
Skinny.
I'm trying to kick it off to like anybody in here that wants to answer the question. If anybody wants to take that up.
Ask the question again, and I will do my darndest to be a contrarian.
Okay.
In both models, in the globe model and in the flat Earth model, when you're talking about trigonometry in relation to the shape of the Earth, the adjacent is a conceptual thing. It's assumed in both cases. It has nothing to do with the surface.
All right, so we
It's
have
an
the
assumption in both
hypotenuse.
cases.
We have the hypotenuse, then the opposite, and then the adjacent. Like, is that right? Like,
That's right.
so I'm just trying to get my bearings. All right. So we have the three angles. Like I don't have a basis.
The OGs don't perhaps want to say anything about that, but
I don't have a basis for being a.
clarification is to understand that those triangles, whether you use them in celestial navigation, I think they're all assumed.
Well, I don't know much about celestial navigation.
Yeah, hold on,
Like,
Cortigo. He's really choppy, so I want him to like kind of see if we can get him to say what he wants.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Just hold on a minute. Go ahead, Elder Bear.
Well, basically what I hear is that because you can establish a horizontal, therefore the Earth is the horizontal. And in the trigonometry you were talking about, in the triangle, the adjacent, they all know for a triangle, all the sides have to be straight. The adjacent is an assumed thing. I'm in the wind. And in both cases, it doesn't relate. It doesn't say that because the adjacent conceptually is straight, that the surface is described by that.
I don't know. Does everybody hear what he's saying, or is it just me?
I think he just wants us to
Nah,
be.
well, he was kept now that he sounded like he was on a treadmill for a minute. So
I think he just wants us to be like super charitable to the idea of the adjacent angle. Like, and what would that look like? Like, what is the most charitable way we can talk about the adjacent angle?
I don't know. I would ask Big Root or Alpha for that.
Sure. I would say it this way: if we're going to talk about a function of math applying itself to known reality, right? If we're going to say that line between what we're saying is two known distances on the surface exists in a way that we can describe it with math, it would either be the surface would have to conform to some type of function of curvature or not. So if it is curving at a specific rate, then I think that can be known. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
I absolutely agree.
Okay, and if it doesn't exist in that the way we would describe it with math, then we would know, right? I mean, obviously, people do this
Certainly.
every day, right?
Certainly.
So the gentleman is asking if he's going to be honest, right? That the adjacent of a triangle cannot apply itself to known reality. We can't then take that function and say we're going to work ourselves over the earth and say that this is applying itself over the surface. There's no way. You can't know that. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Bear, is that what you're saying? There's no way to know that the concept of a triangle works. Is that right?
You can get an approximation with a triangle of something. You know,
Okay.
with
So is it look?
say
So,
with
I would say. Would you say that it is or is not the surface curving? And can we know that, or is it unknown? Is it unknowable?
It can be known. It can be known.
But let's let Elder Bear because I think Go ahead.
That's only really based on the numbers that have been given to people, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you have the numbers, but what I'm saying is, can it be known that the surface itself is
And they
working
don't work anyway.
Right, but
And they were
the
never
question.
measured.
So what does
Agreed,
that
agreed. So,
say?
agreed. So we're saying to
And
you,
you can't verify it.
That's fine. So can it be known or unknown? That's my question. Either it is known or unknown. You cannot know that information. Period. It's your stance, or you can know that information.
In both cases.
No, right. Did you answer my question? Is it? Hold on, guys.
Put me in, coach. Put me
No,
in,
hold on,
coach.
hold on. I have Elder Bear to answer the question. Is it
The
known or
curve
unknown?
is given. The curve is given by the globe, and
No,
then all
okay.
measurements are kind of off of there. But you couldn't actually measure that.
I agree. But what I'm saying is, can any type of surface curvature, it doesn't matter if it's from the rhetoric, can something be known to be curving, or can something be known to be going at a planar surface? Like what
Yeah,
is that unknown, or is it?
Could establish. Yeah.
Oh, it
Could
can it be known?
establish.
That's all I'm asking. Is it can it be known
It
or
can be
unknown?
known. Yes.
Okay.
It can
So
be
what?
known.
Yes, success.
Awesome. See
Success.
that now we're at the place where we're saying it can be known. What method can establish this known understanding?
Wendy's.
To Elder
Beautiful
Bear.
Wendy's. Does anyone have?
You can establish a
Hold on
horizontal
before you go.
reference and measure elevation changes.
Horizontal reference. Okay, what method is this? Like, go ahead and if you can describe. I want to know if you can
Depends over-
divulge that so that you can help us understand your position. What method can describe the surface of the Earth in a way that we know either it's curving or not, in in the grand sense, like not just in the local sense, but like to say we can describe the Earth as a surface that is this curving or not.
Depends how far you're going to be able to measure it.
Okay, well, the contention here is that the surface exists on a planar level. So we're saying that with the topography, I don't know. I'll just say it this way: with the land topography, we have elevation change. Of course, everybody should know this, but on the whole of it, right? If you were to say crossing over from the topography of the land off into the oceans, we got what people would colloquially call mean sea level, right? Then we got what people would say, well, that's what the basis of what we work elevation from. That's the baseline. We're saying from that, everything then from the land, we can say this elevation is at this height from that sea level, right? So if you're saying that there is no way to establish that, or if there is, because we need to know if it's possible to know what level means on the surface of the Earth. If not, then we don't have elevation numbers. We can't say that it's this high because we don't have a baseline. So if there's a baseline, then we do. So I need to know from your perspective, Elder Bear, is there a baseline we can draw from that we know what level means? Or you're saying there's no way to know
The land is surveyed. The land is surveyed.
Agreed.
And elevation changes are measured.
Okay, but what is the baseline for those elevation changes? Because if you're saying something's changing
They'll be from a point.
Why don't we
From
just
a point.
call it? Why don't we just call it
From an
T0?
average point.
Yeah, just let Elder Bear, because
Say from an average point that's decided by a group of people many years ago to say this is the average of the rise and the fall of the sea. And then a point is delineated there, and then you can transfer that. Say, we'll call this mean sea level. And then you can transfer that point using surveying techniques.
Right, but we're in no way saying that the surface is displaying a baseline of a horizontal flat plane. We're saying that plane is not known to be horizontal and flat. The plane the plane of existence is in and of itself unknown.
I think he's absolutely.
Where is
saying,
the flat bit then?
I think he is absolutely saying it is the basis.
Yeah, but let's not divine someone's thoughts. Let's let him speak for. I really want him to kind of get to the.
Okay, I apologize.
To the juicy, let him get to the juicy bits. The juicy bits are. Yeah, he'll let us know what he's saying. I don't want to interpret what he's saying.
I apologize.
So you're saying mean sea level is the flat baseline?
No, what I'm telling you is that we don't. If you're saying that we're just going from points and saying with the average of it going from the sea level being something that's an average from where we would establish level, from. If that's the case, is that not the Earth? Like we're using water to then say water is a flat baseline or not a flat baseline. It's either is or is not a place of level where we're saying we're establishing a baseline to say that we know now that the Earth is displaying itself as a flat baseline to then say from this point forward, I know what level means. And then everything else is going to work off of that baseline. Or are you saying there's no way to know that?
It doesn't have anything to do with horizontal or flat or baseline. To
Okay.
do with
What is
a
it?
vertical measurement.
Okay, so a vertical measurement, but we're establishing elevation changes from that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and that's how you know whether it was curved or whether it was flat, wouldn't you?
Well, that's the thing, though. What does level mean? What does level mean in that case? So when they say mean sea level and it's an average, something that's level is
it's a level of the sea, not the sea being level.
Correct. It's a level of the sea, not the sea being level. Isn't that contradictory, though? How could that be the case?
No,
when
you
one
show
thing...
me. Where was it ever done then in history? When was sea level delineated as a horizontal reference? The sea level.
That's what I'm saying, though. If you're not saying that, then that means that everything from that point forward off into the oceans, then we're not working over a level surface any longer. That means that at some point we're going to know that the mean sea level is just a point. It's not the part the part of the Earth that we're saying doesn't have land topography. This doesn't have elevation change. We're going to say that this particular point is a different point than, let's say, 10 miles away, because that point is going to have elevation change. So on the sea, right? Can we know from the point we call mean sea level to a distance in the ocean, is that elevation changing?
You couldn't measure it.
So it's unknown, is what I'm saying. Is that what you're saying? It's unknown.
On the sea, you wouldn't know how that relates to the MSL.
Right. So it's unknown.
It just goes back to what I said in the beginning.
Right.
All of these are conceptual things in both models.
So it's unknown.
So no
Elderbear.
way
Is that
could
correct?
you say. Sorry.
Is it
What's
unknown? The elevation that we would say from what we call mean sea level to like somewhere out, a point out in the ocean, we can't know that that's level. Like if I'm telling you that I'm out in the ocean now and I see a flat horizon, there's no way of knowing that horizon is flat from a planar surface, because I only can tell you that mean sea level is an average from a point. I don't know that the position I'm at is has elevation change or not. But there's no way of knowing that. You're saying that the person on the surface of a water, like ocean, a sea, is no way of knowing that they're on a planar surface or a curved surface. It's unknown.
But it's not unknown.
Hold on, Carrington. I know, but Elderbear, I want him to make sure that I want to understand his argument. If this is your argument,
the mean sea level point is used for measuring the ground, the Earth, not the sea.
Right, but I'm asking.
Now, if you can take a point on the horizon and you can assume a conceptual.
He's looking for
frame.
epistemology. He's looking for
it's a bit
the epistemology.
But what I'm saying though is, can it be
what
known?
I said in the beginning.
It's
an assumption.
So it's unknown on the oceans of the waters that if they're curving or not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. I just want to understand your position. I don't want to confuse the fact that maybe you're saying something everybody thinks that you're saying. I want you to be clear, and so everybody knows your position. So
And
on this,
I want to be with him. I agree.
Sure. On the surface,
I am with you.
On the surface of the waters, there's no way of knowing if there's any convexity or if it's a planar surface. So if we're saying that the
There is
ocean
that.
waters, this is Elderbear. This is his contention, because he's hearing things that people are saying. We have a flat horizon on the waters, but there's no way of knowing that. Right?
And I'm right here with him.
Or if you say the Earth is curving, either way, you can't know that. Elderbear, did I misrepresent you, or
true?
Is that true? What I just said?
Yeah, None of this is what you're asked at all, really.
Elderbear,
In both cases, whether you're on, in both cases, whatever model you're on the water, in your head, the triangle that you might draw in your head is an assumption. On both cases, neither of those are relating to the surface.
So you're saying, yeah.
flat.
So okay, so just real quick, I'm just only
Colin?
steel manning. I'm only steel manning. Hold on, Cortico. I'm only steel manning Elder Bear so that everybody knows his position. He's not saying that the Earth is curving or it's a planar surface, on the fact that we're working ourselves over the oceans of the Earth. So if anybody has a contention against that, whether you think the Earth is a globe or a flat planar surface, then that is his position. He's taken a unknown position to say that we can't know if the Earth is a planar surface or if it's a curved surface. On either one, he stands against both.
Oh, we
So
can know on the Earth.
No.
We can
I'm
measure
talking
the
about
Earth.
the oceans. I'm talking about the oceans, Elder Bear. At this point,
How
the
do you
Earth,
measure the ocean?
well, that's what I'm telling you. That everybody else is that goes out to everyone. So if you guys have a beef with what he's saying, then I'd like to hear your points. I do, but I mean, I'm going to reserve mine because I'm basically just being a mediator at this point. So I'm going to kick it to the room. Anybody that wants to discuss that with Elder Bear, that's his contention. It's unknown over the oceans. It's known over the surface of the ground. So from the ground to a point where people call mean sea level, he says that's an average, and we're working that from that average to say like the mountain top is X amount of thousands of feet, in the air, but that it's not working itself over a planar surface or a curved surface. Do you guys get it?
Basis of what I hear is that if you can establish a horizontal reference, therefore the surface is horizontal. And that's what I hear a lot.
Yeah, the planar
That's all
surface.
Configured horizontally.
Go ahead. If you guys want to jump in and I guess discuss this
A
with Elder Bear,
horizontal
that's fine.
reference isn't the surface, though, is it?
It's configured horizontally. It's
Yeah, but it's
distributed
not the
over.
surface. That's what I was asking. In both
Yes,
cases,
there's the surface. Yes, the surface. Yes.
what is? The surface is horizontal?
The surface
So-
is horizontal. Like, let's
Oriented horizontally. So there's topography, a horizontal reference, right? In a horizontal fashion. It's not. There's not topography over a curve surface. There's topography in a horizontal
case, it's
fashion.
the same.
So you're basically measuring it horizontal. Yeah.
Off of a horizontal.
Where's your television, mate?
Yeah.
Television got to do with anything.
Yeah,
The
let
sea,
the conversation. Go ahead.
Sea is also oriented horizontally, whether you got waves or whatever. And we know that liquid at rest, the surface is horizontal. And it's the ocean, it's liquid. You can logically conclude that if it was at rest, it would be horizontal.
It's an assumption. That's what I said right at the beginning.
It's not an assumption.
Any reference, any reference to measure from.
It is an assumption.
It's not the surface. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to measure it.
It is an assumption. Like it is.
So you'd
always...
measure whether there was a curve or not. You would establish a horizontal reference, and you would measure from that horizontal reference to see if there was any deviation from horizontal. In both cases,
we can do that work. But like it
I just
is.
wanted to hear that it's an assumption in both cases. Just to clarify that. That was all
You're
I
right.
asked.
You're right.
It's an assumption that liquid at rest is the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal. That's not an assumption.
It is an assumption. Like
no, it has zero slope. You can measure it. It has zero slope.
Yeah, the rate of change. Yeah, the rate of change of slope would be 0 according to the flat level water at rest. If there's a contention with that, the flat level water at rest is not horizontal, in which case there would be elevation change. Now, can we measure elevation change at the rate of change of slope on a slope? The rate of change of a slope would then be measured. Can that be measured on flat level water at rest? If it can be, I need to know if that's demonstrated anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know that is demonstrated anywhere.
Just somebody survey the sea. I mean, it's being said that it is. It's being said that a sextant does that.
I will accept.
Hold on.
I will accept that it is demonstrated if
It
it
said
is
that, though, isn't it?
demonstrated.
It said that a sextant
I don't require a
raised the
sextant.
sea and tells people that the Earth is flat from a sextant. That's what's being said.
I don't require a sextant if it is demonstrated to a decent satisfaction. Then I will accept it.
Yeah, so Cortigo, I know that you agree with Elder Bear, but I'm going to let anybody who disagrees go ahead and chime in. If you guys think that the surface is curving or it's working itself over a flat planar surface, if you want to engage Elder Bear, he's claiming that it's unknown. You can't know whether it's a flat planar surface or if it's a curved surface. It's unknown. The
On the
overall,
sea.
the
When you're
overall
bobbing about
plane.
on the hang on.
The overall
When you're
plane.
bobbing about on a boat on the sea.
You might hear, by the way, Veritas.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I'm just trying for the conversation to either be engaged.
I feel you.
Someone
I feel
engage.
you.
Someone engage with Elder Bear if you want to. If not, then I guess we'll move on for the point.
You can establish a water level for a horizontal reference, but that's not the sea. When you're bobbing about on a boat.
Why can you?
Right,
Why can you? Why is that?
You're saying
What's the reason for that?
Hold on, Cortigo. Let somebody
What?
that wants to engage with him.
Why can you establish a horizontal reference with a water level?
Well, by having both ends at an equal elevation.
But what is it about the water level that allows you to be able to establish a horizontal?
Well, in the water level it's contained and it's controllable to ascertain the equal elevation.
Right. So
It's not
and
flowing.
the principle behind it is
Well, the water's at rest.
surface.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
Horizontal, though.
That's not
Right.
the.
And what's the sea made out of? So what's the sea
is
made out of?
wind and waves. And
What does it mostly
fish.
consist of? Liquid, right? It's water. Liquid.
Well, you're now going to say it's horizontal?
Right. So you're allowed to establish a horizontal plane of reference using the surface of liquid at rest, right? And then say that that wouldn't apply to the ocean. Come on, man.
That's what's being done from the beginning. That was the question in the beginning. That's being done by instruments that form triangles to say whether the Earth might be curved according to some data, or whether it's flat according to some data. And both of those triangles are conceptual because the surface that you're on isn't straight horizontal level.
I don't know, if Elder Bear, if you want to get to your location or not, man. You sound like you're getting out of breath, a bit winded. But yeah,
I'm walking. I'm going up a hill in reality. That's all.
yeah. Is that a flat or a curved surface? No, I'm just kidding. So we moving right along. If anybody wants to engage with Elder Bear, he's got the question there for everyone. I would, but like I'm gonna have to mediate at this point because it seems like there might be some people with heavy disagreements with what he's saying. So if you're on the globe side, do you think you have a contention with what he's saying, or would you agree with what he's saying? Or if you're on the flat side, if you're on saying that I know the contention, so I could myself be one who would contend with that. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys. Anybody else want to contend with what he's saying?
I would, but I'm arguing with a guy called Reductio in the text chat who's probably an even bigger douchebag than this guy. So
Let's not,
I'm going to bow out.
Yeah,
You guys go for it.
Let's not.
You need turned down to 10.5.
We won't do that. Let's not do that. Let's just keep it to where everyone can have a discussion in here. All right. So if
I was just
anybody
seeking
else,
clarification whether the adjacent in both models, when the triangle is formed, is an assumption in both cases. The only relation it has to the surface is if you could establish it and measure from it.
Okay.
All right. Well,
does anybody
Because what I
want to
hear
take?
is
Does anybody want to
the
take up
fact
the point that Elder Bear is saying?
yeah, I disagree that you can't measure, can't establish if it's horizontal or not. So if you're 1 foot off sea level, right, and you were to fucking stay level completely, no slope, 0 degrees for 100 yards, and
water.
1 foot down, no, right on the shore, right off the shoreline, right? You're a foot above sea level, and you stay 0 degrees 100 yards. And at the end of that 100 yards, you are exactly a foot off sea level. Now, the ground being horizontal,
Sea level. Which is the sea level you're
if it
talking
is
about there?
parallel, if it is parallel, the parallel would be a foot
The
off.
wave pitch and the tide? Is that the constant you're talking about?
I can't. You're fucking.
Well, if you no, it depends what you're using. Where is this 0 that you then transferred to 10 yards away or 100 yards away?
You're saying you can't measure horizontal?
You
Is
can,
that what you're saying?
but not off the tide.
So if you're a foot above sea level on
What do you
ground.
mean by sea level? What do you mean by that?
Jesus Christ, dude. Really? I know you're not fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's cool. But that's his contention right now, that it's unknown. So he would say, like, I'll kind of steel man him again. So
on the water,
Elder Bear, let me see if I can steel man.
boat.
Elder Bear, let me just steel man you again for the room. If anybody has a contention from what he's saying mean sea level is an average. So they're getting this average from the average of that point onto, say, the elevation on land, where land topography exists, is just a point reference of saying that we know where mean sea level is because it's an average rate of, like, he would say, because of undulation, you wouldn't be able to know that over water. But then to know that mean sea level is just a point on the water. It's not an actual, like, zeroed out location because of tides and such, right? So then you guys would then have his contention is that it's unknown. You don't know what level or flat is, or what flat is on a surface, because the surface is not flat or curving. It's unknown. Do you guys get it? Because you're using a point where you're saying mean sea level is, and then working elevation off of that. It's not a static point. Then anybody? I guess I'm trying to steel man what he's saying. I disagree with it, but does anybody have a contention with it?
Yes.
Go ahead. Did I steel man you, man? If I didn't, Elder Bear, let me know.
I don't really know what you mean by steel man, to be quite honest.
Then I'm
trying to say
reifying.
that.
I'm trying to use your argument in a different. I'm stating your position in a way that everybody can understand, from a, like, just a sense of saying, like, okay, I know what you mean, but I'm transferring that knowledge to people that are trying to grasp. They don't know, because it sounds like you're speaking out of two sides of your mouth, if I'm being honest, right? So at some point we know what level is, but at the other point we don't. Like, when we're starting to establish what level is, it's just a point reference. It's not a planar surface where we're saying we know what level is because we can measure level from a planar surface. Now that's unknown in your world, right? It's unknown.
What I'm saying is, on the Earth, you can measure what the surface is.
I know, but based
By
on a
surveying,
point,
you can measure elevation. But if you ask me, when you asked me, I was bobbing about on the boat on the ocean, wondering how I could establish whether it was level or not, or curved or not. And I can't see how I could do that by bobbing about on a boat on the water.
Yeah, so right, like I was saying, it's unknown. In your position, it's unknown.
In that position, yeah.
You can't know
Yeah.
if it's a planar
On the water.
surface or if it's a curved surface. Is that correct?
Bobbing about on the water, yeah.
Yeah, is that correct? No, I don't want to misrepresent.
Yeah.
Like, so everybody can know where you're coming from, and then maybe try to either agree or disagree with you. Guys, we've kind of restated the point. So if nobody wants to take up the point, I'll just move forward, and we'll have another point discussed. How about that?
Yeah, but you're allowed to take some water out of the ocean and put it in a tube and establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay. Elder Bear, do you have a contention against that? He might have got to the location.
What's What's sea level like? How's it determined?
I don't know if he's taking up the point.
I think
Elder
he-
Bear, are you there? We're
I
gonna move
think he's
off to a
taking a
different
leak or
point.
something.
Yeah, we'll move off to a different. If anybody else wants to discuss anything, this forum is open for discussion. But everybody's heard Elder Bear's position, so we don't have to restate it anymore. So you guys want to either engage or disengage? All right, moving right along. I guess we'll go ahead and go to another point. And this room is, if you have a claim, go ahead and present that claim. This room exists because we would state that the Earth is not curving like they tell you it is. It is a flat planar surface. So the surface of the Earth is not curving in the way that mainstream would tell you that it exists as a globe. So if you do think that the Earth exists as a globe Earth, then go ahead and present your claim, step 1, and present your evidence, step 2. Anybody in here who thinks that the Earth is a globe? Not, I guess we'll chat amongst ourselves. What's up, guys? Welcome to the room. See a lot of faces in here. AJ, the Aussie clan is in. They're in full effect. We got AJ in the house, part of the Aussie clan.
Yo.
T Dub, Skinny Vet. Yeah, here we go. What up? What up? The Nato's in the house. You silly Jerry. Larry's in there. What's up, Larry? Let's be for real.
Studying Bitcoin charts. Going to be a millionaire.
Yeah, there you go, man. Stuff's on the move, right? Looks like 62, highest it's ever been. Good stuff, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Got Morning Swords in here, Quiet Noobs, Reckonor, Reducto. It looks like you guys are debating Reducto in the chat. All right, so let me. Reductio, if you want to chime in, go ahead.
I would love him to fucking chime in instead of doing this on the chat, man, because I'm going to fucking destroy him. He claims to be a ballistics expert, and but he won't answer my questions. So
Go ahead, Reducto. Do you have access to open up your mic? If you do, go ahead and do so. We'd love for you to engage here and go ahead and tell us. Wait, are you coming from the position that the Earth is a globe? Is that what it is? Or you're just simply arguing ballistics? I don't know. That's Skinny Vet's kind of forte, so you'd have kind of a...
he's claiming that ballistics and gravity prove that the Earth is a globe, and then he's claiming that I don't know what gravity is, and he won't debate the ballistics with me because I think he's full of shit. So yeah, sorry, man, I'm not as chill as you are tonight, Alpha. Sorry, I'm not as chill as you are. I'm like you normally. I'm like you normally are tonight, and you're like I normally am.
Yeah, that's all right, man. We'll see if Reductio, if you want to get on that chat, man, go ahead. I think right now would be a great time to do it. You can get your point
He doesn't have
across.
the balls.
According to the chat, it looks pretty spicy. So I don't know. Is there anybody else that wants to champion the globe point? If not, we can just talk amongst ourselves. Portugal's in here, guys. If you want to talk to him, he's just all he wants is more input. He doesn't care. He doesn't have a dog in the fight.
Oh, well, Cortico, mate, I'll be nice to you because you, again, like I said, and happy birthday again, man. You're clearly a really, really good dude. So you don't have a dog in the fight, and I think that Alpha's already brought up curvature. What about spin, man? What do you know about spin? Has it been proven historically? What do you think?
He's probably an absentee right now. Not there. His mic is open, but he's just not speaking.
He claimed in the chat that he was muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. No, so you know those devices you can have hand in hand, you can grip them. They're those little like toys, right? Like that you can hold in your hands, and people can spin them. They're fun. Do you know what I'm
The
talking
little
about?
the mini gyroscopes. Yeah.
Yeah, they do not prove fucking flat Earth. Like they do not prove fucking They it's not gonna get the job done. Like I would be a liar if I was to say like that is my evidence. Like help me out. Like flat earthers, like give me more. Like help me out.
Look, I really appreciate your honesty with that, because a lot of them use gyroscopes as a proof
Hell
for globe.
no. Hell no. It's
So-
not gonna do the job.
Cortico, you say that the gyroscope doesn't prove flat or globe. Is that true?
Hell no. Hell no.
Okay, so what does it help us understand? When they use mechanical gyros, what does that help understand?
Alright, well, hold on. Let me fix my
Sure.
my shit.
Yeah. By the by, as well, Cortico, I'm not going to be intense with you, bro. You're actually really cool. I'm not going to be intense actually with anyone who's not being a douchebag. You know.
By the way, like I have unlimited money. Like do you wanna like take a fucking cruise or
No.
do some fun shit?
That's right.
It's like you're okay. So Cortico, what you just said right now was the basic equivalent to a guy pulling up in a white van and saying, "Hey, I got some candy. You want to jump in my van?"
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's gonna do that, man. No one's gonna do that.
It's probably
Wait.
the
No,
best idea.
let's wait and see.
No, that's a pretty creepy thing to do on the internet. You don't do that.
It's a bit rapey, man.
Yeah, we don't do that.
All right, so you
that
don't want
aside-
to like roll?
Yeah, but I know what you mean. But that aside, let's get to the question, right?
Right.
So mechanical gyros,
Question me.
according to Cortico, do not provide evidence that the Earth is flat or a flat planar surface, or that it's a curving surface. So does anybody
Well,
want
I
to take
mean,
up that argument?
They like straight up don't like.
I'm only introducing the argument so that people can either take it up or not engage or
Fair.
disengage. So that's
Fair,
Cortico's
fair.
contention. It doesn't provide evidence that the Earth is curving, or it doesn't provide evidence that the Earth is a flat surface. So,
All right,
guys,
contend with me.
nobody. Okay, so you guys agree that it doesn't provide evidence of flat or globe? Anyone?
I think to do so would be affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
Okay, so and I'll just put it this way, because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it being contended. So a mechanical gyroscope spun up in an airplane. What does it help us do?
It maintains rigidity in space, so it
Right.
gives an indicator to orientation in space for the pilot.
Right. What is the baseline for that orientation?
The fake horizon.
Horizontal.
No.
Wait.
It's not the fake horizon.
Yeah.
But it does push down. Like it does.
Yeah. What
necessarily.
What is it orientating itself to?
How big is your PP?
The base horizon. It does orientate itself to the base horizon. Honestly, like
we have to wait, Cortico. When you say horizon, what are you referring to?
I would like to say the base point.
What
but
is the base point?
It's not meaningful. Like
What is I'll say it again. What is the mechanical gyro in an airplane orientating itself to? And why does it hold rigidity in space? What is a rigidity held to? Like, what is it?
It has
Can
to
anybody
be.
answer the question, or are we gonna just be?
I will try. I will
answerless
attempt
in
to.
this?
Horizontal.
Yeah.
No, it
Okay. So
has
right.
to be
Horizontal.
horizontal.
All right. To
Uh,
what? To what?
metal.
How do we know? How do we know it's horizontal? What is it adjusting itself to?
Because you are metal. Like we
No.
have to
No.
establish.
Wait. I'm gonna let somebody answer. That's not you, because you've already gave out the question. I'll let somebody else take up the
How are
mantle.
you so fucking good? How are you so fucking good?
we just have to let people see what they would say. Okay.
Alpha,
So
I fucking love you.
Cortical.
Horizontal reference plane of the Earth.
All right. So we got somebody saying that, yeah, it established itself horizontal to the horizontal plane of the Earth. It's what it's establishing itself to. So the gentleman said, Cortigo, that it's not doing either flat or globe. It's not establishing it. There's no baseline. It doesn't
All
tell
right.
us. It doesn't. The mechanical gyro, when it's spun up, doesn't hold rigidity in space to the consistency of either a flat Earth or a globe Earth. And I stated that very clearly. So now the contention is, if somebody wants to contend with that, what would be your? And I think T-Dub said he agrees. It's not telling us that we know that the Earth is flat or globe. Is that correct, T-Dub?
If you were to conclude either way because of it, right? So yeah, it would be affirming the consequent. You could say that because Earth is horizontal, like then the gyroscope, and we align it, we configure it, calibrate it to that horizontal, and it because the Earth
but the
is
horizontal,
the way it is,
the horizontal of what?
then it has useful application.
Yeah, but what are we
practicality.
establishing the horizontal to? The gyroscope. Horizontal, that is a word, but are we using the horizon of the Earth, or are we not establishing itself horizontal to anything?
Yeah,
What is the baseline of understanding? Because if we're not saying what we mean, then how can we mean what we say? So if we're saying,
Dude, what do you want from us? You're
be
beautiful.
perpendicular to vertical.
You're fucking beautiful. Like let's
Cortigo, dude.
fucking
All right,
let's expand.
Yeah, this is what we're doing right now. So we're understanding the fact that the contention here is that it's not telling us whether or not the Earth is a flat or globe plane surface. So if the surface is curving or if it's a flat plane surface, it's not doing that. But in this case, it's establishing itself to something. How could it hold rigidity to something if there's no baseline for it to hold rigidity to? So I want you guys to think about that. So if it is, then it's definitely giving us an indication of where we are on, like what we're on. Either it is working itself over a curved surface or a flat, planar surface. What is it doing?
Okay. The only answer that I can give Alpha, and AJ, great to see you, buddy. T-Dub, great to see you, buddy. The only answer that I can actually give is what I know of naval ships. And naval ships have gyros on them as well. And the reason they have those is to account for the movement of the actual ship itself, the movement, when you're aiming your guns, your naval turrets towards another ship. So you actually know where you are. It establishes off of the sea level. However, whether planes do that or not, I don't know. But I do know they do have a horizon that they're looking at when they're flying. Otherwise, they'd be flying upside down, sideways, etc., etc. Helicopters have the same thing.
Right, but is that a flat planar surface or is it a curved surface that it's adjusting to?
It's flat, completely flat.
Well, that's the point that we're making with the mechanical gyro. And in the case of Cortigo, putting the statement out that it's not giving us an indication whether or not the surface of the Earth is flat or a globe. So I think T-Dub agreed with that. It's not telling the mechanical gyro, when it's spun up, is not giving us an indication whether or not these two can exist. And I think Elder Bear Hat would probably be in the same camp as that. Doesn't tell us that. But I'm only assuming that he would say that, because he takes a position of unknown. So there's a third option. It's unknown. What say you guys? So there's the argument right now is The mechanical gyro doesn't
Yeah,
indicate. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, and look, it's okay to have unknowns. What I do personally know from my service is that ships and helicopters, they have, like for example, when you hit bad weather, when you run into clouds, etc., you need to actually know what's horizontal, what's not.
Yeah, but what's the baseline for
Otherwise,
that? What baseline are we using? What are we saying? Horizontal to what?
it's flat. It's flat. It's horizontal. It is flat.
There's one
it
word
has
that I
to be.
want. Yeah, there's one word that I want to come up. So horizontal to what?
The surface of the earth.
There you go. There you go. Thank you. That's the word. It's either establishing itself horizontal to the surface of the earth, or it's not. And that is the contention. If the mechanical gyro is not telling us that help us establish that, then I need to know if you guys are contending with that. If you say that it's not doing either, it doesn't tell us whether the surface is curving or flat.
So
then how does it help us hold rigidity? Go ahead.
You can be flying up to the side of a mountain. Sorry, you can be flying up to the side of a mountain, and the mountain's not horizontal, but that's not going to make you level. And if you're in a helicopter, that's going to tip people out the side doors. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut whoever else was talking. Please go ahead. Sorry.
Just going to say, I yeah, say it would be perpendicular to vertical, or they'd use some sort of other method to make sure that before takeoff that their gyros are level, horizontal, right? Oriented horizontally.
To what though?
I doubt they would be using the horizon. Well, perpendicular to vertical.
Well, perpendicular vertical is only giving us one. It's not crossing the line of the horizon, so we're not orientating ourselves with just vertical, are we? We're orientating ourselves with making sure that the level flight is going to be consistent with the surface. Is this not the case?
Yes, because it will also aid them when like I think it was AJ said, when visibility is poor, or was it Skinny? Sorry, I don't know who said that, but
Skinny said that.
Right, Skinny. Yeah, so when visibility is poor, and they don't have a visual reference, right, it helps them. It gives them an indicate, and it indicates to them their orientation.
Well, it's essential. Yeah, it's essential, and I think that most pilots will agree with that. But the contention would then lie: can it tell us whether or not we're aligning ourselves with a flat plane or a curved surface?
If it's going to establish horizontal, then that's going to be parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Okay. Anybody have a contention against that? Hey, Guy, did you want to say something?
I know a little bit about how this system works because I worked. I had a project, drone project. It's similar to what they like on a smaller airplane. Like all of these, the gyros, they don't know where down is, right? They just know if whatever object is turning around. So you need to have some extra reference that is explaining what down is. So what you have is you have two systems, and then you connect them together. You have one system which is just an accelerometer. It knows where the acceleration is, the vector. This is for adjusting for like gyro drift. The gyro is very good at responding to quick changes. So if you utilize both of them, like the gyro doesn't know where down is. If you utilize both of them, if you utilize the fact that you know where down is, which is the vector of acceleration all the time, you utilize that part with the gyro. So what you do is you have a filter between them. So what you say is that the gyro allow for quick changes. So if the airplane is turning quickly, the gyro will respond pretty quickly. But the accelerometer will constantly calibrate or compensate. Sorry, maybe I'm going to use the word calibrate the gyro so that it knows where down is over time. So that is because the reason why it can't be fast is because if you're accelerating the airplane, the vector will change from where down actually is. So you need to have like a slow factor in this, or you could make it more complicated. You could add in like on more modern airplane, they are like electronic and they use input from throttling and all that kind of stuff to make it adjust.
All right. So you've dealt with these systems, guy. Is that correct?
Yeah, or drones.
Okay. And so what does the mechanical gyro in those drones establish? How do they know whether to keep level flight? What is that indicator helping you understand how to fly level? Is it against the surface of the Earth, or is that just a point in
It's
space
against
that you're...
the vector. It knows where, like, what we call gravity, of course. I know you don't like gravity, but that's basically it. It's the pull of the drone. The drone is getting pulled down.
It's getting
And that's
pulled down.
what, yeah, and that is the what is and what is perpendicular to down is horizontal, right? So that's how it gets down. That's how it
Yeah, but
knows
is
where
that
level is.
is that relevant to the surface of the Earth or not?
I mean, it doesn't see the surface. It's just
I know, but
the
how do you know?
equipment
Well,
inside
then
it.
it's important that the equipment keeps that it holds some type of rigidity so that it knows that whether it's pitching, rolling, yaw. Like if you don't know that, how is it establishing that level flight?
Because we know that the
Because
down is
pitch, roll, and yaw wouldn't exist if it's not holding some type of rigidity.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so right. So
There-
how are you
yeah.
establishing how do you know that it's pitching, rolling, or yawing if it's no way there's no reference? What is it? What is the reference, the baseline
The reference
for that?
baseline is gravity. It's basically the pull on the drone. That's the baseline.
It's in reference to the surface.
It doesn't look at the surface. It doesn't look at the surface.
It's indicating to you your orientation in reference to the surface.
I mean, we say that it's the orientation to the surface. Yes.
Mhm.
So
Right. It doesn't matter. Like what I'm saying,
Mm.
guy. It doesn't matter if you're thinking the Earth surface is a globe or a flat
Yeah.
plane. I'm saying how is it orientating itself to know it's on a level flight?
yeah, that's how it knows. By the way, I
Okay.
said it.
Yeah, but that's not what T-Dub was saying.
I don't know.
Or what I know.
Yeah, but this is.
Go ahead.
It's,
Go ahead.
sorry, I was going to say it's basically a spirit level at the end of the day. It is essentially like a spirit level. It works the exact same way.
Yeah,
it works the same way.
I
Do
know.
you agree
yeah.
or disagree, guy? Would you agree? or
Yeah, I
disagree?
kind of disagree. It's like a little bit more complicated than the spirit level, but yes, it's kind of the same principle.
Same
like
principle,
the
so-
gyro,
Yes.
gyro and spirit level is are
He
not the
doesn't
same
mean.
thing, but
Yeah, he knows that. He knows it. I mean, let's not be pedantic. He knows what you mean and what, but he doesn't mean like that. I get what he's saying. So he would just say the principle, how it orientates itself. You could know level flight from just how it holds rigidity.
Yeah.
Tilting, rolling, yawing, like all that pitch.
yeah.
So all right. So yeah, because of the surface, right? I mean, that's just what a spirit level will help us understand. So okay. So I don't know. I don't know if you answered the question or if you just went off and telling us more about, how you understand it to be working from.
I mean, this is I don't know what's more to say on the topic.
Well,
It's,
we're establishing. Okay, so we're establishing whether or not it's working over the surface of the Earth, either if it's a globe or flat, and if it can tell us whether or not the surface is in respective surface is either curving or not.
yeah.
Not curving.
I mean, in that case, you would have to disconnect. Like the gyro isn't like 100% precise, and it doesn't have to be. It can drift a little bit. The accelerometer, like both of these have flaws, right? To know whether it doesn't know whether the Earth is.
Sounds like a slam dunk for the globe you got there. Good job.
Derek. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you're not confident enough to say that mechanical
No.
gyro is good evidence of the Earth being a globe, then we'll just say
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not in
And
an
that's 'cause
airplane, right?
Well, yeah,
Not in
that's
an
fine.
airplane.
You've worked with that system. You're not confident to say that's going to give us indication that we know that we're working over the surface of the globe.
No, it doesn't care about whether the Earth is flat or a
Okay.
globe.
Okay. Well, okay. I don't think there might be some who contend against that. I would say I've already heard people that would say that that is not the case. Mechanical gyros. Who did I speak to? I think it was Scott Mackey. Maybe not. Somebody would say that it is definitely an indication that the Earth is a globe. Mechanical gyros. Yeah, no, I know, Older Bear. I'm not saying you did, but I'm just saying that you weren't here. So there was a question that came up when you were here. All right, so we're gonna keep going. If anybody has any questions, or if you're brand new to the room, go ahead. We're gonna say this in this room. We understand that the Earth is not curving, and in our portion, we know that we can say with all assurance that the Earth is flat and stationary. Right? There is no
Oh
curvature
yeah.
to the Earth. So
None.
if you contend with that and you think that the Earth is a globe, then number one, provide the evidence that it is, because we're being told that it is, right? And all of academia, they're telling us that the Earth is a globe. And so, step one, present your claim first about what you think the Earth is. Step two, provide your evidence of how you're going to substantiate that claim. So, if you're in here right now, you're brand new to the channel, go ahead. We'll open up the floor to new people, right? If you're new to this room, go ahead and chime in.
Thank
Remember,
you.
step one, present your claim. Step two, present your evidence. Go ahead. Somebody said thank you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Tony, is that you?
Oh yeah, I said thank you.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Present your claim about what you think the Earth is, Tony, and then go ahead and step two, back it up with evidence.
Oh, I just want to say I think it's flat, and yeah, I'm on team flat. If anything, but I mean, yeah, I'm willing to hear other people's opinions and whatnot.
If you're here to listen, that's cool. But if you want to present a claim that the Earth is a globe, let's hear it. I'm curious to know how people are thinking that the Earth is curving on its surface, and if it's been measured to do so, go ahead and present that evidence.
I believe the Earth is a globe because the news and NASA told me so.
Yeah, you heard it on NPR for sure.
Fake news.
Oh my god! All right, go ahead, guys. If there's any other points, I guess I'll just kick it off to the room. Does anybody have any contentions with anything about flat or globe? All right, we want to say what's up to everybody in the room. We got the Aussie clan in full effect. We got everybody else who's the night owls in America up right now. So shout out to the night owls. And let's see, who else is in here? Brand new to the channel. I don't see anybody except for Tony Macaroni. And Void is kind of hanging out with us. I don't know who Void is. Cortigo's hanging out with us. It's his B-day. I think he's sleeping now. Yeah. He had a rough day.
It's his birthday, mate. Don't be too rough on him. It's his birthday. He's obviously had a bit to imbibe.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll go ahead and... He probably slept with his mic on. I'll mute him. Be courteous to the man.
It's really cute, actually. I know that sounds so fucking gay to say about another fucking male, but that's actually kind of really cute when they fall asleep like that. Sorry.
Some people use this as a podcast, John, just listening in. And if I got the dulcet tone in full effect, not yelling into my mic like I normally am.
Yeah, look, I appreciate this alpha as well. Oh, sorry, I was just going to say I appreciate this alpha as well, man. You guys actually calmed me down tonight, and Cortico was a part of that. I really appreciate that, and thank you.
And no worries, man. We want to help the conversation move forward and not just be stagnant and turn into just a crap throwing event, because it's not going to really be conducive to helping anybody out. So yeah, so we are just, I guess, chilling at this point. If anybody else comes in and wants to contend, we'll just open up the floor for that contention, whatever it is. Got Savage Bread and Circus. What's up, dude? I haven't heard you in a while. I heard you speak tonight, so good to hear you, man. Scott Mackey, you're probably in the background listening, shaking your head as
What's
always.
going on, man?
What up, Savage? Chilling, bro. Yeah, and Skinny Vet's hanging out with us. T-Dub is in here, so what's up?
Hey, Savage, we're not going to bite, buddy.
Oh man, I'm just relaxing, man. Another night owl.
Yeah, I work third shift these days, so my circadian rhythm is completely whack, bro. It's so whack. I can't get with the
So
daytime because I'm sleeping.
So third shift would be night shift, yeah?
Yeah, so basically, your daytime is my nighttime, and I'm up with you guys. I'm on Aussie time right now.
Been there, done that. When I was working for AJ and for other jobs as well. We work nights and sleep during the day. It's pretty fucked up.
All right, we got just a massive lurker jumping in here. If you want
Skinny, I had a question for the Aussies. So, I believe this was in one of my children's books, a Dr. Seuss book, once upon a time, and it said it was like a quiz book. Fucking forget what it was called, but I'll have to look it up. But it was saying that it's illegal to take a shower for more than 10 minutes in Australia, and I always wondered what kind of bullshit that is.
It depends where you are, buddy. So sometimes we get put on water restrictions because there's been no new dams that have been built in, about 50 years now, and the population has increased. Therefore, the amount of water that is available in big towns and cities is much reduced per person. So when you're on level 3 or 4 water restrictions, I believe the same happens in America from time to time in some parts. You are reduced to, you can't water your yard, you can't wash your car, and you're encouraged to take, very short showers. Yeah.
They throw you in prison. They throw you in prison if you if you shower too long. That's 11 minutes, sir.
Yeah. No, I didn't know if it's regulated, like they allow you to go over the amount or they fucking cut it off. Or...
Damn, that was.
No, they can't stop it. They can't actually cut your water off, but
exactly.
they encourage it. But if you get caught, if you get caught watering your lawn under water restrictions, or you get caught washing your car or whatever, you get massive fines. Yeah.
I know that happens in Texas because I know that there was water restrictions in Texas. That was the same thing. They get fined for either you have a swimming pool or watering your grass. Yeah. Just the way it is.
They can also get measurements from your water meter too if you've used an excess amount within a period.
Right. Yeah, you go over and then they send you a fucking ticket.
Shout out to you water rebels out there that take longer showers and water your plants. You guys are living on the edge.
But at the same time, sorry, T-Dub, I was just going to say, who the fuck wants to water their lawn, man? It means you got to mow it. I hate mowing. Am I the only one in here that hates fucking mowing the lawn?
Freaking skinny man, dude. More people thought like you, this world would be.
No, I hate mowing my lawn too, man.
I like it nice and dead. Man. That's my favorite fucking lawn.
You should just replace it with rocks. Have a Zen garden or something, dude. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah, but then you got a wife who doesn't want rocks, and then you're stuck with the fucking lawn.
Yeah.
Sucks.
They want a lush green lawn, Fusili. There's no two ways about it. You're just gonna have to mow the damn thing.
Fuck that shit. Well, when we get our own block, and we're going to have our own block by the end of the year, when we get our own block, the house yard is not going to have a single fucking blade of grass, man. I am never fucking mowing in my life ever again after we get our own block. I guarantee you that.
Oh, shit. That's kind of cool. All right, man. 24/7 chill channel tonight, I guess.
Well, it's chill because you're chill, man. Again, I've never heard you like this, dude. Is this the normal you? I haven't been here for long, but is this the normal you, or is this the exception to the rule?
No, I'm changing styles up every now and again. I I guess I really get riled up. Like, there's times when Scott comes on. Yeah, he usually like his ignorance kind of like tips me over the edge sometimes because he's saying things like, we can do things to measure the curvature of the Earth with reciprocal zenith angles with two distances of theodolites at any distance. He says any distance. He would say at any distance, and we can use any distance with two theodolites, and we can measure the curve that way, according to him. And I'm like, yeah, well, what's the? So I'm just basically asking him questions relevant to what he's saying. Well, who's done this method? And he doesn't give me that answer. How can it be done? What's the model number for the theodolite, or whatever device you're using, right? Total station. What is it so we can know the specs, therefore we can know its accuracy. He doesn't give that information out. He said that we don't need to know that, and it's crazy with him. It's all about belief, built on belief. So we don't know any of the. Hey, go ahead.
I was sorry. I was just going to say I wasn't trying to cut in, buddy. It sounds a lot like my arguments with Elder Bear. So yeah, I'm hearing you.
Well, I think for me, the most important part, if you're demonstrating that you know what you're saying, and then you go off and to say that information that we would require in any kind of like research to say, well, let's just figure out what they were using for the method. If you're saying the method is done this way, and then of course he himself hasn't done the method, or he know if anyone who's done it? He said surveyors do it, and I was like, which one? Well, they all do. Kind of ambiguous kind of thing. Well, that's not telling us kind of like who's done it, how they've done it. He's just given a generalization, very ambiguous, very like, well, just people, people do it all the time. As what kind of the way he would say things. It's annoying. It's like, well, why don't you tell us specifically who and the method of how they've done it using the model number of the thing so we can know the exact type? Because you think a land surveyor is just going to take your garden variety theodolite and go, okay, I'm going to do my job now. Doesn't matter which theodolite I use. I can use any one. There's certain
I worked on farms. So I was going to say I worked on farms, and I can tell you right now, and also my wife is from a surveying family. My late father-in-law and her both learnt it, and I worked on farms as well. And when they laser level a paddock to try and stop it flooding and killing crops, it doesn't work like that at all. But anyway, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Elder Bear.
Yeah, I haven't got long, so I've got to go out. But that was kind of the basis of my question earlier, is when you were talking about triangles and assuming triangles. The adjacent is an assumption in both cases, in the globe and in the flat, in any calculations. But because what I've heard is that if you can establish a horizontal reference, therefore the surface is horizontal. And that's what Skinny was saying to me, that he said the Earth was measured flat. And when I asked him how, he then told me because he can level his mortar on the ground. And that didn't make much sense to me. But maybe he could explain to the room about how that measures the Earth flat, because he can level his mortar, or sniper rifle is a horizontal reference to measure the Earth with. That's where I was a bit unclear. I mean, he says, it's my fault, but I don't know. Maybe it's clearer to somebody else, or maybe Skinny can, explain that a bit further. How a mortar is a horizontal reference and measures the Earth flat.
Well, I think if we all have the same understanding for what horizontal is and what level is, you can very damn well determine if a piece of land or a part of the Earth is either level, horizontal, or not. If you're a foot off, all right, if you measure a foot off a football field, you go across the football field, still a foot, it's level the whole way, then the ground being fucking 0 feet, it's going to be level also. So would that not be horizontal if it's 0 degrees?
You can machine it that way. That's the whole point. You can machine that horizontal to be horizontal level established.
Do you think that you can use it? My question, because I've heard
I can't see how a mortar cube can do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him, Elder Bear, because I've heard this argument, you guys going back and forth. It got pretty heated the last time. So Skinny Vet, would you say that when you use a mortar, what is your baseline for establishing level for that mortar? How do you know that the mortar tubing and all that is being set on a level horizontal plane? I don't know. I guess I'm trying to rephrase it, but is that what Elder Bear is saying? Like, how do you know that you're leveling? Is that the contention here, Elder Bear?
So yeah, look, it's pretty easy with that one, and this is what I was trying to explain to him. So you have spirit levels on the site on a mortar, and I wasn't using the mortar as the only example, but it's a very good example because you're firing high trajectory. So you have spirit levels on the mortar that level the tube, that level the bipod that you're firing off of to make sure that you're firing off of the same platform. All mortars in the section are firing off of that. And it doesn't matter whether you're on level ground or not. It doesn't matter whether there's rocks there or not. And I think where Elder Bear's coming from is like, you show me where it's actually measured flat. Show me where the Earth is actually measured at 0 degrees. Of course, it's not measured at 0 fucking degrees. You've got mountains and everything like that. But yeah, it's spirit levels, man. It's spirit levels at the end of the day, and spirit levels don't lie.
Let me. Okay, we're just gonna pause it right there because I'm gonna clarify. So the spirit levels are measuring level to what? What are the spirit levels in reference to? What is the baseline for the level of the spirit level? What are they referencing?
They are referencing that the site is flat, and therefore, when you fire, you are firing off of a stable, accurate platform, so that the rounds can be placed accurately at the other end.
I guess what I mean to say is the reference of what, like the spirit levels referencing what?
Horizontal.
Yeah, I want.
This is painful. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, Savage, but I need Skitty to say it because if he doesn't say it, then he's not saying it. And Elder Bear is going to be like, "You didn't say it," so I need Skinny to.
It's leveling off a flat Earth, just like every spirit level is. If it's not flat, the spirit level is not level.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. In a trajectory for your firing solution, right? Whatever that is, you need to know that the plane that you're working off of is flat in order for you to hit your target, or it doesn't matter if it's flat or curved. Like what I'm saying. So when you level it right with the spirit levels, you're using the flat plane of the Earth to then say, I know I'm working off a flat plane, or I know I'm working off a curved surface. How would you know what the surface of the Earth is according to measuring the spirit level to that surface? Like that's what I'm asking. Relevant to you, because obviously using spirit levels, right? 2 spirit levels. Those spirit levels are in reference to what?
The spirit levels are in level to whatever they are actually level with, which would be obviously because I mean you can be on sloped ground and you can get those levels to be level, just like you can when you build the house on the side of a hill, but it's still measured off of horizontal.
It's
measured off of horizontal. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, horizontal to what?
Medium sea level.
Hold on, Parkfun. Horizontal to what, Skinny? I just want you to say the word. It's the qualifier that's going to help everybody know what you mean. It has to come from you.
It has to come from me, so it would obviously be off of the most level thing we have on the planet is the 80% of the fucking planet, which would be water. But and water is inside the spirit level, therefore that bubble is working off of water. It's working off of
Let's see if somebody else can just get to the end. I think Savage was on point, but Savage, can you? Because I'm asking the question. I think this is the contention. Elder Bear, this was, I guess, the contention part for you. You were trying to contend with like something that's not being said.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that I can't answer so clearly. Sorry, Elder Bear, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Elder.
Yeah. Skinny said that the Earth was measured flat, and he used the mortar to describe that. Now he says, he's on the side of a hill, so obviously that's not flat. But he can level his instrument independent of wherever he's standing on. He's established that to be level.
Not what I
That's
said,
still
but
not
anyway.
ground.
Yeah,
Alright.
see,
That's
here's
not
Still
what
where,
I
not the
here's
said,
ground
but
they're
anyway.
on.
yeah, here's where
And
the
if
wires
there's
get
no
crossed.
relation to the sea or mean sea level
Yeah,
at
see,
all,
that's
he's
what I'm
just
saying, Elderbear. Hang
established
on.
the horizontal
Yeah,
with his mortar.
yeah,
It's
hang on,
not the
Elderbear.
earth.
That's the contention. That's the contention. That's why I was asking him to clarify in reference to what, because that seems to be like the part where it's not being said. And I think if the room can identify, can the room, other than Elderbear and Skinny Vet, can you identify what's the reference point to his mortar
Yes.
being level 2? Go ahead, Apocryphon.
Yes. Medium sea level.
Okay, does anybody agree or disagree with that? What Apocryphon said?
I disagree.
Okay, Fusili, can you go?
Yeah,
Yeah.
either end of the spirit level, they both need to be at the same exact elevation. If either end of that thing is higher than the other, then the bubble's not going to be in the middle.
Correct.
And
But what is that in
that's it.
reference to? I asked this
That's it.
before. Yeah,
It's
but
just
what is
one
it?
point in
Yeah,
reference to the other. That's it.
yeah, you're sure. They're in reference
Oh
to
yeah,
each other, but what is the baseline for them establishing level to what?
I say that's it.
Okay,
Oh
yeah, that's
man.
what you say, but I know Savage. Just let's see if somebody else can get this. I know it's
But
painful. Just wait. Somebody will get it. That's where the wires got crossed with between Skinny Vet and Elderbear. This is it right here. I'm gonna.
from
Hopefully, we can iron out this wrinkle. We can at least
You'd be
know
establishing horizontal, which
to
would
what.
be in parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Thank you. There
yeah,
it is, gentlemen.
which is basically mean sea level.
That's the knowledge bomb right there. Thank you. Savage is now gonna
Which is
rest
what I
easy.
asked in the beginning. That's
I'm
exactly
gonna
what
get
I
some
asked the
sleep
first
now.
time this
Oh.
morning.
You're
But
gonna get
they're
some sleep.
conceptual. They're
Isn't
conceptual.
that what I said? I'm sure fucking. Isn't that what I actually? Or maybe I didn't put it in the same
Yeah.
exact words, but isn't that what I said?
I think
No.
Elderbear is being kind of dicky, honestly, brother. I mean, you know what the fuck everybody's talking about by level. If we
I
all have
don't.
a
That's why I'm asking.
common understanding of it, so
Well,
I think you're just bored and you kind of want to fuck with some people, and I don't think
Well,
Skinny's
it's
having it half the time.
yeah. That's kind of what it is, and because I didn't want them to like talk past each other, at least for us to identify that this is the contention between what Elderbear is saying, because he's basically Elderbear is saying that the mortar establishing level as a leveling device, and Skinny Vit's saying that's not what I'm saying. I'm establishing level with this 2 spirit levels on the device. That's giving me a reference to, and I think the gentleman told us in reference to the Earth being like off a horizontal plane. Like if that's not the case, then if you're just saying we're just using 2 spirit levels to measure level, yeah, level to what? What's the baseline? What are we measuring to? From? Excuse me.
sea
Like if
level.
we're
Sea level.
Right,
well,
because you could be 100 foot above sea level and
yeah,
still establish a fucking horizontal.
that's
you
right.
know?
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
There you
Yes.
go. That's the cowbell. That's the cowbell. So if we're not saying that's true, and Elderbear says in his not defense, but in his worldview, you can't know level being just using a mortar, you know, because you can't say that's a way to know that the level is being established. Elderbear might
Yeah, right.
misrepresent you. Is that right?
Yeah, I get that. I get that, Alpha. Now, I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from now with that.
Yeah.
It's a bit pedantic in my mind. However, look, I get where you're coming from. However, I didn't just use mortar. I didn't just use mortar. I used sea level. I used
Yeah,
the trigonometry guide.
Okay, so
Marksmanship, etc.
Explain the trigonometry then, Skinny.
Hold on, Elder. The further point that I wanted to just exemplify before you get into that, Elder. The further point I wanted to say was, if you're working off a surface, how do you know the trajectory of the firing solution will hit the target on what type of Earth? So let's just say if the Earth was curving, right? Could you hit your target, or you can't work the math to reach your target specifically over a curved surface because it wouldn't work? Or would you say you'd have to imagine if the Earth was like a flat planar surface in order for you to say my firing round will hit its target because I know that we're working off a flat planar surface? Like Skinny, that's the Skinny Vet. What would the surface of the Earth have to contend being?
Well, every single part of marksmanship is based off of flat, and it's trigonometry at the end of the day between the surface of the Earth, the muzzle of the weapon, There's a lot that's involved in it. Obviously, there's muzzle velocity, there's type of ammunition being used, there's the amount of charge, depending on what kind of weapon you're firing. It's a direct weapon, indirect weapon, whatever the case may be. But it is all based off of flat. You do not factor in curvature, spin, or Coriolis ever.
Right. So I know, and I'm going to get to Elderbear's point, because what I'm going to say is that you're not saying that this is a measuring device. You're saying that you're using the understanding of working off a flat planar surface, like the surface from point to target, right? Like where you're at, point of origin to the target would have to work off the understanding that we're not working off a curved surface, but a flat planar surface, to say that we could, like from where you're at, measuring elevation change to like the distant target, you're going to work off a flat planar elevation change. Like, let's say that target's at a different elevation than you are.
Hey, Miggy.
A scope or a mortar sight or anything. I'm not saying it's a measuring device. I'm saying it is based off of a flat surface, and navigation and everything is based off of a flat surface. It's not a measuring device. I never claimed that.
That's what the contention was, and Elderbear's and I was listening to you guys, and you were talking past each other, and that's what the contention was, because he thought you were saying that it's a measuring device. You see what I mean?
Miggy, it's called a benchmark.
Yeah.
Once you go off the benchmark, then you know you're fucking everything about that is the position, like laterally.
Okay.
You can go off that.
So we're not saying it's a measuring device, Skinny Vet. That's because what he was saying is that's kind of what it sounded like to me he was getting from you. You're saying it's a measuring device. The mortar.
No, I was saying it's what I was trying to explain was that when it comes to marksmanship and navigation, everything is based off of flat. And if curvature was a thing, Coriolis or spin was a thing, it would be definitely factored in. But I was not saying that a mortar sight or anything like that is a measuring device necessarily. It is a sight that you definitely use to put rounds, warheads on foreheads on the other side, for sure. I think that, but at the same time, I think, honestly, I think that's pretty fucking obvious, isn't it? Like, it's pretty obvious, yeah?
But see, the part about it being pedantic was, I guess, Elderbear's contention. I don't want to misrepresent him, but go ahead, Elderbear, if you wanted to further your point. I don't know if there's another point you want to
Well, all I hear is that you can establish a horizontal, ergo, that's what the surface is.
No, it's the fact that you can calculate on a topography that you have a specific position where you're shooting it from to begin with. You know the arc that you have to take to hit the target based upon the topography. Now you may miss it to begin with, as many times that has happened, but you adjust. But it has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. It has to do with your elevation.
Well, yeah, because I think Elderbear's position wouldn't be contending that flatter globe. I think he's saying that that's unknown. Nobody can know the whole surface is what it is, because of course, even in like land topography, we know there's elevation change. So but I think to the point, I think that maybe because I'm understanding it a little bit better, I guess, I don't know. Maybe his position is the surface of the Earth as in its entirety can't be known to be flat or globe. It's unknown.
Yeah, well, look where I was coming from as well before, and the big argument that Elderbear and I had about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. And by the way, again, Elderbear, you're being really polite, man. It's great to hear. Look, I don't want to be enemies, man. I would love to actually talk civilly. I fucking hope we can. Anyway, but one of the positions you take as mortars is because you're so high trajectory, you actually fire from behind hills and mountains to avoid counter battery fire. But everything that you're doing is based off of flat surface. Everything is based on flat surface.
Yeah, exactly. It's an XY. At the end of the day, it's an XY. That's the whole point. And they will recalibrate their position itself if they miss a target. It's based upon XY. Like nothing has to do with it about curve. Nothing about it.
Yeah, you have a Apocryphon, you have a spotter. You have a spotter. It's that simple. They call in the fire, and then they walk the rounds on. You get line OT, line on target, and then from there, that's where you get the range, and then it's fire for effect. But yeah, so on a mortar line or artillery line, it's right section, bearing 1134, elevation, 1392, charge 4 at my command, 2 round fire.
So if you were to just superimpose like a grid line over the Earth, the grid line would be a flat planar grid line, not a curved grid line. It would not be like so. The flat grid line would give you a baseline for what distance to the target and so forth. So you could plot a trajectory for your firing solution to hit its target based on that flat grid line, superimposing over the Earth, as in knowing that flat grid line is going to give you a place for elevation, distance, like all that sort of good stuff that you need.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Exactly.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Sorry, Apocryphon, sorry, just for a second. Exactly right, Alpha. And put it this way, the very, very basic one is, if you can't navigate, you can't plot fire.
Because
you have to be able to navigate.
Because technically, if you're shooting an enemy at a distance, let's say the topography is uphill, it has nothing to do with curve Earth. Nothing to do with curve Earth. It has to do with the topography of it rising up. Then that negates their whole fucking argument, because now you're trying to adjust to make something hit a target in the distance based upon the elevation that it's rising from you, and Globers don't accept that. It's weird.
All right, so let me. I don't know if that got ironed out or not for the point that Elder Bear wanted to make, but Elder Bear, if you have any more questions, because I'm going to kick it off to the room to any new people that are in here.
Well, the mortar is established level to be level, and then the spotter on top of the hill or wherever with his binoculars then radios back and says change certain settings because you were 100 meters off target. So that's all that's about. It's got nothing to do with the Earth. Skinny never took a mean sea level reference in his pocket to reference it off. He just leveled that. It had nothing to do with the surface he was on, because he said he was on the side of the hill. So it had nothing to do. He said initially that the Earth was measured flat, and I asked him how.
It has everything to do with the surface.
This was the explanation that he gave me. That because he could level the mortar, therefore the Earth was flat. And that's what he said. Now, I know he's in training, and Miggy's giving him some gentle kind of training instruction as time goes on. So he gets the right words in the right order.
But
I hear a lot of that if you can establish a horizontal reference, therefore the surface is horizontal.
Right.
That's what's being said. And
the point that I was trying to make,
that isn't the surface.
The point I was trying to make, Elder Bear, like I was trying to make with you previously. No, we don't carry around. What did you call it? Sea level.
Mean sea level.
You talked about that just a minute ago. You brought that in. You brought sea level and 80%. You said it was you who brought that.
See what I'm dealing with, Alpha? Look, we're going to keep it chill. We're going to keep it chill. So how about this? I'm going to fucking. I've actually got to go. I've got to go empty my colostomy bag. I've got to go empty my. Hold on a second. I've got to go empty my colostomy bag, and I'm going to use that 5 minutes to calm down, so I don't end up ripping this guy a new arsehole.
Why do you get triggered then? But for something you said.
Well,
that's all right. Maybe he wanted
to do some sweeping up.
Yeah, maybe he wanted to disengage, but that's not cool, Elder Bear. I mean, let's kind of tone it down with that, shall we? Why are we going there?
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's
what's happening, really.
But you provoked the gentleman. You provoke him. He wants to disengage.
I didn't. No. He brought the sea level with him. He brought that.
That's fine. All right, so we're gonna go in and see if anybody wants to take up your point. and go ahead and contend with that. I think Apocryphon, you wanted to say something to contend with Elder Bear's point, knowing that because listen, we got to kick it off to the new people that are joining the chat. We got a lot of new people, so I got to keep the stuff going. I'm server muting some people in here that are known to come in here and squawk and say things and leave. So if you see a red mic and you're a moderator in here, I'm doing that because the people that like MLG SpongeBob came in here and did some funny noises, so that's why I muted them. So just be aware that the red mic's in here. Cortigo is muted because he was sleeping on his mic, and Elder Bear just got muted right now because he got a little hot-headed. But that's cool. Like, we're calm, we're chill. We're gonna either address what Elder Bear was saying. I'm gonna mute you now, Elder Bear. But if anybody wants to contend with what he's saying, go ahead and contend with it, and then maybe he can retort back.
Why do you make those decisions then?
Elder Bear.
So you don't hold on. No, let's disengage. if you're gonna contend with moderation, then you just gotta sit on mute. I'm not gonna have that. We're trying to keep that pretty chill in here. If you want to start, causing a fuss, and
strikes me as a glass
Yeah,
half.
I'm happy to answer it now. I'm calm.
No, yeah, but no,
I just
that's,
I empty my bag.
Yeah, it's cool. We're disengaging with Elder Bear's questioning. He's coming in to pick a fight for no reason. So I really wanted people to engage with his questioning. That's what I really wanted, but he's not ready for that. Maybe perhaps tomorrow or some other time. I don't mind unmuting him and having him come in here and just have people engage with his questions. Like, really be engaging with his points. So, here listening to the retorts and
No,
stuff.
thank you, Alpha. And if you don't mind me saying, buddy, the way that you actually tonight, you really got pedantic and everything like that. I really respect the shit out of that.
There was some wires being crossed,
Elder Bear and I.
so.
Yeah, Elder Bear and I have actually been through that quite a few times before, and I did get specific, not as specific as I got tonight, but I actually really do appreciate that, man. You're playing devil's advocate in a way as well, and you're keeping shit chill and you're keeping shit cool, and I appreciate. Well, I've never seen this side of you before, man.
Yeah, I know.
And
Because I'm
really
usually dealing with numpties, but like, I could see the frustration when somebody's trying to get a point across and nobody understands. So I just wanted Elder Bear's position to get heard. Actually, I wanted more people to engage with it, but I mean, obviously, he's finding out that moderation is not what he likes. So this room is heavily moderated. We don't want people to just divulge into anarchy. So just kind of keeping it. Anyway,
What was the position?
So we're going to disengage currently with Elder Bear's point, and just right now what we're going to do is going to open it up to new people that have joined the chat. So if you're brand new to the channel and you want to ask some questions, if you're brand new, I'm going to go ahead and unmute your mics. Those of you who have been coming in here, look, MLG SpongeBob, I'm going to mute your mic, but if you tend to start making some of those funny noises again, you're going to get muted again. I do want you to ask questions and be inquisitive about what we're saying in here, so please engage with that. So did you have any questions? I see you in the chat saying things. I'm not bothered by people.
No questions.
Being upset. No questions. Okay, well that's cool. You can sit here and listen. I don't like people being muted. Trust me, I don't. But
It's probably better they listen though. Honestly, it's probably better they listen.
well,
They can
I
learn
mean,
something.
yeah, but they could answer and ask questions. That's what this room's about. So, does anybody want to champion a point? If you have a point, go ahead and present your claim of the Earth being whatever you think it is. And step 2, present your evidence of how you know it is what it is by presenting your evidence for that. So we're going to just kick it off to the room if anybody has a point they want to bring up. Anyways, just saying what's up to the room. Parkerfon, thanks for joining us. We got Bev Try Thinking in the house. A Guy is in here. Manufact Totem. Blood Stickers in the house. Creation Dove. Defund Gaza. I don't know. I think maybe you're from a different room.
Based?
We got.
Sorry, Alpha. I was going to say, Creation Dove. I know her well. She's a good friend of mine. She's on our side, man.
Ah, cool. All right, so we got Into the Break. Julius J's in the house. Kimbo Beats. Let's Be For Real, the homie. Migo Wigo's in here. Mick. MLG SpongeBob just said, what's up? Quiet Noobs. Reckonor Savage. Bread and Circus. Hanging out with us late night. Scott Mackey. I don't know. He hasn't been on lately. Skinny Vets in the house. Sydney, T-Dub, Tioga, Void, and Joannis Medigar. Welcome to the chat, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth. We want to know what you think about the Earth. So, present your
Hey,
claim.
Migo, it's so good to see you, man.
He's probably AFK.
Where's that glow proof at though? That's what I'm looking for. Well, I want to hear the argument.
Yo, should Biden be dropping aid? Is that good or bad?
Yeah, we're not gonna go there.
Any Globers got some proof or claims?
So is this mostly run by flat earthers or globe heads?
It's mostly flat earthers, but if you have a claim to your globe Earth, if you believe it, please represent it. We're trying to educate.
Yeah.
We're trying to
If
educate.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, if you think that the Earth is a globe, present your claim. Step 1. Step 2, present your evidence. Pretty easy.
Yeah. Or maybe, Miggy, maybe there's some Globers that want to ask questions to help them understand why it's not a globe. Let's go there.
We have to actually start with a baseline of why they would think it's a globe in the first instance, so that they can understand either they have evidence or not.
Exactly.
Okay, why have we been led to believe it's a globe,
Well, it's not
whether it is or not?
Yeah, well, let's think about it like this. Instead of saying that, could you say that you know it's a globe and then possibly back it up with evidence? That would help you understand that question you're asking. So go ahead and present.
Well,
present a claim.
if you're a flat earther, you presumably have had to answer that question yourself. Why are people pushing a falsehood? So what do you think the answer is?
Our understanding doesn't equivalent to your understanding. So you need to figure out how and what you've been told is the case for the Earth being what it is. So coming from that perspective, what do you think the Earth is, SpongeBob?
I've been told the Earth is round, but I don't have enough firsthand knowledge to prove that. I don't have a spaceship.
No, that's not. Well, let's just put it this way. If they told you that you could figure it out on the Earth without going on a spaceship, is there any way that we could figure that out on the surface of the Earth? That you
Probably
know.
like lasers or something. Like
Okay.
maybe like use a laser and see like.
Well, I
something.
would challenge you this way. Look to the internet to see if anybody's measured drop over distance on the surface of the Earth that conforms to the curvature that they claim, right? If you look up, I'll give you some information. Look up how big the Earth is and put in what is the radius of Earth, the circumference of Earth, or the diameter. And that gives you geometric properties of this spheroid that they tell you live on. And if that's true, then you're going to be able to see how they've measured it, right? So the first thing is find out how big the Earth is. Like you can search it on the internet, right? How big is the Earth? Radius, diameter, circumference. Then you're going to know these.
So I would verify that, and what does that tell me if I were trying to verify it?
Well, you're going to figure out how people have figured out that the surface that you live on is curving at the specific predictable rate that it should if it's a geometric shape.
So do you hold that it is a globe or not?
Of course. It doesn't the information that we have available to us doesn't relate to it being a surface that's curving like they tell us.
So you hold that it's flat.
Yeah, I muted Cortigo because he's hot micing, guys. He's asleep, so that's why I muted him. I'm muting him again.
But I think that is relevant and that is within the scope of a conversation. Why have we been told it's flat?
No,
I mean maybe it's not the most.
Question. Yeah, that's a question that's on your mind, but the question that needs to be answered thus far should be how we know it's been established that it's a globe. If there's no information that leads us to that it is a globe, then we're not going to know if it's flat or globe. You'll be just wondering.
Maybe it's safe to like try to guide them that water is flat, but the Earth
just hold on.
There's topography.
Hold on, dude. Let him answer.
Huh? That wasn't a question.
Yeah, just let. Okay, so like right now, I'm asking: is there any way to figure out how the Earth is curving in a way that you could find out online? There's someone that could tell you how they figured it out. You got to really be.
So you want me to look? I mean, I
stuff.
could look it up. You want me to look
Sure,
up
sure,
how
sure.
it's proven that?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
I don't know.
Not yeah, of course. This is the beginning point. We don't start any other point from the point that we start from is how you know it's curving, like a globe. That's
So
the
there's,
point
but
where we start.
there's basically two people talking right now. It's me and you, and I'm interested in why the narrative of a globe has been pushed. You're interested in the science of it, right? So
Well, not so much science, because science doesn't have to deal with geometric shapes. So if we're going to find out the size of the Earth, we want to know how it measures. So if it's measuring a
okay.
globe, then
On a given day, if many different cities measure the angle of the sun at the local noon, the resulting data, when combined with the known distances between cities, shows that Earth has 180 degrees of north-south curvature.
Based upon what?
So I guess they're saying if you have two different cities which are on different spots of the Earth, based on the fact that they have a different angle from the sun at local noon, that shows that there is a part of the Earth
So
that
you're
is
saying you
obverse.
cannot connect 2 points with a horizontal line?
Oh wait, do the flat earthers hold that there's a disc on the underside of which
No,
you
no,
can
no,
live, or
no.
just that you can only
Are
live
you
on the top?
saying that you can't connect 2 points with a horizontal line? Because that's what that is saying there.
I don't know. He asked me to look up a justification for this
yeah, sure.
Earth's shape, so that's what I guess that they're saying. If there's different angles with the sun, then that means there's curvature of the Earth.
I just a quick one, SpongeBob, mate. Look, I'm a flat earther, but I got grilled pretty hard earlier regarding what I was talking about with my military service. So, you know, the mortar site, everything like that. So this is not being directed at you because you might not believe the same that we do. Okay, I just wanted to throw that one in there, bud. You're not under scrutiny. You're not under. This is not an interrogation. This is not you being made fun of in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not.
I
I'm not
literally.
gonna. I get it. I'm not gonna wet my pants. I'm a big boy.
All
But
right,
I think that
good.
the flat earthers are more interested in getting into the science, which is totally fair. But I think it's equally valid to question why a false narrative has been pushed, because then there has to be some sort of agenda behind that. There has to be a reason, and then you also have to look at the how viable such a vast conspiracy is.
Well, when you take this calculation of it, it doesn't prove to be a spherical Earth, and that's kind of the point. Because when you take these observations and you plot them out, you can go ahead and like invoke refraction, and then you're like, okay, that's what proves the globe Earth. But in reality, that's not a good fucking argument, because we're trying to tell you that there is things that you can see way beyond the curvature of the Earth, like mathematically or geometrically, and for some reason, Globers continue to invoke this falsehood or bias, if you will, that this is why we see it this way. Do you understand that?
I honestly didn't follow what you were saying.
So, like, if a Glober tells you that across the water, it should be technically.
Hey, Apocryphon, I'm really sorry, buddy. You're roboting really badly.
My bad.
No, he's not. He's not.
Yeah, he's not for me.
He's not.
Oh, okay, maybe it's my device. I'm going to log off and then get back on. But at my end, he's roboting really badly. I can't actually understand what he's saying.
All right, my bad. But what I'm saying is that if you want to invoke a blade spheroid, but the reality is that we can measurably and observably, through observations, we can see that it's not what you claim it to be. Then it throws it out out of contention, because obviously that's not what it is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you're addressing my point that about the narrative, about what's the point of the globe narrative?
Yeah. So if you have this narrative, but it gets negated, then why do you still believe it?
Yeah. So if you're empirically correct, right? You can empirically prove that the Earth is flat. That certainly is the end of the discussion, right?
Right.
But
And we have
so
we've proved planicity.
so I'm not suggesting that. I don't know whether you can provide an explanation for the globe narrative. I'm not suggesting that that would indicate that you're right or wrong. I'm just curious as to why you think that would be pushed.
Just speculation, man.
Well, the point though is that if there's planicity, do you understand what planicity is?
Yeah, you mean it's flat.
Yeah. So like if you could measure that to be such, then why would you invoke a curve if it's not a curve?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm letting you know right now. There's been observations. It's measured like accurately.
Would you just ask the question? I wish you would answer your own question. I certainly don't know.
Okay. I'm telling you how I know. Because if you use the equipment, adequately.
He's
And,
asking why, like why they would push it. I think.
Yeah, the question you just posed. Why would you invoke the curve if you know it's planar? What's the answer to that? You asked it. I'm assuming rhetorically. I don't know the answer.
because there's a falsehood that's trying to be pushed. So if you had a falsehood being pushed to say this is what is mathematically, but we disapprove, like we can clearly disprove it, then why continue on that narrative?
I'll tell you. Let me give you. Let me make it more. Let me make it more concise. Let me make it more concise for SpongeBob, because the surface of the Earth is observably flat and stationary. It's measured to be flat, and it's also navigated across as flat. So mariners and pilots navigate across the surface of the Earth, assuming that the Earth's surface is a flat planar surface. So they might still think it's a globe. Some of the pilots do, but they're still operating over the assumption that it's a flat planar surface to make navigation easier. Does this understanding
Can I
help a
make
little? Yeah, hold on a second, guys. Let the penny drop for him. Okay. So MLG SpongeBob, do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, and by the way, a globe head wouldn't even dispute that. So that's
Correct.
perfectly valid.
Correct. So, and I understand both sides of the argument. Is why I'm presenting it to you that way. And further validation would be us doing long distance observation tests to then observe that the surface of the Earth not only is observed as such, but it measures as such. There is no rate of change of slope on the horizon. So when we see the horizon, somebody's hot mic. I think it's Julius J. All right. So when we observe the surface of the Earth, like on, let's say if you go to the beach, you look left to right and you observe the Earth not to be curving anywhere, then it measures 0 on the horizon. No curvature measured. The numerical value for curvature would be 0. None. Zilch. Right? So you could say, within us saying that we can observe the surface or the horizon to measure 0 curvature, there is no deviation from rate of change of slope on the horizon. Does that make sense? Or if not, we can move it to a further point.
Sure.
But ask him. Sorry, go on.
I just want to hear him. SpongeBob, do you get that?
His question wasn't as to the actual the physical things. He was asking why, and the why is power and control. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's.
I think it's clear they don't want to get into that.
No, we do, but like you have to first understand the foundation, because if you don't understand the foundation, how could you understand why we question, right? So it begins from the evidence portion, and then it moves off.
I question it as well.
Right. So do you understand the evidence portion?
Sure. Yeah, I do.
Okay. So
I don't understand it enough to say defend the thesis that the Earth is flat, but I mean, I
it's simple. So if we talk about the reason why somebody would give you a narrative that's not true, it's simple. It's to control the narrative. So the narrative then controls your mind and your perception of what you think the earth is. So if they can do that, then your belief in what they're saying is totally validated and predicated on the fact that somebody, the arbiter of that knowledge, is, let's say, a consensus of people saying the earth is a globe because we say so. We got rockets, we got videos, we got pictures, and the only thing you have to do is believe. That's the only thing required of you. Nothing else but a belief, which is like what anybody in a religious mindset would have, just a belief in what, you know, and what it is. So it's one of the biggest religions on earth. The heliocentric sun in the center of the solar system idea. So that has been like the most prevalent religion. It's a sun religion. It has to do with the sun being in the center, and so you would believe this to be true because of like other people telling you so. It's more of a case of because they tell you, that's why you believe. It's not a case of they tell you and you've investigated and you know that it's a globe. It's more of they told you a story and you believe because they're more intelligent than you and you're just some sort of layman who couldn't understand intricate concepts. So that's the power they wield over you, is that they hold this narrative and it being true because we have high-tech equipment, they have rockets to go in places you can't, and therefore they put the knowledge at arm's length away from you and keeping you in the dark. And so therefore your acceptance of it becomes a control. It's controlling the narrative. So and from there you could say they can control every other aspect. You believe that you're running out of resources on a dying planet. You believe that meteors can strike the earth and kill everything on the earth like it did with the dinosaurs. Like, so everything that flows from this power and control of the narrative is controlling your perception, which is your mind. So this is the big thing that happens. So you become a staunch believer and a zealot for their religion and say, nuh-uh, that's not true. I can't be fooled to think that it's not something that I don't know it is. But that's the case, because when I ask for the evidence of portion of it, you don't have it. You simply say, that's what I've been told. And how curious, right? Because now that I'm questioning you and you don't have the answer, you could see, at least to that portion of it, where the control lies. It's in their hands, not yours. You don't have a say-so in this. You're just being told what your narrative is.
Well, they
and
don't
you
control.
just believe it.
Well, I wouldn't be a good example of that because I said I've been told something, but I don't necessarily believe it as such.
Right, but that's what
anyway,
I'm saying.
But what's the call to action? That's my question. So what's the call to action if I believe
What can
the
we
Earth
do?
is a globe?
Right. What can we do? So the thing that we can do is to awaken your state of cognitive realization. Right.
I mean,
So
from their perspective. Like,
What
what
do
do
you
they
mean?
want to get me to do? What
to
am I going
believe
to
a
do
narrative,
as a result of being?
to believe a narrative, and then to control your perception with that narrative. To, like, it's a multi-tentacled monster. You think it's just one thing? No, it's various multiple avenues of different things. So based upon that, it's predicated on the fact that you believe this narrative. Then you say, well, because of the Big Bang, because of evolution, nature created itself. Well, we don't need a God, void of a creator. That's one. Power, of course, they have all the power.
So
Money,
at least atheism, that's one. Okay.
well, yeah. So atheism, believing that we're on a dying planet,
There are probably
limited
atheistic
resources.
flat earthers, though, right?
Well, I know of one, but like that's still not, because like there's other aspects, right? They could be hiding. They could be hiding the fact that there maybe have more lands that you could actually reach. You could think of so many other things that because they control a narrative, they can have you believe a specific idea, and you just go along with it like a puppet on a string. You don't question it. So, and that's it's a detriment to you. And so that's what they wield that power and control over you. And either you agree or disagree. It's not going to change the fact that people believe this wholeheartedly. Like, I know some people that are sitting in this call right now who will defend it without having any evidence of the case that the Earth is a globe, like vehemently. And it's really, to me, I think it's appalling because somebody doesn't stop and think like, wait a minute, I've been told something that I can't prove. That's weird, but it's the case, right?
So do you hold to
the
like the Genesis model of Earth, like the Earth is described in Genesis with the firmament and the
Well,
parting of the waters and stuff?
The firmament is colloquially known in this room as the expanse of the sky. Some people say that it's different because it's not the expanse of the sky. It would be more like a hardened structure. If you go to the root form of the word, the etymology of firmament would be rakia in the Hebrew, and then you figure out that it's not just speaking of expanse of the sky. It's a lot. There's a lot to unpack. But still, did you understand the aspect of why they would even propose such a narrative? What I just outlined for you, or is it still you still left in the dark? I need to know.
So
if
what's
if
the
anything's
specific
landing,
call
is
to action though? So you've understood. You explained control, right?
Mhm.
So you can definitely control someone if they have certain beliefs. But how specifically is the belief that we live on a sphere? How is that actionable for the perspective of someone like me
Can I ask you a question
or
though?
anyone
how is
else?
it? I don't know. What do you mean? How is it actionable? Like, what can
What
I
am I
do
gonna
to?
do that? What am I gonna do that benefits? Because presumably they don't
Hey,
benefit simply
Alpha.
because of
Sorry,
simply from the belief.
What?
sorry, SpongeBob Alpha. T Dub wanted to ask something of SpongeBob.
Yeah, I heard T Dub, but I just wanted to hear the man like finish what he was saying before T Dub. So SpongeBob, was that all you had to say?
Yeah. So my point is just I understand you've talked about control, but do you have anything more
Mhm.
specific? Like what specifically, or do you not have it all hashed out? You just understand that they
No,
want to control
these
you,
are
and you don't understand their entire agenda.
no this is like I said, it spans to multiple avenues, so it's not just one thing. I think you're trying to hone it down to like how does it affect me, kind of thing. Is that what you're saying? Like how does controlling that narrative affect me? Is that what you're asking?
Not me per se. How does it get people to act in a way that benefits them?
Okay, I'll let T Dub get it because he wanted to chime in. Go ahead, T Dub.
Just wanted to ask if the question is coming from a state of incredulity or if you're just genuinely curious. Is it an argument, sort of presenting the question as an argument?
I'm incredulous, to be sure,
Right.
but not argumentative.
And like
I'm
Alpha was
incredulous
saying,
towards the globe model. That's why I said I've been told, but I can't verify it personally.
like Alpha was saying, it's multifaceted. Like there is so many facets that are invested in the facets of society that are invested in it, multiple different reasons. Like so, it's not black and white. It's not just as simple as just
Yeah.
giving a one sentence answer. It's complicated.
Very complicated and it's intricate. So it touches upon a lot of things in our life, like from, I mean, the food industry to pharmaceutical. It's everywhere, man. If you think that the Earth is a globe, there's a lot of things to control a mind with, as long as the narrative, the foundation of their belief of what they think they're on is intact, then every other narrative that flows from that, a derivative narrative, can be adjusted with that belief that's foundational.
So
That's
did you
why it's
say?
pushed.
I didn't catch whether
It
you
is
said you do
basically.
believe in the biblical Earth or you don't. Is
Yeah.
that the Earth
So
that you hold to?
here's the thing: the Bible doesn't describe the entirety of what we live on, like as in a description of like, okay, so the Earth and from end to end is this, but we know that the Bible doesn't support a spherical shape Earth in a ever expanding cosmos. We understand that. So from the aspect of looking at through a biblical lens, we know that it's talking about a flat and stationary plane. That's not, the existence of this plane is not in motion. So just based on that, on the biblical narrative side. But I would say it's more of what supports the nature of reality itself. It's not in and of itself a way to say, well, I believe that the earth is flat because of what the Bible says. It's more of like, because of the creator making the earth the way it is, I know that the Bible is true. So everything it says about the earth is exactly what I can see. Does that make sense? SpongeBob?
So you're saying the so basically your
The Bible
the
supports
it
the earth.
supports it, but it's not call it like it doesn't get you all the way. Like you've had to figure some extra things out.
Well, what I'm saying though is, when we start to look at it through the biblical lens, there's a lot of teachings that show that the earth is not what we think it is in the macro sense. Because there's this macro idea that where people are trying to conceptualize what the earth is. Like, well, we got, even in the flat Earth concepts, right? You got the AE map showing like what the overall Earth looks like and so forth. And then I could question the people that say that, like, how do you know the Earth looks like this in its entirety? That nobody knows that, not a soul, right? So there's a lot to be gleaned from where people would be presumptuous to say they know what the whole Earth can be conceptualized with the biblical lens. The biblical lens doesn't give us the whole Earth as in its entirety, but it does give us the reference of saying that it's not what we're being told from the aspect of it being a globe. Does that make sense? So the Bible outlines how we can understand the Earth from a very local standpoint, and just because of that, we can understand that on the macro sense that it couldn't be what we're being told as the narrative from the globe, because then it would clash with what's being said in the narrative of the Bible. So just using that, if you were trying to find the Earth as a globe through the biblical narrative, you would find it void. It would not be said anywhere in the biblical scripture that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Absolutely not.
To Alpha's point too, it's human hubris, man, to think that we have answers to absolutely everything. And you were asking earlier about how this has anything to do with some kind of control or anything like that. Look, the heliocentric model. I mean, this is where we get everything, man. We get nihilism, hedonism. Don't worry about the past. Don't worry about the future. Just live for today, man. Like everything's an accident. It's coupled with evolution. Like it's to answer your question with that one. It's human hubris at the end of the day.
So
and how has that been working out?
Yeah, it's multifaceted, SpongeBob. So it's not an easy, just one and done answer. It's not black and white. It spans throughout all of our natural world experience. So everything that you think that you're living on an Earth that's a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space has to deal with like how it's hurtling through the cosmos, and how you're just like a passenger on this like moving planet. And your perspective is then it's warped and distorted by this narrative. And so everything that proceeds from there would be everything you believe that the Earth is doing because of that, right? Coriolis, gravity, all of these derivative arguments that would come up in your mind because you think the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. And so that control, it goes deep, dude. It can infringe upon your spiritual beliefs even. So is that making any sense, dude? Because I don't know if you're even there or not.
Yeah. But so it seems like you're look, I understand it's not one thing, but it's fine to say you don't know. It doesn't disprove you if you can't provide a specific
I
example.
know. It's controlling your mind, bro. Like I don't know why you keep saying I don't know.
Yeah, but that's
I
very
do know.
general though. Like I
Well,
don't
so
know.
what do you want to hear? I think there's something that you want to hear that I'm not saying. Because I'm telling you, it's controlling your mind. Do you know that it is or it is not controlling your putting a narrative to you that's not true? If I put a narrative to you that's not true, is that controlling what you think?
Here's how I understand narratives.
SpongeBob, answer my question. If I give you a narrative and I don't give you, I just tell you, believe me, bro, and you're just like, okay, if you believe what I tell you, isn't that not controlling what you think? Be honest, bro.
What do you mean by control? You can tell me something, I could choose to believe it or not.
No. If I told you that we're both thirsty in a desert and I found some water, like 3 miles away, you didn't know about this water. And I said, I gave you a cup of water. I said, dude, if you want more water, you're going to have to pay me $1,000 every time I give you a cup. I know where this water is, but I'm not going to tell you. So just believe me that I know that where's water at.
Okay, that would be a very clear reason for deceiving me.
Right. But still, I'm telling you that right now, the narrative is controlling your perception on what reality is. And I don't know how that's not dropping like knowledge bombs on you. Like, oh, really? How? Like, and your perception of what you think the universe is.
That's what I've been asking you.
Yeah, I'm telling you. That's why I'm saying it's not just one thing. It covers like almost
examples.
Yeah, we've given multiple examples, and you're just not accepting them as avenues of like why somebody would believe the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
You
so
think that
the examples you've been given are theological, so I guess it makes sense that
No, I can give
yeah, so
you
they don't want you to believe in God, or
whatever.
they want you to believe in nihilism or things that you feel are
the
associated with the
actual Earth
spirit.
is running out of resources that you can't actually get anymore, and you have to fight wars over oil and like all these things that are tangible in
It's
reality.
Okay, that's
They're not
tangible.
philosophical. Yeah,
That's tangible. Yes.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted.
Socio-political aspect, yeah.
There's
And then
many
there's
more, but I
like
mean,
there's careers based upon it, like in media and in like there's fields of study like astronomy and astrophysics, which rely on the narrative, right? So there's careers, and that all leads back to economy as well, because people with jobs, you know, blah blah blah.
Well, I don't. Yeah, but I don't think astrophysicists, for example, are siphoning that much in resources from our overall
Yeah,
economy. Like
well,
for
think about
example,
it.
government
Yeah.
largesse, I would say, is
That's
a greater
fine.
waste
You could
than
raise
say
it. You could raise
astronomers.
SpongeBob. You could raise an objection.
Why would they invest
Listen,
millions or even billions into
Yeah.
producing radio telescopes?
bro,
You
you
know,
could.
they've
You,
got to have a
he
reason for doing that, right?
he could
Yeah, I
raise.
mean the technology
Sunsita.
itself, sure, yeah.
Yeah, you could raise an objection to almost every point that we bring, and I think that's whatever. If you still believe that, hey, but that's not affecting me, it doesn't matter. The point still stands. It's controlling the mind because you have a perception now that the Earth is something that it's not, and therefore a derivative understanding of what you think you live on, like Coriolis and gravity, like I mentioned, is all to deal with the physics of the Earth being a oblate spheroid hurtling through the cosmos. Do you understand? Like, I don't know how much more clear
So-
I can be. Like, it's control. So when you think of the Earth, what comes to mind? A spinning globe in the vacuum of space. I mean,
Well,
that's clear, right?
Yeah. So let me address what you said earlier. So you said I do appreciate the concrete example of fighting wars, right? That it's a very clear political motive. So that's what I was looking for. But then you did object when I mentioned like the theological things. You seem to object to that. But you did mention like they don't want you to believe in God or something like that is connected to their belief system, right? The belief system they
Well,
want you to have.
spirituality, right? So you could
That's
either
a stake, yeah. It's a
Like,
stake to
can I interject a little bit here, if you don't mind?
Sorry.
Just
Sorry
a
for
quick one.
interrupting.
No, sorry, T-Dub. I wasn't trying to interrupt you either, or Alpha, or SpongeBob. I wasn't trying to interrupt you either. So SpongeBob, what happens when you leave a church? Have you ever had experience with that? What happens when you leave a church? When
No,
you
I've never
decide
left
that
the
you don't
church.
believe? You don't believe? Yeah, okay, so you've never left the church before. The answer is not a lot. Okay. What happens when you tell your friends, family, anybody else that you think the Earth is not a globe? You think that the Earth, you believe, not just believe, but you know for a fact that we're not on a spinning fucking ball. What do you
Yeah, they
think
would think
happens
you're
there?
crazy for the most part.
Right? So, do you think this is easy, man? And also, we all at one stage were globers. Every single one of us. Yeah.
Yeah, so we went over this in spades. So I don't know if there's any more point we can belay to you that's just gonna. At this point, it's just kind of redundant, laboring over the point, because it's clear.
No,
Skinny, 1 second, bro. So from one portion of it coming from controlling a narrative to like the many aspects of what it could be derivative arguments or contentions from, it has to be understood that at least at one point that you think that you're a ball hurtling through the cosmos is going to cause you to think of other things, like the physics of the way things work on Earth. The jobs that people get on Earth are having to deal with like preventing climate change and just different things, right? So you are going to be controlled to think that that is the case. And I'm pointing that out to you very specifically, and how it affects you in your life could be that, well, either you're indifferent about it or you actually care about truth. That's going to be the case for you. Either you care about truth or you're just like, you know what, screw it, man. I still put on my pants on one leg at a time. I still go to work. Like, it doesn't really affect me.
The point that I was trying to get to, Alpha and SpongeBob, was going to be my next point, was to what benefit is it if we're believing in a bunch of bullshit with this flat Earth stuff, right? What does that benefit us at all? It puts us on the fringe, man. So we must actually really know some shit. Yeah, that's the point that I was getting.
Either that or you're delusional. One of the two.
All right, SpongeBob, what do you think, man?
Okay, so you've also provided the example of climate change, so that's another aspect of control. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's definitely relevant. I mean, if people think that there are some sort of a danger of going extinct, you can definitely get people to do a lot.
Yeah,
But again, that's not specific to like flat earthers, like right, like you have politicians
Yeah,
like
it's-
Vivek
yeah, so,
Ramaswamy
like,
or others who talk about the World Economic Forum, and they're obviously not flat earthers, but they say, look, these people want to wrestle
Yeah,
control
they're
away from you.
let's just talk about it like their agendas, right? That are being pushed onto the public to either support or not, depending on like where you stand with it all. But there's still narratives, right? And so you either agree or disagree. Like some people, just not on the basis that the Earth is a flatter globe, but whether or not climate change needs to be supported monetarily or whatever. So you know what I mean? Like you can be on one side or the other, not even thinking that the Earth is a globe or flat. So I don't know. Does
Not to
anybody
mention
else
it
have
sells
any
movies.
to bring into the SpongeBob?
Yeah, it sells movies and T-shirts and coffee cups and magazines and books. A lot of different things. I mean, like there's so many like we're talking about facets of society that have a stake in this claim. Right?
The Antarctic Treaty's crazy. A head scratcher.
Yeah, this is dude. I mean, oh my god. Yeah, we could stay here all night talking about like all the aspects of why they would sell you this lie. But the main point is, if you buy it and you believe it and you defend it, then you become a part of the problem instead of the solution. Because you're not doing any service to your critical thinking. You're just saying, hey, man, all we got to do is listen to whatever they're saying and just believe it, brothers. Raise your hands up, close your eyes, and say, I believe the earth is a globe. Like, and that some people love that. They love to do that. They love to come in here and say, guys, why are you worrying so much? We got experts for this. Don't worry about it. Just believe the earth's a globe. Like, we're all good here. No, we're not, because that's where your critical thinking stops. When you put it on autopilot and you say, yeah, let somebody else who's smarter than me think of the really tough questions, right? I just want to kick back, relax, Netflix, and chill, right? And therefore, you don't ever apply your mind to anything that's being told to you. It doesn't matter what it is, not even about flat earth, but anything. You'd rather just let somebody tell you a narrative, and because of experts, that means it's okay to believe. So you know
Yeah,
what I
it's
mean?
just
Like,
like
there's no
yeah.
critical thinking involved.
Yeah, it's the exact same. Like I counsel veterans and young men. Okay, and I'm fucked in the head. I'll be the first to admit that. Okay, what did they do? They drugged me up. I trusted the experts, and they had me drugged up. They had me dependent on them, coming back again and again and again. Now, I'm not trying to take it off topic. I'm simply saying that in my experience, with my own experience psychiatrically and counseling veterans and talking them out of doing bad shit, and counseling young men and talking them out of doing bad shit, I aim to get them self-reliant and thinking critically and thinking for themselves. What the establishment does is they get them hooked on drugs, and they get them coming back again and again and again to make money. So who's trustworthy with that one? Yeah. It's the same thing, man. It's just it's the exact same thing. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't trying to take it off topic. I'm just simply saying the trust, like Alpha was talking about, the whole trust the experts thing. No, all right. You know, hey, if you want to, if that's your boat, whatever floats your boat. But I don't fucking trust anybody to tell me what to believe. I do my own research, and I'm not looking down on anyone that doesn't do that. But I'm simply saying, all we're asking anybody to do here is to do their own research and to think for themselves. How is that a crime? Because apparently it is these days. You know?
Yeah, just like you stated, if Skinny told you that, if you had told somebody like, man, I want to know if the Earth is flat or globe, and you have that conversation with somebody, they're gonna probably get upset laugh at you. They're gonna, not want to speak to you about it because it sounds silly to them. We've learned about that in 3rd grade, man. We know the Earth's a globe. Why are you talking about it? Hopefully that kind of gives you more insight as to the question that you might want to ask about why would they do this. It's multifaceted, man. There's so much they gain so much by having control of your mind, and you just being just an NPC, just believing everything that's being told to you without question.
And Alpha, all of us were NPCs to some extent for a part of our lives, weren't we? We were all NPCs at one stage.
Well, it's super easy to be just put your mind on cruise control and just believe whatever's being told to you and live your life. That's super convenient. You don't have to think about things. Let experts deal with all the heavy lifting of thinking, and you can just not think about stuff and just be someone who sits there and just lives your little life and does your little tasks and all that. But I don't know. I think if truth is paramount in your life and you actually value it, you're going to see why it's important. If you don't value truth, then to you, all of this, what we're doing in here, what we're saying day in and day out, you're going to be like, it's just guys talking on the internet. There's really nothing happening. But if you don't value truth, then you don't see the reason why all of us who actually come in here day in and day out want to actually wake up the hearts and minds that actually are listening to us. Then it's never going to mean anything to you. You'll be indifferent, be like, it's all right. Just some people talking about some flat earth shit. That's okay.
There's people who are the opposite of what you're talking about, where they're inspired to go on a crusade against truth when they hear it.
Indeed. There's even people that would, come in here and try to just do everything they can to throw themselves into the gears so that, their body in the gears so they can stop this learning process, or somebody to be actually getting to a point where they can critically think about the information for themselves. There's people that would come in here and just, sandbag a conversation because they don't want the person to actually think for themselves. It's really weird.
I just call that a demon.
Yeah, it's basically people. If you ever seen the movie Matrix, SpongeBob, it's akin to Agent Smith popping up into somebody that's just like a random person and controlling them. Like you see this Agent Smith type of character that pops into a person when you ask them, I've questioned if the Earth is a globe or it could be flat. Like I'm wondering. And then you see something like they're not themselves anymore. Just like they turn into like
do you
this
think
Agent
someone
Smith.
could disagree with you in good faith? Because you seem to be suggesting otherwise, like they're just like an agent of
Yeah,
something.
You already sound emotional, dude.
Yeah, you could say that some people might start that way, but at the end of the conversation, they're gonna actually get vehemently aggressive. That's you think that this okay, so basically, SpongeBob, this is a world paradigm shift for anyone. This isn't one of those you can't just pull somebody on the couch and say, hey, let me change your whole world perspective. It's not how this works. The nature of this conversation is that the truth that we're about to tell you is going to change the way you think entirely about everything. And if that doesn't mean something to you, you're going to come in here and be like, it's just flat earth shit. Or you're going to be like, dude, screw you. I'm going to be on a crusade to make sure that you fucking clowns are going to get put down every time. Like, you could take a couple of routes here. But
Hold on, just quickly. Can I just quickly answer his question as well? I wouldn't say that we're saying that people can't disagree in good faith. I mean, the vast majority of people, just based on their education and their upbringing, are going to disagree in good faith to begin with. But the thing you need to be thinking about is when the two bodies of evidence for both sides are weighed up against each other, where does the majority of the evidence lie? And that's when you can make an informed decision. And I'd say to you that you'll find out that the overwhelming evidence, all of the evidence, empirical evidence, supports a flat, motionless Earth. And that's when you can, come to your own conclusion, whatever that's going to be. But yeah, I wouldn't get into ordaining why people disagree or not. A lot of people are in bad faith when you hear them arguing in here, But when you first hear it, no, it's pretty normal to be like, I'm going to need to see more information and more evidence. But you need to go through that process. You need to weigh up the evidence on both sides, right? And then say, which one is conforming with reality, what's empirical, what's repeatable, what's knowable, and what's just a story.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, psych like fucking oath, man. SpongeBob, and on that note, have you ever had a sacred cow slaughtered for you before? Something that you really, really closely believe that you found out was a bunch of bullshit and you've been forced to change your mind. Have you ever had that before?
I don't think so. I would say the biggest thing I
Therein lies
changed my
the problem.
opinion on is I used to be a big fan of Donald Trump, which isn't really related to this, but I used to be a big fan of Donald Trump, and I hate him now. But I'm still on the right, but yeah, that's probably the biggest shift I've had in an opinion.
Oh, okay, fair enough. We'll steer away from that one, given the TOS on Discord. But yeah, no, okay. Thank you for being honest, man. So what's happening here is that you've never had a sacred cow slaughtered before, and when you already have, and I had a lot of sacred cows slaughtered for myself before I came to Flat Earth. It's much easier to actually think critically. And all we're trying to do here, man, get you to think critically. That's all. That's all, man. No pressure, nothing. Okay?
So why do you guys believe in nonsense?
Oh goodness! Here's a good example, right? SpongeBob. So this is one of these guys that's so triggered by the conversation, all he ever does is come in and start trying to insult people.
I've
So
never done that. This is the first time I've ever done that.
Nage, you're always doing that. You don't have any evidence for the globe. You're very upset about it. We know. But we're speaking to a new guy. So you can just sit on me.
Let the new guy go ahead. Go ahead, new guy.
Well, no, I don't. Like I said, I don't have enough. I really don't have any information that can convince me one way or the other. So it probably would be better for me to hear someone who is convicted about this issue talk about it.
Well, I mean, you can always ask questions. I mean, we're not asking you to debate anything or present any evidence or whatever, but fair enough, yeah, it's up to you. You can ask the other guy to provide his best evidence for a globe and see if that convinces you, if you like. That's always funny. I would say for you, SpongeBob, since you're new, a good thing for you to do is think to yourself, right, what do I think is the best evidence for a globe? And then investigate that. Is it something that you can test yourself, something that you can verify yourself? Because, they'll give you images, they'll give you videos, but can you verify those? If not, I would suggest that that's not very good evidence for a worldview.
Well, that's essentially my position. I understand that I've been told, and I personally don't see that there's a huge incentive to deceive me just for the hell of it, but I also can't personally objectively verify the information that I've been given or the explanations I've been given for why the Earth is round. So I can't definitively say that I know it's round.
No, for sure. And I don't think anyone's saying that there's no reason for trying to deceive people on their worldview and create a worldview for them. I mean, there's definitely a lot of motivation for doing that in terms of control. But yeah, I mean, so you need to be thinking, okay, what are the core claims of this globe Earth that I'm told? If I can't trust the videos and the pictures, right, I'm told there's curvature. Okay, how much curvature is there supposed to be? Can I see this effect in real life? Can I test it with long-distance observations, etc.? Motion, I'm told there's motion of the ground. Who measures that? These are the things that you need to dig into because they're not teaching you these things at school, really. They're telling you it's a spinning ball, but they're not telling you how to go out and measure it and confirm it for yourself. So I would suggest these are the kind of things you need to be thinking about.
The only thing I could probably verify for myself would be there was some sort of, and I haven't done it, but I remember hearing that somehow some ancient civilization measured the speed of light using sticks or something, and then that also includes the curvature of the Earth.
No.
I haven't went through the effort to verify that.
So that story is Eratosthenes, and he's not measuring the speed of light. It's the story goes that in like 200 BC, he looked at the difference between a shadow.
Curvature. Sorry, my bad. Not the speed of light, but the curvature.
Well, he didn't even measure that, right? He assumed curvature. He assumed a ball, and he was looking at shadows cast from a stick and going down a well, and he calculated a presumed circumference of a presumed ball, but he didn't actually have any evidence or measurement of direct curvature. As far as he could tell, the shadows that he was measuring were just cast on a flat ground. He also assumed that the sun rays were parallel, which is contradictory to what we actually observe, which is that we get crepuscular rays, divergent sun rays. So he made a few assumptions, according to the story. I mean, you don't even know that he actually did this. And even then, according to the story that they tell, the globe side said it could work on a flat or a globe Earth, depending on the assumptions you make. Right? So, doesn't prove the globe, but yeah, I mean, that's what I would suggest to you is that you look into long-distance observation, because the way to answer this entire question is, right, does the surface curve down and away from us at the rates told per the globe model, or does it not? And the way to test that is testing line of sight, whether that's long-distance observations, laser tests, whatever. You want to be drawing a straight line from your position and seeing if that curvature is going to obstruct it at a certain point, geometrically, which it would have to do if it's a ball the size they claim it is. So if you're not already on our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I would recommend that you join that and you look at the
Don't do
additional.
that. They'll ban you when you disagree with them. And make
Oh wow! So another poisoning the well, see, just another upset guy. And we've got additional information sections in there, and it's all alphabetized. So there's a channel on long distance observations and laser tests, things like that, and you can see what other people are doing.
Well, so it's said that he accurately he was more or less accurate in his measurement or his determination of the Earth's circumference, but from within the globe orthodoxy, it's believed that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, but is somewhat compressed due to the effect of the spinning, I guess. So I guess from within the internal, like from within their understanding, for him to have been accurate, he would have had to understand that it's not actually a perfect sphere. If he was going off of that assumption, he probably wouldn't have come to an accurate circumference.
Assumed it would. He assumed the sphere entirely and the curvature. Right? I mean, he didn't know it was a sphere. They didn't measure any curvature beforehand, but he assumed it was a sphere, according to the story.
But is it alleged that he assumed that it was an actual, like what it's currently claimed the shape is, like a compressed sphere?
Well,
because they can't say he was accurate unless they also say he knew the true shape in their eyes of the Earth, which is a compressed
well, they
sphere.
don't. I don't think they actually. Well, they claim that he was close to accurate. They don't claim he was perfectly accurate. But no, he wouldn't have been thinking about it as an oblate spheroid, because at the time when the Greeks were thinking about a sphere Earth, they were doing so based on the religious idea that the sphere. Julius, could you chill, please? Mute yourself. They were doing so based off of a religious idea that the sphere is a sacred shape, right? So back to Pythagoras and that in the old days of Greece, their whole conception around why the Earth would be a ball was because they considered the sphere to be a sacred shape, a perfect shape, and their perfect creator would have created this perfect Earth in a perfect shape. That's where, like, the root of this whole thing came from, like a religious philosophy. And now we get stories that, some of them looked at boats disappearing bottom up and they proclaimed, there's the curvature. And Eratosthenes looked at the sticks and the shadows and said, look, that's the circumference of this ball. But none of it's a direct measurement of anything to do with a spinning ball.
So why do boats disappear if not the curvature?
So you can see the same thing on a flat surface, right? So if you get a long table, or if you're in like a gym hall or something, and you put your eye or your camera, whatever, right to the ground, and you pull something away from you along the ground, you will see it disappear bottom up. It's because it's an effect of perspective, the angular resolution limit of the eye. There's a bunch of videos again on our server. If you join that under the Perspective channel, and it goes through that. But you can demonstrate the same effect on a flat surface, meaning when we see something disappear bottom up, we can't just say that must be a physical curve that it's going down, because the same effect can be observed on a flat surface. Also, if you think about it, when you see boats
So what's
going
that
off,
effect
and they
called? I
appear,
can look that up. What's that effect called that on a flat surface something disappears from the bottom up as it moves away from your view?
well, you could say it's due to the angular resolution limit of the eye. And I'm sure there's some guys in chat that can post you some images or articles. I'm driving at the moment, so I can't. But yeah, you can look these up. People will give you demonstrations, and I would suggest you go and do it yourself. Go into a long, flat corridor or a hallway or a table, a long one if it's long enough, and you can put your eye down to it, and you can demonstrate this effect. Perspective. Everything goes into the vanishing point, right? And because the bottom portion of whatever it is we're looking at is the closest to the ground, that's the smallest angle, so that's what disappears first. But yeah, this is what you need to be thinking about. You need to be thinking, right, okay, so what about the boats? What about this? What about that? And just go through them and see, really interrogate them critically and think, does this actually prove the surface is curved and in motion, or am I again having to assume that curve and that motion?
Well, so I'll definitely have to look at angular resolution limit of human eye, and that's probably because, at least, and I'm sure this isn't always the case, but at least in this case, the globe explanation, which is that there's curvature, therefore the bottom disappears before, it seems to be a simpler and more intuitive explanation. Doesn't mean it's correct, but it'll be harder for me to understand your explanation.
Yeah,
So.
just don't ask which way it's curving.
No, it would only. I would suggest that it only seems more intuitive to you because that's the only option you've been given up to this date, because you've not been taught about this in school. So it's a foreign idea to you for right now. But when you demonstrate it for yourself, when you go to a flat surface and you demonstrate this, you'll know yourself, right? This is possible. That's actually more like what we observe. Because think about it. We will see things appear to sink into the visible horizon of whatever it is we're looking at, right? But we don't see the ships tipping or tilting, right? We don't. When they seem to be going down, they seem to be going down level. Like they're maintaining their level and sinking. They're not tipping so that we're seeing the backs of them tipped upwards, like they're going around a curve. So when you really think about that observation and you look at it, you'll see, actually, that's not really what it looks like it's doing. It doesn't look like it's going over a curve. It looks like it's sinking and remaining horizontal. Whereas if it was going over a curve, these objects should be tipping away from us, right?
So is the idea that so I see a graph here. So is the idea that that your eyesight is like a cone projected, like a cone projected from your eye. And so if you're flush with a flat surface, your vision will be occluded by the fact that, or something will appear, an object in the that's away from you will appear to sink because part of your vision cone is like taken up by the surface.
Yeah, because it's the closest part to the surface. That's like the smallest angle. So that's going to start to disappear first. Whereas something that's high up in the air, or the higher part, that's going to take up more of the field of vision. So there's more light that's going to be able to get to you from that part, right? Whereas at the bottom, you're compressed against the surface, so the angles are smaller. So over a distance, that's the bit that's going to fail to resolve first. So part of this discussion, when we're thinking about the visible natural world and thinking about it critically, we have to understand how perspective works. Why are we seeing things the way that we are? And it's been a pretty handy thing for the globe side to do, for them to teach us that what we're seeing has nothing to do with perspective and is just to do with a physical curve of the Earth. But if that were true, we would be able to predict at what distance this effect would occur. We'd be able to say, right, I mean, you can go onto Google and type in distance to horizon calculator. It'll tell you that for a 6-foot observer on the beach, that horizon point where the boats would start disappearing bottom up would have to be at around 3 miles, right, geometrically. So we can test that claim, and that is what's being tested. We can see these boats going out to 15 miles, more even, right? So it's not just that it has to think bottom up. It has to think bottom up at a distance that aligns with the globe model, and it doesn't do that. It carries on.
Why don't the globe people just claim that the Earth is less curved? What if they just claim that the curvature is such that it would coincide, that the disappearance of an object would coincide with the effect that you're describing to the angular resolution of the human eye?
Well, because the globe model has a certain size of a radius, right? 3,959 miles. So geometrically, that geometric horizon, that leading edge of the sphere that the boats are going to disappear relative to you, is a geometrically predictable distance according to their model. Now, what they will say, and to your point of why don't they just say that? So either they can say the globe is bigger than they've told us, and that's why the geometric horizon is further away than it's supposed to be, or it's an effect from refraction, where the light is just bending around the curve of the ball and making it all look flat, right? Those are their options, neither of which are good. So again, I would recommend you look into some of these observations and join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and look at the additional information channels so that you kind of have an idea. Where do you see it?
No, yeah, how do I get this?
Right. Can someone send this guy the server link? Or it's discord.gg/flatter is the URL, or is the server link. So someone send him that. He'll probably have to go to your DMs. Check your DMs, and someone will probably send it to you. Someone on the Flat Earth side there who can send him the server link.
So it's just /Flat Earth. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, discord.gg/flatter. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server list, you'll see there's an additional information section, and it's alphabetized. So it starts with Antarctica. It's got things like curvature, gravity, motion, sun, moon, stars, blah, blah, blah. Do you see all those channels?
Yeah.
Right. So this is where we're saving information, because even though it's the craziest conspiracy theory known to man, Google and YouTube, etc., are hiding it in the algorithm. So we save the stuff on our server so that you get an opportunity to research the other side that you're not shown. So if you look under L, you'll see long distance observations and laser tests. See those channels? Can you see them?
So it's a channel? It's a channel?
Yeah, like if you scroll down like 3/4 of the way down the server list,
Yeah, I
you'll
see
the
additional information, M to Z. Oh, it's above that.
Yeah, so there's an A to L or something, and then it's broken up into 2 bits.
Okay, long
So
distance observation. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, right. So I would spend some time looking through these channels, and just before the additional information section starts, above A, there's a FE introduction videos channel, and that's got a lot of like intro level videos, which I would also recommend you look into since you're new to this.
I will say, in your favor, or to your credit, if the Earth is so self-evidently round, I don't see why. I would actually think from the perspective, if a person knows the Earth is round, someone who questions whether if the Earth is a sphere, that would just serve to educate people because they would come to the conclusion. They would find out why the Earth actually is round, and they would just learn more science to come to that conclusion.
Exactly. See, if you're familiar with how propaganda works, and you start to actually look at how they treat this topic, you will understand that it's entirely propaganda. And if their interest truly was to have an educated population who understand fully that they live on a spinning ball, they would be treating this opposition as an opportunity to educate everyone. And they would be saying, right, let's get the best flat earther on this show, and we'll put him against our best globe earther, whoever your globe earth scientist is going to be, Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, and we'll have them debate it so everyone can see that it's definitely a globe. But you know that something's up because the globe side are not doing that. They are actively avoiding having the debate, and they're censoring the other side. So that should tell you something. Right? Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubay on Joe Rogan, and Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out. So he's obviously not too confident. He was like, oh, well, these guys just have better personalities than me, so they'll make it more convincing, like some weak shit like that.
So, SpongeBob, I just want to say that you do sound like you do have relatively good faith for somebody coming from the globe side. At first, you brought that up, and I kind of shot it down. So I'll recant on that. Good job.
So you're saying if I scroll all the way up, those are the videos I should watch?
No, I said just above where the A section is on the additional information, the channel directly above that, it should be FE introduction video.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
And that's got a bunch of intro level stuff. And to get in, I mean, I would start with the intro stuff. I mean, there's a really good one in there called The History of the Flat Earth. It gives you good historical context, which I think is useful. If you can DM me and I can send you a few later if you want. But yeah.
So are you a theist? Or do you believe that the Bible, or you believe the Bible's true and that it describes a flat Earth?
Oh well, the Bible is definitely a flat Earth book, absolutely. But I mean, so is the Quran, so is the Torah. I mean, all the scriptures are flat Earth books. They essentially all ancient cultures as well. They basically all of human history, I would say, has basically described the Earth in the same way, but with variations on a theme, right? So they pretty much all describe a flat, motionless plane that's contained physically. Now, they had different conceptions about what was containing it and all this kind of thing. Like, there's a really good image, actually. I hope someone can post it that shows all the different cultures, like the Sumerians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Indians, and it puts all of their worldviews, like their cosmologies on what Earth was side by side, and you can see they're basically all the same idea, but they had different ways of conceptualizing it, right? So the Hebrews, which would be what we kind of get from the Bible, is one take on it, but the rest are pretty much the same, but they just maybe describe it in slightly varying ways. So I would say,
where's the edge?
Oh, where's the edge? So, where's the edge of reality? Good question. When you find one, let me know.
Where's the edge of Earth, though? If it's flat.
Well, I've never seen an edge. I've never seen an edge of Earth, so you'd have to.
So it goes on forever.
Well, I never said that. How would you know? How far have you traveled, sir?
Not that far. That's why I'm asking you where the edge is.
Well, there you go. Well, I've not traveled an infinite distance across the Earth either. So,
would you venture a guess as to how where the edge is, or if there's an edge?
No. You can't we can't guess at the size of this place. We do not know the size or extent of this place. Now, we have ideas and we have stories from various people, but we can't even really travel freely enough to answer the question, because there's international laws that prevent free exploration in many areas in the world, right? So, no, we don't know. I mean, they just found like 7,000 islands off Japan, like last year or whatever it was. So even in the globe side, we don't know of all the area that exists on Earth. But especially south, I would say. I would say the majority of people on the Earth are in the north, which is, well, we can get into where that would be. But south is still way less explored, and there's international treaties in place that stop you just traveling south as far as you can go. Not to mention the practical conditions with the temperatures, the winds, everything else. So no, we're not claiming a size, we're not claiming a shape, we don't know how far it goes. I would say that there is not a point where reality will just drop off into nothingness. That sounds crazy, but how far it goes, how would I know?
So when you said, we're talking about the size of the Earth and where the edge might be, and you mentioned where reality might drop off to nothingness. So you're saying you're not sure whether outside of Earth there is anything?
Yeah, I've never been outside the Earth.
Are you serious? Are we seeing outside of the Earth when we look at the sky?
I would say no. I'd say we're looking at one enclosed system. I would think of what we observe more as a ceiling than an outside. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the Earth is our universe. It is our entire reality. The only reason we have it in our heads that there's a reality outside of this one is because a handful of governments are showing us videos that they claim to be outside of it, quote unquote. That's the only reference we have for anything beyond the Earth. It's like you're like
you can look up.
You're thinking it'd be like being in you play the game Skyrim, have you?
I haven't.
You haven't?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever played any big RPG games that have like a big world map or a big area? Right. Okay. So that's your entire reality in that game, yeah? There's no outside of it. Like, the only reference you can have for something like that is if you glitch out of the world and you're in, like, nothingness.
Or Minecraft would be a better example, because Minecraft has well, actually, it's not technically infinite, but it's called Infinite World Generation. You can only reach the end of it you can't walk or use normal means to reach the end. You'd have to, like, because it's so large relative to the scale of the character.
Right. Well, either way, the point is, I mean, your reference is that you exist within that world, and that is the world. That world's been created in a certain way, and that's what you experience. So the notions of being beyond that or outside of that is just, I mean...
So do you think a guy like Elon Musk knows the Earth is flat?
I wouldn't speculate. I mean, I'm not going to really speculate on what strangers think, because I'm not psychic.
Is there a certain point at which a person has to be in on it?
In on what?
I mean, so for example, if you're talking about, say, people who have claimed to have seen the Earth as a ball, I would say yes, they are lying, right? So the Apollo astronauts, according to the globe model, would be the only people who can claim to have been far enough away from the Earth who have seen it in its entirety as a ball, and that's about 20-odd people, right? So they would have to be lying, I would agree. But beyond that, not that many people, right? People who are directly involved in the creation of some of the videos, maybe. But that's not to say that it's a huge number of people that have to be lying. The rest of the people are just watching screens or creating parts that they're told, hey, this is going to go in a spaceship. Right? And they're like, cool, I'm making a spaceship. But they don't know they're making a spaceship. They're just passing their shit along and it's disappearing. Right? So, yeah. I mean, we're not saying everyone's lying, far from it. But whether they believe it or whether they're lying doesn't matter. The point is there curvature? And there is not. So if there's no curve, there's no ball. So every story that assumes a ball is incorrect.
Okay, so I mean, I do. It's fair to say that you can't speculate as to the beliefs of an individual, of a specific person, but you are proposing that there is some group of people who is telling you something that they know is not true, right? That there is an intentional lie. So
Yeah.
would you
Yeah,
say?
there has to be a small number of them at least.
Yeah. So I guess I mean so of the people who are intentionally deceiving the rest of us, are the majority of those people publicly known, or are they like behind the scenes? Or do you not know?
I mean, again, publicly known, I would say no, because most of the public aren't even aware that the Earth isn't a ball. So they're not even aware that it's untrue. Then you would have to get into parsing out, for those who are promoting the story, do they know it's not true, or are they just promoting a story that they've been told to promote? But no, I would say the majority of people who are really in power in this world, the people who are advising the governments and telling the governments what they should be doing, they're not public figures. They're not widely known.
Is it possible that the astronauts don't even necessarily know what this place is? They're just upholding a lie and they don't actually know the truth. They know
Yeah.
pieces,
I mean,
maybe.
I'd say it's
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, hold on. Astronauts know when they're working inside a green screen studio.
No. Oh no, I agree on that. They know that they're lying. They know that this is all, but do they know what this place is? Right? Fully. The answer.
Yeah.
I don't know if they know that.
No. I would say, as a human being, you cannot claim to know, quote unquote, what this place is, because you can't put yourself in a position where you can understand the system as a whole. But yeah, obviously they would have to know that what they've shown people isn't true, and I would then suspect that they would then think, all right, so what is going on? And they would probably come to this conclusion. But yeah, you're right. It's not like they would necessarily know exactly what the truth is. They're just military guys, right? They sign NDAs. They're told, you better do this or else, right? You watch Capricorn 1. I would say the film, Capricorn 1, I would say, is a good suggestion of how all of that might have gone down with regards to the moon landing and subsequent space stories, where it's basically these guys think they are actually about to go on this insane voyage to the moon or whatever, but then very last minute, they're pulled out of the capsule by some government advisor and told, okay, due to national security, there's been a big fuck up, but we basically need you guys to pretend that you did go, and if you don't, basically we'll kill your family. And they're like, oh shit, okay, so we're just gonna have to go along with this. And they might be sold a story that makes them think they're doing something for the greater good. But whatever it is, I mean, again, speculation. We come back to the measurements. Measurements say it's not true. So doesn't matter why they did it.
Might think a lot too, right? These astronauts and shit, too, hun. But like you just say, it brings you to stuff like this, and they might come to the same conclusion that we are right now in this room. However, to sit here and say, like, when that guy asked you a question, do you know where the boundaries are, right? You don't know. But do they know? I don't know if they know the full story. I don't have it. No, I don't even know if any flat earther has it, right? Don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions to this. Like, we're not claiming to have all the answers. Far from it. We have as many, if not more, questions than you do. But what we are in agreement on is that the story they've told us about it being a ball that's spinning around in a vacuum is untrue. That doesn't mean that we can answer all these questions. Well, what is it exactly in size and in shape? We don't know. We can only know what we can verify. Measure, test, observe, repeat. That's the best we can do.
Did you? What about that story where I heard about it on Joe Rogan, where the guy was gonna strap himself to a rocket, but then he ended up dying. You ever heard about that?
Oh yeah, just more bullshit. The guy was not even a flat earther. It's just more propaganda. So he apparently was selling that narrative so that he could get sponsorship money because it was like a controversial topic. But he wasn't even a flat earther. He created some I don't know, I guess, a rocket. He launched himself up and he died. He was a daredevil that killed himself.
Oh, so
Apparently
he
a
didn't
globe
even.
earther.
It's known publicly that he actually didn't affirm it, that he actually wasn't a flat earther.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if you look into it, you can find people who knew him afterwards speaking, saying, no, Mike was not a flat earther. It was like a publicity stunt to get attention for his stunt, basically. But the globe side love to use that really callously, like, because a guy died, right? Nothing funny about it. They'll be like, oh, a flat earther killed himself trying to prove the flat earth. Like, this is how they try and dehumanize people in the topic. Like, they think if you're a flat earther, it's funny if you die. That's how sick it is. When in reality, they don't even know that he was a flat earther. He was actually a globe earther.
Why would
And
a
it's
flat
sad that the
earther?
media will pick this up.
Why would a flat earther try to fly in a rocket?
Yeah, exactly. We don't even buy that shit. We're like, when they're like, oh, why don't you get in a rocket? We're like, you first, Globies. If you want to launch yourself in an explosion into the sky, feel free. That's some dumb Globie shit right there. We're not going to be doing that.
But you don't hold that like planes are fake, right?
No, obviously planes exist.
Mine.
Right. Think about this. We're not saying anything that we experience in reality is fake. We are all about reality. If we see it in reality, we are not denying it. But we're also not making stuff up that we can't experience in reality, like bending and warping space-time, curvature of the ground, motion of the ground spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. We're not claiming those things because those aren't in reality. Planes, yes, we all know planes exist and how they work. They fly above a flat, motionless Earth. As pilots
They fly
are
above a
trained to
plane.
fly. Yeah, airplanes fly in the air above a plane. Easy stuff.
Well, I think that I guess the globe conspirers over that admission. That was they forgot to cover that up.
Nah, the planes don't prove a globe in any way. Pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and motionless, and they say as much.
I mean the name, yeah, they forgot to.
And so are the engineers when they build a plane. Their specs call for a flat and stationary Earth when you're designing a plane.
Yeah. An air globe's going to sound pretty retarded.
What was
Anyway.
that? I'm looking up the video of the guy. I don't know if it was Red Bull or some guy jumped out of like a really
Felix Baumgartner. Again, if you look under R for Red Bull in the server that we sent you to, there's a whole channel on it.
convenient R.
Red Bull jump, yeah. And it's
Wow, that was
basically
just right off the dome. I didn't even realize you had addressed that, but I'll just look at the
yeah,
server.
because this is the thing, right? We think it's off the dome, but these things have been implanted in you to like subtly convince you of a globe. And they'll say, oh, well, Red Bull are just going to go up to space and the guy's going to jump out and it's going to be totally cool. No ulterior motive here. But, oh, look, a massive globe is underneath him. Whoa. So now when people come to argue about the flat Earth or the globe, they go, Red Bull showed it. But no, you even look for 5 minutes and they'll tell you that's a fisheye lens camera. It's totally distorted and it doesn't prove curvature at all. Even the globe sides had to come out and do damage control of it.
And they broadcast that live on TV, like through the news. They said, well, coming up a special, we're going to have a lot going live to the Red Bull jump, blah, blah, blah. They made sure everybody knew that the Earth was a ball.
So this
like
thing
another
that I
news
see
line.
on the server says that the fisheye lens obviously shows a sphere, but that there's also a regular, a quote normal.
Yeah, there's
camera.
there was a normal camera in the capsule, which when they cut to it showed a level horizontal horizon at eye level. Even at 128,000 feet, the horizon was at eye level, right? If you've raised up 128,000 feet off of a ball, and the horizon is the leading edge of that ball, yeah, it shouldn't be raising up to eye level. But yeah,
And nobody thinks he was at 128,000 feet anyway.
yeah, even that you'd have to take their word. But either way, yeah, just another attempt to convince a gullible public who aren't really thinking, is someone lying to me here? So they don't think they have any reason to question it. They're just like, oh, cool, look, the globe. And the guy jumped onto the globe. But then you look into it and you figure out, why are they using cameras that distort it so that it looks like a globe if it just is a globe? And then Neil deGrasse Tyson said, you can't see curvature at that height, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, great. So, yeah, just propaganda.
You know,
And
one day you might come back
and
here
almost-
and this guy might be sitting here instead of asking questions, saying it like you do to other people. And it made me even today realize that myself, the same people come in, I mean, not same people, different people come in asking the same questions. And they bring up, like you just said, those same points, right? The same jump. Or Mike, who did supposedly blew himself up. I mean, right? These same things are being purposely, by design, brainwashed into the public. And one day you're going to probably sit here and go, damn, I see it, because now everybody's asking me the same damn questions too. And that itself should show you there's something wrong. That's by design too. Why is that happening? Those little things are important.
Yeah, you need to start getting good at recognizing propaganda. And that's handy in all areas of life, not just when it comes to the globe. Because we've got a lot of propaganda going around.
Yeah, but why would anyone ever lie to me under any circumstances whatsoever?
That's a good point. People don't lie. Shut it down.
Yep. Yeah, but on the flip, though, if you're the person who thinks like that people can't lie to you, wouldn't, whatever, you're the easiest person to lie to, by the way.
Oh yeah, con men like you.
Yep.
I'm very sheltered, man, and had a life that I've never seen. People lie all the time.
But this one can be painful. I do sympathize with new people getting into it when they're struggling, because this is a big one. So, I mean, if you've not actually looked into the history of government lies, then this would come as a shock to you. I can understand how you'd be like, nah. I don't know, SpongeBob, if you're the kind that's looked into government lies before, or if you're familiar with them at all, or how much you actually trust the government
Hey,
or government. But yeah,
I'm curious on the other truthers, like whether or not sharing that. Have you heard the staircase of disbelief? Is everyone familiar with it? Like a little audio clip. I reckon that might be a pretty cool one, actually. Like, it just cracks through all of the, like, it carves through all of the bullshit really quickly, I reckon.
Wait, is this?
If
I
you just
don't.
want the cheat codes, but it's up to you.
So there's this tweet. It says Neil deGrasse Tyson says wide angle lenses curve horizontal line, so no Earth curvature for Felix at times planes out. I don't even know what he's trying to say. That's like super confusing.
Neil deGrasse Tyson also tells you there was a big bang and it's expanding faster and faster and faster.
So actually, the Earth is flat.
Because Tyson is saying no Earth
I love the
curvature.
proof.
Wait, so why would he be saying that? Is that like a fake tweet?
he's saying the curvature that you see there is due to the camera lens, not curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
So he's admitting that. So he's basically saying, okay, at this distance, even though the Earth is round, you're not going to see it.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Damage
And
control.
after that, his career's never been the same.
Yeah, the Globers hate him for that.
Why do they hate him for that? I mean, clearly still.
They absolutely hate him for it because they were using the Red Bull jump as proof of globe Earth, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said, nope, you would not see anything but a flat horizon from there too.
Yeah, not just Red Bull. They still try and say that they can see the curve from a plane at 30,000 feet. So when we say, oh, but your globe model doesn't claim that, here's Neil explaining it. They go, fuck Neil. Neil doesn't know what he's talking about. I saw the curve.
Weird how not one of them can show it, though, even though so many of them have seen it and their own experts tell them that they won't.
We've had Globers in here tell us they can stand on the beach and look out and see it slightly curve left to right.
Well, Scott Mackey says that shit all the time.
Yeah. Dumbasses.
So are they? So
Got the
are
gamblers.
they? Are they just lying, or do they
Yeah,
actually perceive
Scott
a curve?
Mackey is just a fucking liar. How's that?
Yeah, how about this, SpongeBob? You just show us the curve that they see from left to right at the beach.
Well, I can't.
Yeah,
conjure
nobody can. Neither
my
can.
mental
Neither can
image.
they. That's
No,
that's the
I'm
point.
saying, are you claiming that they are perceiving a curve, but they're misunderstanding it?
Doesn't matter. They're either lying or they're wrong.
Well, that's of course if you presuppose the Earth is flat. But I'm saying, like, what's your point
No.
Yeah, it could be also like a confirmation bias, right? At the peripheries of their eyes, they're telling themselves, "I see a slight curve," but that's just their globe belief overriding what they actually see, which is a horizontal line. Hence why it's called the horizon.
But you wouldn't perceive a curve.
No, no one perceives a curve.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe if the psychology of the globe is so powerful, they
Listen,
actually
it's
can.
not a psychological effect that the Earth is flat. It's not just a psychological thing. It measures flat. Water's flat and level. It's not moving. We're not sloshing around because we're going in 5 different directions, spinning, going around the sun going around the galaxy, tilted, all that shit. None of that shit's happening. So to presuppose flat Earth sounds ridiculous since that's all we actually see.
No, I was asking about are they perceiving a curve or are they lying? And he said they're either lying or they're full of shit. And I said, well, that would.
No, those
that
both mean the same thing, dude. They're lying or they're full of shit. Basically, it just means you're lying either way. I said they're either lying or they're wrong.
Oh, so they're okay. So it's just a lie.
Yeah,
No,
maybe it's like
you can be wrong without lying. Why are you misconstruing what I'm saying?
Well, no, Wolfgang is saying that you're not that they aren't actually perceiving a curve. That they're just it's like a force of their psychology,
Yeah,
right?
you can be wrong without lying.
Yeah, you can just be wrong.
Yeah, and they're hoping it's true. They want it to be true, so they're saying it to reinforce it in their own mind, like a coping mechanism. Or
Yeah, it's not
they're
a
just
lie
lying.
if you believe it. Like a guy in a nut house thinks he's George Washington isn't lying. He really thinks he's George Washington.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that with my questions, that's what I was trying to get at. Are they deceiving themselves, or what? Or what are they? What's going on?
Yeah, probably most of them are. Yes.
Yeah, you know what? They're not deceiving me, so they must be just only deceiving themselves.
Yeah, and again, when it comes to what does this person think, I mean, everyone's different, so we're not going to speak for strangers. But either way, they're wrong, so it doesn't.
Well, I don't go to the beach often, so I wasn't actually sure if you would perceive. I mean, because for example, you do perceive that the Earth is round from a fisheye lens, right? So, but I was wondering, do you actually
through a Coke bottle lenses that curves everything?
So I was just wondering if you would perceive like a curved horizon. Like I can't think of the last time I was at the beach.
You don't see a curved horizon. And, the fisheye lens doesn't just show a globe Earth. I mean, it can show you a concave Earth. It can show you a flat horizon too. The thing is, it will bend the horizon depending on how it's like traveling over the lens, right, from top to bottom type of thing. The whole thing will invert. It'll just curve around this curved lens, yeah, up or down. So you don't. When in reality, the globe story is not that there is somewhere we can go that we can observe curves. The globe story is there is no elevation that we as members of the public can go to that we will ever observe the curvature. But they can go to a place where they can observe it. That's the story. So the globe side here, they're telling us they can see the curve. They're going against the mainstream globe narrative, which is not that we can go somewhere and observe it. That is reserved to them, according to their story. You understand?
So you're pointing out that it's not even internally consistent.
No, yeah, they're not. When you listen to the Globers on Discord, they've got their own version of the globe, which the mainstream globe model isn't teaching. For example, when you go to school, they will teach you the ship is disappearing over the curve of the Earth. That horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. The Globers on Discord now reject that and say, no, it's not the curve of the Earth because we've demonstrated that it doesn't match the globe model prediction of where it should be according to the globe model. So they say, no, it's an optical horizon. It is the curve of the Earth, but it's not in the right place. It's refracted, so it's moved. So they've got their own little globe narrative going now to try and deal with the observations that we're presenting that clearly demonstrate that there is no curve. So yeah, if you hang around long enough and listen, you will start to hear that yourself, which is hilarious, really, because as soon as the Globers gave up their geometric horizon, that was it. Game over. Goodbye, globe. But yeah, just take this time. Enjoy agnosticism. Say, okay, I don't know that it's a globe, so I'm just going to go out into the Earth and see what I'm experiencing. What is the Earth telling me? And start that way, right? Start with what you can perceive and experience. And go from there. See what you can prove.
And Googling anti-flat Earth YouTube videos doesn't help you.
Yeah, that will just put you off the globe more, because you'll see how fallacious all their arguments are. In fact, a lot of people get into this after listening to the debates and going, wow, why are the Globers being such assholes, disingenuous, and claiming things that they can't actually verify for their argument? So the Globers actually turn a lot of people onto this because they realize, wow, there's like no good arguments for the globe.
So can you like, based on the alleged size and curvature of the Earth, can you take a drone up to a certain distance such that you should be able to see the curvature, or would that not even be possible according to the numbers they give you?
Didn't we just talk about this?
Yeah, no, that's not possible. They say, I mean, again, drones aren't going higher than, God, how high can they go? A few hundred feet, maybe? You're not going 128,000 feet, which is what they tell you in the Red Bull jump you can't see curve from. So no, there's no
The Red Bull
drone.
jump wasn't 120,000 feet, was it?
They said 128K, didn't they? Or 120K, something like that.
I don't think so. It can't be that low. Because you have video footage of 120,000 feet, and it doesn't look anything like that, bro. Not even close.
Yeah, that's why he came out and said it's a fisheye lens. That's not actually
No,
curvature.
not even fisheye.
Okay, but if
It was not higher.
But if the Earth was the shape they described, as far as you know, or so if the Earth was the way that they described, from the distance that they were at with the Red Bull thing, as far as you know, would you have seen a curve of a curved Earth, or would that not even be sufficient
No,
distance?
so you are right. It does say
No, according to the numbers.
127,000 feet.
Yeah, according to the numbers they give us, no, mathematically. And Neil, if you look on that channel, you should see a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining it, and he's using like a big beach ball Earth, and he's saying, if it was this size of Earth, you would only be like a centimeter or 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You would not see curvature of the Earth.
So he's the most consistent. He's basically saying the Earth is round, but this wouldn't prove it.
Well, whether you say it's consistent or not, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but at least in that example, say, yeah, you wouldn't see curvature from this height. And there's a video of a planetarium director talking about the ISS and saying the same thing, basically going through the numbers and saying you would not be high enough to see curve even from the ISS.
Well, I mean, look, it doesn't surprise me that an uneducated Glober might come in here and say, "Oh, well, you can see the curvature, and it's proven by the Red Bull video." But are there are the powers that be? Because so Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's someone who definitely pushes the globe, he said no, you wouldn't actually see curvature from that height, and so that is due to a fisheye lens. Okay, but are there other people who are claiming because it was said that people were upset with Neil deGrasse Tyson because he was saying that the Red Bull thing doesn't actually prove curvature. Well, then so who is claiming that it proves curvature? That's not just a moron on Discord.
Look at that video I say in chat. That's about 110,000 feet.
You know what's funny about that is, nobody officially says that proved Earth curvature. The whole thing was sponsored by freaking. It was a few companies, but one of the primary sponsors of that was GoPro. They were showing off their GoPro lens. They're freaking. It's only people like in Discord, anti-flat earthers, uneducated, people, not even just necessarily uneducated, but ignorant people to the thing that want to just throw it out there as a proof when it was never claimed to be a proof of Earth curve or anything like that.
By the way,
Is your description a joke where it says this
I
user is a
am.
conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, hold on a second. I am. I said the exact same thing. There's no way that camera shot was at 128,000 feet. You can almost see trees in people's yards.
Yeah, literally. But then so that video I posted in chat is about 10,000 feet, give or take. About a 15,000 feet difference in the Red Bull video. Now look at that video and look at the Red Bull space jump video, and you tell me what the difference is.
Okay, so from the flat Earth perspective, the Red Bull video
No,
can't.
no perspective. Just use your eyes and tell me what you see.
No, I'm not answering your. I'm not referring to your question. So from the flat Earth perspective, the Red Bull video can't be like a globe conspiracy, right? It's probably just to promote GoPros because it's not even high enough to prove the
Well,
alleged flat Earth.
no. It is absolutely used to reinforce this idea, knowing that the majority of people are not going to critically analyze that claim. They're just going to accept it as another image of the globe Earth, which is what many people have done. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson was addressing it in his conference talks or whatever, because so many people are going around being like, wow, the globe, amazing, from the media to the public, and he's there to set the record straight, quote unquote. Also, what I was going to prepare you for, SpongeBob, is to check your DMs. I'm sure you've got a load of anti-flat earther globe people telling you that we are crazy, we're retarded, we're lying to you. So just prepare yourself for that, because they're going to try and convince you that we just lied to you for an hour.
So I've followed the Red Bull jump thing when it initially happened before I ever came across any flat Earth anything by a few years, right? They really hyped it up. There was a few reasons why they claimed to have done it. One was the primary reason that they said was to test these new space suits that weren't so bulky and cumbersome that they would give them the astronauts more flexibility and articulation of their limbs and stuff like that, right? That was one of the things. But then it was without them coming right out and saying, that this is the curve of the Earth. They promoted it as a space jump of a guy jumping from the edge of space. They insinuated these things, knowing psychologically how people would react and take it, and so it was like a propaganda piece, and it was essentially a psyop, like because they understand the way people think and the way they'll react. They didn't have to come right out and lie, because then they'd be caught in the lie. All they have to do is insinuate and let the people do the rest.
Okay, so lunatic, I see that there's a joke in your about me, like where you say this is I'm a conspiracy theorist. Here's the misinformation.
I didn't say that.
Oh, is that not you? Did you not put that in there? Like, is that?
Of course I did.
Yeah.
Of course I
Okay.
did.
But ironically, I'm looking at the link to the guidelines, and I don't think a flat earther would be in violation of this. Of course, it says don't share false or misleading information. Let's assume that flat Earth is false for the purposes of interpreting this. It wouldn't cause harm or injury, right? So I don't think the flat Earth would even be against it if it was.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, like it clearly Discord doesn't think that flat Earth is false information. Otherwise, we'd all be banned for talking about it.
No. I'm saying even if it was false, that alone wouldn't, because obviously the powers that be are pushing the narrative that it's false, because it says so it says do not share false or misleading information. So they would consider flat Earth to be false, but it only says we may remove content if we reasonably believe its spread could result in damage to physical infrastructure, injury of others, obstruction, or something civic process.
Well, you could read that in multiple ways. You could look at it like saying they do consider it false information, but because they don't consider it harmful, they don't get rid of it. Or you could read it like the people who are deciding what is false or not false information are either deciding it's not false information, or they can't actually prove that it is false, so that they have to remove it. You could speculate on which of those are true.
Well, there's also
one second, Lou. They're lucky enough to say that we're not a violent group of people, are we? We're not organising, taking down like antennas, or we're not radical, We're not essentially.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're literally talking about glasses of water and horizons and the ocean. We're not crazy or promoting any kind of violence or anything like that. So
No
Really, they have no
protest,
reason
no
to think
protests,
that.
no gatherings. You're right, man. No
So
protests, no gatherings. Just telling your nearest people.
So even though there is a conspiracy to marginalize your viewpoint, you think it wouldn't actually be in the furtherance of that conspiracy to actively remove flat Earth content because then it
Well,
what?
yeah, well, because you heard of the Barbara Streisand effect,
Yeah.
right? So you could speculate that there's an element of that to it where they think, right, well, there are certain subjects we want to discourage, but we have to be careful about how we discourage it because depending how we discourage it, it may make people want to look at it more, which has been the case for a whole number of things.
But the shadow
You could
banning is
speculate
probably the
on
most
that, but
effective, right?
yes, and that's what they definitely do. I mean, we've got videos on the server again of Google, the head of Google, going in front of U.S. Congress or a Senate meeting, whatever it is, and they're complaining about misinformation on the internet. And one of the guys actually said, "What are you doing about all this information about flat Earth that's on YouTube?" And YouTube agreed, we're going to start not promoting it, and we're going to start putting up little warning labels that tell you the truth. So when you go onto a flat Earth video, it'll come up with some little Wikipedia pop-up that says, the flat Earth is an archaic conception of the Earth. Whenever you see one of those things, you should then realize that is something that they don't want you actually thinking about in the way that might be being presented.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
something that
say
they have a narrative on that they want you to follow.
I'll say
So
that them pointing out or them trying to inform you that the Earth is round, that doesn't seem in line with the true belief that the Earth actually is round because they don't allege that it's actually harmful, right? Or that it's materially harmful, right? So then why do they have to say that this is wrong?
that meeting in front of
It's the
Congress,
lazy.
that meeting in front of Congress, like it was about misinformation and disinformation, which you have to look into the definitions of those. They're very slight nuances, but they also talk about what what are you going to do? What is what they were saying to YouTube and all these other different social media platforms too. They were talking to Google and Facebook and all these others. And what they wanted is all these tech companies and social media giants, whatever, to their conclusion was that they were going to push authoritative content, okay, to the top of the algorithm. And when it comes to like mis and disinformation, like I forget the exact definition, but I know there's a difference there. See, like one of them doesn't mean that it's false information. It just means that it's information that they don't want pushed.
Well, I don't think
Or
it's the
it's
information. I think
presented in a way
it's
that
about the
could
source.
be misleading.
You're a robot. I can't understand you at all.
Right. And then if you find an actual good
Can you
flat
start
Earth
over?
video,
You were like,
that's
I think
not
you went under a bridge or
hippie.
something.
Okay, yeah, I might not have great signal here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine now.
Okay, so yeah, you can just, if you go on YouTube and you type in flat Earth, it will give you a bunch of like National Geographic, Professor Dave, a bunch of these hit pieces that are just designed to discourage you from actually investigating the topic. And then if you find a good video that's actually a genuine person speaking about this topic, you can then take the title of that video and put it into the search bar, search for it, and it will still just show you those mainstream authority videos. It won't show you the exact video that you just put the title into, which
you
shows
might
you
be
very
able to-
clearly what they're.
Sorry, you might be able to find it after scrolling page after page after page, eventually finding it buried deep into the search results. But yeah, they make sure to push for the
Again,
first.
they're just talking. Yeah, they're casting the wide net. Right? So,
Robot.
I think he's crossed onto the underside of the globe, and so can't hear.
Oh man, I did it again, did I?
Literally
Yeah.
everything before what you just said was
I think
ineligible.
the radio waves couldn't pass through the Earth.
Yeah, the satellites are down. My satellite.
Yeah. Try again.
Am I still breaking up?
No, I can hear you now.
We'll see.
You're good now.
I was basically just.
I know he's not.
Gosh, now it's not.
That.
While he tries to regain connection, just one other thing I wanted to say about the mis and disinformation and authoritative content and all that stuff is like one of the things that they say is that it's I think it's the misinformation. Like they say it's not necessarily untrue, but like they're worried about spreading information that they think would be socially irresponsible to
That counters
share.
a narrative.
Yeah. They think it's even though it might not be untrue, it's socially irresponsible to let people have that belief.
Well, like with race differences in IQ, for example, they can't actually dispute the sociological data, but you just can't talk about it.
But I mean,
Can I be heard? Have the satellites come back online?
give it another go.
All right. Yeah, no, I was basically just saying they're casting a wide net, so they know the majority of people are only going to look at the first 10 video results. The majority of people are not going to follow up with Neil deGrasse Tyson on the Red Bull jump, and they just accept at face value what it is they're being presented. That's kind of the way they're doing it. They're not necessarily outright lying and totally removing stuff, but they're doing enough that they think the majority are going to get the effect that we want, which is the globe narrative.
That came
That
through
makes
good
sense?
now. Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They're
Yes,
casting
sir.
a wide
Just
net,
letting you know.
and it fools the majority.
It almost comes from like a business point of view. If somebody's talking shit about like Tesla or something, they might come up with like a pop up saying, "Oh, Tesla's this company," and try and reclaim back the public interest or public view of it, just like NASA or whatever, just some kind of agency that they're trying to keep the reputation for, or science or whatever you want to call it. Try and keep
Well,
it on track.
the thing is that until they had to go in front of Congress and make these changes to the algorithm for the search results and all of that stuff, Flat Earth was the #1 searched result on YouTube. It had like more views than anything else for a few years there.
Yeah, Lou,
It
when we got into it,
was in Google YouTube's best interest to push that information towards you because it was what was hot. It was viral. It was they don't, and as a private company, like they're not beholding to make sure that Tesla looks good or that NASA looks good. They just want people to use their whatever you call it, program, whatever fucking you call YouTube.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they should only be looking at their best interests and what the people most want to watch. But no, instead now we have this. They had to have a call to Congress for a technocracy, freaking involving all the tech giants, to push a government narrative. It's anti-capitalistic. It's anti democracy. It's anti freaking it's anti-truth. It's pro-propaganda. It's literally they said, what are you gonna now you're gonna have to be a propaganda machine for us. Not that they weren't already doing some of that out in the first place, but they're like, no, you're gonna have to do better. You're gonna be our mouthpiece. And they were like, okay. guarantee you our tax dollars, more of our tax dollars go to their profits because of it.
Do you remember like 7 or 8 years ago, Lou, when you just search flat Earth into YouTube and order it in live category, and you'd get literally all the debates, all the shows that we people had going, and then eventually over time, other people caught on to that and started putting flat Earth in the tag of like NASA stuff or the big companies like Space.com and got involved. And now it's just NASA and space. If you ever try and do that, look at flat Earth and search in order of live stream on YouTube, you just get nonsense these days. And even searching the term, not even on a video, just on the searching the term flat Earth, you get the little context Wikipedia thing. Which is the thing. Yeah, it was a lot easier to find content before.
Yeah, I
Now it's just
actually
like you said, it's like anti-flat Earth stuff these days, like debunk this, debunk that, and it's all clickbait nonsense.
I remember a channel that I actually followed that he became a flat earther. Then I think his channel was deleted. He was Red Pill Philosophy. Kind of an obscure channel, but he started doing flat Earth stuff, and eventually
I didn't follow him, but if I recall, because I knew of him, if I recall, I think he deleted his own channel.
Oh yeah, his name was Christopher something, right?
Like I said, I didn't follow. I don't know his real name, but I do remember Red Pill Philosophy being one of the Flat Earth channels. And yeah, I think he deleted his own channel, but I could be mistaken about that as well.
Oh, possibly. Maybe they got to him. Yeah, so this Tesla video is interesting. So did they claim to have sent the Tesla into orbit, or like just way out, like out of orbit? Because it appears that it would be super
on its way to Mars.
Oh.
Escape velocity, and then wherever the fuck it wants to go. You know, in my eyes, it was a great PR campaign. It's a great PR campaign.
Yeah, just more PR. More PR. And Elon himself afterwards, he said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Strange thing to say.
Yeah, he said
that's crazy, Elon.
To elaborate on that, he was saying that because our technology and CGI and stuff is so good these days that if we faked it, it would look way better. So it looked fake, and that's how he knew it was real.
I'm sure there was points within that footage that the camera would glitch or the blue screen would be removed for a second, and you'd be able to see the whole show behind the scenes. That was interesting. It's almost like they weren't trying to hide it completely, like leaving them little gems out there for people to find, realize that it's not actually going in space and such.
Well, if they can force you into a state of cognitive dissonance where you actually have to fool yourself into believing that the Earth is round, then you're sort of is more harmful to your psychology. Whereas if it's super easy to just genuinely believe in the Earth is round, but if you have to convince yourself and be in a state of cognitive dissonance, it's more easy to be manipulated.
In all areas, yeah.
And think about it. I mean, and think about it. It is a state. It's a constant low-level state of giving up your agency, because you're going outside and you're saying, "Well, I don't experience curve. I don't experience motion," but they're telling you, "Oh no, but it is. It's curved and in motion. I just see the sun moving. Oh no, that's you moving." Right? So it's a constant low level of I can't trust what I think is going on, which is an attempt to weaken your person in general. But also, yeah, if you were truly confident that the Earth was a globe, if you were truly satisfied with that conclusion, we wouldn't have these globe guys that stay in here all day, every day, trying to argue with us. Because it would be like if you came across a group of people saying, well, grass is blue or grass is red, and you were like, well, no, the grass is green. I can go outside and see that the grass is green. You wouldn't spend all your time arguing with these people who believe the grass is green. You'd just be like, well, they're crazy. I know the grass is green, so I'm going to move on with my life. So even the fact that these people exist shows you that they're not actually confident that the Earth is a globe. They're like, the way that they try and reinforce it to themselves is by arguing with us for some reason. So the psychology of this whole thing is crazy.
It's straight out of like Orwell's 1984, double speak. War for peace, and like if